Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Not a Flashy Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In other news, several pints of Midoriya Izuku's blood have gone missing from. Unknown at this time if the samples of miracle blood were lost in transit from human error or several bags were recovered, still at least 10 bags unaccounted for. It didn't matter what news station you turned to. Everyone was reporting the recent bout of thefts of Izuku's blood with the same fervor they had originally reported the discovery of the miracle child. Indeed, many of the workers were experiencing cases of deja vu as they handled phone calls, emails, and other communications from all sides, while there was the occasional intelligent question, comment, or report to come in. The majority of communications the HPSC was receiving were from panicked civilians. What if some villain is using the blood to make themselves immortal? That question was coming in at least once every 15 minutes. Wouldn't work. The regenerative effect is only temporary, was always the reply the answering team had been told to give. What if they clone Izuku? A rarer question, but still one that came in every hour or so. While blood from living donors has been used to successfully clone animals, the DNA, RNA, a long-winded scientific response had been carefully typed up for two unfortunate interns with knowledge of genetics to read. While the simple answer was yes, it's possible but really difficult by even today's standards, the HPSC's hope was that the long-winded scientific explanation would shed light on just how complicated the process still was. Even with quirks in modern technology, their plan worked, and most would either hang up before the explanation finished, or said they felt better knowing that it would take a really determined, really smart villain to even begin to attempt that process. Where's the missing blood? And any other variants came in every other call. So many emails asked this question that the HPSC had set up a bot to reply to any email that even asked a semblance of the question. There was also a debate of updating the greeting message calling the HPSC's helpline yielded with the answer to the question. At this time, we don't know where the missing blood samples are. We will update you just as soon as we know. An emergency meeting had been called between the president of the HPSC, the chief of the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, and several other high-ranking government officials, including Prime Minister Mukai. Our best option, the chief was saying, would be to reclassify Midoriya Izuku's blood as a controlled substance. Agreed. The president nodded her head. There's two other cases on the books of, I suppose tangible elements might be the best word, of quirks that have been classified as such. A few other members of the HPSC nodded, knowing of the cases in question. But would that really help? If we did classify Midoriya's blood as a controlled substance, it would mean that only government medical personnel with approval, specified heroes, and Izuku himself would be allowed to use it. The chief answered, if it helps, think of it like this. Currently, you can walk into any pharmacy and ask for a bottle of aspirin to help with a toothache. However, you need a prescription from your doctor for something stronger like Voxocotin. Voxocotin and similar opioids are classified as controlled substances, which is why possession of these outside of having a prescription, selling them, and so on and so forth is punishable by law. Alright, but isn't the punishment for possession right now just jail time? Another government official asked, shaking her head. Somehow, I don't see that deterring some people from trying to gather and subsequently move their supply. Then we raise the stakes. For example, say someone sells you their last 2 opioids right now. The president looked at the asking official, right now. That's a minimum of a year's jail time for you, and 2 to 3 years for the seller. The larger the quantity bought and sold, the heavier the sentence. In the case of Midoriya's blood, I would be willing to say that it wouldn't be out of line for possession without prior approval to carry a life sentence to be served out in Tartarus. More than a few of the gathered officials flinched or shivered at the mention of the villain's supermax prison. Tartarus was meant to house the most dangerous, vile, and destructive villains. It was not meant to be used to hold the small-time hustler who just happened to notice the doors of the blood bank's coolers were unguarded. Harsh as it sounds, I'm inclined to agree. The Prime Minister finally spoke up. All eyes instantly upon him. We can pass an emergency act and have this put into law within the hour, if needed. I want to say no need to rush, but in this case, I feel we need to do something sooner rather than later. The president bowed her head slightly before glancing at the clock on the wall. The time was currently 4:13 p.m. Let's go over the terms of such an act. Hopefully we can all agree on something before 5, and then get this pushed through in time to be reported on the 6 o'clock news. Nods of agreement came from all sides as Prime Minister Mukai requested a sheet of paper, wanting the act to be in his own handwriting to drive home the point to those not currently in attendance the importance of the case. It didn't take the gathered party long to agree to the original idea of unauthorized possession equaled being imprisoned in Tartarus, though some did argue that sentence should reflect the amount of blood taken. In the end, it was decided that the sentence was life in Tartarus, no matter the amount. Okay, now we talked of it only being allowed use by authorized personnel. But what if the samples hospitals already have on hand? What if they don't have someone with authorization on staff? We can work out who best to grant authorization later and amend the act. For now, I say we make note that permission must be obtained from the Ministry of Health before a transfusion can be made using any bags of Midoriya's blood. Would that go for use by heroes as well? Yes, though at present time, the only hero I know of with access to the blood is Recovery Girl. And I don't think any of us would argue against her having access. The comment sent a gentle chuckle through the room and helped add a little light to the situation. Again, the majority of the party agreed, and just before the clock struck 5, they had fully drawn up an emergency act for handling Midoriya's blood. Prime Minister Mukai and the other visiting government officials had departed shortly after that, and after a brief discussion between themselves, had gotten the act passed. Just before the 6 o'clock news was to air, every station had received an emergency communication with the details to be reported to the public. Breaking news. The Japanese government has passed an emergency act declaring Midoriya Izuku's blood a controlled substance. As of 6 o'clock this evening, it is now a felony to possess any amount of Midoriya Izuku's blood without prior authorization. Violations under this act are punishable by life in Tartarus. Going forward, only authorized medical personnel will be able to administer Midoriya's blood to patients. Pro heroes must have authorization from multiple sources before they can carry any amount. The act also retroactively applies to any amount in possession prior to today, believed to be in response to the missing bags of blood. With the news now handling the reports, and the public fully aware that the situation was being handled, the HPSC and other organizations were able to take a moment and catch their breath before beginning the next task of deciding just who deserved the power to control Midoriya's blood. Alas, it didn't stop the dozens of blood bags that were already loose. January 29th, Midoriya residence. Though she had come to accept her place as Izuku's manager and felt she wasn't doing enough to support her son in his endeavors, all the other parents she talked with said she was doing more than her fair share, driving him to testing, buying him new gear, occasionally still cleaning up after him. And while she did agree with their assessments, she still felt like there was something more she could do beyond mom duties. The answer came from a conversation with several nutritionists who had been studying Izuku's apparent lack of needing to eat. One of them had mentioned that sometimes a person's quirk could play a part in what foods they liked and didn't like to eat. For example, there are several people with equine-like quirks that favor carrots and apples because they taste sweeter to them. However, they will be repulsed by mushrooms, one of the nutritionists had said. It's unlikely, but within the realm of possibility that due to how his body processes the nutrients from food, that some items might not appeal to him as much as they once did. It was a simple observation, but one that Inko had overlooked. She knew a person's taste could change over time. Memories of her own hate-love relationship with Dakin radishes fresh in her mind, but she never thought that the manifesting and growing of one's quirk could also have an effect. Thus, she took it upon herself to learn some new recipes that Izuku might enjoy and want to eat outside of obligation. As blood plays a huge part in his quirk, here's a list of several foods that are proven to help improve the blood in various ways, and several that can hurt it based on blood type ... But I don't think that's a factor for Izuku. Another nutritionist had given her a list, along with directions to a nearby bookstore. By the time Izuku was done with his testing, Inko had acquired several new cookbooks and was already planning meals for the coming days. It worked out that the first day she was going to serve Izuku one of Mama Midoriya's meta meals, she was still working out the name, also happened to be a day that Momo and Tenya were coming over for a study session. Inko was proud that she would both get to show off her newly acquired skills, as well as know her son was not embarrassed by his mom to the point where he wouldn't have friends over. Dinner's almost ready. Inko called from the kitchen, making the final stirs of her newest attempt at supporting her son. Izuku, can you set the table? Sure, Mom. She smiled as she heard Izuku mutter something to his friends before it was blocked out by the sounds of papers being shuffled, books being closed, and pens stored away. Hearing footsteps, she turned around in time to see Izuku making his way to the utensils drawer. Her smile only grew as she watched Izuku pause and look at the stove, his nose twitching slightly as he sniffed the air. Smells good, Mom. Though would plates or bowls be better? Large plates, she replied, killing the heat on the stove as Tenya and Momo appeared in her line of sight. Apologies for not asking sooner. Tenya gave a bow as he spoke, but is there anything we can help with? Don't worry about it. I'd rather you kids focus on your studies. She waved his apology, but if you really want to help. Momo, can you get out the glasses? Third cabinet on the right. Tenya, can you take care of filling drinks? The recipe recommends a sweet white wine, but since you're all underage, the next best options are lemonade or something else with citrus notes like orange juice, both of which we have. There's also bottled water, which Tenya, can you get one for me? Milk, and some of those All Might sports drinks. But you might have to fight Izuku for them. I don't mind if you drink them, just save the bottles and don't damage the labels, Izuku muttered, slightly embarrassed as he set down the plates before taking his preferred seat at the table. And lemonade, please. Make it 2, please, Momo replied, taking the seat next to Izuku. Tenya gave a nod and brought over the pitcher of lemonade and filled Momo and Izuku's glasses before filling his own with orange juice. Returning the 2 pitchers, he grabbed a bottle of water and placed it at the final setting before taking his own seat. Thank you for the assist, everyone. Inko gave a tiny bow as she proceeded to serve Izuku and his friends. They had each been given a large serving of plain, white rice. This was accompanied by chunks of salmon that had been stir-fried with garlic, onions, cherry tomatoes, and a dusting of cayenne pepper. The overwhelming scent of all the ingredients met the noses of the 3 young adults, and while Izuku once again commented on the aroma, Tenya and Momo seemed to be reserving judgment until they tasted it. Itadakamasu, the 3 of them said as one as Inko took her place at the table. Well, go on and give it a try. It's a new recipe, so I'm not sure how it turned out. Inko blushed a little as she took a drink of her water. She watched Izuku take up his chopsticks and pluck a piece of salmon from the plate. Momo and Tenya leaned in slightly, curious of what his reaction would be before trying it themselves. Oh my! Izuku's eyes were wide as he tried a piece of salmon. Table manners were forgotten as he proceeded to shove a few more bites into his mouth. This ish, amazing mom. He sent a chaser of lemonade after the food. So flavorful. Try it. Tenya and Momo looked at each other and nodded, both trying a bite of salmon. They were instantly met with what might have best been described as a savory, spicy yet acidic zesty that tingled the tongue. It's a little spicy for my tastes. Momo's tongue couldn't seem to sit still, and she ate a couple bites of rice in an attempt to appease it. Agreed. Tenya took a drink of juice, and while he didn't voice his thoughts, the pained expression on his face indicated the juice was doing little to help soothe his confused taste bud. I'm sorry, I might have used a little too much pepper. Inko frowned, taking a bite of her own creation. She had the briefest moment to register the flavor of the salmon, before feeling the burn her son's friends had described. It's acidic, she thought, tongue sweeping around her mouth as the effect of the spice hit her. Yeah, too much pepper. Would anyone like a glass of milk? Both Tenya and Momo raised their hands as Inko stood up while Izuku shook his head. I don't think it's too much. Izuku's plate was already half empty. No offense, Mom, but this is one of the best meals you've made in a while. How can he eat that? Momo whispered, a little too loudly to Tenya. Regenerative quirk. Thank you, ma'am. Tenya gave a nod as he accepted a glass of milk from Inko, Momo doing the same. You're welcome. She chugged her own glass, feeling the effects of the spicy salmon stir-fry fade. Would you like me to make you 2 something else? I think I have a box of macaroni and cheese somewhere in here. Inko searched the cabinet, body telling her to consume more dairy-based products. Apologies, it's just the cheap store-brand stuff, but that's fine. Both Izuku's friends chorused, eyes wide as they noticed Izuku's plate was now empty. Even Inko had to hide her surprise and wondered if he had only eaten it to be supportive of her attempt at a new recipe. Izuku, would you like some too? It's hero shapes. She wiggled the box, wondering if the addition of that fact might get her son to voice his true opinion of her food. No thank you. I'm fine with the stir-fry. His eyes drifted to the virtually untouched plates of his friends. Though if you're going to have mac and cheese, do you mind if I have your salmon? Here you go. All yours. Both Momo and Tenya slid their plates to their friend, while Inko took her own and packed it away in a plastic container before starting on preparing a second meal for her and her son's friends. Izuku, Tenya's voice met Inko's ears as she started boiling some water. You may be regenerative, but are you sure your stomach is going to be able to handle that? I'll be fine. He flashed a grin. Worst thing that happens is I get a minor case of indigestion from eating too fast. That's not the point. Momo answered as Izuku let out a tiny burp, one of her hands humorously waving it away. A few hours later, Inko could hear a faint groan of relief coming from the bathroom. By the time Inko had served up the mac and cheese, Izuku had finished his second helping of stir-fry and was starting on the third. She knew Izuku's quirk prevented him from experiencing any negative side effects that could come from eating certain foods, but that didn't mean it prevented all side effects. Her nose wrinkled slightly as she turned away from the bathroom and took out her cell phone. Scrolling through her list of contacts, she sent a text to the one person she suspected could help her with this particular situation. Hey Mitsuki, hate to ask this, but... Inko took a deep breath before continuing her message. What cleaner and air freshener do you use in your bathroom after curry night? April 9th, X39. Nisutafu. Normally Izuku found training and exercise enjoyable, a sort of physical meditation to help focus the mind while he improved his body, a way to impose zen. A difficult task when his best friend was determined to ruin quiet contemplative labors with playful competition. On your left, Tenya called as he once again lapped Izuku, bringing a groan from the shorter boy. Oh come on, Izuku half growled, half laughed as Tenya came to a stop and let him catch up. I thought we were going to train together. For the better part of the morning, Tenya and Izuku had been running laps around the park. Originally, the younger Ida brother had planned to spend the day training with Tensei, but a semi-urgent call had come in shortly after they had finished breakfast, and Tensei had to go. Not wanting the day to go to waste, Tenya opted to call up Izuku in favor of training with him instead. While he knew there was no way he could go for straight-up speed training like he was originally planning with Tensei, it was his hope that he could instead work on his own stamina and endurance by running with Izuku. I was just having some fun. Tenya shrugged as Izuku caught up with him, the two now moving at a more steady jog than their original runs. Tensei and I joke like that all the time when running together. He's told me before it helps him relax from some of the more demanding aspects of the job. Maybe, Izuku replied. I've read plenty of articles about how some heroes deal with the stress of the job. Some visit favorite cafes, others work out. Kind of makes sense that a speedster would choose to run or play racing video games. The taller boy dropped the volume of his voice. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but he's the one currently holding all the top spots in the racing games at the local arcades. So that's who 10 degrees Celsius is. Tenya had to hold in a laugh as he watched the gears move behind Izuku's eyes, before the boy face-palmed. Tensei, why didn't I see it before? The green-haired child kept mumbling to himself for a few minutes. The mumbling came to a stop as he got distracted by seeing Cementos pass them going the opposite way. Oh yeah, this park is a common training area for those attending UA. Can't wait until I graduate Saume and can apply to attend. So you're going to take them up on the scholarship offer? Tenya had heard long ago about the offer Izuku had received. Perhaps, though in reading the finer terms, while it does offer a fast track for the hero course, the only thing I'm guaranteed from it is a spot in the general course, along with some of the tuition fees being covered. He reached down to his side and took a sip from the bottle of water to rest there. I'm still going for the hero course, but it's nice to have a fallback that I could still work towards my goals for. And that goal is, start my own rescue agency with a variety of heroes. Izuku answered, no hesitation. So, how about you? Are you still going to try to get into UA? Of course, got to maintain the Ida legacy. And go for the best. He smiled. Though I think my plan after UA is a little simpler than yours. Tensei has already offered me a spot on Team Idaten. So after UA it's just a simple matter of me adopting a variant on the Ingenium name and continuing the family's legacy of being a speed-oriented fighter. Personally, if I was a legacy in a family of heroes, Izuku slowed his pace from a steady jog to a power walk as they came across one of the more crowded areas of the park. I wouldn't try to copy others of my family. Instead, I think I'd find my own style. Tenya slowed his pace to match Izuku. What? Why not? There's just so many dedicated combat-type heroes. The shorter boy found an open bench and took a seat on it. The number of combat heroes outnumber support or rescue heroes by a minimum of 3 to 1. So what? Tenya took a seat next to him and adjusted his shoes. Are you saying that I shouldn't continue my family's legacy? He questioned defensively. Izuku spotted the sore point immediately. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that being a legacy hero is bad. He reached into the small pack to rest at his side and removed a protein bar for himself before offering one to Tenya. But what I am saying is it would be nice to see a little more variety within the legacies. Tenya accepted the proffered snack and opened it. What do you mean? Take your family for example. The green-haired boy gestured to him. Everyone in your family has used their quirks to give them an edge in combat with speed and or maneuverability. Yes. He nodded, wondering where Izuku was going with his line of thought. And that's all well and good. But what if you were to take that speed and maneuverability and instead put it towards getting civilians out of harm's way? Izuku, my brother and other members of my family have done that. Tenya took out his phone and opened up ViewTube, typing something in the search bar. I mean, look at this video that was captured recently at that train station attack. He hit play and showed Izuku the footage someone had captured of Tensei darting across the tracks to move several station workers out of the path of falling debris. Yes, and no offense, but you guys only do it in passing. Izuku took a moment to finish his snack. I'm talking about doing the full-time in a sense. Think of it like being a paramedic or EMT in the time before quirks. It was their job to get to the patient as quickly as possible and stabilize them for transport to receive further treatment. They wouldn't fight the bad guys, look for problems. No, they went in, found their patient, and got out as quick as possible. Is there anything this dork hasn't researched about heroics? Tenya shrugged. That's all well and good in principle, but I'm not sure on the practicalities. Look at the wild pussycats and their mountain rescues. It's one thing for them to carry someone in a stretcher down the mountain, but wouldn't exactly be practical or safe for me to push or pull them along at 10 kilometers an hour. Only 10. I thought we've clocked you at 20 or more. Izuku laughed at the image he painted, but quickly grew serious. But that's not my thought. Personally, I feel you would be more the EMT and less the ambulance. He reached down to his side and held up an empty Izu pen. Remember earlier when I was talking about forming a new rescue team? My thought was that my other team members could carry around several loaded Izu pens and use them to stabilize injured civilians if I myself can't make it or get delayed for some reason. And once they're stable, you yourself could then use your speed to either move them or defend them while waiting for others to assist as well. Tenya made a small non-committal hum, his head tilting to the side as he considered Izuku's words. He couldn't deny that Izuku had raised a few valid points about the additional benefits the engine quirk would possess if used for rescue and recovery as opposed to combat. This, coupled with the desire to match up to his elder brother, made him nod. Okay, I have to admit, what you say has some merit. He took a sip from the canteen at his side. And I must admit, I never considered the possibility of using my quirk for rescue as opposed to combat. So, you'll join the Izu rescue team? Izuku's eyes were shining as he looked at his friend. Because I would love to have you on board as a runner, and Momo working as a supplier, and the three of us could fight side by side and… Alright, I get it. He gave Izuku a hearty pat on the back. Just promise me one thing if I do join. What's that? You come up with a better name for the team. July 15th, X39. Midoriya residence. Morning, Mom. What's for breakfast? Good morning, Izuku. And I made your favorite, triple berry pancakes. She set a plate loaded with pancakes before him, along with a small thing of whipped cream, butter, and a bowl of additional berries. Also, happy birthday. I've been so busy studying I didn't realize the date. Thanks, Mom. Izuku wasted no time in seasoning his pancakes to his taste. Ask my son about an obscure hero, and he'll give you a lecture. Ask him his birthday and he needs to check. She ruffled his hair, not caring that her baby was now only a year away from being an adult. Anyhow, if they're not busy, why don't you invite some of your friends over after school? Figure I'll make katsudon for dinner, maybe pick up a cake and some other snacks. Or maybe we all go out and see a movie. Katsudon sounds nice, and I'd rather stay home and hang with friends than go out, he replied, sending a message to Tenya and Momo with one hand while eating pancakes with the other. Besides, there's no good movies out right now. And Tenya's in. Though he says he needs to go home first. And so is Momo. She'll take the bus over with me. Inko nodded as she sat down to eat her own breakfast. While Izuku had indeed forgotten his birthday, Inko had already planned ahead. She knew Tenya and Momo would say yes, and had already bought all the ingredients needed to make katsudon. The only thing she had left to do was clean up a little, pick up the cake, and decorate the house. Once Izuku had gone off to school, Inko set her plan into motion. She had used the morning to clean up and organize the house a little more, before heading out to the local bakery to pick up the cake she had ordered. It was a simple round cake with an expertly drawn frosting portrait of All Might's trademark smile, and thumbs up, encircled by a border of red, white, and blue star sprinkles. The words Happy 17th Birthday Izuku expertly written in a golden yellow frosting seemed to pop off the cake. Got to be honest, I had to check the order form at least twice to make sure I read the age right. The decorator laughed as Inko complimented his handiwork. Not used to making that cake for one so old, but once I saw the name and who ordered it, it all made sense. The smile on the decorator's face told Inko that the man had probably seen something or another about her son's obsession with heroes, especially All Might. Well, glad I could make your day. Take care now. You as well, and give my regards to your son. Inko was more careful than normal driving home. That care only coming to an end when the cake was safely nestled on a shelf in the refrigerator. She spent the next hour or so hanging up some streamers and other simple decorations to make the house a little more festive. Stopping to make herself lunch, Inko went over the mental checklist she had. Cake, decorations, katsudon. Should probably start preparing some of the ingredients so I can just start cooking when the kids get here. She smiled, wondering if her son would jump right into his homework, or if he would wait. Personally, Inko was hoping her son would wait and spend a little quality time with Momo. She also couldn't help but wonder if Tenya really needed to go home before coming over, and suspected the boy knew a lot more than he let on. We'll see. By the time Izuku and Momo came home from school, Inko had everything ready for a party. Welcome home, Izuku. Hello, Momo. Make yourself comfortable. Inko greeted the two children as they entered the kitchen. Would you like something to eat or drink? I'm good, thank you. Izuku gave a tiny nod to his mother, before excusing himself to use the bathroom, leaving the two girls alone. May I have a bottle of water? Momo asked, a faint flush on her cheeks as she reached into her backpack and took out the small gift and card she had wrapped for Izuku. And where can I put these so they'll be safe? Just on the counter here. Inko gestured to where a collection of other gifts and cards already rested. Most were from family and friends, though there were a couple from various organizations, a handful of cards and gifts from various pro heroes, and even one that carried the official seal of the Emperor. Hearing Momo gasp at the sight of that card, Inko laughed. I did the same thing when I was looking through the mail this morning, even if it's just a generic printed letter. Wow. Momo looked at some of the other gifts, before looking down at her own gift and card, suddenly feeling they were inadequate. Don't worry, dear. Inko came to Momo's side and offered her a bottle of water with one hand while resting the other on her shoulder in comfort, sensing her thoughts. I'm sure Izuku will love a gift from a friend more than any one of these other trinkets. You think so? I mean, he just seems so. Momo gently set the card and gift down, unsure of the right words. Clueless, the comforting mother gave Momo a knowing grin, who was once again turning red. Don't worry, I won't tell him. Tell me what? Izuku had returned to the kitchen, unheard by the pair. Won't tell you, how many gifts you've gotten. Momo took a drink of water, trying to wash away the shame she felt at giving such a stupid answer. Anyhow, it's your day, Izuku. What would you like to do? Ever play Hero Run 2? Izuku asked, motioning for Momo to follow him to his room. It's a really fun platforming game with a wide variety of heroes to pick from. Inko stifled a laugh she felt brewing as she watched Momo follow her son to his bedroom. Even one of the ever-present guards seemed to be having a hard time maintaining their usual stoic expression at the display they had just witnessed. Would you like us to put an extra set of eyes on them? No, I don't think I have to worry about that. Inko's laugh came out as a sigh as she heard her son whine about Momo apparently choosing the hero he wanted to play. Worry about what? Hello, Midoriya-san. Tenya gave a bow as he greeted her, before setting 2 gift bags down with the other presents. Before Inko could answer, they both heard the answer in the form of Izuku jokingly complaining about Momo's level of skill in the game they were playing. So ... is that better or worse than other things they could be doing? Inko couldn't quite believe this was the same rule lawyering, quiet and reserved boy Izuku had first brought home about a week after starting at Saume. It all depends on how you look at it. Why don't you go join them while I start on dinner? Tenya just shrugged and made his way down the hall, leaving Inko alone in the kitchen again. Smiling at hearing her son welcome Tenya to the party, she made her way over to the refrigerator and started on dinner. The rest of the evening went off without a hitch, and Inko felt proud of her efforts. She had mastered to make a refined version of her usual katsudon that everyone thoroughly enjoyed, and the expression on Izuku's face at seeing his cake had made everybody laugh. Currently, Izuku was opening the last of the cards. Oh sweet, this one is from Ms. Joke. Opening up the card sent a party popper's worth of confetti into his hair, along with a claim ticket for him to pick up an autographed copy of her latest joke book from a nearby bookstore. I thought we screened all the cards and gifts for threats, one of the guards asked another as Izuku shook the confetti from his hair. The other guard just gave a small shrug in reply, before his eyes turned back to the celebration, both now fully on alert for other surprises they may have missed when screening the presents. Fortunately for them, the rest of the actual gifts were just normal items like figurines, books, and clothing. Soon, the only gifts left were the ones Tenya and Momo had brought along. Here, Izuku. Tenya picked up his gifts. The red one is from Tensei and his sidekicks, and the blue one's from me. Izuku nodded his thanks as he opened up the red bag. Oh wow, an official Team Idaitan hat. And they all signed it. He put the cap on his head, before opening Tenya's gift, which was the collector's edition of the latest Speed Heroes racing game, which included the strategy guide and soundtrack for it. And where did you get this? Every store I checked was sold out. Thank you, Tenya. Oh man, we're so playing a few rounds in this another day. You're on. He adjusted his glasses as Izuku removed the hat and set it atop the pile. Tenya looked then to see the only gift left unopened was Momo's. Saved the best for last? Huh? Of course. Izuku smiled proudly, the action bringing a snort from Tenya, an awe from Inko, and turned Momo into a flustered, stuttering teen. Here. She handed him the card and gift, a faint flush on her cheeks. I hope you like it. I made it myself. In that case, I'm sure I'll love it. Izuku read the card first. And while it was your standard store-bought one, Momo had included her own personal message of wishing Izuku a happy birthday. Opening the gift revealed it to be a handcrafted picture frame which contained a candid picture of him and Momo laughing over dessert that had been taken of the two of them at the charity banquet. Momo, this is beautiful. I love it. And you said you made it yourself. Izuku stood up and gave Momo a hug, causing her to blush as she returned the gesture. Well, my mom, took the photo, but I did make the frame myself. I figured, get you something a little more meaningful than ... than say another All Might action figure. That would have been fine too. Izuku released her then, but this is way better. This is going right on my nightstand right now for safekeeping. Momo's face went full red as Izuku quit the table, all other gifts left behind. Sorry, All Might, you got to move over. Somehow, her face got even redder as she recalled seeing the autographed photo of All Might that rested on his nightstand. The fact that he was willing to move such a prized possession to replace it with a photo of the two of them was just too much. Izuku returned then, smile plastered on his face. There, it's resting in a place of honor. Though Momo, are you okay? You look like you've got something you want to say. Momo felt herself starting to overheat. I need to use the bathroom. She took off down the hall, for once hoping Izuku's clueless nature held even as Tenya started to chuckle. Only after hearing the door click shut did Inko opt to speak again. Izuku, why don't put your gifts away and set up the movie? Inko gave him her best motherly smile. Tenya, would you mind helping with cleaning up the wrapping paper? She knew he knew what happened, but felt it best to keep the boys occupied. Sure, I've got to find my copy of Rise of All Might anyhow. Izuku smiled and gathered up a handful of his gifts. Of course, Midoriya-san. Tenya gave a tiny bow, hands already moving to pick up some stray wrapping paper that missed the barrel. Do you want me to save the gift bags and boxes or save the bags? The boxes can go for recycling. She looked down the hall. Excuse me, I'm going to go check on Momo. Inko didn't wait for a reply and instead moved down the hall to the bathroom. Putting an ear to the door, she heard a faint sniffling noise. Momo, are you okay? May I come in? Sure. Inko opened the door just enough to slip inside, and was greeted with the sight of a flustered Momo looking at herself in the mirror. Motherly instincts took hold as Momo turned to fall into Inko's embrace. Forgive me, Midoriya-san, I know it's stupid. He's so pure. Her explanation was punctuated with sobs, all of which were soothed away by Inko, who was rubbing little circles on her back. It's all right. Inko stepped back a little, hands now on the girl's shoulder. It can be hard for anyone to admit they like someone, but don't let it get you down that you couldn't say the words you wanted to say. Her hands moved then to grab a face cloth, which she gently wet with some warm water. But what can I do? She remained still as Inko gently washed her face. I wanted so much to tell him, but I feel I failed in the mission I set for myself. Inko blinked, recalling some of the old hero and spy movies she had watched with Izuku. You didn't fail the mission yet. Your objective has simply changed. What? Momo's head tilted to the side as she accepted a dry towel and wiped her face. I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Simple. Your original objective was to look my son straight in the eyes and tell him I really like you. Inko refused to say love, knowing full well the whims of the teenage heart. Now, however, I would make my objective sit beside him during the movie. Optional objective, grab onto his arm for protection during the scary parts. Inko-san, far as I'm aware, there's no truly scary parts in Rise of All Might. Momo couldn't help the small giggle to leave her throat at the thought they were going to watch what was little Izuku's, and arguably still is young adult Izuku's favorite movie. No, but spoiler warning. There is that one surprise explosion of the car on the bridge about a third of the way in. A mischievous grin danced on Inko's face. Not your fault you were startled by it. She winked, which brought forth a bigger laugh from Momo. True, that did make me jump when I was little. She took a deep breath and nodded, accepting the new objectives of her mission. All right, I'll do it. That a girl. Inko gave her a pat on the back. Come on, let's get back to the party. I'm sure Izuku's probably wondering what's wrong since we haven't come back. What do I say if he asks what we were talking about? Or if he asks what was wrong? 2 words that work on even the most clueless guy to get them to drop the subject. Inko leaned close and whispered the words directly into Momo's ear. Once again, Momo couldn't help but laugh and gave Inko another hug, which made the older woman smile as they emerged from the bathroom. As expected, Tenya greeted the pair with a blank, yet knowing expression while Izuku's face showed concern for his friend. Are you not feeling well, Momo? I can poke you with an Izu pen if you're feeling unwell. He looked down at his side, the action making him miss the sudden crack in Tenya's expression as the other boy's brain came up with 2 very different meanings of his offer. Inko's brain had the same thought as Tenya's, and it took all her power to not make some mom joke or another about it. Looking to Momo, it seemed she was the only other one besides Izuku whose mind didn't immediately visit the gutter. No, I'm good. Just a bit of lady troubles. She placed a hand on her stomach, and true to Inko's prediction, Izuku nodded and let the subject drop. Thanks again, Midoriya-san. She switched back to the more formal way of addressing her elder. No problem, dear. Inko put on her most motherly smile, hoping it hid her amusement at her son's slightly red face. Why don't you kids get comfortable while I go make us some popcorn? She turned around then and made her way to the kitchen and grabbed a bag of microwave popcorn from the cabinet. Tossing it in the microwave quickly, she looked back into the living room to see Tenya move to the other couch, while Momo took the spot on the couch next to where Izuku was sitting. The curious mother's smile grew when she noticed Izuku made no effort to ask Momo if she wanted to move or wanted his spot instead. So what are we watching again? She heard Momo ask, even as the microwave beeped. Rise of All Might. The brief crack of Izuku's voice told everyone his inner child was coming out again, which is only the greatest hero movie of all time. I don't know. Newman Rider is pretty high up on the list of all-time great hero movies. She heard Tenya reply as she grabbed some bowls and distributed the popcorn evenly between them. She couldn't actually see the older boy, but guessed he was probably grinning like mad while Izuku said something in reply. Popcorn's done, she announced proudly, killing the argument before it could start. Offering a bowl to each of them, she killed the lights and took up residence in her favorite armchair. Come on, let's start the show. She sensed more than saw Izuku nod and press play, starting the movie. About a third of the way in, the scene switched to a bunch of people evacuating the city over a suspension bridge. While they all knew what was coming, the surround sound system amplified the effect of the explosion, and they all jumped in surprise. Despite the mess of popcorn that now covered her floor, couch, and her son's pants, Enko could only smile at the sight of a pink-cheeked Momo hugging onto Izuku's arm. While the light of the room was dim, she couldn't help but notice that Izuku's face was sporting a similar expression and seemed to have no desire to ask Momo to move. Nice job, Momo, Enko mouthed, noticing the young woman's eyes upon her. In reply, Momo just smiled and rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. August 7th, X39. Nisutafu. It was a rare day off from school that Izuku didn't have anything. Usual testing sessions were set for next week. There were no outstanding training requests from some of the pro heroes or other things to worry about. He almost didn't know what to do with his day, but his mother had quickly solved that and brought him along shopping with her. He wanted to argue that he was too old to go shopping with his mom, but the smile on her face had silenced his protests. Thus, the mother and son duo were at the mall, checking out the high-end culinary store to rest within. While Enko was inside, looking for a new ceramic Dutch oven, Izuku was sitting outside, sipping a sample of one of the tea mixes the shop across the way sold when he heard a familiar voice address him. Midoriya Izuku. He turned to see a grinning pink-haired and pink-skinned girl at his side. To her credit, she was a lot calmer than the last time she had met the boy. Oh, cutie queen. Or would you prefer I call you by name? Izuku blinked, seeming a lot calmer himself as he thought back on the gala. What was your name? Mina. By the way, the pink girl was wiggling with delight. It was obvious she was a little more than happy from the fact that, though Toru had only named her once or twice indirectly, that her hero remembered it. Yeah, and my name is Mina. Sorry, I never properly introduced myself. It's okay. Say, as I see Toru here as well. He looked around, not seeing any floating sets of clothing. Nope, she had to help her family with something today. So it's just me. Mina smiled. So what are you up to? Just shopping with my mom for a few things. Mostly household goods and clothing and shoes. He looked down at his everyday shoes, which were rather scuffed and worn. Ah, well, if you have some free time. The pink girl's face had taken on a slightly more reddish hue. Would you like to hang out with me for a spell? Well, I don't know if my mom. Izuku looked back up and into the store Enko had disappeared into, not seeing her at first. Enko, however, had apparently been watching him the whole time, and with the mom's smile at full blast, appeared from nowhere, a large bag in one of her hands. Izuku. Oh, is this another friend of yours? Mama Midoriya held out a hand. Midoriya Enko. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Ashido Mina. The younger woman accepted the handshake. I was wondering if Izuku would be free to hang out with me for a little while. Of course, dear. Enko checked something on her phone. Izuku, just meet me back here around 4, okay? Okay. Mina answered for him and gently tugged on his arm. Come on, Izuku. I was heading over to the music store to look for some music suggestions the channel received. Too stunned to argue with either woman, Izuku just let himself be dragged down a couple stores to the music shop. His senses semi-returned to him as Mina led him inside and over to the pop music section. So what are we doing here? He blinked, attention now on Mina, who was leafing through some of the albums, trying to find a copy of Strawberry Time. She sighed as she tried another set of albums, or even the single Kimono Beat. I mean, I know we could just use an MP3 of it, but I like having the actual thing to show off, you know. Of course, he nodded, helping her in her search by checking another one of the bins. The conversation remained on the subject of her ViewTube channel until by pure chance Izuku had spotted the album sitting in the clearance bin. Mina had hugged him in joy, before excitedly taking a selfie with him and the album that she sent to Toru. From the music shop, the pair made their way around the mall, their conversations now on everyday things as they occasionally stopped to check out a store or two. The subject had turned to quirks and their plans after high school as they sat down at a table in the food court, both of them with a smoothie in hand. Like him, Mina was hoping she could get into UA as hero course. No matter what the entrance exam entails, I think your quirk can handle it. Izuku was already scribbling notes about acid in one of his ever-present notebooks. Dissolve rubble to reach trapped civilians. Melt weapons an opponent is using. You even said you cowl. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Ah, that's mine, excuse me. He did his best to ignore Mina's laugh at his ringtone. He didn't care what people thought. The 3,000 yen he had spent to purchase the ringtone was more than worth it. He looked at the caller ID and smiled as he answered. Hey Tenya, what's up? Visit the new cafe. He only heard half of what his friend was saying as a group of giggling schoolgirls walked past him. Sorry Tenya, can you repeat that? It's a little loud here. He covered his free ear with his hand as Mina leaned in on the other side, trying to hear the conversation. Mina, do you mind? He shifted his posture, trying to get her to back off. Sure, like I was saying, Momo and I were going to check out that new cat cafe and bakery that just opened. Wanted to know if you were free to join us. Izuku looked to Mina, noticing she was frowning slightly at the request. A faint smile appeared on his face as he came up with an idea. I'd like tea. You're just going to abandon your date. Mina didn't give Izuku a chance to finish his sentence. Despite Izuku's best efforts, she had mastered to overhear Tenya's request. Date. Momo's cry from the other end made Izuku flinch, the phone now held away from his ear. Unintelligible noises from Momo and what might have been an attempt at calming from Tenya just barely audible as he returned the phone to his ear in time to clearly hear her again. Where are you? Oh, we're at the mall, Izuku answered, wondering if Momo had come up with the same idea as him, meet up at the mall for a little more shopping. Then all four of them check out the cafe afterwards. Maybe you guys can hello. Tenya. Momo. He looked at his phone, seeing a notice that the call had been disconnected. They must have hit a dead zone. Just as well, Mina replied, gently tugging on his arm. Now we can continue to hang out together. Just the two of us on a little date. She finished off the last of her smoothie and tossed the empty cup in the trash in a useless display of skill. Just then, her phone pinged that she had a message. Oh, it's from Toru. She started laughing, showing Izuku the reply. Tell him I said hi. And get his permission to put that photo in one of our videos. Hey, can you send video clips? He asked as Mina nodded, opening the phone's camera and turning it so it faced Izuku. Seeing her give a thumbs up, Izuku waved. Hi Toru, and yes, you can use that photo. Another few seconds passed before the phone pinged again. The reply this time a wall of excited text that Mina was doing her best to translate. She says thank you, and is laughing at your clothing now that she can see it better. And requests I pick out something better for you to wear if we do any more photos for the channel. What's wrong with my outfit right now? He looked down at his clothes, a pair of faded but intact gray jeans, an all-might windbreaker tied around his waist, and a plain white t-shirt that proudly proclaimed its identity as such. Nothing, it screams casual comfort. She took a few steps back, fingers forming a frame around him. But there's so much more we can do. Her eyes drifted down to the windbreaker tied around his waist. You're a total pro hero fanboy? Yes. Did you know there's various lines of pro hero inspired clothing that isn't branded with their likenesses? It's a more subtle way to show your support, while not appearing obsessed. I've seen them, but didn't think much of them. They seem kind of. Izuku closed his eyes, looking for the right word. I don't know. Lacking something. That's because you're used to the flashy hero things. She took his arm then, and began leading him towards the escalator. And that's all well and good for some, but don't take this the wrong way. You're simple, so you need something a bit more subdued. Any suggestions? Plenty. There's a boutique here that sells nothing but what I'm talking about. She pulled him onto the escalator, smiling as she noticed several other girls giving her envious looks. And that's where we're going next. The boutique was right at the top of the escalator, and upon entering the store, Izuku could see exactly what Mina meant. On the walls hung shirts of various styles, all of which had patterns or colors reminiscent of some of the pros. Now, the prices here are a little high, but the quality is worth it. I have a little extra cash I can spare if you see something you like. Don't worry about it. Izuku had gravitated towards a display of red, white, and blue shirts. I can buy them myself if you help me pick them out. If you're sure. Mina smiled, a hand falling on his shoulder before he could reach the display. First things first, no All Might items, but he's my favorite. Izuku frowned, though it didn't reach his eyes. In reply, Mina moved over to another display and tossed him a tan shirt with a red feather-like design that started from the bottom right and ran up the front. Izuku's words were cut off as he was hit in the face with a white shirt, followed by several black shirts and a pair of blue jeans. Before he could say anything more, Mina had shoved him into one of the dressing rooms. Izuku spent the better part of an hour being Mina's fashion dummy, concluding that if being a hero didn't work out, that she could take up a career in fashion design. Even a couple of the employees agreed, with the assistant manager even offering her a job as a sales consultant after she convinced Izuku to purchase one of their most expensive items, an Endeavor-inspired tracksuit, along with a couple shirts and the jeans he had tried on. So where to now? He asked, storing the purchases away in his backpack. You mentioned needing new shoes as well? Yes. Mina looked at his feet, the one item of clothing they had yet to tackle. There's a great little shoe store just across the street from here. Well, I already got a pair earlier, but... He noticed a slight frown on Mina's face. I guess it never hurts to have more than one pair, right? That's the spirit. She once again took his arm in hers and led him out of the mall into the store across the street. Once again, Mina took the lead and found several pairs of sneakers she felt would complement Izuku's latest purchases. The red ones would go great with the feather shirt and the tracksuit, and these black ones are a good all-around pair. She handed Izuku the red pair, and was all smiles as he tried them on. These are a little tight. Can you grab the next size up? Izuku pulled off the red one, seeing the black was the same size. Same for the black ones. Ha, didn't think your feet were that big. Mina smirked, returning a moment later with the larger pairs which Izuku was quick to try on. Oh, these are much better. I think I'll get both of them. Any others? Not for you. Mina had wandered away to try on a pair of bright pink rain boots with blue and yellow splotches. To Izuku, they seemed like something a child would wear, but to Mina's eyes they were apparently high fashion. Oh, a perfect fit. She reached into her pocket and checked her wallet. Darn it. Too expensive. I can buy them for you. Izuku took out his own wallet, which still had a considerable amount of money in it despite his earlier purchases. It's the least I could do, given how helpful you've been. He was cut off by Mina giving him a hug and a quick nuzzle as he picked up his sneakers and held out a hand to take Mina's boots. Handing his money off to the cashier, Izuku put his new shoes in his bag, while Mina opted to wear her new boots out. They had just stepped out of the store when a familiar female voice hailed them. Oh hey, it's Izuku. The green-haired boy looked down the road, seeing Momo striding up to them, Tenya following just behind. Oh, hey Tenya. Ha. There he is, Tenya called, waving with one hand to make sure he had Izuku's attention. While Izuku and Mina didn't notice, one of Izuku's ever-present guards caught sight of Tenya's other hand. It was resting on his chest, fingers crossed in such a way to show off an old non-verbal hero signal of being held under duress and being coerced into something. Once Tenya noticed Izuku and the other girl's attention on him, the dark blue-haired boy mouthed a single word. Run. Oh, friends of yours. The pink girl gently held onto Izuku's arm as she looked at the pair, before looking back to Izuku. Oh yeah, Mina. These are my friends from Salme, Tenya and Momo. Izuku seemed not to have noticed Tenya's request. And this is Mina, a fan of mine. Say hello everybody. Hello everybody. Mina smiled and gave a tiny bow. No coldness in her actions, though she did send a challenging glare towards Momo. Nice to meet you. Momo's greeting was a little more halting as she returned the bow, eyes in a more hostile glare than Mina's. A pleasure, Tenya answered after a moment, a drop of sweat starting to roll down his face. So, what brings you out here? It was his hope he could diffuse the situation, but given the fact neither woman seemed to be breaking eye contact, we were shopping for some new shoes for me and Mina. Izuku answered, oblivious to the powder kegs standing beside him. Shoes? Momo looked away from Mina, gaze softening just slightly as she looked at Izuku. Yeah, Mina here has an eye for fashion. He reached into his backpack and removed a shirt she had found for him at one of the shops in the mall. Look at one of the shirts she picked out for me. It was an official Put Your Hands Up Radio Hawaiian shirt, one of the few actual branded items the boutique had been selling. I'm not the biggest Present Mic fan, but she said the colors really complement my eyes. That's nice, Momo hissed, eyes narrowing at the sight of the gifted shirt. It does, and I do. Mina gave a nod, bringing one leg forward to show off her boots. Found him some new clothes, and myself a new pair of boots, which Izuku was a total sweetheart and bought for me. She leaned in then and gave Izuku a peck on the cheek while flitting her eyelashes at him. Upon seeing the gesture, Momo's eyes narrowed even further, while Tenya looked to Izuku's ever-present guard in the background, wondering if the man would step in if a cat fight started. The government official stuck to the terms of his contract and said nothing. Izuku stored away the shirt, still smiling obliviously. Anyhow, once we're done shopping for shoes, if that cat cafe you mentioned isn't too far away, why don't the four of us go check it out? There was a marked change in the air surrounding the four of them that everyone except Izuku seemed to feel. Mina gave Izuku the sad puppy face while simultaneously looking at Momo with an expression that said he's mine. Momo in turn took a step towards Mina, eyes hard and delivering the message of I've known him longer. Tenya meanwhile did his best to try and move away, concluding that the government didn't pay their security enough to prevent hostile feminine encounters from devolving into chaos. But Izuku, I thought this was a D. Izuku, there you are. All four sets of eyes turned then, seeing Inko strolling up to them. Upon seeing Mama Midoriya, Momo let her hostile posture drop, though her eyes still showed an air of challenge at Mina's presence. Mina meanwhile released Izuku's arm, but stayed close to his side. Tenya sent a prayer to the various gods at Inko's impeccable timing, while Izuku just smiled and waved. Hey mom, what's up? Izuku, Inko's eyes looked at her son's friends, spotting something was off, before she tapped at her watch. I know you're having fun with your friends, but it's almost 4 o'clock and we need to get going or else we'll be late with dinner. That's right. Izuku looked at his 3 friends apologetically. Sorry guys, I lost track of time. Say, maybe we can check out that cafe next Sunday after I'm done with my testing. Neither one of the girls seemed inclined to answer, so Tenya was left holding the ball. Perhaps I need to check my schedule though. Alright, just keep me posted. Izuku turned and gave the 3 of them a thumbs up. Feel free to text or call me later. I would, but I don't have your number. Mina frowned, as Momo grinned in triumph. I do, and I will. Momo answered. Oh, hang on. Izuku pulled out a tiny palm-sized notebook and wrote down his number, handing the small page to Mina. "Here you go. Thank you, and thanks for a fun date." Mina gave him another quick hug and very light peck on the lips, before making her way down the street. "See you later." Yes, I will. Later. Izuku brainlessly waved as his mother coyly motioned for him to follow her. He still had enough brains to look back at his other friends. "See you at school tomorrow." Of course. Tenya gave a weak thumbs up as Momo stiffly nodded, the two of them proceeding to walk back the way they came as Inko led Izuku towards the mall's parking garage. As they drove away, Inko could swear she heard the unmistakable sounds of feminine rage and a dumpster getting its side kicked in. Izuku was dead to the world, his brain playing an infinite loop of his first date and first real kiss from a lady. Izuku had thought his security was high before, but following the thefts and subsequent reclassification of his blood, it had increased. No longer was he allowed to take public transport. Instead, he was driven to and from school every day in an armored car, with no less than 3 other guards in addition to the driver. While these drives seemed a bit more boring than his previous commute, he had to admit they were a lot more relaxing. It also made him feel really guilty over the fact that he could never remember the names of his guards. He knew a few facts about his guards. After so many months of the government suits at his side, it would be hard not to. There was always a dozen. 3 in close, 3 nearby, 3 following at range, and 3 supporters in case anything needed tweaking. The guards assigned to him changed daily, mostly at random so that anyone plotting anything couldn't predict what quirks or talents they had. It also meant that building any sort of friendship was near impossible. Even if the same guard was assigned to his protection detail, there was little chance that they would also be assigned to the 3 immediate defenders. It made dealing with them awkward. They were all dressed the same, down to the brand of watch worn or the sunglasses they had. Even the haircuts were the same, a military-like buzz cut. It made socializing very difficult, which is why Izuku had taken to watching videos or reviewing schoolwork on the morning rides. It gave him an excuse to politely ignore the strangers protecting him. It had nothing to do with his desire to watch videos made by his sorta maybe girlfriend. It was one date, or rather she called it a date, but that meant they were dating right. Needless to say, Midoriya Izuku had much to learn about romance. It was just coincidence that the video he chose to watch on the way to school was the newest episode from the Transparency pair. It was just the first eye-catching thing to appear on his feed. It had nothing to do with the icon showing Mina's VTuber avatar with a love-struck expression and a title proclaiming Cutie Queen's healing heartthrob. The episode began with the usual compilation of their popular clips, a catchy J-pop jingle, and finishing with a fancy poster of their name and avatars. It was nice and neat, simple but recognizable. What wasn't was the intro fading out to a scene of ICU, her mummified ghost avatar red-faced and falsely angry glaring at Cutie Queen's smug girl demon avatar. "Curse you, curse you, curse you," the undead girl chanted, each one punctuated with a wave of her sheet and bandage-covered hands at the feminine demon. "You remember I edit the videos, right?" The demon pointed at herself, "and I am totally keeping that in without context. I curse you for that too." I see you stopped waving in favor of pointing at her instead. At this point, what don't you curse me for? Cutie Queen held her arms out in a shrug, genuinely curious as to the answer. I see you's posture switched from angry to contemplative. How about the fact that our fans still can't settle the difference between a demon girl and a girl demon? The girl demon huffed and crossed her arms. "You just brought that up just to start the debate all over again, didn't you?" "Maybe. You know, for someone whose gimmick is that she wants to be a trickster, you're pretty see-through." #sorry not sorry. The hashtag popped up on the screen as I see you struck a pose. "And just for that, I'm not gonna give you the deets about my date." A mischievous expression danced on Cutie Queen's face. "What?" "Yup." Cutie Queen winked at her viewers. "No deets for the girl who uses pre-quirk boomer memes. Unfair. Boo." Protest in the comments. Riot in the forums. I see you pointed at the comments section below the video, before pointing to the link in the chat on the side. "Don't stir up the viewers because you don't get to hear about how my Prince Charming took me on a lovely first date." The girl demon held her face in her hands and began to blush. A relaxing walk around the mall. Scandalous. I see you's eyes were wide, one hand covering her mouth, holding hands while looking at displays. "Lewd. He even bought me a gift and traded numbers." Cutie Queen's eyes were sparkling. "It was fun, amazing, and I can't wait for the next one." You know, a calm and innocent date isn't the usual plan for a wild girl like yourself. The mummified ghost teased. "I wanted to take it easy, see how it works." The feminine demon deflected. "It was just luck I ran into him after all." "More like you wanted to play coy and innocent to catch him off guard." The ghost wiggled a little, the action bringing a soft laugh from Izuku. "Not true. Izuku's a fan of our show." The demon crossed her arms. "He knows what a tease I am. And we can all tell how much you wanted to tease him." The ghost gave the demon a friendly shake. "Shush yourself, I see you. At least I didn't almost scare him off with a certain stunt." "Oh, don't tell me she's referring to." Though the escort on his left was always scanning out the window, he had been listening in every now and then. Izuku tensed slightly, not used to any of them actually commenting on something he was doing or watching. Casual conversations with others on the bus was probably the one thing Izuku actually missed about his old commute. Sure, he could talk to the escorts, but most never said anything back beyond a one-word reply. You take that back. He loved it. The ghost flailed, and we agreed to never mention it again. My brain shorted out, signals swapped, and I panicked. End of story. She is, Izuku groaned, head rolling backwards along with his eyes. And I will thank you to not mention it either. Loved it. He would have, could have, if he could have seen anything. It was the demon's turn to dance in mockery of her friend. Izuku's face took on a slight reddish tint as the left escort let out just the tiniest snort of a laugh. I won't, but the internet never forgets. The man answered, voice light with amusement. Don't be jealous. The ghost pouted, not really annoyed. Why should I be jealous? The demon shrugged, a cell phone suddenly appearing in her hand. I have his number, and I've been on a date with him already. Oh, that's right. I see you's eyes narrowed. Their earlier discussion almost seemed forgotten. You lucky beach. Huh, sure you're not jealous. Are they always like that? The left escort asked, eyes flicking away from the window to Izuku's phone for just a second. The two digital avatars were currently in a playful shoving match, both arguing over whether or not the other was jealous. Oh yeah, this is par for the course for them. Izuku paused the video, showing the escort a clear shot of the two. I see you as the mummy ghost, and Cutie Queen as the demon. And which is the one you went on a date with? The escort on his right asked, her eyes leaving her window only when she noticed her partner was back on alert. Cutie Queen. He restarted the video, though her actual name is Mina, and her friend's name is Toru. And the ghost is the one who flashed you. The left escort coughed in a poor attempt to camouflage the laugh that escaped him. Technically she didn't. The boy weakly protested. Okay, so let's agree to disagree, Cutie Queen. I see you held her hands up in a gesture of truce. I put out a poll to our viewers, asking them a couple questions ... and the answers are in. The ghost was now holding a comically long scroll of paper. The majority of our viewers agree that I was the bolder one in showing him what was under the sheet, which is nothing. Cutie Queen laughed, a sound which was accompanied by Izuku and his escorts joining in. On screen, the demon grabbed the scroll and continued reading. Moving on though, our viewers say I got the better deal in being able to go on a date with him. And how was that? I see you recalled her partner's refusal to share details, and came up with an idea. I don't think you ever told our lovely viewers about it. Wonderful. Cutie Queen's avatar blushed. Izuku helped me find the album I was looking for. Look how happy he was for me. The picture of Izuku, the album, and Mina appeared on the screen, though Mina's appearance had been edited over with the feminine demon avatar's look. However, Izuku could still see some of Mina's pink hair and the tip of one of her horns. However, I had to agree that you were right about him needing some new clothes, so I took him to Inspired Boutique to get him some new threads. And do we have any pictures of these outfits? The ghost clapped her hands in anticipation as the demon nodded. Plenty, which makes the perfect segue to mark the next section of today's show, a fashion flash. The demon laughed as a picture of Izuku popped up. It was one she had snapped of him wearing the Put Your Hands Up radio shirt, and the jeans she had picked out for him. Unlike his other outfit, you can see the black and gold of the shirt really brings out Izuku's eyes. And the slightly baggy look of the shirt, coupled with the relaxed fit of the jeans, gives a sort of casual yet professional vibe. Those jeans don't leave much to the imagination, do they? The ghost questioned, causing the demon to laugh. No, they don't. Unlike you. Cutie Queen grinned as I see you pouted, showing off several more photos, talking all the while about their date. The best part, however, was near the end. Izuku and I went shoe shopping, and well, the demon began to wiggle, a blush appearing on the avatar's cheeks. I found a great pair of boots, but sadly I didn't have the money to afford them. Izuku, however, being the sweetheart that he has, bought them for me as a thank you for helping him. The avatars went off screen a moment as a new camera panned down to show off her boots. Izuku couldn't help but shake his head at the number of donation pings that came in at the action. Are you kidding me? I see you complained as the camera switched back, bringing both avatars back into view. We'll get to reading out the donations in a moment. But before we do, I want to take a moment to point out that 90% of our viewers agree that you and Midoriya-san are the newest power couple. Social media domination meets heroic aspiration. New OTP found. Izuku turned off the video, not caring to hear another 30 seconds of happy screaming followed by the two of them reading donations sent in by some of their more unscrupulous viewers. It also helped that they had just taken the final turn towards Saume, and Izuku would have needed to put his phone away anyhow. That was very nice of you, Midoriya-san. Buying your girlfriend shoes. The left escort gave a nod, attention fully on the outside as they neared Saume. I'm not one for celebrity stories, but I must say, the right escort's voice held a smile, though her posture was fully on alert to everything going on around. You and that cutie are an adorable couple. Thanks, but we're not. I mean, Izuku's mind short-circuited as they turned into the student drop-off area, another guard already in place and waiting to take over escort duty. He didn't quite know what to think of everyone declaring him and Mina the newest celebrity couple. Those feelings only grew stronger as Izuku was ushered from the vehicle and into the school. Whispers and comments about his date still a hot topic even 3 days after it had occurred. His eyes drifted to a couple of his schoolmates, who were gathered around a copy of the latest issue of Heroes Daily. The magazine was both respected and reviled by many pro-heroes. Respected because when they were publishing an interview or story gotten from or with a pro-hero's input, they kept as close to the truth and correct on details as they were legally allowed to publish. Reviled because the minute any sort of gossip reached them, that integrity seemed to go out the window. The photos that often went with them were legitimate, but they were often framed with buzzwords that cast a different light on the situation than what actually happened. Because of that, more than one hero had to at times go online to another magazine or on a TV show to set the record straight thanks to gossip columns. He thought back on a few other relationship gossip columns he had seen. Gossip: Midnight meets a mystery man at a motel. Truth: Midnight visiting her cousin who's staying in town on business. Izuku recalled the R-rated hero posting an article about her cousin on her fan page to debunk the gossip column. Gossip: Mount Lady treats Death Arms to some hot coffee. Truth: Death Arms and Mount Lady ran into each other by chance at a coffee shop. While Mount Lady had been unable to respond, Death Arms killed the rumors by showing off a receipt for the large order he had placed that day for the group of construction workers he was helping. The time stamp on the receipt more telling than anything. Note to self: next time you get to hang with a pro hero, ask them how they deal with gossip relationship reports. He sighed, thinking of several other heroes he had seen gossip of, but no confirmation or denial of said gossip from. That thought then had him wondering how one of those columns might frame his and Mina's encounter. Truth: Midoriya Izuku and Ashido Mina Aka. Cutie Queen hang out at the mall after a chance meetup. Gossip: VTuber star seduces Japan's soon-to-be most desirable man. Wait, can the magazines even write something like that about me? I'm underage. Izuku stopped short, realizing that in less than a year's time, he would hit his majority age, and then everything would be fair game. Midoriya-san, the guard currently accompanying him, placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you alright? Sorry, I got distracted by something. I'm fine though. He gave the guard a smile as he began walking again, though that smile faded slightly as another student appeared with a copy of Heroes Daily and joined the discussion with the others. Izuku had the briefest hope that there was a really good story in there about some pro-hero or another that was catching their attention and not one about him. Those hopes were dashed as he noticed one of the guys in the group was looking at him, an expression of pure envy on his face. Okay, if I am in that issue. At best, they've got a photo or two of me and Mina palling around the mall. At worst, his brain thought back to the date, recalling Mina's last action before they parted ways. A brief warning bell sounded, informing the students there was less than 5 minutes until first period. The magazine group stored the literature away as everyone began moving to their classes. I'll just have to wait and see. Maybe borrow a copy from someone, just to check it out. Izuku spent the rest of his walk to his homeroom wondering, if he was in the issue, how best to handle the situation. August 10th, X39. Saume Private High School. If there was a quirk out there that could cause things to combust by glaring at it, Momo needed it. She needed it badly. The copy of Heroes Daily in her hand had been read through a dozen times, the corners well worn with the number of times they were folded to get at one single article. The subject of the heiress hate. A 2-page spread started it. A collage of photographic proof that Midoriya was dating. Here was the two of them picking out clothing, sharing a 6-pack of cinnamon bites, holding hands as they laughed at the rabbits at the pet store. Even that damnable peck the pink-haired harlot gave him as a parting gift was in there. The actual text of the article didn't help. Speaking of Izuku and the pink one as the newest celebrity couple, it described the VTuber as the perfect chaotic addition to bring the calm and collected, if not a bit nerdy and awkward, soon-to-be healing hero out of his shell. Though it also seemed to contradict itself by saying that Izuku might be the one to reign in the chaotic cutie. Damn gossip magazines. Why did I even buy this? Momo opened it back up to the pages in question and looked at one of the images of the power couple that didn't frame them as being in a relationship. If you held her at gunpoint and demanded her to pick a favorite photo from the article, she would have pointed to one that predominantly showed Izuku, a blissful expression on his face as he enjoyed a smoothie. Sure, the pink one was in the image as well, but the photographer's handiwork made it clear they were trying to catch the boy's enjoyment at whatever fruity concoction he was drinking more than anything. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey Momo, how you feeling? The heiress to the Yaoyorozu family legacy was brought out of her thoughts by the very thing to occupy them. She looked up to see Izuku looking at her, a concerned smile on his face. Tenya was just behind him, trying to look disinterested, but she knew he knew what was going on. I'm fine, she answered curtly, closing the magazine and shoving it in her bag as quickly and gently as she could. You don't seem fine. Izuku's head dropped slightly, fingers tapping together as a blush came to his face. You're not having lady troubles, are you? The smallest amount of Momo's annoyance evaporated at the question. Despite the boy's constant dealings with doctors and medical science, it seemed he still found matters of feminine health and hygiene something embarrassing to talk about. That's none of your business, she snapped, hoping he'd drop the subject like before. Come on, let's head over to the library before our next classes. I need to see if someone returned a copy of the short story book I need for a report. What book? If you really need it, I could always buy it for you from the bookstore, Izuku offered, still hanging back from her slightly. I need to go there after school anyhow to pick up a book I ordered. Sarayashiki, Momo answered, seeing Izuku moving to write down the title. Don't bother. I've no interest in ghost stories and only need it for this report. Besides, I could always buy it myself if I really needed to. Oh, okay. There was an odd note of remorse in Izuku's voice at the reply, something which almost made Momo want to apologize. Instead, she just quickened her pace, wanting to put a physical distance between herself and him in addition to her attempt at emotional distancing. Fortunately, this plan worked and Izuku had been intercepted by a member of the school newspaper wanting an interview from him about his dating debut. Unfortunately for her, this started a new wave of discussion among her schoolmates that soured her mood even more than finding out the book she needed was still unavailable. Her mood hadn't improved much by the time lunch rolled around. To his credit, the green-haired object of her potentially misplaced affections seemed to understand her desire for some space, and had spent the majority of his lunch on his phone. Tenya tried to make conversation, and though he wasn't guilty of anything, save making the original phone call that alerted her to Izuku's date, she was in no mood for conversing with anyone, though she had to give the other boy credit for making her smile at one point by berating Izuku for using his cell phone during school hours. But Tenya, Izuku whined, a frown on his face as he showed Tenya whatever on his phone. That should work. The taller boy smiled, nodded his approval of whatever he saw, the action causing Momo to raise an eyebrow and let out a single laugh. To his credit, Tenya was quick to cough and hide his smile, once again telling Izuku to put his phone away as a teacher passed near their table. I just need to. Midoriya, listen to Tenya. Momo opted to address him formally, voice lacking the usual warmth it held when mothering him. Once again, she saw him sigh in a defeated manner as he put away his phone. Izuku said something to Tenya then, but the ringing of the lunch bell blocked the words from her hearing. She did get to hear Tenya's reply, however. It's you, Izuku. Tenya adjusted his glasses as he joined the two in cleaning up their table. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up before school is over. I hope so. Izuku nodded, his eyes briefly meeting Momo's. In reply, she took to wiping up a spot on the table a little extra hard, before throwing the napkin and the remains of her lunch in the trash. Giving the two a nod, Momo took her leave and made her way to her next class. By some miracle or another, the rest of the day passed without incident. No one mentioned the magazine article, and the one student she did see with a copy of that issue was reading an article about the wild pussycats instead of the gossip column. When the bell rang at the end of the day, Momo wasted no time in setting her sights on getting out of Saume and over to the bus stop. The one issue with her plan was she had to pass through the courtyard, where she often met up with Izuku and Tenya to hang out for a little before they headed for their homes. She had barely taken 2 steps into the area when she heard Izuku hail her. Hey Momo, you got a minute? She looked over to where his voice was coming from, seeing his backpack appeared larger than before, and that there was an additional tote bag now in his possession. Seeing the eyes of several of her classmates upon her, Momo knew she couldn't say no and made her way to where Izuku was standing. What is it, Midoriya? Once again, she tried to distance herself from him by referring to him with his family name. Yaoyorozu-san. He decided to address her with the same formal tone. First, I want to apologize if I've been acting too familiar with you in recent times. I understand the reputation members of the Yaoyorozu family have to maintain, and I'm sorry if I sullied it in any way. He thought of a recent article he had seen about the Yaoyorozu family's business and how serious they were when it came to protecting the company and its reputation. Oh my gosh, is he serious? Is that what he thinks this is about? Momo blinked, seeing Izuku in a full apologetic bow. She looked to Tenya, who seemed to be struggling to keep a straight face as he watched the situation. The heiress let out an undignified sigh of defeat. Apology accepted, though I don't mind the informal reference, so feel free to continue using them. Her head tilted to the side, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly at the relieved expression to cross Izuku's face. Of course, thank you, Momo. He gave another tiny bow. Well now, if it wasn't my lack of honorifics, I don't know what I did to upset you, but I want to apologize for that as well. He fully dropped to the ground, practically begging her forgiveness. Once again, she looked over at Tenya, who had lost the battle and was grinning like a loon. How do you not know? Momo's eyes went wide then, realizing then that she had yet to see Izuku make any sort of comment about the magazine, about the article, about the date. Sure, he had come to school the next day appearing more giddy than he had after he'd been interacting with various pro-heroes, and that had pissed her off something fierce. But now, she could see it wasn't on purpose. It wasn't because he genuinely cared for the other girl, but rather because he was clueless on how to act with any sort of relationship. Oh my god, you clueless little cinnamon roll. Izuku seemed to realize Momo hadn't responded to his apology and looked up, hands reaching for his backpack. I'm sorry, I knew words wouldn't be enough to make up for whatever I did. Here, he handed her a wrapped parcel. Opening it revealed it to be a collection of kaiden, various ghost and horror stories collected from around the Edo period of Japan. Looking at the table of contents, Momo noticed one of the stories within was Seirashiki. I know you said you're not a fan of ghost stories, but I figured having a collection of them would be better than just one. And this way, you have them if you get a future literature project that needs them. Or you can use them to tell horror stories if your family lets you throw a Halloween party again. Izuku. Despite everything, Momo was actually touched by the sheer amount of thought he put into such a simple object. Before she could say more, however, Izuku continued. And here, Izuku removed a large box of assorted filled chocolates. I got you some chocolates because I remember you telling me sugar helps you when you're feeling a bit drained. And you seem to be, for lack of a better way to put it, lagging today. I only mentioned that once, and that was back when we first hung out after the fitness test. Once again, the heroism heiress found her annoyance at the boy fading. Izuku's face turned bright red. Also, I don't know if it's ... that time for you, but my mom says they can cause problems ... and that chocolate can help with it. Oh my god. Tenya lost his composure, several other students nearby having a similar problem at the sheer innocence of Izuku's words. Momo found herself blushing slightly as she looked down at the box. The boy had apparently spared no expense and had ordered it from one of the premier chocolaters in the region. Damn, wish my boyfriend would do that for me. Momo heard one of the watching students whisper to her companion, the words only causing her cheeks to take on more color. Thank you, Izuku, that was very thoughtful. She set the chocolates on top of the book, seeing him smile before he frowned slightly, noticing that she still had yet to accept his second apology. Please, take these as well. He reached into the tote bag and took out a bouquet of flowers. From her limited botanical knowledge, Momo could see it was made up primarily of lavender, jasmine, and chrysanthemums, though a few baby's breaths peppered it here and there, and a single red rose dominated the center of the arrangement. According to one of my doctors, all of these flowers are great for helping with stress and anxiety, which I suspect you've been dealing with given the recent round of tests and other things going on with school. She took the flowers and raised them to her nose, the scents all blending perfectly and filling her with an instant calm. Her heart skipped a beat, however, as she noticed the envelope sticking out of the flowers. She tried not to be affected by the brief thought that it might be a love note from Izuku, and instead did her best to open it while trying, and failing, to act disinterested. The potential joy of the contents of it being a love note was replaced with the shock of finding 2 tickets, nearly front row center, to Red String, a traveling stage show Momo had always wanted to see. In the weeks prior to the sale, the troupe had announced this tour would be the final performances of the show in question, which drove demand up for tickets exponentially. She had sat at her computer, ready to go the minute the tickets went on sale. But even with her family's business class internet had failed to get tickets for any of the showings. Even the worst seats in the house had sold out within minutes of going on sale. She had looked at some scalper sites in the days following, and found some charging nearly triple the regular purchase price for those tickets. And while she could have easily afforded it, she hadn't dared to even check what they would have charged for the 2 premium tickets now clutched in her hands. That's a final gift I got for you. Izuku was still kneeling, though now his attention was fully focused on Momo. I know you were bummed out about not being able to get tickets for the farewell performance of Red String, so I pulled a few strings of my own and called in a couple favors. He rubbed the back of his neck, seeming embarrassed to admit that he had been using his celebrity status for something. I was hoping maybe we could see the show together, maybe get dinner beforehand. According to one of the people at the theater, there's a wonderful Szechuan restaurant not too far away that works closely with the theater to make sure dining guests are served and don't miss a minute of their shows. At the thought of going out for dinner and a show with Izuku, Momo's brain shorted out. Sure, that VTuber mastered to claim the first date with Izuku, but at the same time, their date was no different than what friends did when they hung out. Hell, if it hadn't been for Tenya being with them, Momo supposed she could have called any of her prior outings with Izuku a date. However, unless they were really, really good friends, Momo couldn't imagine something like this being anything but a date. I'd love to. The remainder of Momo's annoyance fully evaporated, returning her to her usual cheerful, if not slightly serious self. Carefully balancing all her gifts in one arm, she embraced Izuku with the other. So, does that mean you forgive me? The purest of innocent cinnamon roll expressions was on Izuku's face. In reply, Momo just nodded, with a boldness that rivaled Mina's, gave him a kiss on his cheek. Several awas, shocked gasps, a couple yous, and one oh damn sounded from around them. No, public displays ... of affection. Tenya mastered to wheeze out, hands chopping at the air with each word as the resident rule lawyer officially went down for the count by the display he had witnessed. Izuku was almost worried his friend was going to die from the giggles. However, both Momo and Izuku silently decided to ignore him, Izuku offering to give Momo a ride home so they could better plan, in Momo's words, their date. April 10th, XX40, Kyoto Imperial Medical Center. Toga Himeko would be the first to admit that she hadn't had the best start in life. Her parents couldn't accept her behavior when she was a child, and tried to make her normal. This had included starving her of the very thing her body needed to develop. The proof of this culminated about the time she hit puberty. The hunger proved to be too much, and she had drained the blood of one of her classmates. Following the discovery that she was the one behind the attack, her parents publicly disowned her. They threw everything that was hers away, and threw her to the street. She then spent the next 2 years living off the streets. She would sleep wherever she could find shelter, and subsisted off whatever she could find in dumpsters and garbage cans. Then came the fateful encounter with a police officer after she was caught behind a small clinic, raiding a biohazard bin. Once they figured out who she was, the problems her quirk and upbringing had caused, they gave her a choice, a lifetime of imprisonment for the welfare of herself and others, or she could join a medical study and become a test subject for a QIPD suppressor that was in development. She chose the latter, and instead of being imprisoned in a cell with iron bars and walls separating her from the world, she had been locked away in a sterile room with all the comforts of home she had been lacking the last few years. A soft bed, a table and chair set for two, even her own private bathroom. Sure, she had to go somewhere else to shower, and meals limited to what was currently being served in the cafeteria. But it was a small price to pay for comfort. It also helped that, albeit in a distant sort of fashion, that the various doctors, nurses, and specialists actually seemed to care about her more than her parents ever actually had. What didn't help was that their current testing, their method of caring, still deprived her of what she wanted the most. But that was about to change with their latest test. The current observation room was different than ones she had been in before, and seemed more a hospital exam room. The floors were of a simple, sterile tile, and the walls much the same. The rooms in the past had carpets, or floors of some odd padded rubber akin to gym mats you'd find in elementary school. The other glaring difference of this room compared to the others was the fact that a plexiglass barrier of sorts cut the room's size down by a third, a desk, chair, and computer nestled safely behind. The whole of the setup reminded her more of the visitors section of a prison than a medical facility. She sighed as she glared through the barrier to the doctor sitting at the desk, the man's hands tapping at some of the other items to decorate the desk before him. Okay, the machine is recording. The doctor looked to the computer at his side, seeing all the proper indicators that it was working as intended. The current subject is the 20th and last of the extreme batch. Name is Toga Himeko. Transformation type quirk, dependent on blood. Age, 20 years old. Can you hurry this up, doc? The woman sitting across from him tapped her foot in annoyance. I was told I was getting blood if I was nice and kept seated, so make with the blood. Gimme, gimme. Her hands reached out in a grabbing motion, leaving smudge marks on the plexiglass barrier that divided the two. In a moment, Ms. Toga, the doctor gave her a gentle smile. I just need to finish the introduction and then we can give you the sample. Ugh, fine, she pouted, arms crossing over her chest in an exaggerated fashion. Anyways, Ms. Toga has been kept in a psychiatric facility for the safety of herself and others for 4 years. As such, her results will be added to the control group. Ms. Toga's QIPD results in a constantly building craving for blood, eventually resulting in a rampancy state if she has not sated her craving. The doctor cross-referenced something on the computer. So far, her treatment to suppress her cravings has been little more than a ration dose consisting of 30 milliliters of donated blood. And it is not enough. It is never enough. She punctuated each complaint by slamming her hands on the barrier. Thank you for your input, Ms. Toga. The doctor gave a nod, continuing on. As such, we intend to instead grant a much larger dose, 240 milliliters. This is both as an incentive for good behavior in the subject and as a means to prevent further abnormalities that could be a result of the already existent craving. As testing progresses, each further dose will only be a 120 milliliter sample. This will be mostly so we can ration supply, but can be adjusted as needed depending on results. Are you done yet? Toga whined, seeming much younger than her 20 years. I'm thirsty and bored, but mostly thirsty. Yes, Ms. Toga. The doctor pressed a small button, activating an intercom system. Nurse, please bring in the sample vial. At the command, the door on the doctor's side of the observation room opened and the nurse entered, a small mug-like jar in her hands. Yeah, Himiko clapped, the sight of the red drink making her lick her lips in anticipation. Thank you, nurse. The doctor gave a small nod as he took the jar from the nurse and set it in the small receptacle drawer that allowed the transfer of objects from one side of the room to the other. While they could have brought the sample directly to her, the safety of both doctor and patient was tantamount. As such, most items that could be self-administered were passed between the two sides of the room to reduce potential risks to either party. Ms. Toga, are you ready? Yes, yes. Once again, she was practically clawing at the glass. I swear I can smell it even in that fancy jar. Gimme. I just had to make sure your consent in this experiment was recorded. The doctor pushed the drawer through, giving her access to the offered blood. Himiko didn't wait for the doctor's command. Instead, the doctor felt it was a miracle that she didn't spill a drop of the precious liquid within as she unscrewed and tossed the cap into the drawer. Bottoms up, she raised the jar to lips and practically downed the contents in one go. Himiko's eyes went wide, the pupils dilating to an almost unnatural level. Her taste buds were overwhelmed by the pure taste of the ambrosial liquid. Just the right amount of balance between sweet and metallic. The temperature just cold enough to refresh without being overwhelming. And the texture, it was just solid enough to where she could feel it sliding down her throat, but still smooth enough that it went down with ease. Whether it was because she hadn't had so much blood in such a long time, or because there was something different about this blood, Himiko couldn't say for sure, but something about this particular batch struck her to her core, and she shuddered involuntarily. Ms. Toga, the doctor questioned, seeing Himiko seeming to be struggling with something before she suddenly froze up. Her body sank into the test chamber's chair, twitching and thrashing like it was suffering from an extreme seizure. Himiko's quirk triggered, parts of her body switching skin colors, shape and size only for these new features to dissolve into a gray goo as a new form took over. The pores of her skin were working overtime, producing a slurry from her sweat and the shape-shifting byproduct. With every second the puddle beneath her spread across the tile floor of the test chamber. In a matter of seconds, Himiko's body had gone through a sweat-lodged cold turkey detox session. As suddenly as it started, the symptoms faded, and the young woman sank into her seat with an almost blissful sigh. Doctor, has she gone catatonic? The nurse questioned, seeing the jar hanging limply from her hand. What was with that thrashing? Oh dear, call in the others. He clicked a button to unlock the door on the other side of the barrier. If this was a negative reaction, we need to find out what. The doctor got no further with his orders, a cry of pure pleasure coming from the woman behind the glass. Did she just moan? Though both nurse and doctor had seen it all in their years in the field, it still didn't make the situation any less awkward. I think so. He stood up from his chair, as if to get a better look at his subject. Ms. Toga, are you all right? Oh, F the hell yes. Himiko licked her lips, searching for any remaining drops of ambrosia to rest on them. That was amazing. Are you certain you feel all right? There was an air of concern in the doctor's voice. You were violently trembling. We were worried about an adverse effect. Doc, lady, whatever professionalism that Himiko tried to keep in favor of getting rewarded for good behavior was gone. I have never come so hard in my life. That was amazing. Mind-blowing. Nothing has ever satisfied me like that before. Did you become Akashi Omoka all of a sudden? The words left the nurse's mouth before she could stop them. Nurse, be professional, please. The doctor sighed, eyes narrowing slightly at his assistant who bowed and apologized. Doc, I need you to tell me where that blood came from. The blonde hit the two of them with her best puppy dog eyes. Pupils mostly returned to normal size, hands flat on the small table before her. Please, I'm begging you here. That blood made me feel clean for the first time in years. Whatever is in their veins just shut the craving off for the first time since I hit puberty. Midoriya Izuku, the doctor answered, realizing a moment too late his potential mistake in revealing the source of Himiko's pleasure. The healing kid. His blood fixes brains too. One of her hands pointed to her head, while the other came to rest on her hips. Lucky F is batting 1,000. The doctor barely repressed his sigh, eyes looking almost apologetically at the monitors and recording equipment. Please don't put it so crassly, but yes. Oh no, I'm not saying he's a lucky F because he shut the crazy out for a moment. The Cheshire grin on her face unsettled the two medical professionals. I say lucky F because when I meet him I am going to ride him so hard that his regeneration is going to give out. Oh my. The nurse raised a hand to her mouth, unable to hide her surprise at such an openly perverse statement. Damn straight. Himiko gave a thumbs up, grinning like mad. Nurse, perhaps a sedative for the patient? The doctor's eyes flicked to a small collection of vials and syringes that rested behind a glass cabinet in the room with them. I believe her body may be in a supercharged state, thanks to the large dose given to her. We can move her into an observation suite for now. Also, add an addendum to her file. He looked back at Himiko, who was currently running her tongue around the rim and as far down the inside as it would go in search of whatever might remain. I believe we should cut back the sample dose further, perhaps only 60 milliliters until we are sure this was a once-off situation. What? Nuo? Himiko whined as the door opened on her side of the room, the nurse gently beckoning her over. Though the nurse carried a syringe, the fact it was capped and kept in her pocket told Himiko that she didn't want to have to use it unless absolutely necessary. Follow me please, Ms. Toga. The nurse favored her with a calming smile as Himiko came to her side. Your assigned temporary suite has a shower built in. The nurse's eyes swept up and down the younger girl, and it may be for the best that you use it. Oh yeah, I am soaked. The younger woman made just the tiniest effort to hide her lack of shame. I must stink of, well, sweat and stuff I guess. Himiko ran a hand across the back of her neck, feeling the layer of sweat, dirt, and whatever else she had expelled. Yes, this way please, the nurse said, just a little more demanding as she placed a hand just behind Himiko's back. Giving a small nod of apology, she allowed the nurse to shepherd her down the short hallway to the observation suite. It was smaller than her actual quarters, and only had a small nightstand, a bed and TV for entertainment purposes. And while the bathroom wasn't a separate room, a sliding curtain allowed for some level of privacy. Cozy, she shrugged as she stepped inside the room, moving over to the bathroom. The curtain caught a little on the runner as she slid it back, revealing a standing shower, toilet, and countertop sink. I've stayed in worse. Apologies. The nurse gave a tiny bow. Though I wouldn't worry, you'll only be here for the next 24 hours tops. We just need to make sure that sample doesn't affect anything else. I'm not complaining. Himiko blinked at the new level of clarity she was experiencing. One hand gently tugged at the neck of her shirt, body now aware of the weight of her soaked clothing. Though is there any way someone could bring me a change of clothes? Of course, but for the moment. The nurse favored her with a gentle smile and moved to the counter. Opening the small door underneath revealed a couple travel-sized bottles of 3-in-1 shampoo, some toothpaste and disposable brush, along with some towels and a cloth hospital gown. You can put this on once you've finished showering if another one of the orderlies hasn't brought your clothing. And here, you can put your soiled clothes in this bag to be cleaned. Thank you. The blonde nodded as the nurse removed one of the shampoo bottles, the gown, and towels and placed them on the counter. You're welcome. The nurse handed Himiko the bag, which she had now labeled with her name and main room number. Do you need anything else, Miss Toga? No, I should be good. She gave a tiny bow and took her hair down from the messy ponytail she had pulled it into. Thank you again. Himiko waited until the nurse had taken her leave and pulled the curtain around the bathroom before proceeding to undress. There was no doubt in her mind that there was either a camera covering the whole of the room, or that one of the walls wasn't a true wall. And while her upbringing never really gave her a sense of modesty, she still felt like having a semblance of privacy. Stuffing her clothes into the provided bag, she tossed it around the curtain, a tiny curse escaping her as it bounced off the bed and hit the floor. They'll probably find it anyways. She reached out a hand and turned the water onto the hottest it could go and let it run a moment before stepping under. A content sigh escaped her as the water splashed against her skin. This is nice, and I'm finally in the right headspace to enjoy it properly. She opened the small bottle of shampoo and began to wash her hair, using some of the stray lather to scrub her body clean. And I owe it all to you, healing kid. Idly, her tongue darted around her mouth in a final search for any overlooked taste of the ambrosia that brought her to her current mindset. By some miracle, she found a tiny coagulated drop of it between her teeth that she had missed earlier. Another shudder ran through her body at the taste, and her hands moved and lingered lower on her body. I will find you, Izuku, she moaned, no longer caring that she only had a level of pseudo-privacy. And I will get more of your yummy, yummy blood. June 9th, XX40, Kyoto Imperial Medical Center. It was another day of testing of Midoriya Izuku's quirk and the effects it had on his body. And as usual, Shuzenji Cheo had been called in as one of the chief consultants of the case. Today was a little different than normal, in that several representatives of the government, the HPSC, and members of the Ministry of Health were among the observers. After watching the testing from a live camera for a good hour or so, the observers, Chio, and a couple of her medical colleagues had retreated into one of the conference rooms to share what updates they themselves had seen. Shuzenji had been hoping that they would be distracted by the demonstration, and would have time to ease into the upcoming revelation. It was time they weren't given. I understand we've come to some new understandings about Midoriya Izuku's quirk. One of the chiefs at the Ministry of Health had taken the position of moderator for the meeting. What did he call it again? Impunity. Yes, he did. And thanks to our controlled tests, and some hands-on experiences as well, we do. Shio suppressed a smile, recalling how several of the pros who didn't get to fight Izuku in the HPSC's gala had invited him to train with them over the last few months. Indeed, there's been quite a few new observations. Apologies if any of you are squeamish, but some of these images may be hard to look at. Shio gestured to the screen that had been set up before picking up the small remote that controlled the projector. The first image showed Izuku's forearm, which had been speared down the length with a large chunk of wood and was time-stamped at 11:35 a.m. The second showed the removed chunk, as well as the wound it left behind with a stamp of 11:40 a.m. The third image was taken at 12:07 p.m. and showed the wound was nearly healed, only discolored skin showing he'd ever been pierced. What you see here is the aftermath of a training session between Midoriya and Kamui Woods. Our healing hero to be received a rather large splinter during the match that I was quick to remove. The piece of wood extracted was just shy of 10 inches in length. She clicked again, all three images now side by side. You can see it took just under a half hour for a wound like that to fully heal. Mind you, an injury like that could result in complications capable of ending any career regardless of the treatment's quality. She clicked to the next slide, which showed a photo that had been taken during his match with Endeavor at the gala. By someone in a billion chance, a photographer had mastered to capture the brief moment between Endeavor's attack hitting Izuku and his regeneration kicking in just before the scene would have been obscured by the steam. Several of the officials flinched or looked away at the sight of immolated flesh. Seeing their discomfort, she quickly moved to the next slide that showed the boy standing singed but unharmed in the shallows. And these images are of his fight against Endeavor. Almost any other person would have been cremated alive by the heat of that attack, but Midoriya recovered almost instantaneously, it seems. She clicked past the side-by-side of the two photos and showed several other photos. This is something we've observed in other cases with the boy as well that confirmed a theory of mine and several others. And that was another member of the Ministry of Health, Kurihara Sayoko asked, eyes going between the photos and Chiyo. A faint smile on her face as she remembered the reaction of both child and mother from a year ago. Like everyone else, she was always after news about the golden child. That his healing gets stronger the more stress he is under. She scrolled through the photos again. A scrape, gone before he might even realize he had it. An injury like that splinter. Half an hour tubs. Major injury. Less than 5 minutes. Life-ending damage. Instantaneous recovery. So we could, in theory, throw the kid at a villain with a confirmed lethal quirk and he'll survive. This time, a member of the HPSC had voiced his thoughts. Yes, but in Midoriya's own words, doesn't mean taking the injury won't hurt like a female dog. She clicked to one of the tamer images that showed Izuku's face in obvious pain. A small amount of blood coming from one ear as he endured a blast from Present Mike's voice quirk. The youthful heroine felt a small amount of relief flow through her at the understanding nods and looks the officials were giving at her words. A fair point, but then what does that mean for ... lost parts? Another HPSC member asked. I saw that picture with the missing finger. No, don't put it back up. He gestured for Chiyo to put down the remote, a sigh of relief escaping him as she complied. Now, his hand regrew the finger, but what became of the severed digit? Did it show signs of regrowing into another Midoriya or? Nope, it just looked like any other severed limb. The doctor that had been involved in that particular test answered. As with any limb, we kept it on ice, just in case it didn't grow back and we had to reattach it. But since it did, we disposed of it the same as any other amputated part. And what is that method, Dr. Yamada? Burning, he replied, seeing the man flinch at the answer. Or you could call it cremating if you want to treat it with a little more respect. And it acted as any other body part would have. Another woman whose badge identified her as a representative of another branch of the government blinked. The faintest grimace of discomfort on her face at the subject. Far as I know it did. Dr. Yamada shrugged. We're not the ones to handle biological waste disposal directly, to be honest. Another woman from the HPSC raised a hand. So, anything removed from Midoriya's body loses its regeneration over time. Correct. Which explains why the direct healing effect his blood offers only lasts a short while before the blood behaves like that of any other transfusion. Another doctor answered. But Dr. Kondo, wouldn't that mean that, other than passing on his quirk's power briefly, that Midoriya's blood is no different than any other? In that sense, yes. But there is one other factor that sets his blood apart from the rest. Dr. Kondo looked over to Recovery Girl. Dr. Shuzenji, if you would. Shio reached into the pocket of her lab coat and held up 2 small vials of blood. One was labeled as belonging to Midoriya Izuku, while the other vial had the name redacted. Under refrigerated conditions, red blood cell donations will keep for 42 days. Left at room temperature, you've got maybe 5. These 2 samples were taken on the same day, and I've kept them in a rack on my desk for the last 2 weeks. She tilted the vials left and right. The one with Izuku's blood splashed around like any other liquid, while the other vial seemed to be filled with something more akin to jelly. After 5 days, this is how most improperly stored blood samples behave. She showed off the movement of the jelly blood again, before moving the other vial. You can see, Midoriya's blood is showing no such issues. Have we seen this with any other samples? The moderator asked, his eyes fixated on the vials and the liquids within. Probably not. Similar to lost limbs, most medical samples are disposed of shortly after testing is complete to prevent issues, such as infecting others or contamination of other samples. Dr. Yamada answered again. However, I suppose a team could take a couple samples and leave them out in suboptimal conditions for a few days, just to see what happens. A fair point, another HPSC representative answered. But does that knowledge really help in the long run? From the medical standpoint, if Midoriya's samples truly do not decay, Shio once again held up the blood vial. It means that we can save the limited space in our freezers for other blood samples that do require proper storage for maximum shelf life. The youngest of the government representatives spoke up. Why do we even need other samples? Isn't Midoriya's blood a cure-all? Suddenly I understand why that one went into politics. The youthful heroine blinked, but kept her professional composure. It is, but because of its powers, it's best saved for the most severe cases. A doctor is not going to give you stitches for a paper cut. No, they're going to hold back those sutures for someone who's torn their leg wide open. Same goes for regular blood transfusions. If you're a positive and we have a positive blood, you're getting that before we'll even think of going for the O-negative donations for you. Not to mention, we'd have to drain the kid dry virtually around the clock to get even a fraction of what a single hospital might use in a day if there's a national emergency. Dr. Kondo spoke again, which brought a nod of agreement from the other two doctors. Even several officials nodded their agreement with the man's statement and Chiyo's explanation. Fair enough. Now I'm no medical expert, so please forgive me if I am wrong. Sayoko raised her hand. But I've heard that there can be complications with donations from older blood donors. If that is true, is it possible that Midoriya's blood could become, for lack of a better term, corrupted if he was hit with an aging quirk? I will admit that we do tend to find more issues with older donors, such as lower white blood cell count. But as long as they're within the requirements and healthy enough to withstand the procedure, there's no restriction on that. Recovery Girl smiled proudly. But that aside, we're currently under the theory that Midoriya's quirk would reduce, if not outright negate, some of the issues that come with aging. Dr. Shuzenji is right. Dr. Kondo noticed the confused looks some of the officials were sporting. Simple example, our hair follicles have pigment cells that make melanin, which is the chemical to give hair its color. Those cells start to die off as you age, causing your hair to turn lighter and take on shades of gray, silver, and eventually white. He showed off his own brown hair, which was peppered here and there with gray hairs. In Midoriya's case, his cells wouldn't allow that decay to happen to any degree, and his hair would remain its current shade of vibrant green. Not only that, but there's a chance that, if he was hit with an aging quirk, that he would only be pushed to his physical maturation and not beyond. Dr. Yamada answered, voice slightly lower than when he had been talking earlier. That's all well and good. The moderating chief was speaking again, but what does that mean? Dr. Shuzenji looked again to her colleagues. Like her, the two of them were some of the highest-ranked doctors and healing quirk users in the country. The three of them had known each other for decades, and all it took was a couple of glances for them to have full conversations. Both of them gave Chiyo a knowing look of affirmation, though their faces held a level of seriousness reserved for worst-case scenarios. This expression was now on Chiyo's face as she looked back at the crowd before her. After all the tests performed and from the results gathered, we have come to a conclusion. For all intents and purposes, we believe. Chiyo's voice went even softer than normal. We believe Midoriya Izuku may be considered biologically immortal by all medical standards. The room went deathly silent before all the officials began to talk and argue among themselves. Only the one acting as moderator remained calm, his cell phone coming out as he exited the room. No one but the three doctors saw the man leave, and they were the only ones to see him come back. Who else knows of this? He asked the three, seeing that they weren't caught up in arguing about the revelation. The three of us, and a handful of other senior medical staff not present. Dr. Kondo answered, noticing the phone in the man's hand was open in a call. And I suppose everyone in this room now as well. Dr. Yamada answered, seeing the rest of them still arguing. So be it. Attention. He raised his voice. And within a few moments the room had returned to its original calm. By direct order of the Prime Minister Mukai and Emperor Horikoshi himself, there is to be no discussion of Midoriya Izuku's status of potential immortality outside of official research and sanctioned statements. You will all be given severely strict non-disclosure agreements to sign before you are allowed to leave this room. From here on out, the majority of medical information on our Kosensei is treated as a national secret. Nods came from around the room as the full weight of the man's words landed on them. No one raised any argument on the matter, and no discussions beyond casual small talk were traded as they waited for whatever officials would be coming with the pages for them to sign. Dr. Shugenzi herself just sighed and took a seat, mind already thinking ahead to future tests and ideas of how best to use Izuku's quirk for the good of everyone. There was only one type of test left, and that would need his consent as a legal adult first. She just prayed that it wasn't to be as revelation-loaded as the rest had been. July 4th, XX40, Nisutafu. It was another day of living in a borderline hell-on-earth scenario for Bakugo Katsuki. It had been nearly 2 years since Deku's quirk had been revealed, and the bomb that it set off rivaled any explosion Katsuki had ever made. Following Izuku's transfer to Saume, nearly everyone had turned on Katsuki. No longer was his past bullying of weaker students seen as amusing. Instead, most now saw those past transgressions as toxic taint that even some villains might have a hard time tolerating or approving. His popularity had waned, and he could count on one hand the few people who still remained on good enough terms who, despite everything, that he could still call friends. His mother, and to a slightly lesser extent his father, had become more active in his life and kept an eye on his behavior. More than once since then, the hag had reined him in and disciplined him for his comments or actions. There was even one moment during a heated argument with the hag that his generally calm old man showed just how he had mastered to survive and thrive against the wild woman that had become his wife. The teachers and other figures of authority within the school system weren't of much help either. Those who once supported him in his quest to become someone great now seemed to be working to keep him down, or hold him back ever so slightly. While he continued to be a model student where grades, work ethic, and quality of work was concerned, no longer did the teachers call upon him to answer questions, or to be the first to give a report. While they couldn't outright ignore him without showing the same level of bigotry that had gotten him in trouble, they could get away with giving him the barest minimum of attention. The possible scholarship offers from various universities, academies, and colleges, both general and hero-based, that he once qualified for were off the table. Thankfully, though, none of them actually barred him from attending. All it meant was that he'd have to make his own way in, take out a loan, get the old man to cosign ... At least he'll be a little more forgiving if I miss a payment or need help than the hag would, he mused, walking down the street with the recent packet of information that he had been given about the courses offered at UA. That UA scholarship should have been mine. Deny my application for it because of behavioral issues. Safe to say, Katsuki's life had become even shittier than he had ever made Deku's. He noticed an empty soda can on the ground and kicked it, mastering to send it flying with just the right arc to land in a recycling bin. He grinned, before scowling that even a sports scholarship had been taken from him. Good one. Though distant, the cheerful tone of the voice, the overwhelmingly positive vibe of it reached Katsuki's ears. He looked across the street then, seeing a familiar shock of green hair looking at one of the windows of a nearby shop. He growled, a rational part of him knowing that Deku probably didn't see his display of athletic prowess and that his cry was for something else. Still, the bigoted part of himself that Katsuki never accepted or really bothered to change argued louder that, once again, Deku was looking down on him. And it was that voice that drove him to change course. He let out an almost feral growl and bolted across the street, information packet thrown carelessly on the ground behind him. Deku. Katsuki channeled as much rage as he could into his voice, one hand in a fist while the other was positioned in what would best be described as a tiger claw. It was his intention to, once and for all, put the beat on the brat and show him who looked down on who. His rage-filled charge was cut short by 3 simultaneous impacts and someone shouting, "Get back, Midoriya-sama." Katsuki's world became a blurry kaleidoscope of pain as he was flipped in the air, and then brutally pinned face down on the unforgiving concrete of the sidewalk. He could feel 3 sets of hands holding him down, both arms pinned with his palms to his lower back, his feet spread far enough that he couldn't get leverage, and one hand holding his head with a stubborn grip that kept his nose pressed to the stone. He felt something cold then pressed against his wrists, and instinctively knew them to be a pair of quirk-inhibiting cuffs. Damn it, Deku. Though his words were muffled by the ground, Katsuki had no doubt in his mind that they hurt him. Call off your dogs. Do you know him, sir? Based on the volume, it was the one holding his head who asked. Katsuki looked up as best he could, seeing Deku studying him like they used to look at bugs under a magnifying glass. Maybe. I used to have a friend. An expression of pure sass with just a hint of nostalgia crossed Deku's face. He used the name Kachin when we played as little kids. I don't know what happened to him, but I don't think I know who this is either. At the snub, Katsuki let out a growl of frustration, but decided against trying to break away from his captors. Do you want to press charges against him, Midoriya-san? No, he didn't harm me, so I don't see the point. Call it nostalgia from seeing an almost familiar face. The casual shrug, the utter dismissal of him, showed Katsuki just how much Deku had changed in the 2 years since they had last seen each other. Or is that really you, Bakugo? Yeah, it's me. Katsuki nearly bit his tongue off as he answered, trying to hold on to whatever dignity he had left. Anyhow, his birthday is next week, right? He moved his head as best he could to look at the guard who still had an iron grip on his arms. So happy birthday, Deku. Now let me go. Thank you, Bakugo. Once again, Deku opted to further stress the divide that had grown between them, referring to him by his family name. Let him go, guys. Mom won't be happy if I'm late for dinner again. He made a show of looking at the watch on his wrist as the guards proceeded to surround Izuku in a protective human cage as the two holding Katsuki down released him. When he felt the coldness of the cuffs fall away, he gave Deku a final nod as he turned away from the group and made his way back across the street. Though he did his best to maintain his usual proud swagger, the fact that his shoulders slumped just slightly, that his stride was just a slightly bit shorter than usual, It told the world that his pride had been wounded more than anything. Damn it, Deku. One way or another, I'm going to get you back for everything. July 15th, XX40, Kyoto Sedana-ku Restaurant. A loud droning summoned Izuku back to the land of the consciously focused. The boy snapped out of the dreamlike stupor he had fallen into while further researching everything he possibly could about UAS entrance exam. It would still be a good 3/4 of a year away, but with graduation drawing ever nearer, the droning grew louder, and he got up from his desk and moved to his nightstand, one hand hitting the off switch on the alarm clock to rest there. The digital display switched from its usual wake-up message to a readout of the time, temperature, and date. 5 a.m., 26 degrees Celsius divided by 78 degF. July 15th. There was no stopping the groan to escape his lips as the realization dawned on him. Today was his birthday. His 18th birthday, to be exact. Another sigh escaped him. It was only a matter of time before the updated most eligible bachelor heroes list would come out, and there was little doubt in his mind he'd be somewhere on that list, even if he only made it into the honorable mentions. Picking out a fresh set of clothes, Izuku dragged himself to the bathroom and took a quick shower. Toweling himself off, he dressed before trying, and failing to get his hair to cooperate into any style except slightly neater than bedhead. Moving to the kitchen, Izuku wasn't surprised to find that his mother had already started on making him breakfast. He was simultaneously pleased, yet also a little disappointed that breakfast was his mother's simple yet flavorful omelette instead of something more elaborate like her triple berry pancakes. "Good morning, Izuku, and happy birthday." Inko smiled and gave her son a kiss on his forehead as she set a plate of omelette before him. "Now, I know breakfast might seem a little plain, but I figured you'd appreciate some simplicity before tonight's festivity." "It's fine. Besides, you haven't made omelette in a while." Bowing his head, Izuku gave thanks for his meal, before happily taking a few bites of his meal. "Not going to say that's why, but..." Inko shrugged as she sat down with her own plate. "Are you excited for tonight?" An excited yet apprehensive grimace passed along Izuku's face. He knew his mother, and the HPSC had worked to go all out to celebrate his 18th birthday. And while he didn't know the exact specifics, he knew they had somehow mastered to rent out the entirety of Kyoto Sedana-kun for the afternoon to celebrate. From what he had gathered, the HPSC had learned their lesson from past events that featured him as the center of attention. As such, they thought smart decided to restrict access to just those pro heroes who ranked in the top 10 at the time of his birthday. Each pro that received an invitation had the option to accept or pass it to another pro of their choice if they were unable to make it. So far, he knew Hawks and Endeavor had accepted and would be there, along with Best Jeanist and Edgeshot. Once again, All Might was unable to attend, though Izuku had heard that the #1 pro hero was sending a gift and card along. "I am, but at the same time." He chewed a couple bites. "I feel nervous." Izuku could practically feel the light of camera flashes, hear the chatter of people turning out just to try and get a glimpse of him. "I mean, I'm 18 now." Inko laughed at her son's words, understanding his line of thought. "So what, expecting a bunch of girls to just start throwing marriage proposals or themselves at you?" Mama Midoriya's laugh only grew as Izuku blushed. He knew his mother served as a buffer for some of his social media accounts, and more than once had joined her in laughing at some of the safer propositions that had come in despite him being underage at the time. "I mean, maybe." He ate a few more bites, not finding the idea unappealing, but I don't know how to explain it. My little Izuku has grown from a smart little boy to an emotionally clueless man." Inko faked wiping a tear from her eye. "I'm so proud. And I'm going to school." He punctuated his sentence by eating his last bite of rice, pushing away from the table. Grabbing up his backpack, he gave his mom a quick peck on the cheek and followed today's escort out of the house into the car. His day at school had passed fairly normally, though almost every greeting to him was accompanied with a birthday wish. At lunchtime, he was surprised by several of his classmates who had coordinated a group effort to sign multiple cards for them. He had laughed as he accepted them, remembering the countless ones he had stuffed in the recycling bin back at Aldera High when his quirk was revealed. These ones, however, which had been gifted out of genuine kindness for the occasion, were carefully bagged and tucked safely in the pages of one of his larger textbooks. "Thank you, everybody." He bowed to his fellow classmates as they took their leave, leaving him alone with Tenya and Momo, who had already started digging into the strawberry shortcake Momo had brought along for the occasion. "And where's your cards?" He gave them his best faux glare as he picked up a fork and took a chunk of the cake. "Tensei's bringing mine and his to the party," Tenya answered. "Also, he's kind of mad at the HPSC for limiting hero attendance." "You mean he's mad that he's his little brother's +1 instead of it being the other way around?" Momo chuckled, calling up the video clip Tenya had sent her of the older Ida brothers' rant about not getting officially invited, or getting a passed-off invitation. "Who does he think he is, passing the invite off to Fat Gum of all heroes? I'm 10 times cooler than him, and I actually know the birthday boy. I should have gotten an invite." The three shared a laugh as the clip played, with Tenya once again making the two of them swear that they wouldn't upload that video to the internet. And the same goes for mine. My parents also have something for you. Izuku nodded, even as another group decided to stop by their table and wish him well. The experience from lunch kept a smile on his face that remained until the end of the school day and into the afternoon. It was only when his car had rolled up to the restaurant that the smile fell away, eyes falling on the crowd that had gathered. There were representatives from the HPSC, along with several pro heroes who had not made the invite list stationed outside, running crowd control and doing their best to distract the paparazzi. All told, it looked more like a red carpet event of an awards show than a birthday party. Fortunately, his escorts were quick to move him past the crowd and into the restaurant, where he was greeted with the sight of several of the top 10 heroes, as well as a few who sat lower in the ranking. What really surprised him was the sight of a pink-skinned girl in a blue and yellow splotched dress with matching boots, and a floating white dress with a cherry blossom pattern standing next to Tenya and his brother. "Mina, Toru, you're here," he called, running over to greet his favorite VTubers. He gave both girls a hug simultaneously, the action bringing a small chuckle from both of the Ida brothers. At the sound, he released the two of them. "It's so nice to see you again. Wouldn't miss it." Toru bounced up and down, one hand pulling out her phone. "Selfie time. Smile, Izuku." She threw an arm around his shoulders and snapped the picture. A moment later, and Mina had mimicked Toru's actions, getting a selfie of her own. "I want one too." Tensei had the stupidest grin on his face, free hand thrown up in a peace sign as he snapped his own selfie. Not to be outdone, Best Jeanist and Hawks got in on the action too. "Anybody else?" Izuku questioned. "Maybe you, Tenya." "Nope, but maybe Momo would." He pointed over the shorter boy's shoulder to where the heiress of the Yaoyorozu family had just entered. She was wearing a simple red dress that perfectly flattered her figure, the smile on her face wide as she took in the sights around her. "Hey Momo." Izuku excused himself and made his way to her side. "I thought your parents were joining us. They're just outside. My mother ran into an old friend of hers." There was a smile on her face despite the eye roll that only kids with overly sociable parents could relate to. Her eyes looked to the gathered heroes and other people. "Is everyone here for the party?" "Yeah." Though the HPSC wanted to restrict the amount of guests, my mom still insisted on renting out the entirety of Kyoto Sedana-kun for the afternoon. Momo's jaw couldn't drop further without the assistance of a quirk. "Did you say the entire restaurant? All afternoon?" Izuku smiled at her in that carelessly clueless way, not spotting the problem. "Is the food here not good or something?" The heiress' brain shorted, unable to properly compute what the scene was presenting to her. It takes a month's wages for a government administrator to make a reservation for one as long as it's over a year later. How much did it cost to rent the entire place for an afternoon? Finally it clicked. Oh my god, Midoriya's family has more money than mine. Such a revelation led to another confusing thought. Is this what it felt like for all those people around me when I flaunted my family's wealth by accident? "Momo, are you okay?" Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. "I'm fine. Just fine. Maybe a little surprised at your mom's actions." Momo gave a nod to the Midoriya matriarch as she caught the older woman's eye. "But hey, 18th birthdays are a once-in-a-lifetime event, so makes sense she'd go all out for her little Zuzu." A groan of deep embarrassment came from Izuku's mouth as most of the guests started laughing at the comment. That seemed to be a signal, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed for all parties. Izuku was listening to Hawks telling a story of his latest case. Several other heroes telling him their own stories while he in turn recited everything he knew about them. "Ah, there's the birthday boy." Endeavor's voice interrupted Izuku's rant about Best Jeanist's quirk, much to the amusement of the fiber hero. Hello again, Endeavor." Izuku gave a polite bow, eyes noticing then the young woman who was hanging slightly behind the man. The flame hero noticed Izuku's gaze and gently ushered the woman forward. She had white hair that was streaked with red, and wore a simple red dress with white accents. Seeing Izuku, she gave a tiny bow and smiled. "Midoriya Izuku, it's an honor to meet you." She rose, the smile still on her face. "I'm Todoroki Fayumi. The pleasure is mine." He returned the bow, amazed to be meeting the child of one of the top heroes. He didn't know much about the Todoroki children, other than that none of them had followed in their father's footsteps. But it didn't stop him from going on one of his usual rants. "I know you're not a hero like your father, but what's your quirk? Can you shoot flames like him or?" "Wow, father, you weren't kidding about his enthusiasm." Fayumi laughed, "And no, I inherited my mother's ice quirk." She briefly created a small cube of ice in her hand, which she promptly dropped into the drink she was holding. "Cool, I mean." He bowed his head, hating himself for the accidental pun. "That's a nice quirk. Though I'm a bit surprised that Endeavor brought you instead of one of his other associates from the agency." "Fayumi's an elementary school teacher." Endeavor answered for her, his face not quite at a smile. "Since she had the afternoon off, I figured she'd appreciate mingling with some more adult company in a more formal setting." And my students are always asking me about my father and other pro heroes. And a couple of them have even asked about you, Izuku. She took a sip of her drink, figured this way I could also bring them back a few first-hand accounts of my interactions with them. She reached into the purse at her side and removed what appeared to be a paper lunch bag that had been decorated with childish drawings of balloons, presents, and other party items. Speaking of, once my students heard I would be attending your birthday party, they insisted on making you gifts. It's not much, but Izuku took the bag and opened it, finding a bunch of index cards. All of them had drawings on them of stick figure or slightly better versions of himself doing various hero things. He flipped through a couple, finding messages on the back wishing him well. I love it. I'm going to buy a photo album to put them in. The heartfelt thanks Izuku felt manifested itself as he felt compelled to embrace Fayumi in a chaste hug, which she gently but awkwardly returned. Please thank your students for me. The sight of Izuku hugging his only daughter brought a reserved laugh from Endeavor. Sorry, should have warned you, the boy's not exactly shy about his feelings. Fayumi rolled her eyes at her father's words, while the pros closest to the pair held back laughs and comments. Once again, Izuku was oblivious to the going-ons around him and excused himself to get something to drink. Along the way, he passed by a table that had been taken over by Momo, Toru, and Mina as they got to know each other. For reasons he could not explain, he had been nervous about the two of them meeting again. And meeting for the first time in the case of Toru and Momo. Nearing the table, he realized his fears were unfounded. And the three girls were involved in an animated discussion that quickly went quiet as he stopped to mingle a moment. And what were you three talking about? He asked, wondering just what his friend and favorite VTubers might have been up to and why they went silent. We were just discussing having Momo on our show, Mina answered, bringing nods from the other two. Add a new segment, Friends with Heroes, or Interviews with Pseudo-Celebrities. They're still working out the name, Momo added, eyes darting to the collection of Izu pens at her friend's side. Yeah, it's got to be catchy, but not clickbaity, Toru added, shoulders slumping slightly. Oh, I'm sure you'll come up with something. Though don't tell me when you do, I want to be surprised. Izuku left the girls behind, causing them to laugh and grin as they returned to their original discussion. He looked at the bar, seeing Tensei entertaining Fat Gum and several others with a story while Tenya looked pissed. Izuku mastered to catch the tail end of Tensei's story as he came even with the counter. He choked so badly, the team started calling him Morgan Lee. How the laughing Tensei didn't die from a lack of oxygen was beyond Izuku's ever-growing knowledge of medicine. While Izuku didn't know who that was, the fact that Fat Gum suddenly choked on his takoyaki, and that others were giving the Ida brothers a mix of scandalized, intrigued, and curious expressions told him they either knew this person or knew of them. Who is that? Izuku asked, innocent as ever. Were they a hero? A famous porn star known for her skill at deep throat? Tensei started to answer without missing a beat, only to be cut off by the sudden force of Tenya's hands over his mouth. Brother, why? Tenya cried. Why do I know that? Or why would I answer that? My answer is the same either way. Tensei's focus didn't falter, nor did his smile as he felt the expressions of those around him on his back. It is an elder brother's duty to mortify their siblings when it is the most devastating, especially when it comes to their preferences. What did I do to deserve this? The younger brother moaned, releasing his brother's face just enough for him to answer. Remember a month ago when you told mother about my breakup with Mei Ling? The elder Ida struck a bragging pose. That is what you did to deserve this. Tenya let out another groan as those in the know chuckled, their laughing only coming to a stop as they noticed that Inko, Fayumi, and the younger girls were walking towards them. And what are we all laughing at? Mina asked, sliding right next to Izuku, who appeared slightly confused at the situation. Oh, Tensei's just been telling stories about his little brother, he answered. I'm kind of glad I don't have any older siblings to be embarrassed by, though it's kind of sad I don't have any younger to embarrass in turn either. It sucks, Tenya frowned. It's wonderful, Tensei grinned. Boys. Inko's motherly side came out and she moved to stand between the two Ida boys. Behave yourselves, this is a very exquisite restaurant. A chime-like melody came from within the small clutch purse Inko was carrying. And I should have put this on silent. Excuse me. Izuku caught the way his mother's face briefly lit up then fell as she read the name to have popped up. He gestured that he'd be right back, steps quiet as he followed his mother to the secluded corner she had retreated to. While he had missed the first part of the conversation she was having, he caught wind of the second. It wasn't what he had hoped for. The expression on his mother's face was a rare one. So rare, in fact, that it took him a moment to recognize it. Rage, fury, overflowing anger, all fueled by a justified grievance granted by an absentee father. You can't keep using that excuse. Every hospital from Hokkaido to Kyushu have been forcing money on us out of gratitude. Inko's eyes darted around the restaurant, a place she once only could have dreamed about eating. You could quit working and we'd still have enough to spoil our great-grandchildren rotten. Izuku fought the faint flush to come to his cheeks. Grandchildren were one thing, great-grandchildren a whole other game. Still though, those words confirmed his thoughts on just who had called. Why won't you admit the truth? Are you in some kind of trouble? Inko's voice faltered. Is there someone else? Why won't you come home? Her voice cracked and she shook her head, willing her tears to stay locked inside their ducts. Don't say those words unless you mean it. She leaned against the wall, voice shaking with a depressed anger as she continued. Don't tell me the same things over and over again, and expect them to be taken as truth on nothing but faith. She ran a hand through her hair, not caring if she messed up the curls she had spent the better part of the morning putting in. You've been gone for years, dearest husband. There was no mistaking the polite distance in the language or choice of words. You won't tell me why, you won't visit, you can't even make a token attempt with a video call. You send money with the banks, and maybe call once every few months. The mask Inko was wearing finally cracked, and a single tear snaked from her eye. I can't do this. Inko's eyes drifted to where Izuku was standing, debating just doing something. Anything than just standing by to bear witness to how much of a mess his parents' marriage had devolved into. Today is her son's birthday, and when you call it isn't to speak to him but to tell me the next payment might be late. Despite now being an adult, Izuku wanted nothing more than to run and embrace his mother, assure her that everything would be fine as she often had done for him. Instead, he continued to hold back, out of respect for what privacy her conversation still had. I can't do this anymore. I won't. She glared at the phone, a white-knuckle grip on it. Don't call again. If you want to speak to me, you will have to do it in person. With that, Inko hung up and turned off the phone. Stashing it back in her purse, she moved to where Izuku was standing. Your father says happy birthday. It was a lie, but one that was easier to repeat than the truth. Though she had spoken the words with such a dull, disinterested tone, Izuku found himself smiling at the absurdity of it. It had been years since he had last actually heard his dad, and even longer since he had seen the man. He barely remembered what the man looked like, and there weren't a lot of photos of him to keep the image fresh. Too bad you hung up on him before I could pass along my thanks, he replied, the same dull tone on his voice. Mother and son just stared at each other a moment before Inko started to chuckle. And while Izuku didn't join his mother in laughing, he did give her a hug before they moved back towards the partying guests. While Inko was able to return to the party and easily insert herself into the conversation Fayumi and Best Jeanist were having about some fashion trend or another, Izuku didn't feel much like socializing anymore. The fact that his mother seemed so troubled by that simple call bothered him. The fact that his father hadn't even asked to speak to him bothered him. The fact that Izuku sometimes forgot he had a father bothered him. Letting out a sigh, the birthday boy took a seat at an empty table and cradled his head in his hands, thinking. Tenya noticed his friend's change in mood, and an idea came to him. The blue-haired boy tapped Momo on the shoulder, directing her attention to where their green-haired friend was sitting as he leaned close and whispered in her ear. Hey, not sure when you girls were going to hit Izuku with your surprise, but you might want to do it sooner rather than later. Well, we were going to do it once he was done opening gifts. She frowned, noticing Izuku's mouth moving in his trademark muttering. But I think now is as good a time as any. Momo waved Toru and Mina to her side, directing their attention to their target. It's go time. The other two girls nodded and moved towards Izuku. Toru was in the center with Momo on her right and Mina on the left. Hey Izuku. Momo was the first to speak, her voice almost always able to pierce through Izuku's thinking bubble. Oh, did you girls need something? He snapped out of his musings, willing a small smile to his face as he looked at the three of them. No, but we have something for you. Mina smiled, eyes flicking sideways a moment to look at her two friends who nodded in agreement. And before you say that we should wait until you open your gifts, Momo cut off Izuku's reply before he could even open his mouth. We just can't wait any longer. Toru wiggled, showing her excitement. That simple action sent a tiny chuckle from Izuku's mouth, and not wanting to disappoint his friends. Okay, what is it? This. The three girls chorused and made their move. Momo caught Izuku from the right, Mina from the left, and Toru attacked from the front. As one, the three girls kissed Izuku, causing him to turn beet red as the gathered guests cheered. Blue screamed as the teen tried in vain to remember how to deal with publicized affection. Talk about a three-course meal. Fat Gum smiled, causing Hawks and Best Jeanist to burst into laughter at the man's words. Oh my, he's a popular one, isn't he? Fayumi smiled, one hand over her mouth as she tried to hold back a laugh. Can't tell this one to the kids. Yeah, Endeavor looked annoyed for a moment, but let out a polite chuckle anyhow. Damn it, Tensei cursed as Tenya fist pumped the air. Didn't think they'd go through with it. Told you they would. Pay up. Tenya held out a hand as his brother handed over some money. Toru, why? Both Momo and Mina complained, realizing where their friend's lips had landed. Where was I supposed to go? His forehead, she cried, the whole of her form turning to where a smiling Inko was standing, as if asking the older woman for advice. Oh dear, baby, you were right about turning 18, Izuku. Inko looked at the three girls, her mind obviously imagining various grandchildren that could result from him being with any one of them ... or all three. Izuku meanwhile didn't hear anything, his brain having shorted out from the sudden attention of his three girlfriends. One hand came up and touched his left cheek, feeling a small, oily spot from where Mina's lip gloss had rubbed off on him. He moved his hand to his right, noticing a small red stain from Momo's lipstick. Finally, he touched his lips, which were still tingling from unseen contact. The heat radiating off him was enough to rival Endeavor, and Izuku was almost convinced that something had finally killed him and that was his reward for a life well lived. Izuku. Hey, Izuku, you in there? Tenya gently wrapped a hand on Izuku's skull, trying to call him back to the land of the living. Oh yeah, need something, Tenya. He blinked slowly, taking in the scene before him. Yeah, he handed Izuku a cake knife. We need the birthday boy to cut the cake. Tenya pushed him over to one of the tables. A large sheet cake sat upon it, the dark green clamshell border a contrast to the cream color of the frosting. The surface of the cake was dominated by a large edible image of well over 50 pro heroes, all of them holding up a banner that proclaimed Happy 18th Birthday Izuku. When was that picture taken? He blinked, noticing that All Might was at the center of the group. No one's seen All Might for months, yet there he is. A couple months back, during one of the annual hero conferences, Endeavor answered, unusually polite as he spoke of his greatest rival. The man only showed up briefly in the afternoon for a single panel, and for that photo shoot. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I think I speak for the photographer and everyone here when I say it was quite the task getting everyone positioned just right so that we all could be seen. Nods came from the gathered heroes, and Izuku grinned as his eyes started hunting for where his party guests were on the cake. Well, I greatly appreciate the fact you and everyone else all took the time out of your hero schedules to do something like this. He gestured at the cake before looking at the other party guests, and that all of you took the time to join me in celebrating this milestone in my life. I am truly blessed to be surrounded by such amazing people. Izuku bowed, knife raised to make the first cut into the cake. However, before he could make the first incision, happy birthday to you, Mina and Toru started, leading everybody into the song. Only once the last note died away did Izuku make the first cut and start handing out slices to the gathered guests. March 31st, X41, Saume Private High School. The day all high school students strive for was finally upon them. Graduation day. Some students reacted with sheer joy at the thought, while others treated it as just another day in their life. Then you had the students who couldn't help but cry at the thought of saying goodbye to their classmates and teachers for the final time. Anyone with some form of sight could easily see any one of these emotions plastered on the faces of the students as they sat through the ceremony. That would take them fully into the world. Given their prestige, Saume generally kept the occasion simple and handled it with a business-like elegance. The bulk of the graduating student body sat in the middle of the gym, their uniforms immaculate as ever. Family members, teachers, and underclassmen friends surrounded the graduates on three sides. The fourth side held the small stage and podium that had been set up to accommodate those who would be speaking at the event. It was on this stage that Izuku, Momo, and Tenya found themselves, along with several other honor students. This was done both as a means to show off Saume's best, as well as facilitate an ease of access for them to reach the microphones to give their respective speeches. While most would consider it an honor to be where they were, the three had other feelings as they looked at their fellow students seated out in the main crowd. As solemn as the school tried to keep these occasions, there was always a few who opted to defy the expected norm and create a stir. As such, there was usually one member of the AV club who conveniently had a master remote to control the PA system's volume when the overachieving head of the student council got overly excited in her speech, or the star athlete who accidentally put on the wrong size shirt that inevitably ripped as he accepted an award. But never was it the honored students who created the stir. Ugh, this is so boring. Momo sighed. She had already given her speech and was now listening to another teacher going off about how they were one of the best classes and had bright futures and other empty sentiments that accompanied the pomp and circumstance of graduation. Not as boring as her lecture on modern literature, Izuku quipped, bringing a gentle laugh from Momo and a glare from Tenya, an action which started the classic game of try not to laugh. Score 1 Izuku. I found that lecture to be very informative. Tenya adjusted his glasses as he looked down at the note cards in his hand. He was due to speak next. Yeah, on how to bore someone to sleep, Momo replied, causing Izuku to chuckle and Tenya to smile. Score 1.5 Momo. You got to get on the board, Ida. Izuku shook his head as the speaking teacher introduced Tenya to the watching parents and relatives. The young heir of the Ida family seemed not to hear Izuku's comment, and instead rose to his feet. He had barely taken a step away from them before causing a small backfire of exhaust to come from one of his engines. The sound had caused not only Izuku and Momo to giggle, but several other top students and a teacher to have similar reactions. Score 6, Tenya, he whispered to the pair, before raising his voice so the other on the stage could hear him. Excuse me. He gave a tiny bow of apology to his classmates, earning a few more chuckles before approaching the podium. Good afternoon, Salme High students, faculty, and visiting family, friends, and well-wishers. Darn it, should have specified no quirk usage. Izuku frowned, even as Momo said about creating something from her hand. Don't worry, I'll get him back for that one. She carefully slipped the object under the cushion that covered what was essentially your standard folding chair. Salme might cost an arm to attend, but that didn't mean they didn't occasionally try to find a way to save a little money. Whoop-I cushion. Worse, Momo replied as the audience clapped as Tenya finished his speech. The Ida brother gave a bow and moved so that the principal could take his place. Smiling, he returned to his seat and jumped slightly at the wheezing scream that sounded as he sat. Fortunately for him, everyone thought the sound was just someone cheering weirdly and not rubber chicken. Really, he held the bird up, a frown that didn't match his eyes glaring at a smiling Momo. The Yaorazu heiress didn't bat an eye as Tenya set the bird under his chair. Maybe we should have also said no props, he hissed, eyes on Izuku as the boy tried to disguise his laughing as a small coughing fit. Midoriya-san. The principal turned around from the podium just as Izuku caught his breath. Are you okay? Just a small tickle in my throat. He made a show of taking a swallow of the water bottle to rest by his feet. I feel better. Good. The principal nodded, because it's your turn to speak. Of course. Izuku rose to his feet, a smile on his face as he noticed many in the crowd were smiling or chuckling at his little show. While the laugh count should have just been between the three of them, Izuku knew he was well ahead in their game as Tenya had counted others for his score. Hello everybody. Izuku began, his shyness of public speaking about anything except hero statistics evident. It's an honor. Okay, no way are we catching up with his score now, Tenya hissed, noticing a few others chuckling at the green-haired boy's nervousness. I think our best bet is going to be get this to a stalemate, Momo replied, eyes drifting from Izuku down to Tenya's legs. Though his engines were well hidden by his pants, she could still see the faint outline of the exhaust pipes beneath, willing to go for mutually assured destruction. I don't want to lose, so sure. Tenya gave a nod. What's the plan? I need you to make the loudest backfire you can right as Izuku sits down. There was a villainous light twinkling in Momo's eyes as she created 2 sets of nose plugs and offered one to Tenya. And we want to go to UA. He put the plug in his nose as Momo did the same. Fortunately, everyone was so focused on Izuku that no one noticed their actions even as the boy gave a bow and another round of cheers. Returning to his seat, Izuku sat down, only to be greeted with the loudest misfiring piston he had ever heard. A moment later, and there was an odd sulfuric smell in the air. Momo had used her quirk to create a small tin of sulfur powder that she was quick to open and waft the scent towards Izuku. Tenya. Izuku held his nose, voice loud as several of those nearest caught the scent. Healing quirk or not, if you fart like that near me again I am pressing charges. He noticed then the grins his friends were sporting, even as the gym erupted in laughter at his outburst. Forgiveness, please. Tenya jumped to his feet and bowed, causing even more laughter to erupt, along with cheers from his brother and his sidekicks. Here, Momo handed Tenya a bright pink bottle of medicine. I think you need this. More cheers and laughter came, even as several teachers and some of the student council called for order. The principal himself was doubled over, half from laughing and half from the smell. Fortunately for the 3 students, the principal was a member of the Fukukato family and no stranger to practical jokes. Indeed, he felt an odd sense of pride looking out at the sea of students before him, seeing how many of them were fighting valiantly to maintain the expected stern air while their faces turned red with suppressed smiles and laughs. Given that the noise of the gym had lowered to a dull roar, and the smell had mostly dissipated thanks to one of the teachers and his wind quirk, the man approached the podium and addressed everyone. First, are you all okay? Principal Fukukato asked, seeing many of the guests and students nod. Glad to hear that. Though I suppose now is as good a time as any to hand out the diplomas, eh? He opened up the binder to rest on the podium before him. Good, we'll start with our valedictorians. The diplomas were handed out swiftly and efficiently, the multiple practice sessions having seen to that despite the recent upset that rocked the gym. To you, the class of 41, I thank you for your time. Principal Fukukato bowed to his class. Over the last few years, I've seen you all rise up to various challenges. Even today, you've all held your heads high and carried yourselves well. I wish you all luck in your endeavors and pray for your success. He passed a hand over the crowd, sweeping it to the students who now stood behind him on the stage. For the final time, class dismissed. At that, several party balls attached to the ceiling burst open to shower the students in a mixture of confetti, ribbons, and balloons. All formalities were forgotten as students broke ranks to mingle with each other or join up with family and friends. Midoriya, Yaorazu, Ida, the principal, raised a hand, stopping the three from stepping off the stage. I just want to extend my personal thanks to the three of you for giving me one of the best laughs I've had in years at a graduation disruption. Why not? Since my niece graduated in 28 have I seen such a coordinated effort from students to pull off a stunt of that magnitude. The man's eyes twinkled with familial pride. That being said, I wish the three of you continued success in your actions, and hope someday to see the three of you topping the charts of the hero rankings. Thank you, sir. The three students bowed as one, the man returning the gesture as he dismissed them in favor of greeting several other students and their families who had come over. The trio had barely stepped off the stage before they were intercepted by their respective families and pulled into more photos than any of them had ever experienced prior. Still, the three of them knew they had taken a huge step towards their next goal in life and just decided to enjoy the moment. March 31st, X41, Aogashima Black Site, Japan. The volcanic island of Aogashima was a well-known travel destination for nature lovers and other outdoorsy types. Over the years, it had evolved from a small island village with a population of maybe 200 permanent residents to a more developed town. This was in part thanks to efforts from the HPSC, who had been looking for a new location to set up a new medical facility where injured pro heroes and other officials could receive treatment and recover in relative peace away from the ever-prying eyes of the media. For the most part, both locals and tourists paid little mind to the mighty Memorial Medical Facility outside of when they themselves needed medical attention. It was your standard small hospital, capable of handling minor surgeries, births, broken bones, and physical therapy among other things. However, the majority of the island's population was unaware of the tunnels that ran under the hospital, or the part that had actually been built into the wall of the island's inner crater. It was to hear that those patients who required a more delicate touch would be brought to rest, recover, and receive treatments that almost no other hospitals or facilities would consider. It was in these secret halls that one could find the hospital's chairman of the board currently overseeing the treatment of a longtime friend of his. Though he was just observing from outside the room, Sasaki Murai, better known as the hero Sir Night-Eye, flinched as he watched the team of neurologists work. They were gathered around a gaunt-looking blonde man who was laying on his side, face contorted in pain. Still can't believe modern medicine hasn't found a way to put someone under during a spinal tap. He sighed and looked down at the tablet in his hands, trying to decide the best way to distract his friend from the pain he would probably be feeling even worse once the medical team was done. Toshinori didn't seem interested in the updates on the latest UA graduates last time. Maybe go for the business approach again. Having become something of the man's PR manager, Sir Night-Eye opened up the email that was reserved for public appearances and browsed through the requests. He found the usual assortment. Here was a rescue equipment company looking to have the symbol of peace appear at their company picnic in April, and another company wanting him at the centennial celebration of their company. In recent years, he usually declined these invites without Toshinori's input, unless it was for a name or company he knew the wanted hero knew personally. Of course, to compensate, the two usually sent along some sort of gift basket to be raffled off that always included at least one authenticated autographed piece of All Might merchandise. Appear at a birthday party for a kid whose parents have more money than brains. Pass. He read a few more of offers, failing to catch the sound of the door to Toshinori's room opening. Sasaki-san, one of the neurologists, addressed him. You may go in now. How is he? He lowered the tablet, meeting the neurologist's eyes. Stable, the woman answered, showing him some information on the chart she was holding. Most of what she said was all information he had heard a dozen times before, and what little new information she offered didn't do much to improve his mood. Thank you. He dismissed the woman with a nod and wave, waiting until she had disappeared around the corner before moving to enter the room. No matter how many times he smelled it, Masai couldn't help but briefly scrunch his nose up at the antiseptic smell that always greeted his senses. He looked at the bed, seeing Toshinori was once again laying on his back, a light blanket covering his legs. A handful of IV tubes were connected to his wrists, while an oxygen mask covered his nose and mouth. Masai, the bedridden man asked, head turning just slightly to see his new visitor. Who else? He answered, gently pulling over a chair so he could sit at his friend's side. A tiny grunt of acknowledgement came from Toshinori, the man's eyes briefly flicking down to the tablet Masai was still holding and looking at intently. Anything new? Not really. Just the HPSC asking for our participation in another charity event. He looked up from the tablet, eyes resting on the face of the man resting in the bed before him. Send a polite decline. Toshinori rasped. Make it up to them with donation. I already planned on it. Sir's attention drifted back to the tablet as he marked the message. Hearing a hiss of pain, he looked back at his longtime partner, and at the risk of sounding rude, save your breath. Your humor, still so terrible. A smile appeared on Toshinori's face for a brief second, before it turned into a pained grimace. I made you grin at least. Sir Night-Eye gently patted the older man's shoulder, and that was all I hoped for. The two sat there with an ever uneasy silence between them. Toshi broke it first, as he had for the last year. "What did they say?" he asked. "The procedure only showed limited success. The damage done to your torso is horrifying. And the years of stimulants and lack of proper food are starting to take their toll. They don't think the injections will show the success we would hope for. The serums will preserve your life. However, the damage will persist and the degradation will get worse with each transformation. Yagi Toshinori can have a long life. All Might is less than a month at best." "Don't." Toshinori raised a hand, seeming to know what Night Eye's next words would be. "Sir, please." The younger man moved to stop his friend from overexerting himself. "Don't," he insisted, voice firm despite the pain he was in. "I'm not stupid enough to ask that you pick an heir anymore." Sir Night Eye's expression was that of a pleading man. "Just give it to someone." "Can't," Toshinori hissed in pain. "Won't." "Toshi, please. It's killing you." The pleading man turned into a desperate beggar as he tried to get through his friend's line of thought. "It will kill anyone. We can set up a system." Sir Night Eye began to pace, hands tapping against each other as his thoughts race. "Pass it along again and again before it can cause too much damage to one person." "Can't." Already changing. A strangled cry escaped Toshinori's lips. "Passing it, worse." Night Eye noticed then that Toshi's eyes were darting around the room, seeming to focus on things that weren't there. He calmed down just slightly as he realized what his senior's actions meant. "Are the hallucinations getting worse?" "Yes." Night Eye couldn't see his mentor's face, but there was no mistaking the shudder of his withered body. "They say things. Remember, things. Ghosts. The doctors mentioned there could be side effects." Night Eye tried to reason. "No signs before." Ignored. The brittle body took a heaving gasp of air. "Hold me back. Stop worse. Stop you from getting worse." How? For all his quirk's power, he never could see to find the exact answer to that question. "Watch." Night Eye watched in worried horror as Toshi shifted, seeming to lift awkwardly from his hips. Concern over straining muscles or ripping surgical stitches flooded his thoughts, until he looked closer and realized Toshinori's muscles were not moving. His body was starting to float. Oh no. He reached out his hands, gently placing them on Toshinori's torso even as the withered form lowered softly, returning to its prior position soundlessly. "Like him," the broken man croaked. "All for one. Is same." "How?" Night Eye blinked, still not understanding. "Given takes. That's how it gets stronger. Bakes into old. It changes the new bearer's quirk into a copy of the past holder's." He raised an eyebrow. "Is that what they told you?" Yes. Night Eye collapsed into the seat at All Might's bedside. I might be more willing to believe they exist. "These ghosts of yours, sir. Don't make laugh." The pained smile was back on Toshinori's face as a wheeze left him. "Hurt. I'm not sorry, sir." Still, the able-bodied man couldn't help but lower his head. "Tired?" Toshinori yawned, once again wincing at the effort an involuntary action took. "I'll go then." He noticed the increased effort it was taking Toshi to breathe. "Do you want a dose of painkillers?" "Please." Night Eye dutifully picked up the controller for Toshinori's PCA pump. With a press of the button, the machine allowed a blended infusion of morphine and other restricted substances to flow into the hero's veins. "Thank you." A relieved smile appeared on Toshinori's face as his eyes started to close, and he fell into what passed as a relaxed sleep in his current state. "Sleep well, sir." Night Eye left the room and rubbed at his eyes. He had several calls to make. Though he clutched his phone in his hand, he refrained from actually using it until he had exited the building. The freshness of the night air was a welcome relief from the stuffy yet sterile air that circulated through the facility. The touch of coolness surrounding him with a calm as he placed his first call. 1 ring, 2 rings, and his call was answered. Maita Nabayuki speaking. Anyone who watched how gentle Night Eye had been with All Might would never believe the fury that flowed forth from his lips. "It's been a effing week, Maita. Why hasn't the sample delivery been approved?" The sound of someone dropping the receiver of an office phone was clear. "I don't know what to tell you, Sir Night Eye. HPSC records say that All Might has already tried using Midoriya's blood for treatment." According to the report, All Might himself said that the blood was ineffective at treating his condition. So currently, the Ministry of Health's review board doesn't see the point in approving another dose being given as a form of after-surgery care. "I was told that if a dose is freed up then it would be assigned to his use, but as it is, higher priority medical cases have to come first." "That is bullshit. I've got copies of his entire medical record. It was only the reinforced case surrounding the phone that prevented the device from being crushed. He's been overseas until recently, so you tell me when the F he could have gotten the blood." "Please calm down," the man on the other side started. "Don't give me that training room response, you incompetent bureaucrat. The symbol of peace is dying from his own quirk, and you effing office a-holes are too busy covering everything with red tape to realize how bad this will go if an international celebrity dies because all of your empty heads keep rattling with the same idea. There is no need to be so insulting." The sound of a calming deep breath came from the man on the other end of the line. I've spent the last 12 hours watching over my mentor as he suffers indignity after indignity. Sir Night-Eye decided to follow Minta's lead and took a breath. Now I have to handle the bad news that the reason he has to suffer is because some nameless entity are refusing to think that perhaps their records might be wrong. The review board has anonymity to prevent them from being pressured. That isn't the point, and you damn well know it, Minta. He glared at the phone. I've sent over copies of his medical records, gathered evidence of where he's been since the blood was discovered, and proven time and time again in just as many ways that All Might never received Midoriya Izuku's blood. A reserved sigh came across the line. I know that. Then you should know that I can't think of any reason why we haven't seen a single dose. The only reason I can think of is that your review board, or someone else is dragging their feet on purpose. What? Don't be crazy. Sir Night-Eye could almost imagine the desk jockey's expression, and decided to raise the stakes. 1 week then. What? Sir Night-Eye, are you still there? There was a level of cautious curiosity in the words. The Ministry has 1 week to provide us with a dose of Midoriya Izuku's blood. Sir Night-Eye paused, making sure his words would be understood, or else I will have to force the issue. Night-Eye almost had to applaud Minta's effort in returning to professional customer service mode. I know you're stressed, but you're a hero. You can't just threaten the government to get your way. This isn't a threat to the government. This is me offering an international PR nightmare. He smirked, semi-thankful that no one could see the expression on his face. Imagine how the general public will handle the idea of officials letting a hero like All Might suffer, while being unwilling to give him help. There was long pause that would have made Sir Night-Eye think his conversation partner had hung up if it wasn't for the sound of the other man's breathing coming across. I will forward your requests, but you need to reconsider. Enough. I've heard enough. I've said enough. We've been having this argument for a year. I was promised treatment by the 10th of July. It's been over 40 days later. I have had enough. No more delays. No more weaseling. Goodbye. Sir Night-Eye was lucky his thumb didn't pierce the screen of his phone as he ended the call. He took a deep breath, held for 3 seconds. Exhale, hold for 3 seconds. Inhale, hold for 3 seconds. And relaxed. Another call was made. Hello, this is Sasaki Murai. I'm calling to speak to a representative of Juko News. I have information on a potential scandal. The sound of a random song began to play in the morning quiet of Todoroki Shoto's room as his alarm kicked off. With barely a sound, Shoto pushed the covers off himself and moved to the desk where his alarm clock sat. Most people his age kept it within arm's reach, but Shoto found its effects worked better if one actually had to work to get to it. He turned on the small desk lamp, illuminating the calendar that dominated the surface. The light of the lamp illuminated the calendar, perfectly highlighting the circled date, April 15th. The day of the recommendation exams for entry into Ultra Academy. Today's the day. He picked up a marker and crossed off the prior day, before moving over to his closet. The night before, he had picked out his clothes for the more practical parts of the exam, a white button-up shirt, black dress pants, and matching tie to give a sort of business casual look. Beside it hung a pale blue tracksuit he was bringing along for the physical parts of the exam. For the moment, he ignored both of them and tossed the shirt he had slept in into the small hamper within, opting to remain in the sweats he had slept in. Taking a moment to pop his back, Shoto exited his room and made his way down to the training room his father had built. The sliding doors moved along their tracks with ease, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh as he closed them and fell into his normal morning warm-up routine. It started off lightly with some stretches, followed by a couple laps around the room before another round of stretching. From there, he would often transition into a light workout routine consisting of sit-ups, push-ups, rowing, and a little more cardio in the form of stair-stepping or jump roping. Good morning. He heard his father call from the door of the training room. I see you're already hard at work as usual. Can't afford to slack off today. Shoto answered, switching from working on the rowing machine to doing some push-ups. I'm glad to see you taking this seriously. Endeavor answered, moving to join his youngest and doing some push-ups. Shoto gave a grunt in reply, catching the faintest hint of alcohol on his father's breath even as he noticed the faint redness within the older man's eyes. Shoto couldn't decide if they were the result of the man's overindulgence or from a lack of sleep. Either way, the youngest member of the Todoroki family was in no mood to deal with his father at the moment. You know, I've heard that the exams have changed a bit over the years since I attended UA. Another grunt left Shoto's mouth as his father tried to breach the silence of the training room. Did you know the interview portion used to be part of the application test? Did it? Shoto grabbed a jump rope off the wall and began to do some quick steps with it. Yeah, not sure why they split it up to be honest. The elder Todoroki copied his son's lead. Someone probably complained about it being too much at once. But hey, heroes can't choose where, what, and when something happens. Shoto glanced at the clock on the wall, noticing it was 5 minutes until 6 o'clock. returning the jump rope to the wall. Shoto moved into another round of cool-down stretches even as Endeavor continued to try, and in his eyes, failed to give him a pep talk. Look, I know it can be hard out there, but that's what heroes train for. Hard as it might be to juggle pulling civilians to safety while dodging falling rocks on a mountainside. But that's what everything at UA is designed to train you for. It's what you've been training for. What I've trained you for. Shoto just stared at his father. Look, you know what needs to be done out there, and you know how to go about it. What passed for an encouraging smile appeared on Endeavor's face as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Not for the first time did Shoto understand why his father had a low approval rating despite the number of cases he had resolved, and though his youngest child's expression remained the same, Endeavor seemed to understand the unspoken words that lay behind it. I guess what I'm trying to say is, good luck today. Good talk, father. Shoto kept the thought to himself as he let out a faint grunt and gently shrugged himself out from under Endeavor's hand before exiting the training room. Fortunately, the youngest child of the Todoroki family faced no further interruptions as he returned to his room and went about getting dressed and ready for the day. April 15th, X41, 8:30 am Ultra Academy Testing Facility, Musutafu. Shoto took a moment to look at the itinerary page he had been given upon passing through the gates of Ultra Academy. As Endeavor had explained to him, the test given to those trying to get in on recommendation was a bit more specialized and, some would argue, more tailored to the applicant as opposed to the public test. And though Endeavor had warned him that the test had probably changed, Shoto still felt prepared to take it on. The current recommendation exam consisted of 5 different parts designed to test applicants in different ways. Also, unlike the public test, the recommendation exam would take up the majority of an applicant's day. Everyone would take the written together, with the quirk application test happening in the order in which the students finished the test. Your second and third tests would be the fitness or interview, or vice versa before a lunch break. After that, the combat test against one of the heroics teachers would follow before you would end your day with the philosophical portion of the test. Almost everything was planned out ahead of time to ensure each applicant got equal time to show their stuff, while also taking care to not overwhelm the faculty members who had drawn the short straws, as he overheard one of them say as he walked through the halls. The first test was in one of UAS' largest lecture halls, the room able to hold upwards of 300 students, and already more than half of the seats were filled with potential students. Shoto's eyes scanned the crowd, curious to see what sort of people shared his aspirations. Mutations aside, most of them looked to be fresh out of high school, though he had to admit that a few of them did seem to stand out a little more. However, he doubted that any of them had come from a background like he had. Everyone, please take a seat. The exam will be starting soon. The voice came from a dog-like man standing at the lecture podium. Shoto opted to take a seat on the end of a row near the middle of the hall. Once everyone was seated and the clock struck 9, the dog man returned to the podium and addressed the crowd once more. Welcome one and all to the recommendation exam for your enrollment at Ultra Academy. I am Inui Ryo, also known as the pro hero Hound Dog and as UAS guidance counselor. Hound Dog's eyes swept over the crowd, seeing several nod or roll their eyes. In a moment, you will all be given a testing packet, along with pens and a couple spare line pages, just in case you need a little more room to write or someplace to figure out a math equation. Tempting as it may be, do not open your test packet. You may write your name on the front, but you may not open it until I signal the start of testing. Hound Dog clapped his hands, summoning a troop of robotic assistants that quickly handed out the mentioned items. You will have 2 hours to finish the test, and I will issue time warnings when there is half an hour, 15, and 5 minutes remaining. When you finish with your test, bring it up front and hand it in. I will then assign you to your application test. His eyes scanned the room again, seeing the robots give out the last of the tests before retreating back to the supply cabinet they called home. He waited another minute or two to give everyone a chance to set themselves up, before giving a nod. You may begin. Almost as one, the sound of packets being opened sounded in the room as each student took to looking over the test. As a whole, it reminded Shoto more of a standardized test than anything, as it had a little bit of every subject. Shoto made short work of the math and science portions of the test, though he did run into a bit of a snag on the history portion of the test. As fine a student as he was, history had always been one of the subjects he struggled with. I understand the whole "those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it" argument, but so many things have already been repeated. And that's with the knowledge right at our fingertips. He cracked his neck a little as he studied the question, before writing down an answer. Even if I'm wrong about this, I should have enough of the rest of the test right to pass it. While the time limit on the test was 2 hours, Shoto had finished his in just over an hour. He wasn't the first to finish, but from what he could see, a good 2/3 of the applicants were still working away. After giving his answers a quick once-over, he rose to his feet and made his way to the desk. Handing over his test, he saw Hound Dog look at the name, before typing something on his computer. Todoroki Shoto. Quirk, half cold, half hot. Shoto nodded his confirmation of the information as Hound Dog's eyes returned to the screen. You're going to the courtyard for the application test. Head out this door and out the door at the end of the hallway to reach the courtyard. Once outside, one of the other teachers will direct you to your application test spot. Thank you, sir. He gave a bow before taking his leave. Stepping outside revealed a stone-paved courtyard with several decorative flower boxes and benches dotting the occasional patch of grass. It was probably a nice place to relax in between classes, but currently seemed in a state of chaos given the fact it had been divided into 6 sections with the help of some portable dividers, not unlike those you would see set up at emergency response sites. From what he could see, there were several teachers or other faculty members supervising as those with elemental or wide-range quirks showed off their skills. Name: a man who appeared to be made out of stone blocks saw him exit and approached him. Todoroki Shoto, he answered, seeing the stone man look down at the tablet in his hands. You're actually one of the applicants assigned to me in Power Loader. I'm Ishiyama Ken, also known as Cementos. He gave a small bow of greeting, before motioning for Shoto to follow him over to one of the divided sections. A ginger-haired man with an excavator-like helmet on his head greeted him. Hello, I'm Majima Higari, better known as Power Loader. A smile graced what could be seen of his face. For this portion of the test, I want you to both show and tell me how your quirk can be used for heroics. Don't worry if it's not the most flashy, or limited in what it can do. There's much more to being a hero than just beating up the bad guys. Shoto gave a nod of agreement, having seen firsthand how some heroes adapted their quirks to one purpose or another. He looked at the testing area, seeing all sorts of objects resting on a nearby table. The sight of multiple types of fire extinguishers in particular grabbed his attention, and he found himself hoping that they wouldn't ask for a full demonstration of his quirk. You may proceed when ready, Cementos prompted, causing Shoto to nod. I can use my quirk to create a shelter out of ice. With expert hands, he quickly used his innate talents to create an igloo-like structure. Inviting the 2 men inside, he continued explaining. These shelters are multi-purpose, quick enough to set up to shelter the injured from the elements, while being strong enough to withstand a good amount of damage and protect others. He looked to Power Loader then. Power Loader, sir. I've heard your claws are more suited for digging in the dirt, but would you be willing to use them like an ice pick and attack this shelter for me from the outside? Young man, I've dug through frozen tundra with these. The ginger-haired man smiled, fingers raking the air as he exited the shelter. Ready, raising his hands, he began to claw at one of the walls. After about 30 seconds, Power Loader stopped and looked at the wall. Though he was able to mar the surface and take out a couple decent chunks, the structure held and the walls remained intact. Impressive. How's things on the inside? I've seen more sugar fall off a power donut than I saw snow fall from the walls or roof of this ice shelter. The reply came from Cementos, who was nodding in approval. Solid construction if I do say so myself. He gave one of the walls a couple hard smacks as Power Loader returned inside. I agree. Power Loader gave a nod, though I have to ask, do you only use your quirk for support, or do you also use it for combat? First, thank you for your assessment of my shelter. Shoto gave a tiny bow of his head as he looked at Power Loader. As for combat capabilities, I can either use my ice to immobilize foes by either freezing parts of or all of their body. I can also throw snow and ice balls for an offensive approach. He demonstrated the former by creating a small hoop of ice over Cementos' foot, and the latter by hurling a couple snowballs at the wall. Versatile quirks like yours are very well suited to hero work, as they allow for a multitude of application. Cementos nodded as he pulled his foot out from the loop. Well, I think I've seen enough. Agreed, though I do have one more question. Power Loader pointed to where Shoto had thrown the snowballs. Are you just limited to making balls of snow or ice? Or can you make, say something like an ice dart? I can make what I consider a type of ice kunai. He made one in his hand and held it out for the 2 to see. They're not the most durable or the sharpest, but I think most opponents think twice if they see a knife flying towards their head. Shoto took aim and threw the knife at the wall. And while it did penetrate enough into the wall to stick, a third of the kunai was on the floor in pieces, and the remaining part had cracks marring it. Haven't quite found the right balance yet between durability, aerodynamics, and weight. No worries, Todoroki-san. Cementos smiled. I don't think anyone has a full grip of what their quirk can and cannot accomplish, but that's what hero training is meant to help with. The man looked to his colleague, seeing the other man nod. Do you have any questions for us now? None, sirs. He gave a tiny bow, having heard that no one would know if they had passed or failed until all parts of the exam had been completed. Very good. Power Loader gave a nod, as Cementos made a few notes on his tablet. Your next test is the interview examination. You're going to testing facility B, room 1, which is really just a fancy way of saying one of our classrooms. Cementos chuckled, clearly appreciating the efforts of whoever named the testing rooms. Head back in through the door you came out of. Go down the hall, take a right at the first intersection and head up the stairs to the next floor. Then take a left. Power loader answered Shoto's unasked question. What appeared to be an industrial hair dryer of sorts now in his hands that was making short work of the ice shelter. Don't worry if you get lost. There's signs posted along the way. Todoroki gave another bow. Again, thank you both for your time. Seeing the two men nod, Todoroki took his leave as he heard Cementos move to assist in the cleanup of his demonstration. April 15th, X41, 10:30 am Ultra Academy Testing Facility B, Misutafu. While some students practically vaulted up the stairs or ran down the halls, Shoto moved at a much more relaxed pace. He knew he was on a timer of sorts, but felt that was a poor reason to be, in his eyes, reckless as some of his potential classmates were acting. At the top of the stairs, he took a left and was greeted with doors that, while larger and wider than normal to accommodate students of all types, were largely unremarkable. Each one had a sign taped to it identifying the room number. His appointed room was the first one on the right, and though the door was slightly ajar, Shoto still gave a knock to be polite. Enter, though please close the door behind you. A monotone voice called, and Shoto complied. Closing the door, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. While the classroom he found himself in seemed normal enough, the man seated behind the desk caught him off guard. His hair was long and had an unkempt appearance, and the stubble on his face seemed to reinforce that fact. Judging by the bags under his dark eyes and the tired expression on his face, it was clear it had been a while since the man had gotten any sort of decent sleep. Shoto's eyes moved to the man's clothing, all black with a silvery white scarf wrapped around his neck. All in all, Shoto couldn't help but feel that he was looking at a hobo who had mastered to sneak into UA as opposed to any sort of authority figure. Have a seat. The hobo's voice seemed just as tired as he checked something on his computer. Todoroki Shoto, yes, sir. And you are. He held out a hand, deciding to give the hobo the benefit of the doubt. Aizawa Shota. Despite the lazy attitude, there was an odd level of strength in the hobo's handshake. I've been assigned to cover the interview portion of your exam. He turned his attention to the computer. I'm sure you've been interviewed before. Several times. He set his bag down and took the proffered seat. Good, so I don't need to explain how this works. Excuse me. Aizawa took out a small bottle of eye drops and applied a couple to each of his eyes. That's better. We'll start with some basic questions. Basic was being polite about the first few questions. They were the usual getting to know you and help you relax questions. What do you like? What do you dislike? Why do you want to be a hero? What are your life goals? Shoto had answered each one, growing bored with the simplicity of it. Maybe Aizawa-san isn't actually tired, just tired of asking the same questions. Aizawa typed a few notes on his computer. You mentioned your sister a moment ago. How is your relationship with your family? Excuse me. That question caught him a little off guard. He expected Aizawa to want elaboration on his life goals or his heroic aspirations, not for the subject to return to his private life. It's cliché, but I'm sure you've seen stories of various villains using members of a hero's family as hostages, yes, or threatening them. Shoto nodded as Aizawa continued. I ask because the effect something like that is often dependent on the hero's relationship with their family. For example, one hero I know would willingly kill anyone who dare bring harm to their sibling. Meanwhile, another hero stated that the only reason they'd go save their mother is because their father would never forgive them otherwise. Really? Shoto blinked, considering the man's words. As distant as Endeavor was, as broken as his mother was, he honestly couldn't fathom deliberately leaving either of them in the hands of a villain, but found himself wondering if he would feel guilty or remorseful if he couldn't save them. His thoughts drifted then to Fayumi and Natsuo. They both tried to be supportive of him, and did their best to take care of him where their parents had failed. This time he knew he would feel guilty if either of them came to harm from a villain trying to get to him. Yes, if a villain knows your feelings towards your family, they can manipulate that. I'll agree, though correct me if I am wrong. Aizawa-san. Shoto took a breath, considering best how to phrase his question without possibly offending the man before him. But isn't that part of the reason why? At least to my eyes, it seems a lot of heroes don't really form relationships or maintain the ones they have. That will vary from hero to hero, and whether or not they wish to maintain the same persona they normally have versus the one they show as a hero. The faintest hint of a smile came to Aizawa's eyes as he was obviously thinking of his friends. But even that can be a double-edged sword. Instead of going after family, they may go after a friend or a close fellow colleague. Hell, some have even gone as far as to disgrace the memory of the dead. The tired man rubbed one of his eyes, the other focused on the computer screen. Says here your eldest brother, Toya, accidentally killed himself while training. It was his own fault. If Endeavor hadn't pushed, Shoto started, but a raised finger from Aizawa's free hand stopped him. You don't have to defend your family's actions to me. His dark eyes turned to look at Shoto then. But given your answer to me just mentioning it, well, you can see how easily a villain can manipulate someone with a few choice words. And, no offense meant, but your family's publicized issues kind of make it easy for them. Aizawa turned the monitor so Shoto could see the news articles he had pulled up. There was one talking about the death of his brother, another one from before he was born criticizing the obvious quirk marriage between the Himuras and the Todorokis. There was a short article about his mother's voluntary admission into a psychiatric facility. The one that stuck out to him the most was a piece that stated that Shoto and arguably his siblings were more a study in eugenics than anything. Clickbait sounding as it was, the little he could read didn't seem all that far off. They don't know the half of it. Shoto spoke quietly, but the slight rising of Aizawa's left eyebrow told him he wasn't quiet enough. Look, I'm not saying those articles are right or wrong. His eyes flicked back to the clickbait one, but, Aizawa prompted, turning the monitor back so only he could see it. But it's not everything. They're focusing only on Endeavor and Toya ... and myself. There's barely any mention of my mother and her powers, or the fact that my siblings share the same quirk as her. Shoto's eyes drifted down to his right hand, focusing on something that wasn't there. Arguably, it's more powerful and more useful than Endeavor's or Toya's. He glanced back at Aizawa, noticing the man's eyebrow had come back down. And while Shoto knew the older man had to remain impartial, he couldn't help but catch the faint hum of acquiescence when he mentioned the usefulness of the icy half of his quirk. I see, though it says here your quirk is half cold, half hot. He blinked. Why didn't you demonstrate your fire powers at the application test? The sheer bluntness of the question, and the tone that Aizawa delivered it with made Shoto mentally stumble at the start, but he answered the question. Because that fire power, as you called it, is what I feel ruined my family. Shoto held up his left hand. It's what killed Toya. What Endeavor feels is needed to surpass All Might. What he feels I need to surpass All Might. He raised a finger each time, counting his reasons. As I told you, I want to become a hero on my own accord. To help people beyond just resolving cases. And to do this without Endeavor's flames. I will have denied that man everything he's worked for, and shown him just how pointless everything he did is. Interesting. Aizawa's eyes looked back at the computer, hands typing a few notes. I think I've heard enough. Any questions? Yes. What's my next test? And where is it? A few more keystrokes rang out, followed by a couple clicks of Aizawa's mouse. You're slated for the fitness test next in Gym Gam. Excuse me. Testing facility. See, the annoyed sigh and expression on the man's face was the most emotion Shoto had seen him show since they started. Out the door, down the hall, down the stairs, take a right. Follow the hallway to the end and go out that door. You'll see the building from there. Thank you, sir. Shoto gave a bow, though Aizawa gave no indication of having heard or seen the gesture. Indeed, he now noticed the man's eyes were closed, and couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen asleep. Shrugging, Shoto picked up his bag and made his way towards his next test. April 15th, X41, 11 a.m. Ultra Academy Testing Facility C, Musutafu. Thankful to be done with the interview, Shoto grabbed a bottle of water from a nearby vending machine and took a long swallow as he made his way towards his next test. A building labeled Gym Gamma had an additional banner hanging below stating it to be Testing Facility C. Stepping inside, he was greeted with the sight of several potential entrants. The majority were wearing tracksuits or similar workout attire, though there were a few who were still wearing their everyday clothes. The girls' locker room is to the left, the boys to the right. If you do not have a set of gym clothes, please come see me and I will loan you an official UA tracksuit. Also, don't think about trying to run off with it. Those suits are chipped and tracked, a teacher was stating, standing before a long table that had several folded uniform on it. Fortunately, he had heard from his father about the fitness test and had brought along his own clothing. Upon entering the locker room, he was greeted with the sight of several applicants. Some were keeping to themselves as they changed, while others were talking with old friends. There was even a handful doing their best to make some new friends. One of those in the second group caught his attention, a boy with dark green curly hair with bright eyes and a smile to match. You would have to have been living under a rock the last few years if you didn't instantly recognize the boy as Midoriya Izuku, the so-called golden child. Already, Midoriya had made waves in such a way that, in the eyes of many, was already on par with All Might's impact on the world. The green-haired boy was currently engaged in a conversation with two other students, and Shoto overheard part of it as he changed into his tracksuit. That's easy for you to say, Midoriya. One of the other guys laughed. The only reason you stopped doing pull-ups is because the teacher told you to let someone else have a go. Yeah, so we don't want to hear it, Mr. 169 pull-ups. The other joined his friend in laughing, which caused Midoriya to let out a huff of mock annoyance. Well, I was going to wish you 2 luck in the test ... but I'm keeping it to myself now. He tried, and failed to look intimidating before dissolving into laughter with what Shoto assumed were classmates of his from whatever high school they had come from. Yeah, laugh it up, golden child. You're only liked by everyone because you were born with a lucky quirk. Shoto stashed his clothes and bag in one of the nearby lockers, letting out a startled grunt as he closed the door and pinched a fingertip in the gap. It was then he realized he had company, and turned to find Midoriya had appeared at his side. Can I help you? Just wanted to check if you were okay." Midoriya's eyes had a hint of concern in them. "You sounded like you were in pain a moment ago." "Just a little trouble with the locker door." He kept his composure, head flicking to the side to indicate the offending object. "Probably just needs a little oil," Midoriya offered, the concern now replaced with a smile. "Anyhow, good luck out there." The green-haired boy held out a hand, displaying a level of professionalism that would be better served attached to a business mogul than a potential hero. "Thanks, good luck to you too." Shoto accepted the handshake out of obligation, not surprised to find that Midoriya's hand seemed softer than his own. He's got a good grip, but barely any calluses. Has this guy even trained at all for this? Or is he just another pampered legacy? A shrill whistle caught everyone's attention, following by an announcement that testing would begin within the next 10 minutes, sending Midoriya away with a nod. Shoto adjusted his shoes before returning to the gym. Instead of being all over the place like when he first arrived, he noticed the applicants were lining up in no particular order and opted to take a spot near what was the end of the line at the time. Once all the students were gathered, the teacher that had been handing out uniforms did a quick roll call and handed out number stickers to each of them as their name was called. This would easily allow the supervising teachers to observe and make notes quickly, without needing to remember names or faces. By all accounts, the test would have been regarded as intense or extreme by even the most athletic of a high school student body. Sure, there were the basics like push-ups, pull-ups, X amount of meter dashes, but there were also more heroics or rescue-based challenges like climbing over or crawling under debris, lifting and carrying heavy or awkward objects to simulate having to rescue all kinds of civilians. There was even a Parker section designed to show off one's maneuverability and adaptability. The only rules to the test were no interfering with other applicants, and that quirk usage was to be kept to a bare minimum. "But why?" one of the potential students asked, flexing an arm as he did. "Why can't we use our quirks? We saw your quirk in action during the practical. Now we want to make sure you're all physically capable of handling the strain heroics puts on the body." The teacher answered, "It's all well and good your quirk lets you carry a literal kilo of weight, but what if you are hit with a quirk inhibitor of some sort? You might not be able to carry that kilo anymore, but it won't do anyone any good if without your quirk you can barely pick up a carton of milk." Shoto saw nods come from several people, and the man who had asked the question gave a nod and thanked the teacher for her answer. After asking if there were any more questions, and finding none, the teacher explained how the test would work, before blowing a whistle to signal the start. First would be your standard fitness testing, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and so on. Second was more strength and agility-based, carry testing, weightlifting, sprints, hurdles, and similar challenges. Third would see students put against an obstacle course that had been borrowed directly from a pre-quirk era fitness challenge that would require one to use everything they knew to try and defeat, or get as far into the course within a 5-minute period. Shoto saw more than one person blanch at the sight of the course, a section known as the salmon ladder in particular making several flinch. When the testing started, everyone seemed to be on equal footing. But the more the test went on, the more Shoto noticed many of the others were starting to lag. It was only himself, Midoriya, and 2 others who seemed no worse for wear. At first, he was impressed with his competition, but those feelings quickly went south as he realized that he had underestimated Midoriya. He was one of 9 applicants who broke 100 in the 2-minute push-up challenge, and the only one to cross the 100 threshold in pull-ups. Sure, he only did 102 pull-ups, but it still broke the mark. Shoto himself had broken the 100 mark in push-ups, but only mastered to do 72 pull-ups. In the second part of testing, Shoto found himself to be on equal footing against Midoriya when it came to speed, and was able to beat him when it came to showing off their strength. While he took some pride in that, it was quickly lost when it came to running the obstacle course. It was here that he really got to see exactly what Midoriya was capable of. By this time, most of the applicants were worn out and couldn't even make it halfway through the course. Shoto himself had to admit he felt slightly winded as he finished the rope climb and rang the bell to signal his success. Midoriya, however, the guy had moved through the course with the ease most people move through a field of flowers. He was barely sweating as he made his way down from the top of the climb to go mingle with some of the others. The sight of someone so gifted doing so well left a bitter taste in his mouth. That bitter taste turned sour as the teacher dismissed them, and he overheard Midoriya wishing several of their fellow competitors well. "Hey, good job out there." Midoriya had appeared at his side again, the damned smile still in place. "You really gave me a run for my money on the warrior course." Midoriya had finished it in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Shoto had done it in 4 minutes 32 seconds. Not in the mood to socialize, Shoto gave a hum of acknowledgement as he carefully put his regular clothes in his bag, figuring it would be easier to stay in his tracksuit for the upcoming combat test. Fortunately, before Midoriya could say more to him, the guy got called away by another applicant. Taking the opportunity, Shoto quickly exited the locker room and made his way out of the gym and back towards the main building. Freedom. He closed his eyes and took a breath, enjoying the cool freshness of the outside air compared to the stuffiness of the gym. According to the teacher, there's an hour lunch break now, then on to report to Facility D for the combat test against one of the heroes. He turned his attention then to some of the other members of his test group and followed them at a distance to the cafeteria. April 15th, X41, 12 p.m. Ultra Academy Cafeteria, Misutafu. Despite how Endeavor had talked it up, other than the quality of the furniture and the impressive array of fitness equipment, Shoto really hadn't seen anything that set Ultra Academy apart from any other school. Even the cafeteria, though the quality of the tables, trays, and dishware was much higher, seemed to speak of UAS high school roots, given that he had heard the cafeteria was run by the Pro Hero Lunch Rush, and that the food was supposed to be legendary. He had to admit he had expected more from the room itself. However, Shoto soon found himself eating his assessment as he picked up a tray and joined one of the lines that lead to the counter. The variety of food, and several non-food items for those whose quirks required a more unique diet, surpassed anything he had ever seen in high school. It seemed UA catered to all kinds of dietary laws and restrictions, and had clear notes and information available about everything. If you don't see something you like, just ask, and it will be made for you. Lunch Rush's voice rang out, the man giving a thumbs up as several potential students nodded. And don't forget, everything is on the house today, so take all you want but please, eat all you take. Shoto watched as some took full advantage of this and were walking away with trays loaded with a variety of dishes. He considered those applicants foolish, especially if they still hadn't taken the fitness or combat portions. Maybe some need an extreme amount of carbs or protein. But for most, I think having a full stomach would do more harm than good. He shook his head as he took a seat, eyes looking down at his own meal of choice, a plate of cold soba noodles and a bowl of sauce to dip them in. It was a simple dish compared to some of the other items being offered, but it was his favorite food. Shoto ate slowly, savoring the simple mix of flavors the sauce granted the otherwise plain noodles. Originally, his gesture of opting to sit at an empty table near one of the corners of the cafeteria sent out a signal that the majority of people understood was his way of saying leave me alone. However, it seemed some didn't, or chose not to understand, get the message, and he suddenly found himself with some unwanted company. Hey, it's you again. A familiar sunny voice met Shoto's ears then, and he looked up to see Midoriya standing before him. This time, however, the green-haired miracle child had someone else with him, a young woman with dark hair and gentle eyes that Shoto felt certain he had seen somewhere before but couldn't quite place. A friend of yours, Izuku? The woman asked, her eyes going between the two men. Not yet, Midoriya replied, the innocent smile and reply seeming out of place on the young man. But if we end up being classmates, I'd like to hope we could be friends. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's acting more like a new student in elementary school than a potential hero. Shoto kept the thought to himself and just rolled his eyes. He noticed then that Midoriya's female companion had done the same, though hers seemed to be more out of affectionate exasperation at her friend than actual annoyance. Forgive him, he's a little socially awkward. The woman gave a tiny apologetic nod. That's an understatement. He kept the thought to himself and took another bite of his soba, giving a nod of accepting her apology at the same time. And apologies again, but do you mind if we sit with you? She asked, moving to set down her tray. I do actually. Shoto reached out a hand, stopping her. The woman looked oddly offended at his refusal, her mouth twitching slightly. What? Why? She frowned, expression just slightly more mature than a spoiled child denied a toy. I mean, I know Izuku can be a little much boo. Momo, Midoriya's voice cut into Momo's rant. Let it go. I think our fellow applicant might want to be left alone. Finally, he gets it. Shoto gave a nod, sending a silent thank you to whatever power decided to cut him a break. I do, so I would thank you both to go sit somewhere else. He punctuated his words by taking another bite of his noodles. The two annoyances exchanged a look with each other, but after a moment complied and moved a few tables away from him. Letting out a sigh, he finished his meal in peace and returned his tray, taking that time to ask one of the cafeteria workers for directions to reach Testing Facility D. April 15th, X41, 1:10 p.m. Ultra Academy Testing Facility D, Misutafu. Testing Facility D turned out to be a smaller gymnasium reserved for basketball or volleyball matches with pull-out bleacher seats for spectators. Shoto had stepped inside, surprised to find the room currently empty, save for the large yellow bag someone had left sitting in the center of the gym. Assuming it belonged to whichever heroics teacher he'd be fighting, Shoto set his own bag down on one of the seats. A dull thump sounded as his bag fell over, followed shortly by a familiar monotone voice addressing him. Todoroki-san, we meet again. It took him a moment to realize that the yellow bag was now standing vertically, and he couldn't help but stare as Aizawa emerged from it like a butterfly from its cocoon. Aizawa-san. Shoto blinked a few times, trying to fathom what he just witnessed. What are you doing? I was taking a nap before dealing with you for combat testing. The bored expression that had marked Aizawa's face during the interview was now replaced with one of tired amusement. That's right, I'm your opponent. Forgive me, but… Once again, Shoto found himself trying not to offend the man. I thought you were just one of the general studies teachers. Really? Huh, most people just assume I'm a bum who broke into UA. The older man took a moment to stretch. Anyhow, I can tell you're just as eager as me to get this over with. Aizawa cracked his neck, one hand moving then to put on a pair of goggles that had been hidden underneath his scarf. The bright yellow of the frame seemed at odds with the rest of his outfit. But Shoto wasn't about to question the man's choices. You can consider this a simple test, as all I want you to do is fight me. You'll have 5 minutes to take me down. Though don't worry if you can't. I'd settle for you landing a few good hits on me. Are you sure? Shoto blinked, trying to size up Aizawa. Far as he could tell, the man wasn't as muscle-bound as Endeavor, and if his lazy display of climbing out of his sleeping bag was any indication of his speed, then again, it could all be an act. You don't even know what his quirk is. I am. Aizawa nodded, eyes sweeping over Shoto a moment. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll start the clock. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a small remote that controlled the electronic scoreboard. Shoto looked up, seeing the timer set for 5 minutes. I'm ready. Shoto took a fighting stance, watching as Aizawa gave a nod and hit a button on the remote, starting the clock. Shoto didn't wait for his opponent. Instead, he aimed his right hand towards the ground, intending to convert the wood floor to ice to hasten his movements and hopefully slow down Aizawa's. He felt the familiar touch of cold radiate from his palm, a fine icy mist starting to form around it. However, before he could even think about releasing it, the sensation faded. What the? He flicked his hand, trying to get it to do anything. He looked then to Aizawa, seeing the man's eyes glowing red behind the goggles, his hair floating around him in a way that defied gravity. The tired expression Shoto had come to associate with the man was replaced with something more sinister. What did you do? Nullified your quirk. The odd calm in Aizawa's voice seemed at odds with his current appearance. Shoto barely had time to react as Aizawa ran towards him, expertly throwing a punch that struck him in the shoulder. A panicked desperation kicked in once he registered the pain, and Shoto found himself focusing more on evasion than actually fighting. However, the older man proved just as nimble and easily kept up with Shoto's movements, forcing him into a corner of sorts. With no other choice but to stand and fight, Shoto began to throw a few punches of his own. Aizawa blocked every punch with ease, even using some of Shoto's own strikes to get in a few of his own. Shoto tried kicking him, but instead found Aizawa's leg had entangled his own and dropped him to the floor. The minute he hit the floor, Shoto rolled over and once again tried to put distance between himself and Aizawa. He mastered to get to his feet and move behind Aizawa's back, noticing then that he could feel the coldness returning to his hand. So his quirk is line of sight based. Maybe. Before Shoto could finish his thought, he found himself back on the floor and incapable of moving. Glancing down at himself, he realized he was wrapped up in Aizawa's scarf, the binding cloth effectively pinning his limbs. He looked up at Aizawa, whose eyes were still glowing as he stopped the clock with 3 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on it. We're done, you failed. What? Shoto's eyes went wider than Aizawa's unblinking gaze. He had thought that results of the tests were only given out at the end, so to hear Aizawa state so flatly that he had failed. Can you get out of that? He asked, still not looking away and not blinking, seeming to ignore the actual question. Thinking that his current situation may still be part of the test, Shoto grunted and squirmed against the bindings, unable to even lift a finger against the cloth. The lopsided grin on Aizawa's face told Shoto the man already knew the answer to his own question. There was no doubt in the younger man's mind that the cloth currently binding him had probably held villains just as strong, if not stronger than Aizawa himself. Fail. Aizawa finally closed his eyes, hair returning to rest against his shoulders. The grin slipped away as he opened his eyes and removed his goggles with one hand while taking out a bottle of eye drops with the other. Only after applying the medication did he once again look at Shoto. Like all the rest, you are too dependent on your quirk. Though his quirk wasn't active, Shoto could feel the pressure of Aizawa's gaze as the man released him from the binding. The recommended test is meant for the best of the best hero applicants. Those who are just as competent with their quirks as they are without. Those who can use their surroundings, use various resources or tools available to them. Aizawa gathered the cloth and set it back around his neck, the goggles once again safely protected beneath them. No doubt you're good with your quirk, but to be a real hero in today's world you can't just be content to sit back thanks to a flashy quirk. The Todoroki air ceased. For a moment he felt his father's temper flare inside of himself. Just as quickly he smothered it before anything could come from the building aggression. Thank you. Shoto managed to not growl out. Where is the next examination? In the administration department, part of the main building. When you enter, a set of signs should be set up. The testing won't start until 3, but you will have to get there quick if you don't want to wait in line for an examiner to be available. Shoto grabbed his things in a silent huff and quickly moved to leave. His pride was bruised and it was showing. Neither said anything as Shoto marched out the door and let it slam shut behind him. April 15th, X41, 3:05 p.m. Ultra Academy Testing Facility E, Musutafu. When Todoroki heard that his final test was on philosophy, he was expecting to be placed in a room similar to the one he had taken the written exam in. He expected that he, and any others taking the same test, would be given a packet of questions that they would need to answer that made them consider the line between good and evil. He had seen a few of those questions before in his studies, along with sample answers, and knew what to expect, knew what kinds of answers they apparently were looking for. Question: a friend who saved your life, the love of your life, and a deathly ill man are waiting at a bus stop in the rain. You've only got enough room in your car to take one of them along ahead of the bus schedule. Who are you taking with you? He had scoffed at the question, wondering why someone who is deathly ill is out in the rain at a bus stop in the first place. And don't get him started on the friend or lover part of the question. The book's answer: you give the key to your friend to drive the sick man to the hospital while you stay behind with your love. Then again, maybe they want you to challenge it. Call an ambulance for the man. Give your friend a ride. Just get the phone number of your love and call them later. He shook his head as he arrived in front of a door that had testing facility examiner N written on a piece of paper that had neatly taped to the door. Let's just get this over with. He opened the door, expecting to see a lecture hall. Instead, he was greeted with the sight of an elegant oak desk, a plush chair behind it and an equally comfortable one before it. A chaise lounge and additional chair were against another wall, while a small bookcase rested beside the door. The final wall was dominated by a large window, the blinds drawn, but open enough to let in some natural light. All in all, the setup reminded Shoto more of a psychiatrist's office than anything. Not what you were expecting, right, Todoroki-san? Though the voice was soft and gentle, its sudden presence coupled with the use of his family name startled Shoto. The boy looked over at the desk again, now seeing the white rat, dog, man, sitting there, a small tea set next to him. Please, have a seat. The rat gestured to the chair across from him. Would you like a cup of tea? It's my own special blend of ginger, cardamom, and cinnamon. I find it helps me focus and relax after a long day. Just a small cup, please. Shoto gave a bow as he took the seat, seeing the rat fill one of the cups up halfway and the other to nearly the brim. He nodded his thanks as the rat handed him the half-full cup and gave a small sip. Maybe it was the chance to sit down again after his last physical test. Or maybe it really was the tea. But Shoto had to admit he did feel a little more relaxed. It's good. Thank you. You're welcome. The rat took a long sip of his own cup before addressing him again. And now, let me apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am the Chancellor of Ultra Academy, Nezu. He held out a hand paw for the younger man to shake, which he was quick to do so. So you're Nezu, excuse me. Chancellor Nezu. I've heard my father talk of you a few times from his days here at UA. There was a mischievous glint in Nezu's eyes as Shoto spoke. Though forgive me, but I thought you were the principal here. Perfectly understandable confusion. I was the principal when UA was a high school. I became a dean when it was converted to a university. I've been promoted a few times in the last 5 years. Nezu smiled, the glint never leaving his eyes as he looked at a clock before grabbing a folder to rest before him. But enough about me and my accomplishments. We're here for the final part of your recommended exam, the philosophy portion of the test. Shoto nodded, seeing Nezu open the folder before him. This test is quite similar to the practical you took this morning. I'm going to ask you a question, or give you a scenario. He picked up a pen and flipped it through his finger-like digits. I want to hear your honest answers to these questions and scenarios. For example, do you prefer coffee or tea? Tea, he answered, taking another sip. Do you genuinely prefer tea? Nezu took another sip of his own. Or are you just saying that because it's what you think I want to hear? If those are my only options, I do prefer tea. However, I usually drink water over anything else. Then why didn't you say water when I asked? Wasn't one of the options, Shoto responded, seeing Nezu nod and accept his argument of the semantics. True, but in hero work, is everything really that black and white? Or are there shades of gray? He watched Shoto's eyes narrow slightly. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the test. He flipped a page or two into the packet. That aside, first question. Despite the rat's warning advice, the first few questions were simple, almost childish ones that showed good versus evil. Is it wrong to kick a puppy? Yes. Is helping up a child who fell down a good action? Yes. Is it wrong to punch a villain to prevent them from killing someone? No. Shoto couldn't help but scoff at some of the questions and scenarios as they got. What he assumed Nezu considered a little harder. He even laughed when Nezu had asked him the bus stop question. Something you find funny about that question? Nezu raised what passed for an eyebrow on his face, just wondering why someone who's supposedly deathly ill is waiting for a bus instead of taking a cab or calling an ambulance. He gave a tiny bow of apology. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. Nezu refilled his cup of tea. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. I give the keys to my friend to drive the man to the hospital and I stay behind with my lover. I see you read the textbooks in preparation. Nezu nodded towards one of the bookshelves. I suppose that would make you more prepared than others. Let's try a different course of questions then. The Chancellor dramatically paused, peeking over his notes with keen eyes touched by madness. From his lips came an eldritch question, one that had driven men insane for years. Is the ocean soup? Excuse me. Just when Shoto thought nothing else could catch him off guard more than Aizawa's emergence from a sleeping bag, Nezu pulled it off. Is the ocean a soup? What does that have to do with any of this? The Todoroki heir held his arms out to the side, confusion clear. It's a philosophical debate, Nezu answered calmly, hands caging before him. Some argue that it is because it has salt, meat, and vegetables. Some will say it's not because soups are served hot and the ocean is cold in the majority of spots. The dog rat smiled, which technically makes it gazpacho. He stage whispered, it's not. It's a body of water that covers 72% of the earth. Nothing more. Shoto shook his head, annoyed. Fair enough. Nezu nodded, accepting the answer. Moving on. There's a large chunk of debris falling, and 3 people are underneath where it is going to land, 2 children and 1 pregnant woman. Now, you only have enough strength to either save the 2 children or the woman. Who are you going to save? Shoto couldn't stop his mouth from gaping like a fish out of water. He knew heroes of all kinds had to make decisions like this, ones that could, and usually did haunt heroes until their own dying day. I'm saving the kids, he answered after a moment. Better that only one family has to grieve as opposed to 2. But is it really one family to mourn the loss of the woman? What about the father of the unborn child's family? What if the father had passed away, and that baby would have been the last reminder they had of him? The rat held up a digit with each question. But what if the father wasn't in the picture? What if he left her because she was pregnant and wouldn't get rid of the baby? What if she didn't have a family? He answered, eyes focused on a point behind Nezu, turning his own argument against him. But what if she did? He pressed again. Is it really fair to them? What if those kids were actually street urchins with no home, no family to mourn them? Just more nameless victims to the life of the streets? While he had felt certain of his original answer when he first gave it, Nezu's views were starting to make him doubt his choice. There's no way of knowing, Shoto answered after a moment. At that moment in time, all you can do is make the call, and then live with the consequences. So you're standing by your decision to save the children? Yes, he answered, a single nod cementing his choice. Very well. Nezu made another note. Moving on. The questions didn't get any easier. Anxiety started to seep into Shoto's answers as he kept peeking at the analog clock mounted on the wall. The passage of time didn't help either. As the debate of topics went back and forth, the examinee would swear time was moving faster and slower at random. It wasn't until he felt the buzzing of his phone in a pocket that he had an excuse to double-check the time. Pardon me, but may I check my phone? He glanced at his pocket. It might be important. Not a problem, go ahead. Nezu leaned back in his chair, seeming unbothered by the interruption. The text was a late good luck from his sister, but it was the time listed that revealed another trick. His phone said 4:24 p.m. The clock on the wall read 5:32 p.m. He recalled seeing a time of 3:05 p.m. on his phone shortly before he entered the room. Sir, are you aware that the clock on the wall is the wrong time? Shoto pointed to the timepiece in question. Yes, I am. An odd expression made its way onto Nezu's face. Shoto frowned. And you didn't correct it? Of course not. Why not? Because it is part of the test. Nezu held his arms out to the side in a lazy shrug. That took Shoto aback. Wait, how? Hero work requires vigilant awareness. Just like how the first test was a show of academic progress and creativity with your quirk, there are hidden aspects to each test. The rat man's eyes drifted back over to the bookcase. This test was not only on philosophy but also on environmental awareness. So, not only was I supposed to talk to you, but I was to notice something was wrong. Shoto's eyes followed Nezu's gaze, before returning to settle on the rat's face. Correct. There was a calm smile on the rat's face. Heroes must always be alert to things that might be slightly off. These can be hard to notice when your brain is focused on something else. But I didn't see anything wrong, except the clock. Once again, Shoto pointed at the offending object. There are many things wrong with this office, young Todoroki. Nezu was now standing on his chair, slowly turning with his arms out to encompass the room. You just failed to notice them. Shoto held back a flinch at the word failed. A sinking feeling in his gut began to get heavier and heavier as Nezu listed various things wrong with his office. A suspicious stain on the floor, peeking out from behind the desk. An increased temperature in the room. The clock being off. A low-frequency humming. Hard to hear, but one that was known for causing agitation and fear responses in humans. A document openly laying on the desk that mentioned a shapeshifter on campus. A smell of industrial cleaning products, recently used, lingering in the room. a discarded knife peeking out from behind a bookshelf. With each item pointed out, the weight of Shoto's hubris dragged him deeper and deeper into a pit of dread. There are still a dozen other little details to list, mostly to specifically set off certain quirks. Nezu sat back down. Nonetheless, be thankful, young Todoroki. You didn't reach the time limit at least. Time limit. Shoto's body suddenly seemed at war over its temperature. He could feel heat rising from suppressed embarrassment, but at the same time the cold dread of what this meant. Exactly. From the moment you entered the room, you had an hour and 30 minutes to recognize that something was wrong. Nezu looked at a watch on his wrist, which Shoto could see was set to the right time. So I passed. There was an air of hope in his voice. No, you failed. Nezu's voice was gentle as he opened a drawer on his desk. The criteria to pass required you to notice something wrong with the office within 30 minutes. You're well over double that time. The feeling of hot embarrassment suddenly won. So what happens now? Now I hand you a pamphlet for the public admissions exam. Shoto took the trifold pamphlet Nezu was currently holding out to him. Then I wish you good luck on your way out. What? Why? Shoto was on his feet, seeing Nezu had produced a tablet computer from seemingly nowhere and was tapping away at something on it. Because you have failed 3 out of 5 of the recommendations tests. Nezu held the tablet out so Shoto could see his file. He didn't bother reading the notes, only focusing on the red or green boxes next to each test. Failing even one of them disqualifies you from the slots we set aside for recommendation students. I failed. The heat was suddenly replaced with the cold of an existential void. Yes, I believe that was clear. Nezu's voice was still gentle, though Shoto could detect an odd air on it as he took the tablet back. Oh, the heterochromatic man didn't know what else to say. The faintest hum came from Nezu as he picked up his cup of tea again. Now, at the risk of being rude, I must ask you to take your things and leave. I have other applicants to test. That small command was enough to get Shoto moving. His hands surprisingly steady as he gathered his things for a final time and left. The pamphlet in his hands looked like a devil's contract in Shoto's eyes. This time the door closed behind him with barely a click. April 15th, X41, 6:47 p.m. Todoroki residence. The trip home from UAS campus was a quiet experience for Shoto. He had expected to return home surrounded by an air of triumph. Instead, he found himself showing even less emotion than he normally did. His eyes burned into the pamphlet, and he was almost thankful that the fire side of his quirk couldn't be activated by sight. On the one hand, it was a second chance to prove himself worthy, another chance to show everyone what he could do. But on the other, it was a physical manifestation of his failure. He didn't remember hearing the conductor announce his stop, had no recollection of getting off the train and onto the bus that led to a stop closest to his house, couldn't recall the squeak of the bus doors, or the scuffing of his own shoes as he walked the short distance to his house. He did recall hearing Fayumi say something as he had walked through the door, but didn't understand her words. Instead, he had gone up to his room and threw his bag down, before shedding his regular clothes in favor of a new pair of sweatpants, with the pamphlet still in hand as he made his way to the training room. Setting up a couple of training dummies and punching bags, Shoto allowed himself a quick warm-up before he started taking his frustrations out on the equipment. He didn't know how long he had been at it. His only intention was to keep hammering at the padded targets, his only indication of time passing being the change in the lighting coming through the windows. The doors to the training room opened smoothly, letting his father enter unhindered. It wasn't the first time Shoto wished the doors wouldn't open. The man known as Endeavor said, genuinely taken aback. I expected you to be resting after your tests. I couldn't rest, Shoto said tersely, throwing a final punch at the bag before him. I failed. According to the Chancellor, I failed the interview, combat, and the philosophy test. Shoto expected fire and fury, instead him. I expected the interview and philosophy. Who was your combat examiner? Aizawa Shota, he answered, recalling his meetings with the man. Looks like a bum, carries a white scarf as a hero tool. Can shut off quirks. Ah, yes, Eraserhead. Endeavor gave a tiny nod. That makes sense. His fighting style would counter yours. Is that all? While part of Shoto argued that he should keep his mouth shut, another part was almost wishing Endeavor was yelling at him so he could have a proper opponent to vent his frustrations against. Oh, why aren't you angry? Shouldn't you be pissed that I lost? That I ruined your legacy? The younger Todoroki blinked, noticing that his father still had the same calm expression he had when asking about the tests. I've told you before, my son. There are other ways to create a legacy, Endeavor answered, expression unchanging. You still won't tell me what that means. Shoto stomped his foot, fists clenching at his side. He saw a muscle twitch at the hinge of his father's jaw. You will understand when you have matured and calmed yourself. You've been saying that for months. Shoto gestured to the training room, to the small calendar to hang on one of the walls. What is the point of all of my training if I'm not going to be your great legacy anymore? It took all of Shoto's restraint to not flinch or strike out as he saw Endeavor's hand come down to rest on his shoulder. You are going to be my legacy. Hero or not, great or not, I won't make my mistakes with Toya a second time. No, instead you're fleeing from hard choices then using him as an excuse. Shoto shrugged his shoulder and pulled away from his father's hand. Shoto, no, it's true. I get it. We've had the discussion a million times. The heir raked his hands through his hair. Toya killed himself being reckless with his quirk. Mom blamed herself, and you feared I'd do the same. Son, though Endeavor's exclamation reached his ears, Shoto didn't let up. Now Mom's locked herself up in a psych ward and won't come out. And you throw yourself into work to avoid us, and only stop when you agree to train me to a borderline abusive level. Enough, Benji roared, the fire finally coming out. I know you're upset, but taking stabs at my mistakes will not ease your own failures. An icy calm descended on Shoto and made its way into his voice. That's the father I expected. The fires went out. Shoto, the son faced away from his father. Whatever. Go crawl into a bottle again, drink yourself numb. He reached into the pocket of his sweats and pulled out the now folded and rumpled pamphlet. I have to get ready for the public tests if I'm still going to get into UA. Endeavor left without another word. Only the opening and closing of the door signaling his departure. Shoto stood alone with his impotent anger. The silence in the training room his only companion. By morning the training room was covered in thick ice, as if a winter hurricane had erupted inside its walls. In the center was Shoto, coated in flame and sitting in a puddle of water, literally stewing in a fog of his own creation. To err is human is the old saying. People made mistakes is the more modern way of putting it. Saying that nobody is perfect is a common excuse. As a person grows and develops, they make their own mistakes, leading to further growth, either physically or mentally. And then in turn this growth leads to new experiences and new chances to make mistakes. Uraraka Achako's mistake was one she has made multiple times in the last year. Believing the stupid yard sale clock she spent pocket change on could keep time at all. It couldn't, which was why she was sprinting at full throttle across the barren streets of Pre-Donyakechi in a desperate attempt to make a train that was going to depart shortly. If I get into UA, I am so celebrating by buying myself a new alarm clock to bring to the dorms. She opened up the small lunchbox she had packed the night before. The plain white rice balls were supposed to be her lunch at UA, but instead she found herself hastily chewing on one as she continued to run. She recalled her mother offering to make her some toast while she was dressing, but had declined the offer. I'm already late, and there's no way I am adding to that trope. Having lived and grown up in the area for most of her life, Achako knew the streets like the back of her hand. As such, she knew the fastest route to reach the train station. Down the street, take a right, cut through Mr. Tanaka's scrapyard and pray the man wasn't already up and tinkering away in his garage. Despite the no trespassing signs, Tanaka-san didn't really care if kids used the scrapyard as a shortcut, but Achako just didn't have time to get caught up in one of the old man's many stories. There's just no getting away from Tanaka Oji's stories. She reminded herself as she slowed her pace, seeing the lights on in the garage. One of his dogs was sniffing around the entrance, an old mutt who loved people just as much as the old man. Achako knew that dog was Tanaka's alarm and would start barking the moment he heard something to alert him. Activating her quirk just long enough to reduce her weight a little, Achako continued running across the yard, steps making no noise. Her trick worked, and the old man and his dog were none the wiser as she deactivated her quirk and turned a sharp left. She glanced at her watch, one of the few reliable clocks she had at her disposal. The schedule she had checked last night said the earliest and cheapest train to Musutafu departed at 1:30 the hour. The next train didn't leave until an hour later and was slightly more expensive. Sure, it's only 50 yen difference, but thoughts of what she could put that extra 50 yen towards cheered her into running faster. She took another turn, which put her on the main road leading to the station. Achako let out a tiny cheer as she caught sight of the station lights. She was so focused on them that it was only when her eyes noticed flashing lights that she realized her path had been cordoned off. A police car and several public works trucks effectively blocked the road, while equipment and several workers cut off the sidewalks. This can't be happening. Achako mentally cursed her luck as she slowed her pace until she was even with the workers. Picking out the one she deemed looked the friendliest in the light of the street lamps, she addressed him. Good morning. Do you mind if I cut through? Sorry, miss, road's closed to all traffic. The man gave her an apologetic look as Achako's mouth fell open. The man seemed to understand her unspoken issue. Don't worry, we've got a small detour set up. Go back up the street and take a right. Just follow the signs and you'll reach the station. Thanks. Achako gave a slight bow. Before turning on her heels, she knew the route the man was talking about, and it would take a good 10 to 15 minutes longer. Time that she didn't have to waste. She rounded a corner that put her out of everyone's line of sight and activated her quirk on herself. Feeling herself become weightless, Achako launched herself up and floated herself over the construction. Mentally, she thanked whatever higher power that was listening for the simple fact that people rarely ever look up. At the same time, however, she cursed herself for literally eating on the run. As her feet touched the ground, she felt the familiar sense of nausea come over her, but suppressed it. No worse than eating too fast. She rubbed her stomach, resisting the urge to take one of the antacids she had with her. Ochako had to admit she was proud that, over the years, she had managed to get her motion sickness mostly under control. Attention, the next train to Musutafu will be departing in 2 minutes. The station's monotone robotic voice seemed both encouraging and taunting as Ochako made it up to the kiosk and purchased her ticket. She could have set out a little later in the day, but tickets were at their cheapest early in the morning and late at night. Thank you, red eye rates. Maybe I can get a can of coffee or something when I get to Musutafu. Ochako scanned her ticket, taking a few precious seconds to confirm her train and ensure the ticket made it safely into her wallet. It was rare nowadays that someone from the transportation company would physically ask for proof of passage, but the woman knew you were better safe than sorry. Luck was in her favor as her train was at the platform adjacent to the ticket kiosks, and she hopped aboard and took the first seat she saw. Attention, the doors are now closing. Please stand behind the white line. Another robotic voice made its announcement not 30 seconds after she had taken her seat. The doors closed a moment later with the gentle hiss of hydraulics. This hissing grew a little louder as the train began to roll out of the station and towards its destination. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Ochako couldn't help but smile as she watched the station platform recede behind her. You're on your way, Ochako, and look on the bright side. The auburn-haired girl let out a yawn, interrupting her own thoughts. She had only been up for maybe 45 minutes tops, and already she felt exhausted. If the public exam has any time trials, you just gotten a ton of extra practice. The tiniest giggle escaped her before another yawn. Briefly, she debated setting an alarm on her phone and taking a short power nap for the ride, but decided against it. Already one alarm had betrayed her, and she wasn't about to risk another doing the same. Sighing, she resigned herself to looking out the window as she settled in for the ride. April 25th, X41, 6:30 a.m. Musutafu train station, Musutafu. A loud ping stirred Ochako from her dozing off, while the electronic voice to follow fully woke her. Attention passengers, we're now approaching Musutafu station. Change here for. Ochako didn't listen to the rest. She had the key piece of information she needed. She quickly looked around her seat and the floor, making sure she hadn't dropped anything from her bag. Satisfied, she picked up her bag and slipped it on as the train rolled to a stop. After a brief moment, a bell sounded and the doors opened, allowing passengers time to exit before new ones would come on. Now where do I go from here? Her eyes looked up to one of the boards that showed the current time and date. It was 6:30, and she still had a good 2 hours before the gates would open to start admitting those who were looking for entry into the prestigious Ultra Academy. A nearby map gave her the answer, and she was pleased to see that UAS campus wasn't too far a walk. Shouldn't take more than 20 minutes, and that's with the increased foot traffic of the exam. Ochako took in her surroundings then, focusing more on the people than the station itself. There was your usual assortment of blue-collar types going to work, tourists getting an early start on their explorations, and kids heading off to school. However, she wasn't prepared for the sheer amount of people she pegged to be around her age. At first, she thought they might have been students of other schools, but once she started listening to their conversations, she realized they were all there for the same reason. They were looking to join UAS Hero course. A couple beads of sweat began to form on Ochako's temple. While there were more programs than the Hero course that UA offered, this was the one almost everyone there was going for. She knew competition would be fierce, and was suddenly thankful that she had also put in to join the General Studies course. Take a deep breath and relax. Fear is the enemy of rational thought. A line from one of her favorite books rang out clearly in her mind. That thought also serving to remind her of the fact she had brought along several books to pass the time while she waited. Spying an open bench near one of the vending machines, she took a seat and considered the books within. All of them were well worn, the covers faded and bent, or the spines creased from being read and reread again. Unable to decide, she closed her eyes and picked one at random. It was one titled Shiro, and was a heavily dramatized novelization of the true story of a white sparrow that saved his owner's life by escaping his cage to get help. She had read it a dozen times, and could probably recite most of it from memory. Still, she considered it a sign of good fortune that she drew a book with heroic themes. Ochako looked up at one of the digital displays, seeing a time now of 6:39 a.m. Gates don't open until 9:15. If I leave here a little before or around 8, I should be fine. She leaned back and cracked open her book and began to read. The warm opening of Shiro singing happily with Obachan as she went about her morning routine always made Ochako smile. However, as she got to the part where Obachan has a stroke and Shiro starts to panic, her smile faded. For the first time in her life, she understood the pressure Shiro must have been feeling after he realized he was the only one who could help. Her mind drifted from the book to thoughts of her own family. Truth to be told, the Urarakas had been struggling for the last 12 years if not longer. While she didn't realize it when she was younger, the signs became apparent when she was older. Young Ochako thought her mother's ramen with some vegetables and an egg cracked in it a gourmet meal. Older Ochako realized that gourmet meal was instant ramen, a handful of frozen vegetables, and an egg to make a filling meal for less than 500 yen a serving. And while young Ochako understood her father's work was tough, which was why he was too tired some nights to play with her, older Ochako now knew how difficult it was. Wanting to give her father a break, she had started illegally using her quirk on the side to assist at her father's various construction jobs. He had caught her doing so one day and advised her against it, stating the fines she would face for illegal quirk usage would far outweigh the benefit. It was from that conversation that she had gotten the idea to get into UA, had given her the idea to become a hero, to gain the power to legally use her quirk for multiple purposes in public with much less risk of retribution. She had told her parents this, and seeing her resolve, the two of them had started skimping, saving, and working even harder to give her this chance. Ochako had also helped pay her way, taking on various odd jobs around Yokkaichi to ease the burden. There were no refunds when it came to the fees UA charged students for enrollment, let alone even take the entrance exam. Plan to get into the hero course and earn my license. But do I even stand a chance? The nervous girl closed her book, not bothering to mark her page. Instead, her eyes drifted back to watching and listening to people around the station. Still can't believe UA uses robots for the test. A girl with a cannon for an arm was saying, I'll blast them away with ease. I'll tear them open like a trash can in a nature park. A bear-like man was saying, a grin on his ursine face. Ochako looked down at her hands. Her offensive power would be dependent on if she could even touch one of the bots. If she could, it would then just be a matter of floating the bot skyward before slamming it to the ground. But could I even get close enough? She blinked, seeing several young adults run past her with all the speed of kids trying to catch the ice cream truck. You'll stay at my side during the test, right, Eiko? The voice came from a girl who was looking at one of the vending machines. Of course, the girl behind her replied, you'll be the tank, and I'll be there to cool you down if you overheat again. Here's hoping they've kept the support points like they did when your brother got in. The first girl tossed a drink to her friend before opening the one she bought herself. Speaking of, Ochako tuned out their conversation, her mind having latched onto the reminder that the exam always had multiple elements to it besides combat. The thought of being able to use her quirk to lift debris off trapped civilians or clear rubble from a path for emergency vehicles. Both of those options seemed an easier way to gain points and had eased the nervousness just slightly. Still though, Ochako couldn't help but feel a little restless as more and more people went about the station. And more, she began to see people who left no doubt in her mind that they were coming in for the exam. Looking at the clock, she realized that barely half an hour had passed since her arrival, but she was feeling restless. Storing her book back in her bag, she shouldered it once again and decided to head over to UAS campus ahead of her original schedule. April 25th, X41, 8:15 a.m. Ultra Academy, Misutafu. While Ochako had been concerned about finding her way to UA, the increased amount of hopeful applicants made sure that was a non-issue. Almost everyone in her age bracket seemed to be heading to UA. Though she didn't know anyone personally, she found herself falling in step behind a group consisting of the two girls from the vending machines and some of their friends. You going out for the hero course too? The guy in the group had turned around, eyes locking onto her slightly slumping form. Yeah, though I also applied for a few of the general education courses too, Ochako answered. Once she realized she was the one being addressed, she perked up slightly and moved closer, figured it best to have a fallback, just in case. Agreed, I did the same. The guy answered, several of his friends nodding or voicing their agreement. I went for management. Me too. Am I the only one going for support? One of the girls frowned, bringing laughs from her friends and a polite smile from Ochako. Though she didn't contribute much to their conversation, she had to admit it was nice walking with them. About a block away, the group bid her goodbye and good luck, excusing themselves to go meet up with some of their other friends at a nearby cafe. Ochako had returned the wishes and thanked them before continuing on her way. It took her another 5 minutes or so, but even if she hadn't seen the pictures, it wasn't very difficult to figure out which of the buildings was Ultra Academy. Various groups of people milled about outside the gates, some shooting envious expressions at the few people who were able to walk up to the gates, exchange a few words with one of the security guards, scan an ID card, and make their way inside. Must be students or teachers called in to help with the exam, she thought, watching a man in black with his blonde hair spiked up in a way it reminded her of an exotic bird make his way along one of the paths inside to intercept the trio of young adults she had just seen move past the gate. Okay, you were right. The voice came from somewhere to her left, and Ochako was surprised to see a set of clothing leaning up against the bars of one of the fences surrounding UA. Told you, another voice answered. This one coming from a pink girl whose eyes were also glued to the quartet within UAS grounds. Honestly, Toru, why did you ever doubt me? The pink girl noticed her then. I'm sure you knew Present Mike wears Bay Ran sunglasses, right? Oh, maybe. She blinked, unsure where this conversation was going. I mean, I've heard they're top quality, and that the glass and frames are bullet resistant, but Ochako shrugged. I really can't tell 100 yen store pair of glasses from a 10,000 yen pair. Same, the clothing set addressed her, a gloved hand reaching out. Hagakure Toru. Yuraraka Ochako. She accepted the handshake, a smile on her face as the pink one followed suit. Ashido Mina. The three girls shared a smile. Well, Ochako assumed Toru was smiling. So you going out for the hero course? Or something else? Hero course is my primary, though I've got general as a fallback. Once again, Ochako found herself drawn into a friendly conversation. No awkwardness or distance between her and the other two girls. Given UAS reputation, she expected the majority of applicants to have superiority complexes, or to be so stuck up they refused to associate with anyone outside their clique. This was a thought she made known as Mina asked her if she had any friends who had also applied to UA. That's what I've been thinking too. Mina laughed. Everyone's been so nice and out-of-the-way extras. The three of them looked to where the voice came from, seeing a guy with spiky blonde hair practically shove a group of people out of the way as he made his way closer to the main entrance. I think you spoke too soon, Mina. Toru laughed, patting her on the back. Still though, did you see the jacket he was wearing? I did. Looked like the style Hawks has been sporting recently. Ochako offered, seeing Mina nod. While outside of a lucky find in a thrift shop, she knew she could never afford some of the current fashion trends, but that didn't stop her from reading about them. Their conversation flowed smoothly, covering everything from fashion to the latest music, to their quirks and hobbies. I don't know though if we'll be able to continue the VTuber stint once we become heroes though, Toru sighed. I mean sure, Present Mike does his radio show in his downtime, but being a VTuber is a bit more involved than just playing music and doing interviews with heroes. Mina gave her friend a pat on the back. VTuber. Ochako blinked. You two are on VTube. Yeah, we're the transparency pair. The pink girl cheered, flashing a peace sign as Toru gave a thumbs up. Oh, sorry. Ochako looked down, the faintest hint of color in her cheeks. I must apologize that I'm not fully up to date on the latest celebrity VTubers. That's okay. We only really started gaining traction in the last 2 years. Mina exchanged a knowing look with Toru, while Ochako blinked. She felt certain there was something she was missing, but decided against voicing her thoughts. Instead, Ochako switched back to the reason they were currently waiting around. Heroics. So do you have any special plans if you become a hero? Not really, but when I become one, the positive declaration in Toru's voice didn't go unnoticed. I plan on taking a more stealthy approach, work from the shadows to surprise criminals and take them down from the inside. Meanwhile, I'm torn between going full offensive and being on the front lines as the saying goes, or taking a bit of a backseat and using my quirk for support and rescue operations. Why not both? Ochako smiled. You can fight on the front when needed, but if things start getting to be too much, you can use your acid to provide a cover while your teammates make their retreat. Honestly, I didn't think of that. Mina's cheeks turned pinker. So what about you? What are your plans when you get your hero license? Ochako had to smile at the faith the two of them had not just in their own abilities, but in hers as well. Well, I was going to. Just then, the familiar ding of an intercom system kicking on sounded, stopping her explanation. A loud voice then sounded over the din of the crowd, making nearly everyone fall silent. Good morning, UA hopefuls. From their place near the fence, the three could see Present Mike standing on a raised platform, a microphone in his hand as he addressed the crowd which was now cheering in response to his greeting. Does he really need that? Ochako questioned, seeing Toru's outfit move in a shrug. I think it's more for show than anything. Mina answered, as Present Mike asked if everyone was excited. The three of them couldn't help but laugh that the man seemed to be treating the event more like a concert than an actual test. Glad to hear it, listeners. He gave the crowd a thumbs up. We'll be opening the gates in just a few moments. So if you could all take this time to form a more orderly line, we'll be able to get you in and start the show. Yeah, more cheers sounded as the crowd began to shift and shuffle, most seeming willing to obey the man's instructions. Still, there were some who tried to jockey for a better position in line, and some who refused to move to make room for others. Still though, it wasn't hard to figure out when the gates had opened, given the sudden cheer and the fact that everyone was now moving towards their common goal. Make way for the transparency Pano. You may not be a VTuber, but I'm including you in this. Ochako looked to Mina, slightly confused as the pink girl took her and Toru's hands in her own and held them up. Make way for the transparency trio. Yeah, let's go. Toru cheered, her free hand punching the air. Come on, Ochako, let's hear your cheer. Oh, why not? Ochako smiled at Toru's use of her given name and took a deep breath. Watch out, UA. Here we come. She mimicked Toru's punch, bringing cheers from the other two girls as they released each other's hands to better move with the line. Passing through the gates, the three of them were handed a page detailing the outline of the day's testing from one of the volunteers, the jackets they sported identifying them as third-year members of UAS student body. Just stay on the path and follow the signs, the blonde-haired student who gave Ochako her page was saying, a smile on his face as he pointed in the direction they were to go. After another short walk, Ochako and her new friends found themselves standing outside a room that had been labeled Testing Room Alpha. Well, here goes everything. Ochako paused for just a moment to take a breath before following Mina and Toru into the room. April 25th, X41, 9:30 a.m. Ultra Academy, Testing Room Alpha, Musutafu. Upon entering the testing room, the three girls wasted no time in finding a place to sit. The room was larger than Ochako had expected, seeming more a small amphitheater than lecture hall. The only thing that showed its purpose for academics was the fact that long tables ran the length of the groups of chairs to serve as desks. Hidden just out of sight behind a large projector screen at the center of the room, she could see both a white and chalkboard, along with some filing cabinets. A large desk rested at the center of it all, a single computer the only thing to occupy its surface. Wow, I knew UA was huge, but Mina blinked, suddenly seeming a little overwhelmed by everything. I know. Ochako nodded in agreement. I saw the pictures online and in the brochures I sent away but to see it in person, it's a bit overwhelming. And this will be our home for the next few years. Toru waved her arm, encompassing the room. You're staying in the dorms, aren't you, Ochako? I kind of have no choice. It's a good 3-hour train ride from Yokkaichi to Musutafu. Ochako shrugged. I did the math. Commuting for a year is only slightly cheaper than paying for a year in the dorms. Quite frankly, I think of the extra as a convenience fee. That's a good way to look at it. Toru rubbed her chin. Think you'll go home on breaks to visit your family? If I can afford it. The auburn-haired girl gave a weak thumbs up. Here's to the poor college student stereotype. Ugh, tell me about it. Mina sighed. So glad that UA kept to its high school roots and provides both athletic and regular uniforms at no charge. No charge. It's all rolled into the tuition fees. Toru argued. It's no different than getting free shipping from some of those shopping networks. Maybe, but Ochako's voice faded off as she noticed a stir on the other side of the room. Several excited hushed whispers were flying around, and there was a small crowd of people gathering around someone who had just entered the room. What's going on over there? The crowd shifted a little then, granting the three girls a view of whomever was in their midst. There was a tall man with dark blue hair and glasses, and a shorter man with messy, dark green hair. Ochako gasped, instantly recognizing the shorter man. Wait, Midoriya Izuku is applying to UA as well. Oh hey, it's Izuku. Toru let out a gasp of joy as Mina stood up in her seat. Oi, Izuku, over here, Mina called, waving an arm. Ochako watched as Izuku scanned the crowd, the smile on his face growing as he spotted her and waved back. The auburn-haired girl could only watch in amazement as Izuku moved through the crowd, the other man in tow. Wait, you personally know Izuria Mizoku, Mizoku Idoriya. Gah, language, Ochako cursed, sticking her tongue out and blowing a raspberry as if that would reset her vocal cords. Midoriya Izuku. Yeah, he's a friend of ours, Mina answered, smiling as the golden child came over, his dark blue-haired friend in tow. Hey Mina, hey Toru. He greeted the other two warmly before his eyes fell on Ochako, a friendly smile on his face. He reached out a hand in greeting. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. And you are? You're Araka Ochako. She took his hand, amazed that a celebrity like him was taking the time to greet someone like her. The smile on his face, coupled with the gentle touch, made her feel like she was floating. Scratch that, she was floating ... and so was Izuku, realizing what she had done. Ochako quickly deactivated her quirk and carefully pulled both her and Izuku back to the ground. Sorry about that. I got a little overexcited about meeting the golden child himself. Please don't call me that. Izuku grimaced, before his face moved back into a smile. And it's perfectly okay. That's quite an impressive quirk you've got there. Can it only levitate organic objects? Or can you float inorganic things like a desk? Oh boy, analytical Izuku is back. The dark-haired man sighed as Izuku took the seat next to Ochako and pulled out one of his many notebooks and started making notes. Ida Tenya, pleased to make your acquaintance, you're Araka. Tenya held out a hand as he spoke. Likewise, she accepted Tenya's handshake as Mina and Toru chuckled. After a moment, Ochako joined them even as she did her best to answer Izuku's questions. I'm assuming you're both going for the hero course as well. She was finally able to ask after satisfying Izuku's quest for knowledge on quirks. Of course, Tenya answered. Had taken the seat next to Izuku and was taking a moment to clean his glasses. Got to protect the Ida family legacy. True, but I thought you said you got into the recommendation exam. The invisible member of the group leaned forward, getting a look at the two boys. And same for you, Izuku. Oh, believe me, Tensei put me in for it. He even got a few other heroes to back me. Tenya put his glasses back on, but I told him I want to get into UA under my own skills. I mean, sure, there's no guarantee of getting in on recommendation, but this just seems a more valid way. Well, I did take the recommended exam. Izuku started, a heavy sigh escaping him. But Supreme Chancellor Nezu is a little troll and won't give me my results. I suspect I passed with flying colors, but really want to stick it to him by passing the public exam too. So this is your second time taking the test. Ochako blinked, face still a little flushed with embarrassment over her accidental quirk usage. Still, she knew she had to take this opportunity to learn a little bit more about what awaited her today. Is there much difference between the two? Far as I'm aware, the public exam is only made up of a written portion, and then a more hands-on practical test. The gentle smile on Izuku's face helped allay some of the nervousness Ochako could feel starting to build again, which to my understanding is a sort of battle royal against robots in which they award points for destroying them. Though I also suspect there's hidden aspects to that test, like rescue points, Ochako offered, seeing Izuku nod. Most likely, he gave a nod of his head, though I don't think you'll have any trouble earning points on either front. Thank you. Ochako was about to say more, but the sound of a bell stopped her short. The chatter of the room fell silent as everyone noticed that a dark-haired woman had appeared at the front of the room. Good morning. She addressed the gathered crowd, a gentle smile on her face. As many of you are aware, I am Kayama Nimuri, better known as Midnight. I'm here to serve as the main proctor for your written exam and to explain how today is going to run. In a moment, you will all be given both a testing packet and answer sheets. Please do not open them until I signal the start of the test. She snapped her fingers, summoning a horde of third-year students who worked in pairs to hand out the testing packets and answer sheets to every row. And here I thought they'd use the robots again. Thank you. Izuku held the packet in his hands a moment. Feels a little lighter than the other practical exam. Robots, the three girls said as one, looking to Izuku who nodded. Yeah, a whole bunch of robots distributed the tests when I took it, though I suspect they might have done that given them more. Izuku's eyes closed a moment. Maybe secure is the best word for it. Nature of the recommended exam. Pretentious, Izuku, you mean pretentious, Tenya offered, watching as the third years gave Midnight a signal that everyone had been given their supplies. Thank you, students. Midnight made a gentle shooing motion with her hand, dismissing the third years. Most of the questions are multiple choice, though there are a couple short answer questions as well. She clasped her hands before her, eyes wide and lashes fluttering in a way that would seduce almost any hormonal teenage boy, and probably made several girls question their sexuality. Though please, and I cannot stress this enough, pay close attention to the question numbers and the answer key. You will not be given a new answer sheet unless something drastic happens to it, like your pen explodes on it, or you sneeze and set it on fire somehow. Several applicants laughed at that, Midnight adding her own chuckles before removing a writing crop from her side, smacking it once against her boot to call things back to order. No, seriously, that has happened in the past. But if you do need a new one, close your testing packet and raise your hand and one of us will come to you. She gestured to herself and the handful of other teachers who had joined her, before looking back at the crowd. The same goes if you need anything, such as to use the bathroom or if your pen runs out of ink. Speaking of pens, are you all good on supplies? Izuku's voice called Ochako's attention away from Midnight back to him. She looked to see him holding out several unopened packages of high-quality pen and pencil sets. I'm good, Tenya answered, taking out his own set. I brought some, but I'll take one as a backup. Same. Both Mina and Toru held out a hand, and Izuku handed them over. Ochako, do you need some? Izuku gently shook one of the packages, making her attention fall on it. Ochako reached into her own bag, seeing the 100-yen store packs of pens and pencils that she had bought just for the occasion. Though she had tested them all last night and found them all to be in working order, given her luck this morning, she wasn't about to take any chances and accepted the offering. I should be good, but Toru's got a point about having a backup. Thank you. You're welcome. Izuku smiled, his attention returning to Midnight as the R-rated hero smacked the whip again. Apparently more than one set of applicants had the same idea and had all taken to checking over their stuff after Midnight's explanation. All right, you will have 2 hours to complete the written test. If you finish before, you are welcome to hand in your test early and leave, but you will not be allowed back in this room if you do. She picked up a small remote and clicked a button on it, the screen behind her now showing a timer that had been set for 2 hours. Following this, there will be an hour's break for lunch before we go over the practical application part of the test. Ochako's eyes drifted to one of the clocks she could see on the wall, showing it was 1 minute until 10. Midnight seemed to notice this as well, because right as the clock struck 10, she once again snapped the crop. You may begin. Ochako let out a breath she didn't know she was holding and opened up her test packet. She thought she would feel anxious at the sight of the various questions, but instead she felt an odd level of calm. Looking to her side, she figured out the reason why. Izuku had an almost relaxed expression on his face as he looked over the questions. She knew that he had a healing quirk, but never thought that his presence alone could help with emotional issues. Come on, Ochako, you've got a test to ace. Letting out a tiny grunt of determination, the gravity girl turned her attention to the test packet and began to read the questions and tick off the corresponding answer on the sheet. However, try as she might, she couldn't help but occasionally sneak a peek at Izuku, those stolen glances serving to keep her calm as she proceeded with the test. April 25th, X41, 12 p.m. Ultra Academy Cafeteria, Misutafu. The time of the written test had passed smoothly for Ochako, and after checking and rechecking it multiple times, had handed it in with 15 minutes remaining on the clock. She looked back up at her friends, and while she couldn't tell how Toru was feeling, she could see Mina looked like she was struggling a little. Tenya seemed to be scrutinizing his answers more than she had, and Izuku simply gave her a smile and shy thumbs up once he realized her eyes were on him. She had left the room then in favor of going to the bathroom before heading to the cafeteria. Several applicants who had finished before her were already there, helping themselves to the buffet-style meal that had been laid out. From where she stood, she could see all kinds of offering from simple bowls of hot or cold miso soup, various types of salads and sushi, to more substantial offerings like takoyaki or katsudon. There was even a selection of various snacks and desserts that had her stomach growling from sight alone. Quiet stomach, we still have a rice ball left from breakfast. She gently scratched her stomach before reaching into her bag for her wallet. Depending on the cost, I should at least be able to get something to drink. Ochako counted her money, making sure she saved enough for her ticket back. She could have bought a round-trip ticket in the morning, but had decided against it given that there was no difference in price. It also meant that, heaven forbid, if something went wrong during the exam, such as her becoming injured, she'd still have the means to pay for her way home and wouldn't be bound by the time on the ticket. She walked over to where one of the cafeteria workers was in the process of adding a few more bottled juices to a standing refrigerated unit. Seeing her approach, he flashed her a smile and gestured to the unit. If you see something you like, feel free to take it. Thanks. Her eyes looked at the selection, seeing everything from canned coffee, tea, and milk to bottles of sparkling water and soda. There was even an extensive collection of energy drinks. Say, do you know which of these drinks is the least expensive? Normally, that would be the juice packs here. They're just 40 yen each. He saw her start to reach for one, but raised a hand to stop her. However, for the entrance exam today, everything is free. Excuse me. Ochako blinked, her hand moving back. Drinks are free. Not just drinks. He placed a few more bottles on the shelf. Food and snacks are free today as well for the exam. Is there a limit? She mentally cringed at herself for asking, wondering if she might be able to take one of the packaged sandwiches and a drink for the trip home later in addition to eating one now. Not officially, but the polite limit is 2 or 3 of each offering. Snack, entree, drink. So I could take a bottle of soda now and one for later. Of course. He finished stocking the shelf and picked up the now empty case. You can also get hot tea or coffee from that counter over there if you don't feel like something cold. He gestured to a small cafe-like counter where several hopefuls were waiting for their drinks. Nodding her thanks as the man took his leave, Ochako grabbed a strawberry ramune for lunch and opted to stash a bottle of iced tea in her lunchbox. Moving to the counter, she picked up a tray and considered her options. A cup of miso along with a beef and vegetable stir-fry found their way onto her tray, while a wrapped tonkatsu sandwich made its way into her lunchbox to be her dinner later on. Moving to the snacks and desserts, she picked up a couple mochi for now, and tossed a bag of potato chips into her bag for later. She took a seat at one of the tables, adding her uneaten breakfast rice ball to her tray. She let out a small sigh, feeling a little self-conscious as she looked at the meal she had taken for later. Woo, free food. Who cares if we get in or not? We get free food. The voices came from a brown-haired man and his red-headed companion. The two of them all smiles as they both created the ultimate sampler trays with no shame. Okay, maybe this isn't so bad. She closed up her lunchbox before looking back to her current lunch. The smell was enticing, and Ochako found herself having to resist the urge to scarf it down. Though am I really that hungry? Or is it my nerves? She closed her eyes and sighed. The anxiety that had vanished during the written exam thanks to Izuku's calming presence came back with a vengeance upon hearing the blonde's declaration about the food versus getting into UA. Look, passing the written is basically a guarantee that you'll get into general studies, even if you barely get points in the quirk application part of the test, which would fulfill Plan B. Make sure you get into UA no matter what. Eyes still closed, Ochako took a deep breath and brought her hands together over her food. Itadakamasu. Itadakamasu. Her sentiment was echoed by 4 other voices shortly after, startling her into opening her eyes. She noticed Izuku sitting on her left, while Mina was on her right. Toru sat directly across from her, while Tenya sat opposite Izuku. Oh, Ochako blushed, head retreating into her shoulders slightly. When did you guys get here? Maybe 2 minutes ago. Izuku answered, taking a bite of his lunch. Okay, why does this one taste better than the one lunch Rush made at the recommended? Because he wants to show off how good a cook he is to the common folk. Toru made air quotes, causing Izuku to frown a little while Tenya smirked. A laugh-like cough came from Mina, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin. Ugh, I was trying to drink my soda, you ass. Me or Toru? Izuku asked, pointing to himself then the invisible girl. Yes, Mina deadpanned, causing Ochako to chuckle. Anyways, how do you all think you did on the written? I suspect I probably failed more than a few of the literature questions. Don't sell yourself short, Mina. Izuku flashed a smile. You did well with the mock exams we practiced with during our study sessions. Though I'll agree some of the questions on that part were worded a little strange. Agreed. Tenya nodded, taking a sip of his juice. What did you think of the test? Uraraka. Honestly, it felt more like a midterm exam than anything to me. She took a bite of her rice ball. Indeed. So far, today feels more like I'm back in high school than applying for college. Well, we've all been out for what? 2, maybe 3 weeks now tops. Tenya looked at group, seeing them nod. Personally, I don't feel like I've left yet. I mean, I woke up a few days ago and screamed that I was late for school. Mina sighed and ate a few bites of her salad. Made it halfway to the train station before I remembered. Better than me. I made it all the way into homeroom. Toru's hands came up to hide her face. So glad Fujita-sensei has such a good sense of humor. He must have been surprised to see you. Tenya responded, failing to notice the expressions on his friends' faces. Not as much as the boy whose seat I took was. A laugh escaped Toru. Come on, Tenya. Surely you've had an oh yeah, I'm out of school now moment or two too. Nope, I've just kept my same routine and substituted going to school with getting in extra workouts and study sessions for this exam. There was an air of pride in Tenya's voice. However, he couldn't seem to look any of them in the eyes as he continued. Haven't had a single issue. Then explain last week when we had that boys' night sleepover at your place and the next day. There was a Cheshire grin on Izuku's face as Tenya's eyes narrowed. And, at 6:55 in the morning you screamed, and I quote, "Oh God, I didn't iron my school uniform," before panicking and waking up the rest of the house as you tripped in the laundry room. You were dreaming, Izuku. That didn't happen. Tenya glared at Izuku, who simply grinned while Mina and Toru were dying of laughter. I'll call Tensei right now. The green-haired man waved his phone around, one finger scrolling through his contacts as Tenya tried to grab it from him. Watching the display, Ochako couldn't help but add her own laughs to Mina and Toru's in between taking bites of her lunch. After Izuku and Tenya came to an agreement, their table settled into a level of comfortable conversation. Once again, Ochako found herself being drawn into the discussions. The four of them doing their best to include her, even explaining some of their inside jokes to her. Whatever nervousness, whatever anxiety she might have felt going into the next test was gone. All of it absorbed by the warmth she felt from making some new friends, and the shock that somehow she had become part of Midoriya Izuku's circle of friends. But back to the matter at hand. Do either of you seriously know anything about the upcoming test? Toru asked, finishing the last of her soda. Beyond the common knowledge of fighting robots, Tensei said it was like an actual attack and they had to take down the robots serving as villains, while also saving the dummy civilian. Though he said it felt more like a free-for-all as opposed to a coordinated attack. Tenya answered, adjusting his glasses. Biggest kicker, however, is that they split everyone up into different, well, he called them districts. While he didn't say why, I suspect it was so that they didn't overwhelm a single district, and because that gives everyone a fair chance. They might have also done that as a way to foster potential teamwork between applicants. Izuku added, I mean, there's plenty of amazing quirks that can complement each other if their users would work together. Makes sense. Mina nodded. I mean, heroes can't always choose who they get to work with in an emergency. Might as well get a taste of that now. Ochako nodded, eyes going from one friend to another as she considered Tenya and Mina's words. Had she been told that at the beginning of the day, she would have probably had a mini freak-out, even though at the time she didn't know anyone going to UA. Now, however, Ochako could only wonder why she was even worried about it in the first place. Indeed, though I hope I do get to work with at least one of you. Ochako took a bite of one of her matcha, seeing the others nod. Same, but look on the bright side. Izuku beamed, his smile encompassing them all. There will be a spot for all of you on the Izu rescue team regardless of how this all goes. Still haven't come up with a better name? Huh, Toru, I could hear your eyebrow rising with that. The beaming smile was gone, replaced with an accusatory grin that made them all start laughing, though Ochako's was a little awkward. Ever since the HPSC named one of his hero tools the Izu pen and Izuku couldn't come up with a better name. We rag on him for using Izu as a brand of sorts for when he needs a placeholder name for something. Mina whispered to her in between her own laughs and Izuku's indignant noises. Okay, now it makes sense, and somehow that makes it funnier. Ochako gave Mina a thumbs up as a loud bell sounded. A moment later, and an intercom system kicked on, summoning everyone back to the testing room for a briefing on the next part of the entrance exam. "All right, everyone." Tenya clapped his hands and made a chopping motion, as if to cut through their laughter. "Let's clean up and move on." No one argued with the Ida Air's orders, the 5 of them quickly disposing of their trash and returning their trays before making their way back to the testing area. April 25th, X41, 1:30 p.m. Women's Locker Room, Ultra Academy, Musutafu. Upon arriving back in the testing room, everyone was instructed to once again take a seat. Only once everyone was seated did Midnight take the floor again and explain the rest of the day. The R-rated hero gave them a quick summary that wasn't too dissimilar to Tenya's recollection of Tensei's account of his exam. After promising a more detailed explanation once everyone was situated in their respective district, she had dismissed them to the locker rooms to change into their workout clothes. Ochako thought she would just go into the locker room, change, store her bag and go. Instead, she quickly found herself drawn into a gossip fest courtesy of Mina and Toru. "All right, now that we've got some girl time." Toru placed a hand on Ochako's shoulder. "What did you think of our dear cinnamon roll?" "Cinnamon roll?" Ochako blinked, removing the sweatshirt and pants combination she always wore for her afternoon workout sessions from her bag. "Who's that?" "Izuku," Mina clarified. "We call him that because he's just so sweet and innocent." "Oh, I thought you called him that because of the fact he's got that faint cinnamon scent to him." She pulled her shirt up over her head then. "What is that? His shampoo? Or cologne?" "I'm not sure," Toru answered, pulling her own shirt off. "Mina, you've been to his place. Do you know what it is?" "Aftershave." The pink girl chuckled. "I saw the bottle in the bathroom. Does he even grow facial hair?" Ochako tried to imagine what Izuku would look like with any sort of facial hair. The image her mind conjured making her laugh as Izuku basically changed into a bunch of broccoli. He tried once, and judging by your laugh, you figured out he basically turns into a broccoli crown, right? Mina pulled out her cell phone. "I have a picture of the picture his mom snapped before he shaved it the first time." She turned her phone then, showing a slightly blurry picture of Izuku with the beginnings of a beard. Given the fact there was still a softness to his features, coupled with the fact that his beard seemed to be coming in a slightly lighter shade of green, the whole of his face reminded Ochako more of an infant discovering birthday cake for the first time. "Don't tell him I said this, but he looks much better clean-shaven," the auburn-haired girl whispered, making Toru chuckle. "I agree 100% with you," Mina replied, storing her phone away. "Also, it occurs to me now, you never answered Toru's question about what you think of Izuku." "He's nice. I mean, I've seen the stories about him ... but you know how some celebrities and heroes put on a front." Ochako took out her brush and gently combed her hair, before putting it into a low bun. "But Izuku, he seems to be the same both on screen and off." She noticed then the look Mina was giving her, and suspected Toru was looking at her in the same way. "I mean, I only know him from the media, and then a little from lunch, but..." "So, you like him?" The way Toru's outfit shifted told Ochako the invisible girl had leaned closer. "Of course I do," Ochako answered, adjusting the tie on her pants. "I mean, who doesn't? So, would you go out with him?" Once again, Toru pushed the question as Mina grinned. "Like his friends?" One of Ochako's eyebrows seemed to be affected by her quirk, for it was floating somewhere near her hairline. "Of course she doesn't mean his friends." Her mind screamed at her, but aloud. "Oh yeah, I think he'd be fun to hang out with." "He is. We've all hung out together a few times and have never had a bad time." A laugh came from the invisible girl. "Though Mina, I think you've spent a little more time with him than I have. What with your friend dates and all." "Friend dates? Yeah, Izuku and I have gone on a number of friend dates," Mina answered, an odd glint in her eyes. "Mostly trips to the mall or other stores, followed by grabbing something to eat. Though we did go to the movies once. I'm still salty that you saw the backrooms, door 2 before I did." Toru whined. "Hey, I saw it again with you, didn't I?" The pink girl's hands came to rest on her hips. "Besides, you should be thankful that I saw it first. I knew when the jump scares were coming so I could make sure you didn't spill the popcorn." "Excuses, excuses." Toru punctuated the second one with a gentle slam of the locker door. "I wouldn't have cared so much if you told me, but when your response to me asking if you want to see it is..." She cleared her throat, then did her best impersonation of Mina. "Oh, I already saw it with Izuku last week, but I don't mind seeing it again." "You waited a week to, in a roundabout way, tell me you had a true pseudo-date with Izuku that wasn't your usual friend dates." "I know, but it was just that. A pseudo-date of going to the movies. Actually watching the movie, then grabbing a bite to eat before going home." Mina sighed. "I know I said I like my men to be dummy thick, but I didn't mean in the head." Ochako laughed. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he seems rather smart to me, and I thought Izuku was the innocent one." Mina whispered, just a little too loud to Toru. "He is when it comes to matters of academics, heroes and their quirks, and medical matters." Toru raised a gloved finger with each as Mina nodded. However, when it comes to social matters, he's an absolute idiot. Mina sighed. He just can't seem to pick up on the fact that I would love to be his girlfriend. I wouldn't mind being his girlfriend either. It was then Ochako noticed that Mina was staring at her, the pink girl's jaw somewhere near the floor. She looked over at Toru, whose hands were crossed over where she knew the invisible girl's mouth to be. Did I say that out loud? In perfect time to Mina's slow nodding, Ochako could feel her ears and face heating up, covering her face with her hands. Oh Nio. Wait. You're a fan of the international hero, Shark Girl Gura. Toru, focus. This is big. Mina snapped her fingers a few times, a devilish grin appearing on her face. So you do have a crush on Midoriya, right? The floating jumpsuit's arms flapped a moment as she gathered her thoughts. So what do you like most about him? His hair. His eyes. Don't answer them. Don't answer them. Ochako's mind screamed at her as she closed her locker and began to walk towards the exit of the locker room. Don't fall any deeper down that rabbit hole. His fashion sense, his sense of humor, his lack of social skills, Mina pressed, expertly maneuvering to Ochako's side before moving in front of her. Without breaking stride, the acid user turned on her heels and was now walking backwards so she could maintain eye contact with the still flushing gravity manipulator. His money. Definitely not the money. Ochako answered. She had a feeling that her newfound friends either knew or suspected her financial situation. But being with someone just for the money wasn't something she had ever considered. Indeed, the idea actually repulsed her somewhat if she really thought about it. What did I just say? Her mind screamed at her. Sure, you answered in the negative, but you still answered them. All right, that's one off the list. Mina mimed the action of striking something from a page. Let's see what else we can remove. We'll go back to physical attributes. His quirk. His muscles. Ochako kept her mouth shut, eyes fixed at a point beyond Mina. His butt. Ochako's view was suddenly partially obscured by a pair of gloves. Wait, you're not one of those, in my opinion, weird people who are attracted to feet, are you? No. She shook her head, deciding to take that option off the table. I don't like feet. Nods of agreement came from Mina and Toru. However, they still couldn't help but continue to pester Ochako for answers as they made their way over to the next testing area. Annoying as it was, however, she was thankful that their banter was playful and that it served as a nice distraction from her thoughts on the next test. Still, she couldn't help but send a silent prayer of thanks to the gods when they were told to quiet down by a third year who was serving to help keep one of the ever-growing queues of other applicants in order as they awaited their chance to enter the next training center. April 25th, X41, 2 p.m. City Simulation Center, Ultra Academy, Misutafu. As the applicants entered the City Simulation Center, they were instructed to take a wristband from a blacked-out box. The teachers holding the boxes explaining that the bands were miniature computers that would keep track of your points. All of the categories are displayed at once. You'll see the number turn green when earning points, and red when you've lost them. The number will remain white otherwise. The teacher Ochako drew hers from explained as he demonstrated to them how to turn on the device. It's just like a bit fit. Once you've got it turned on, just follow the on-screen instructions. Ochako turned hers on, being greeted with a prompt to enter her name. Upon confirming that she was one of the applicants, the tool opened up a camera program and instructed her to take a headshot. Task completed. It switched to showing the promised score screen. Say, does the color of the band mean anything? Ochako asked, seeing that she had drawn a green one, while Mina and Toru both sported blue. Yes, the color of the band determines which district you're being assigned to. The teacher pointed towards the city. Look at the sidewalk to see what district you're currently in. This is the red district. Blue is to the right, while you can reach green by going straight ahead. There's also overhead signs marking entrances to each. And while you don't have to go to your district right away, I recommend going sooner rather than later. It tends to get a little chaotic the closer we get to starting time. Thank you. The three girls gave a bow and moved into the red district to make more room. Just then, they noticed Izuku and Tenya making their way towards them, both of them programming the tool on their wrist as they moved towards them. Hey boys, what colors did you get? Mina held out her wrist. Toru and I got blue, and Ochako got green. Tenya and I both got green as well. Izuku mirrored Mina and showed off his band. I was hoping you got blue like us. Toru's form slumped slightly as she looked at her and Mina's bands. On the bright side, at least Ochako won't be alone now. Of course, though this also means we'll all need to make sure we work extra hard and help each other to ensure we all make it into the hero course. Izuku smiled as he pulled both Mina and Toru in for a hug. We will all make it. Ochako wiggled into the hug between the two girls. Come on, Tenya, get in here. Mina didn't wait for the other man's reply and instead dragged him into the group hug between herself and Izuku. What have I said about public displays of affection while in school? He sighed, but still put his arms around Mina and Izuku's shoulders. The five of them laughed as Izuku made some comment about not being in school yet, before they noticed everyone really starting to move towards their respective districts. The 5 of them stayed together as long as possible before breaking off. Wonder how UA affords all this? Tenya asked, looking at the various buildings which seemed to range from small shops, complete with signs identifying the type of shop, to larger business centers. There was also a collection of street signs, stoplights, and the occasional mailbox or other decoration you'd see on a street. In response, Ochako put an ear to one of the buildings and gave a couple knocks. The walls aren't very thick, and I'm willing to bet quite a few are hollow and have only minimal rebar support in some of the larger ones. She noticed the odd looks Tenya and Izuku were giving her. Sorry, my family is in construction and I've picked up a thing or two. They also have cementos, Izuku added, gesturing to where the stone man was currently making a patrol around the area, checking bands as well as some of the buildings. Almost certain he built most, if not all of these. And I've heard there's a teacher in one of the other general courses who has a quirk that lets her control machines. It's her who controls some of the robots in addition to whatever AI programming they have. Think if we can find her and take her out, we pass? Ochako asked, continuing to walk into the district. Doubtful, Tenya answered. Tensei claimed to have heard that the teachers have bunkers scattered around the area that they observe everything from. Supposedly, they're either fingerprint or retina scan locked to get in from the outside, but not from the inside, mostly to allow them to assist if something really goes wrong. Ochako was about to ask a follow-up question, but a loud ping was accompanied by an even louder voice that grabbed everyone's attention. Good afternoon, UA hopefuls. It's time for the practical application test. President Mike's voice sounded over the city, echoing off some of the buildings. Large screens dropped down from the ceiling, showing off the voice hero standing before a chart. In this test, you'll be pitted against various types of robots in battle royale-style combat. Each bot has a points value assigned to it, and you'll earn more points the more damage you do. Murmurs came from all around as each bot was shown on screen for a moment. Small bots counted for 1, medium for 2, large for 3. There was also a 4th bot, but it was just a silhouette and was marked as giving 0 points. Ochako looked away then, seeing Izuku muttering to himself beside her. She was about to ask if he was okay, but Mike's voice brought her attention back to the screen. However, don't think being a hero is all about the combat. There's other aspects to the job that you'll also be judged on. The screen flicked then, showing several mannequins with colored discs on their chests. There are civilians, both healthy and injured, who may need to be rescued. Likewise, a blonde hero snapped his fingers, switching the screen to images of various pro-heroes working together. You never know when you might need to help your fellow hopefuls, either by assisting in a takedown, pulling them out of harm's way, or even coming up with an idea on how to take down a difficult foe. Tenya, is he okay? She threw a thumb at the still muttering Izuku. He's just in analytical mode again. His eyes moved from the screen, which was currently showing the meaning of the colored discs on the dolls. Green discs were healthy civilians to be evacuated. Yellow meant they had minor injuries, while red indicated serious. Discs could also change colors, simulating a person going into shock. There were also dolls with black discs, indicating a deceased individual that saving would cause you to lose points. Though I thought, so here's my thoughts. I'll be the scouter and run distraction and support. Tenya, you've got both of us beat on speed. It'll be your job to get some rapid strikes on the bots, or even do a hit and run to draw their attention to us. If you see any rescue dolls, grab them and take them to safety if they're green or yellow. If you find a red, call me and I'll see if I can stabilize them for you to then take them. He looked to Ochako. Ochako, I forgot to ask this earlier, but do you know the limit of how much you can lift? 2 tons with ease, 3 if I really focus. However, anything over that really puts a strain on me. She rubbed the back of her neck, remembering testing her limits with a pallet of cinder blocks, as well as a few of the larger vehicles in Mr. Tanaka's scrapyard with his permission. Perfect. Then my idea of you being our heavy hitter will work. The only thing brighter than Izuku's grin was the light shining in his eyes as he continued planning. It will be your job to slam the bots with debris into the ground, or even each other. You can also run support and move rubble off rescue dolls to allow Tenya to access them. Got it. I do, but I have to ask. How did you come up with that plan so fast? Ochako's slow nod seemed at odds with the slightly shocked expression on her face. Been thinking about it since I learned your quirk, he answered, smile shrinking just slightly though his eyes remained bright. I had plans in place for any combination of the 5 of us for this test. Only you, Izuku. Ochako smiled, eyes back on the screen as President Mike moved into presenting a few rules to the test that applicants were expected to abide by. No obstructing others, no harming others. So basically don't be a jerk to other applicants. The Ida Air gave a nod. Now that the boring stuff is out of the way, you all have 1 minute to take up positions in your respective district before we release the bots. Mike snapped his fingers again, bringing a timer up on the screen. Good luck. A bell sounded then, and the timer started ticking down. Ochako watched as the majority of applicants moved into the replica city district, most opting to go in alone or in pairs as they scouted out what they perceived to be the best place to be when the test started. Should we move in? Not yet, Izuku answered, eyes scanning around the area. Everyone has gone towards the district center which, if this was an actual attack, would be the ideal place for a villain to strike if they wanted to cause the maximum amount of chaos. However, a more calculating villain might target the outskirts, where while there's less people or valuable targets, would likely have less heroes nearby to stop the attack. Ochako answered, the faintest blush on her face as Izuku gave her a thumbs up. Clever, Tenya gave a nod. Not to mention, if there is an attack out here, we're the first responders, giving us a better opportunity for us to score some points without interference as the other applicants would need to move out to our position. Ochako opened her mouth to say more, but a loud explosion cut her off. She turned her head towards the sound, seeing smoke coming from a building near the district center. A few more explosions came from other areas, now accompanied by the sound of heavy machinery, screams of fear and for help, along with cries from various applicants. Over there, Izuku pointed to a spot 2 blocks away from where they stood. One of the buildings had a large chunk taken out of it, and the trio could see one of the large 3-point mechas using its drill-like arms to damage a few other buildings. A large crater showed just where the mecha had come from. Come on, let's move. Ochako and Tenya nodded, falling into step alongside Izuku. The 3 of them slid to a stop, each one adopting an offensive stance as they scouted the area. Help me, help me. The voice came from inside the damaged building, and Ochako briefly caught sight of what appeared to be a man in a trench coat at one of the windows, trying to flag them down. Izuku, she tapped his arm, directing his attention to the window in question. There's a man up there. Wait, ectoplasm is playing the part of victims too. The healing hero to be's eyes followed her hand. Doesn't matter. What we need Izuku got no further, the mecha having spotted the 3 of them. The bot turned on its axis and started moving towards them, arms striking out. The 3 of them all dodged in different directions as one of its arms slammed the ground before them. Tenya darted towards the damaged building, while Izuku rolled to the right and climbed up a nearby fire escape. Ochako herself had opted to use her quirk, and was floating just out of the bot's reach. The mecha kept switching between throwing punches up in the air at her, to trying to step on Tenya who was darting about its legs. Tenya, go save the civilian. Ochako, think you can get the drop on that bot? Izuku called from his place on the fire escape. Upon hearing his voice, the bot threw a punch in his direction, damaging the platform Izuku was standing on so it now hung at an angle. To his credit, Izuku was able to keep his footing. Not if he throws his drills up. Keep his attention focused on you, she called down, seeing Izuku nod and jump down as Tenya bolted into the damaged building. Ochako watched Izuku dance around the bot's strikes, studying its attack pattern. Left arm, together. Left, right, together. She dropped when the bot threw his next left punch, fingers coming in contact with the bot's back as he threw the right. Before the bot could throw its arms together, she had lifted it a good 2 stories into the air. The mecha's arms and legs flailed, but there was little it could do without solid footing. Izuku, move, she shouted, watching as he ran towards the building Tenya had gone into. Only once she was certain he was out of harm's way did she release her quirk, dropping the bot back into the hole it had climbed out of. With a high-pitched whine and grinding gears, the mecha stilled and she noticed the computer on her wrist had lit up. Combat, 3/100th. Support, 1/100th. Leadership, 0 divided by 100. Rescue, 1/100th. Skill, 0 divided by 100. Didn't think these would update as we went along. She touched the ground then, seeing Tenya come walking out of the building, giving a green doll a piggyback ride while carrying a yellow in his arms. There's an evac zone over there. Cover me. Tenya moved at a swift jog towards the zone, Ochako and Izuku in tow. Upon arriving, they were greeted by an ectoplasm clone who relieved him of the dolls. Because I can be in multiple places at once, I'm manning the evac zones as well as alerting applicants to civilian. The hero answered the unspoken question as he set the dolls down and moved to assist another who had come to him with a doll. The trio continued working in their district utilizing the tactics they had come up with. All of them were in the low 20s in combat, rescue, and support points while they had all crossed the 10-point threshold for leadership. Because of their efforts, the AI of the bots was starting to adapt. No longer were they coming in one by one, but in pairs or groups of 3, all of them moving with the same intent: take out the biggest threat to themselves. Currently, one of the large crusher bots was being escorted by 2 of the smaller bots with drill-like arms. A 4th bot, with a flamethrower on one arm and a water cannon on the other, brought up the rear. There's too many, one of the other applicants in the area complained as she proceeded to create a large wall of sand. She knew it would never stop the bots, but hoped it would buy them just a little more time to escape. We've got to get out of here. Agreed. Another applicant answered, a pair of wings that looked to be made from light appearing from her back as the sand quirk user latched onto her side. not without the civilians. A third answered from inside a nearby building. Just then, a loud explosion occurred nearby, and the occupant of the building ran out, his arms empty. "Save yourselves," he yelled back into the building, grabbing onto the winged girl who quickly flew them a few blocks away. "Cowards." Ochako kept the curse internalized, but she heard it spoken aloud from Tenya and Izuku. The former darted into the building while the latter remained outside with her, watching as the bots approached. "Think we can take them down?" "I do. I've got this." The voice came from somewhere to Ochako's right, and was accompanied by a bright flash and a loud pop. All of the bots in the area had ceased moving. Taking a moment to float herself, the gravity girl could see several other bots had been taken down on streets close enough to have felt the blast. Looking at the element bot, she noticed it appeared to be unscathed, but the scent of burning ozone indicated that its circuits had been fried. It was then she noticed a blonde-haired boy with a dopey expression on his face standing in the middle of the next street. His arms were held before him in a thumbs up, and at least 5 of the smaller bots were motionless on the ground nearby him. "Hey, are you okay?" Ochako floated over to him, one hand coming to rest on his shoulder as she landed beside him. "Wei." He turned towards her, expression unchanging. What the Izuku paused, taking in the scene before looking to the blonde. "Did you do this?" "Yeah, Harry." The dopey smile grew wider, and he pumped both his arms, maintaining the thumbs-up gesture. "Oh dear, we've got a medical removal." An ectoplasm clone emerged from one of the buildings and made his way over to the 4 of them. Grabbing the boy's wrist tool, Ectoplasm pressed one of the buttons on it, before looking at the tablet in his hands. "I'll take it from here. Do you need an Izu pen?" Izuku reached to his side and moved to offer one of the injectors, but Ectoplasm shook his head. "No, it's a side effect of this one's quirk," the hero answered, looking at the brain-fried blonde student registration before once again taking the boy by the hand. "Come on, Kaminari-san." "Will ya?" was Kaminari's reply as he giggled. "Poor guy. I hope he got enough points to pass at least." Izuku attached the pen back to his belt as Ochako nodded. The pair watched Ectoplasm look at Kaminari's wrist again. The hero gave the tiniest nod and had the faintest smile on his face as he addressed the two. "I'm not at liberty to say, but I suggest you focus on your own efforts. Remember, there's only 36 spots for the hero course." "He's right." Tenya appeared behind the two as Ectoplasm took his leave. "That other guy wasn't kidding. There's wounded in that building and I'm going to need help carrying them." Ochako and Izuku both nodded and fell in step behind Tenya and moved to enter the building. However, a small tremor from an incoming wave sent one of the stalled bots falling into a nearby building. Already damaged, a large chunk of rubble broke off and started to fall. "Move," Izuku shouted, charging forward to shove both Ochako and Tenya into the building as the rubble fell upon him. Though dust and other small debris obscured her view of her green-haired friend, she could see that it had become impaled in the ground, a large streak of red on one side. Beside it, she could see Izuku laying prone on the ground. "Izuku!" Tenya let out a concerned yell as their friend groaned and sat up. "Izuku, your arm." Ochako looked at Izuku with morbid horror on her face. On anyone else, the ragged, mangled mess that had been his left arm would have been life-endangering or at minimum crippling. However, apart from a red face and clenched teeth showing the extreme pain, Izuku looked to be holding on to life with minimal ease. "I'm starting to think Recovery Girl was right. Apart from the sensation of pain, I am getting way too passive about getting injured," he tried to say cheerfully. "No duh, you think?" Tenya roared in retaliation. "What was your first clue?" Jumping in front of the falling rebel. "I saved you guys, didn't I?" he countered, arm already starting to knit itself back together. "That's unsettling." Ochako grimaced as she looked away, trying to distract herself. "Tenya, how are the civilians?" "One's fine, 3 have minor injuries and the last is seriously hurt," he answered, moving to attend to the dolls. "Ochako, there's a large sheet of metal that fell off one of the bots that should make a decent stretcher for the serious injury." Izuku appeared in the door, arm almost fully healed. "Is it large enough to hold all of them? If so, I can use my quirk to make it lighter and we can just guide it along and save them all at once." Ochako gave a nod and moved towards the door as Izuku continued planning. "It will hold at least 2 comfortably," he replied, looking to Tenya. "We can carry the other 3, right?" "Easily." Ochako heard Tenya's reply as she found the sheet of metal. Activating her quirk, she floated it at waist height. However, it was too wide to fit through the door. "It won't fit." She let out a tiny sigh. "Bring out the red first. Once they're situated, we'll see about the others." Izuku appeared at the door then, the red doll in his arms. With surprising care, he set the doll down on the improvised stretcher, carefully moving it to the side. He motioned for Tenya to add one of the yellow dolls, whose disc was now starting to slowly flash between yellow and red. The 2 remaining yellows were carried by Izuku and Tenya, with Izuku carrying the green on his back. The 3 of them brought the casualties over to the evac zone before returning into the field. The robots continued in their onslaught. now forcing many applicants into the same areas and to work together to suppress the numbers. More than once, Ochako found herself using her quirk to slam one bot into another, or to move a large chunk of debris to allow other applicants to get around. There was even a moment that she had to float herself and another applicant out of a crater he had fallen into. Tenya meanwhile was zooming around, moving applicants out of harm's way, or keeping the robots occupied while the more offensive quirk users took them out. Izuku seemed to be dedicating his time to organizing others, as well as running distraction with Tenya. All of this seemed to only infuriate the bots, or rather the one controlling them, as they had now swarmed the area. Various cries filled the area from the applicants. Some were out of fear, others let out primal cries of determination. More than one dropped a curse as the ground shook and more bots advanced on the area. Everybody clear the area. The cry came from somewhere near one of the larger buildings, and amidst the fleeing applicants, Ochako had just enough time to see someone punch the side of the closest building, tipping it over and onto the street. His efforts only succeeding in crushing a couple of bots, at the cost of sending dust and debris flying in all directions. One of the larger chunks struck Ochako and sent her into the side of a nearby building. Ochako, she heard more than she saw Izuku run towards her. Ochako, are you all right? The dust in the air made her cough, and she found herself unable to speak. Instead, she shook her head, one hand coming to rest on her side, where the rubble had struck her. A wet stickiness greeted her, and she gasped at sight of her now bloodied hand. Sorry, Ochako. This might hurt a little. Izuku removed one of the Izu pens from his side. Unscrewing the cap, he stabbed it into the flesh just above her hip. Ochako let out a pain cry at the brief stinging sensation the needle created, but soon felt the pain of it fading. Scratch that. She felt every pain she didn't know she had fading, as well as an odd energy coursing through her veins. Better? Much. Thank you, Izuku. Ochako gave a nod as she rose to her feet. So what do we do about that? Tenya gestured to the approaching army of bots. I've got an idea. Stand back. Ochako moved to where the building had fallen. Inspecting it proved true to her original assessment. It was hollow concrete, but there was no doubt in her mind that it was still over her 3-ton limit. Still, she knew she had to try. Placing both her hands on the building, her quirk took hold. The once heavy concrete slab of a building became nearly weightless, and she threw it at the approaching bot army as easily as one throws a pillow in a pillow fight. She deactivated her quirk right before it struck the first bot, the force and momentum of her throw sending the full weight of it into the bots. Those closest to the front were outright destroyed, while the ones near the back suffered enough damage to where they became little more than gigantic paperweights. Several applicants nearby opted to take advantage of that status and gave the finishing blow while others cheered for Ochako's efforts. She looked to her wrist then, noticing that her combat score had become nearly maxed out. Her support score had also gone up by nearly 20 points as well. Ochako was about to comment, but a loud siren began to blare and Present Mike's voice once again sounded over the arena. Oh, listeners, the villains are getting desperate. They've unleashed their final weapons. Hydraulic hissing that was just slightly softer than the voice hero's voice sounded from various sides. Ochako could only watch as the 0-point mechas thundered onto the field. Each one was roughly 3 stories tall, and seemed to be armed with various turrets and cannons. Intel shows that these mecha are armed with sleeping gas bombs and stun turrets. All applicants are heavily advised to proceed to one of the safe zones as soon as possible. As if to punctuate Mike's words, the 0-pointer closest to the trio fired off a shot from one of its turrets. One applicant was struck by the shot, and after a brief spasm, fell to the ground. Damn, they weren't kidding about the stun guns. A guy called as he ran to pick up his fallen comrade. We've got to get out of here. A girl screamed, running in the opposite direction of one of the safe zones in a panic. Are they trying to kill us? Another guy complained as the 0-pointer fired off its first sleeping gas bomb. Chaos seemed to erupt all around as applicants panicked. A brave few tried to maintain order, but quickly gave up and opted to save their own skins. I hate to say it, but I think we're going to need to quit the search. Tenya sighed, wiping his brow. The 3 of them had opted to make a last-minute sweep for victims, but the chaos surrounding them was making it unsafe for them to continue. I agree. Ochako nodded sadly. She wanted to continue the search, but knew it wouldn't help anyone if she herself became in need of rescue. If we see anyone in need of help as we go, we'll help them. Izuku's eyes scanned both Ochako and Tenya's faces. It's tough, but even All Might admitted that heroes need to know when to take a step back. You're such an All Might fanboy. Tenya rolled his eyes, trying to inject a small amount of brevity into the situation. Surprised it took you this long to mention the man. Tenya, stop running your mouth and start running your engines. Izuku countered, one of the 0-pointer's turrets aimed in their direction. The engine hero to be didn't hesitate and grabbed both Izuku and Ochako. Reserpo burst. Activating his quirk, Tenya launched the 3 of them away from the bot right as it fired. The taser shot striking the ground where the trio originally stood. as chaotic as it felt to be flying along with Tenya. The battlefield around them seemed to be in an even worse state. More than once Ochako saw testers get taken down and captured by the zero-pointers. A few times she even saw some applicants using others as springboards to better increase their odds of escaping. That's horrible. Ochako couldn't help the sigh that escaped her as Tenya slowed to a stop. Sorry, I've got to recharge. He dropped Izuku unceremoniously before setting Ochako down gently. You can still walk or run though, right? Ochako asked, watching as Tenya massaged his leg. Yeah, I just can't use my engines to boost my speed. We're in luck, the safe zone's right over there. Izuku pointed to the area in question where several ectoplasm clones were hollering and waving to applicants. Come on. Ochako let out a grunt of determination, while Tenya gave a nod. The three of them broke into a quick jog and crossed into the safe zone where ectoplasm greeted them with a smile and gestured for them to have a seat or grab something to drink. Looking up, Ochako couldn't help but smile as she noticed the timer for the first time in a while. 2 minutes remained on the clock. What do you know? My time trial training paid off. Grinning, she grabbed a bottle of water and took a long swallow in celebration of her accomplishment. April 25th, X41, 3:23 p.m. Campus Medical Office, Ultra Academy, Musutafu. The test had come to an end, and applicants were instructed to remain in the safe zones as the teachers made a sweep of the districts to find any applicants who may have gotten injured or lost in the final assault. Once everyone was accounted for, the teachers moved to the safe zones and began to check in with everybody for injuries and to collect their computers. Uraraka-san, currently midnight, was standing before her, tablet in hand as she looked over Ochako's information. Records indicate you were hit by falling debris. The auburn-haired girl nodded at the R-rated hero. I'm not seeing any signs of injury, but it's required for any test taker who becomes injured to go see the medical staff before they can be released. All right. She let out a sigh as Midnight gave her directions to Recovery Girl's office. Upon arriving, she could see several other hopefuls all sitting or standing around. She could see some had visible injuries, while others showed signs of emotional or psychological distress. She couldn't see any injuries on herself, and had to admit her emotions felt lighter than ever. Almost feel like I don't belong here. She let out a sigh as one of the attendants called a name, summoning them into an exam room. Luckily, it seemed there was more than one doctor on staff, and they seemed to be working quick. But that still wasn't any guarantee of how long she'd be stuck there. I hope Izuku and the others don't leave before I have a chance to say goodbye. She leaned up against the wall, eyes seeing it was just a few minutes past 3. Figure I'll finish here, get changed, see if I can find the others and say my goodbyes before heading to the station. Wonder if any of them are taking a train home. Maybe they'll accompany me and wait a bit with me at the station if they are. Uraraka Ochako, the healing heroine called, her voice pulling Ochako from her thoughts. That's me. Ochako rose to her feet and followed Recovery Girl into one of the exam rooms. Have a seat on the table there. The elder gestured to an exam table before taking a seat at her computer. Ochako complied, letting out a sigh as she finally had a chance to sit. Says here you got struck by some rubble and had some bleeding as a result. Recovery Girl's head tilted to the side, an odd tone in her voice as she studied Ochako. Did you receive any treatment out in the field, or take anything for pain between then and now? Does getting hit with an Izu pen count as treatment? She asked, seeing the old nurse's expression instantly change from professional concern to annoyed but not really grandmother in a matter of seconds. Midoriya hit you with one? Recovery Girl asked, her fingers tapping something out on the keyboard of her desk as she made notes. Tell me how that went. Yeah, I sort of got clipped by a falling building. Seeing me injured, Midoriya-san rushed over and hit me with an Izu pen. She shifted to the side a little, trying to show where Izuku had injected her, but there was no bruise or puncture to show. Anyways, I felt his blood. Ugh, that sounds weird. Mix with mine and take away the pain. Once I got back into the fight, I noticed I barely had any recoil with my attacks, nor did I feel motion sick like I usually do after using my quirk to float and move myself too much. Sounds about right, Recovery Girl muttered, just loud enough for Ochako to hear. And how do you feel now? Honestly, I feel great. She flashed a smile. I mean, I suppose part of it might be that the adrenaline hasn't worn off yet, but Ochako shrugged as Recovery Girl let out a tiny chuckle. All right then. Well, I do need to take your vitals and give you a quick once-over as a formality, but if you've received a dose of Midoriya's blood, you're good to go. The old woman moved in then with her equipment and proceeded to take her blood pressure, check her eyes, ears, and throat, and take her temperature before dismissing her. Yeah, you're good. I'll forward a copy of my report to your primary care physician. All right. Perfect, thank you very much. Ochako gave a bow and left the room as Recovery Girl called for the next patient. Retracing her steps, she returned to the locker room and changed back into her regular attire. While there were still quite a few girls about the place, she saw no sign of Mina or Toru. Maybe they're waiting outside for you. cheering herself with that thought. She made a final sweep of the area to ensure she had everything before making her way back towards one of the exits of UA. She had just stepped into the hallway that lead away from the locker rooms when she heard the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. Ochako couldn't stop the wide grin that appeared on her face as she watched Izuku and his friends run up to her. "Everything okay?" Mina asked, eyes moving up and down her newfound friend. "We were worried when we heard you were sent to the nurse," Toru added, opting to embrace Ochako. "Clean bill of health." Ochako smiled, giving the four of them a thumbs up. The visit was more of a formality than actual need. "Those Izu pens are something else." "That's great. Glad to hear it." Izuku gave a thumbs up, taking over the conversation. "So, what are your plans now?" "My plans?" She couldn't hide the flush that came to her cheeks as she looked down. "I was going to go back to the train station and wait for my train." The four of them exchanged looks as Izuku took out his cell phone and began to message someone. "Oh, what time is your train due?" 7:30, she answered, only partially looking up. "That's just under 4 hours from now," Tenya answered, raising an eyebrow. "Are you really going to just sit around the station all that time? Where's the fun in that?" While Toru's question was directed at her, Ochako could tell she was looking at Izuku. "Boring." Mina nodded in agreement with Toru's line of thought. "Well, I might walk around the station a little, take some time to eat dinner." She gestured to her lunchbox, which was clipped to the side of her bag. "And I don't know the area well enough to be walking around, so waiting at the station is probably my best bet. It would also be rather safe too. I've a better idea." Izuku looked up from his phone. "How about you join the four of us, and my mom and another one of my friends, for dinner? Afterwards, we can just drive you to the station to catch your train. This way, you don't have to wait around all by yourself and can get something to eat." The other three all nodded in agreement at Izuku's suggestion, each voicing their own opinion on the matter. Tenya commented that it was a lot safer than hanging out alone at the station, while Mina and Toru spoke of the various shops and stalls around the area they were going to visit before heading off to dinner. "What? Oh no, I couldn't intrude." She waved her hands in front of her, trying to shoo away the offer. While she had to admit she was touched by the thought that they wanted to hang out, that they wanted to include her, she knew she had to hold on to what little money she had left on her person. Ochako's eyes turned back to the ground as she played her next card. "And besides, I didn't bring a lot of money with me. I've enough to buy my ticket home, and maybe get a yakitori or two if my dinner doesn't fill me up." The four of them shared a look, and suddenly Ochako felt like she was being judged. Thanks to the news, she knew that the Midoriyas and the Idas were rather well off. And while she didn't know much about Mina or Toru's families, the quality of their clothing and other items spoke of them being at least 2 classes above her. "You're not intruding." Tenya smiled at her, causing her to look up at the group again. "Yeah, we're offering." Toru draped an arm around her. "The more the merrier, right?" "Yeah," Mina cheered, throwing Ochako's other arm over her own shoulders. "Besides, I'm almost certain Izuku already asked him, 'Mom, if you can join us.'" "I did." The green-haired man smiled and turned his phone so the girls could see the exchange between mother and son. "Hey Mom, do you mind if I bring along another person to dinner? Her train isn't due until later tonight." "Another her." "I said it before and I'll say it again, Izuku. Maybe you were right about turning 18. "Mom, sorry dear. You know I love meeting all your little friends. And besides, I don't think either of us could live with ourselves if we left her alone at the station and something happened to her. So tell her not to worry. I'll make sure she gets back to her train on time and with a full belly. Your mom seems very nice." Ochako offered, reading a few more lines of their exchange. Even though she was only reading the exchange, she felt she could hear Izuku's mom gently coaxing her into accepting the invitation. "Tell her I'm willing to put some money towards my meal if need be." "Oh, trust me." Izuku cut her off before she could finish her thought. "Any money you try to give my mom in exchange for dinner will be ripped from your hand and returned to your wallet before you have a chance to realize what happened." "Are you sure?" She looked at the four of them, seeing Tenya and Mina nod while Toru rubbed at her wrist. "On Izuku's mom slapping you one for trying to pay. Or you joining us for dinner?" Tenya blinked. "Either way, answer's the same." Ochako couldn't help but laugh along with Mina and Toru as Izuku pouted, feigning hurt. Despite her concerns that she was intruding on their dynamic, Ochako had to admit that she was relieved that she wouldn't be waiting at the station alone for the next few hours. The memory of Mrs. Midoriya's concern for the well-being of a girl she hadn't even met yet cementing her decision. "All right, I'm in." She gave a smile and pumped a fist, bringing cheers from Izuku and the two girls and a more reserved sound of agreement from Tenya. She looked to Izuku then, seeing him sending off another message. "All right, Mom knows that Ochako is joining us." Izuku began to walk as his phone pinged again. "Says reservations are at 5:30 at Bistro de Musutafu." "And how far away is that?" "Half hour by car if traffic sucks," Izuku answered after a moment. "Figure we can check out the shops around UA for a little bit. Then I'll call for transport to the restaurant." Sounds good. Tenya gave a nod. So where we going first? Ochako tuned out the conversation, content just to be walking with her friends. After a moment, however, she noticed the group of 5 had grown to a group of 9. 4 black-clad individuals had fallen into step around them, and Ochako knew at once they were security guards of some sort. Only when they stopped off at a nearby store did she gently grab Mina's arm and hold her back. Say, Mina, who are these people? The auburn-haired girl flicked her eyes towards the one guard who was remaining with them outside of the store. Izuku's guards, she answered, body giving a tiny shrug as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Trust me, if you hang around Izuku long enough, you get used to them. I guess so, she answered after a moment, seeing the one waiting with them give her a friendly smile. Accepting this as just another part of her newfound friendships, she allowed Mina to pull her into the shop, leaving the guard outside. April 25th, X41, 5:30 p.m. Bistro de Musutafu. Bistro de Musutafu was, to Ochako's eyes, an upscale restaurant. From what she could see from the entrance hall, the decor was simple yet elegant. The tables and chairs a deep lacquered red wood, with several of the tables having screens for semi-private dining. There was a small stage near the bar that occasionally held live performances from local bands, but was mostly used for karaoke. A few groups of people milled around the area, which Ochako assumed were patrons visiting the restaurant. However, her view was quickly obstructed by something that overshadowed everything. It was bright, almost too bright for this world. An aura of love, caring, empathy, and comfort. It felt like Christmas at home, with warm blankets and cocoa. A feeling that everything was okay, and that you should be excited and happy just for existing. After several moments of enduring this overwhelming sensation of goodness and happy, Ochako was finally able to identify the cause. A woman who was unmistakably Izuku's mom, leaking happy tears like a broken faucet. She moved from the main room towards the group. I'm so proud of my baby, Inko cried, pulling Izuku into a side hug. And I'm so proud of all of you. Somehow, her hug moved to encompass all of the children, Ochako included. You all deserve the best. Thank you, Mama Midoriya. Mina and Toru chorused happily in reply. Thank you, Mama Midoriya. Tenya answered, more subdued than the girls. Thanks, Mom. There was a surprising amount of warmth in Izuku's wish. Thank you. Ochako blinked, unsure of how she should feel. Oh, where are my manners? Inko seemed to read her thoughts, one hand reaching out in a more traditional greeting. Midoriya Inko, I'm Izuku's mom if you couldn't guess. Iraraka Ochako, she gently shook Inko's hand. Thank you for having me, Mrs. Midoriya-san. It's no trouble, and please. The second most motherly smile Ochako had ever seen appeared on Inko's face. Feel free to call me Mama Midoriya. Everyone else does. Inko's head gestured to Izuku's other friends, who all gave nods of confirmation as she gave Ochako another hug. All right, thank you, Mama Midoriya. Ochako gave the tiniest bow as the older woman ushered them into the main part of the restaurant. Instantly, they were greeted by cheers and well wishes from the other patrons, which Ochako was quick to figure out were friends and family of not only Izuku, but of the others as well. Sorry, I should have had Izuku warn you that his mom's a hugger. A girl around Ochako's age approached her, hand out in greeting. Yae Arazu Momo, I'm another friend of Izuku's. Uraraka Ochako. She accepted the greeting as Izuku came over to the two of them. And don't worry about it. I actually think it's sweet. So how did the test go? Momo asked as she took a glass of sparkling grape juice from a server who had stopped off near them. Went great. Izuku grabbed a glass for himself, before offering one to Ochako. Yeah, Ochako blushed as she accepted the drink. Thanks to Izuku's amazing planning and Tenya's speed, we were able to rack up a good amount of points and landed in the top 10. Don't be so modest, Ochako. You did most of the heavy lifting. He placed a hand on her shoulder, eyes bright with adoration. She actually maxed out her combat score and got enough points to take the top spot on the scoreboard. Tenya came in second while I placed third. That's amazing. Congratulations. Momo gave both of them a smile and a thumbs up. Don't congratulate us yet. Ochako let out a tiny sigh. A high score doesn't guarantee that we made it in. Like hell it doesn't. Tenya's brother Tensei ran up to the three of them. Even if you absolutely bombed the written exam, scoring in the top 10 of the practical automatically grants you a spot in the hero course. Really? Ochako felt something break within her chest, eyes wide at the elder Ida's words. Yeah, well, at least that seems to be the case. He grabbed a bottle of beer off a passing server's tray. But everyone I've seen land in the top 10 has ended up in the hero course. Take that, Nezu. Izuku pointed out the restaurant's window in the relative direction of UA. That'll teach you not to give me my results. You still didn't get the result of the recommended exam from him. Momo raised an eyebrow. Nope, but if what Tensei says is true, he has no choice but to accept me now. I just hope that if you did get in on recommended that they give your spot from the practical to someone else. Tenya added, joining the group with Mina and Toru in tow. It's not fair if someone misses out because you got in twice. Ochako was only half listening to the conversation, her heart and mind both focusing on Tensei's words about the top 10. We're in. We can help mom and dad now without worries. Her heart cheered, and we'll have friends with us. It's not a guarantee, just a well-rounded rumor. Her brain argued, wait until we get it in writing. Still, a little optimism never hurt. I just wish they showed more than the top 10. Toru's voice brought Ochako out of her inner monologue, the invisible girl having joined the discussion. But if the written plays little to no part in getting into the hero course, I think I'm good. Mina grinned, throwing up a peace sign. We'll all be good. Izuku grinned. Momo got in on the recommended. And I'm sure the 5 of us will get in thanks to the practical. I mean, we ranked in the top 3. Did you and Toru see your final scores? If they're close to ours, we might be able to figure out if you got enough. The discussion switched back to the test. But after a few minutes, Mama Midoriya had come over and gently chastised them for doing schoolwork instead of enjoying the party to celebrate their accomplishment. Sighing, the 5 of them agreed to figure it out later and instead took to enjoying themselves. Soon, Ochako found herself at a table with the other girls, a large tray of assorted desserts resting between them as they took to having a pseudo-girls' night. Eventually, the subject of celebrity crushes came up and Ochako could feel her cheeks turning pink as Toru mentioned Izuku. Again, the invisible girl was not subtle in the slightest. He's cute, but I'll be honest and admit that I have no desire to date him. I'll leave him to you 3. Excuse me. Toru got up from the table then, steps taking her towards the restroom. A spark seemed to pass between Momo, Mina, and herself as the invisible girl departed, the 3 of them stealing sideways glances at each other a moment before Momo gently slapped a hand on the table. You know what? I'm just going to say it. Momo took a breath before putting it all out on the line. I've been friends with Izuku the longest out of all of us. However, I'll admit that I like Midoriya and wouldn't mind being more than just friends with him. Same, Mina smiled, though there was a friendly fire in her eyes. Though don't forget that I drew first blood by giving him his first date. But I'm the one who went to dinner and a show with him. The Yaorazu heiress countered, causing Mina to laugh and say she had done the same. Well, you both may have more history with Izuku than I do. Ochako took a moment to finish her drink, but I fought alongside the man. I worked with him to take down foes and save people. Sure, it's not the most traditional boy meets girl story, and I may be the last to enter this race to get Izuku, but that doesn't mean I won't end up in first place. She flashed the 2 other women a determined grin, seeing a similar expression on their faces. The 3 of them continued to stare each other down a moment longer before breaking out into laughter. All right. Momo raised a hand. We all know that we all want Izuku. However, I think we can all agree that this is something that shouldn't come between us. Agreed. Ochako nodded. I know I just met all of you, but the last thing I want is something like this ruining our growing friendships. Right, Mina agreed, giving a wink. Besides, it's Izuku's choice in the end. What's Izuku's choice? Toru returned to the table in time to catch the tail end of the conversation. Which of the 3 of us he'd rather date? Ochako answered, causing Toru to laugh. Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think any of you have to worry about that for quite some time. Ochako could feel Toru's gaze going between the 3 of them. Mina, what is it you love to say about Izuku and social cues from women? Izuku wouldn't get it if a naked harem were laying in his bed waiting for him. The pink girl grinned, causing both Momo and Ochako to blush as Toru cracked up laughing again. What's this about me? The clueless expression on Izuku's face sent the 4 of them into another round of laughs as the conversations continued to flow. Eventually, though, Ochako noticed the time and had to excuse herself to head back to the station. Though she had spent an extra 10 minutes saying goodbyes to her friends and exchanging numbers, Mama Midoriya proved to be a miracle worker and a woman of her word, and Ochako found herself at the train station with a good 10 minutes to spare, as well as with a large to-go box filled with assorted finger foods, and a smaller one containing some desserts in case she got hungry on the ride home. Taking a seat on the train, Ochako let out a content sigh and sent a quick text message to her parents, telling them she was on her way home. April 25th, X41, 11:07 p.m. Uraraka Residence, Yakechi, Mai Prefecture. With a low rumble, Ochako's train pulled into Yakechi Central. While the adrenaline from the exam had worn off shortly before going to dinner with the Midoriyas and everyone, she was still riding on the high of the fun she had with everyone. Stepping off the train, she took a moment to stretch before starting her walk home. Fortunately, the construction crew was gone and the road was back open, cutting down her commute time. Luck was also in her favor, as all but the few security lights were off at the scrap yard, meaning Tanaka Oji had actually gone to bed. Still, she kept her steps light as she crossed through the yard, making a note to stop by sometime tomorrow to thank the old man for letting her train there. While she had been moving at a casual walk the whole way, she couldn't help but step it up to a light jog as she stepped onto her street. Arriving home, she paused at her driveway and took a moment to study her home. By all standards, the 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house was small. The kitchen also served as the dining room, and half of the living room served as an office for her parents. Though all the windows were dark, her parents had left the porch light on for her, illuminating the door and nameplate that rested beside it. While it was not much to look at, Ochako always felt it was beautiful. And though she didn't know for certain if she'd be leaving home to live at UA for the next few years, she couldn't help but feel a sort of sad nostalgia at the thought. Shaking off the mood, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. One hand turned off the porch light and turned on the kitchen light while the other locked the door behind her. Removing her shoes, she padded over to the kitchen and set both her lunchbox and the takeout containers within the fridge. Killing the kitchen light, she made her way to her room and turned on that light before dropping her bag on the floor. Moving to her bed, the day's events finally caught up to her, and she sat down on it with a heavy sigh. Should probably tell Mom and Dad I'm home. Letting out a groan, she got back on her feet and made her way across the hall to her parents' room. The door was slightly ajar, and she could hear soft snoring coming from within. The door let out a faint squeak as she pushed it open further, causing her parents to stir. Ochako, she heard her mother's voice, seeing the woman roll over to look at her. Sorry, did I wake you? Ochako gave a tiny apologetic bow as her father came to life. No, I was just resting my eyes, her father answered, a yawn escaping him as he half sat up in bed. How was the test, honey? Her mother asked, eyes still closed. Difficult, yet exciting. She gave her parents a short rundown of her day at UA, told them about meeting Mina and Toru, and how thanks to them she got to meet Izuku, told them about how Izuku had formulated a plan that led to Tenya herself and him earning points in nearly all the categories during the practical, told them how nice everyone was and how they invited her out to their celebratory dinner. Glad to hear you made some friends. Her mother yawned, a sleepy yet proud grin on her face. That's great, sweetheart. Another yawn escaped her father. Now, when will you know if you got accepted or not for sure? Not for another week. She let out a sigh. They've got to fully review the battle and calculate the scores. Makes sense. Her dad gave a nod, while her mother made a tiny hum of understanding before falling back asleep. Yeah, I'll let you two get back to bed. Good night, Mom. Good night, Dad. Good night, sweetie. Her father replied, already settling back under the covers. Leaving her parents, Ochako stepped from their room and moved back to her own. Deciding to unpack the rest of her stuff tomorrow, she quickly shed her clothing and threw on her pajamas and climbed into bed. She was just about to turn off and plug her phone into charge when she heard it beep. Izuku has added you to group chat, Izu chat. Whatever tiredness Ochako had been feeling evaporated at those words. The loud squeal she let out fully waking her parents to the point they ran into her room to check on her. After apologizing a dozen times and receiving a more conscious wish of congratulations from her parents, Ochako was left alone again. Smiling, she sent a quick message to the group, thanking them for adding her and for a good time before turning off her phone for the night. Pulling the covers over her head, Ochako settled into her bed and let out a content sigh before falling into a peaceful, carefree sleep. May 4th, X41, 12:17 p.m. Yaoyorozu Estate. The Yaoyorozu household was abuzz with preparations for the celebratory party of Momo's acceptance into UA. The day Momo's acceptance notice came, she had been treated to dinner at Kyoto Sadena-kun. Now, a couple weeks later, they were gearing up for a full Yaoyorozu family celebration of Momo's accomplishments. By Yaoyorozu standards, it was an informal event, but that didn't stop her parents from fretting and fussing over every little detail. Her father was currently occupying himself by checking in with the event coordinator he had hired, overseeing some of the preparations being made. Every time Momo saw her dad in business mode, as he called it once when she was younger, she couldn't help but laugh and hug him. She didn't have the closest relationship with her dad, but knew he was always available if she needed some fatherly advice. As for her mother, there were times where Momo loved her mother dearly. She was always there with an eager ear to listen, sound advice in times of turmoil, and experiences of her own to draw from, and so on. On the other side, like other young adults of her age, there were times where her mother grated on her nerves, where she believed she was right and that her daughter should follow her advice because of course the parent knew better. Momo just really wished it wasn't currently about her relationship with Izuku. The mother-daughter pair were currently in Momo's room, making the final tweaks to their appearances before joining the festivities. Dear, I know you think you have a great plan, but I don't see how this could end in any other way than disaster. Mrs. Yaoyorozu sighed as she adjusted the floral hairpin behind her ear. Mother, please, how many times do I have to tell you? If they think that I'm willing to play nice and not fight over him, then they won't be looking for ways to get in my way. Momo frowned slightly as she put on a little eyeliner. If I have to pursue Izuku and fend off his friends, it's only going to end up 3 ways. She held up a hand, counting off the ways she saw it going. I get my man and lose my friends. I lose my man and my friends. Or we end up in one of those open relationships that hero-chasing fans look for and everyone thinks I'm too weak-willed to hold on to him myself. And that's what I'm afraid of. Oh, hang on dear, you're slipping. The elder woman gently adjusted the bun Momo had put her hair in. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Nor do I want to see you end up on the cover of one of those tabloid papers. Thanks, Mom, that feels better. And trust me, that's not going to happen. She smiled, gently shaking her head to make sure her hair was fully fixed. Like I said, I just have to have a little patience. Play nice. If he wants to go to the movies with Mina, let him go. Oh, Ochako invited him to visit her parents with her this weekend. No worries. What about the invisible girl? Toru, right. Toru isn't interested in Izuku like that. Sure, she admitted she finds him cute, but so did half the girls and even some of the boys back at Saume. Momo let out a small laugh. Anyhow, if I don't interfere with their outings, they have no grounds to interfere with mine. And if for some reason they do interfere, well, that just looks bad on them. She looked to her mother. You've never seen Izuku when he's introducing his friends to each other, have you, Mom? Other than him introducing his mother to us. No, it's adorable. He gets this nervous yet excited puppy dog expression as he hopes everyone will get along. An odd smile passed onto Momo's face. He's such a cinnamon roll, and to find out that any one of his friends did something to deliberately interfere or harm another, it would just break his little heart. It's why I don't think any of the others would dare try. Mrs. Yaorazu nodded, not exactly agreeing with her daughter's assessment, but she really couldn't disagree either. I see your point on not interfering, but let's say that one of those dates gets a little more intimate. Do you really want used goods? Mother, Momo blushed, unable to believe the conversation had taken this turn, or that her mother had put it so crassly. I'm just saying, it's no secret that some heroes are or have been more promiscuous than others, and there's no doubt in my mind that more than one of them probably has an illegitimate child. There was little to no shame in the older woman's voice. Do you really want to have random women pestering you or him for child support? The heiress couldn't disagree with her mother on that. If that was the case, there's no doubt in my mind that Izuku would take responsibility for his actions. I suspect he would set up some sort of agreement, either offer the woman a lump sum or a regular monthly payment that's non-negotiable. True, he is a rather responsible man. Mrs. Yaorazu started touching up her lipstick. But are you really okay with the thought of your man being out there, sowing his wild oats? Momo's blush returned, though not as bad as when her mother first mentioned the topic. I am. The elder Yaorazu looked scandalized, only years of practice keeping her from smudging her lipstick. But before she could respond, Momo continued. Mother, while it's true society tends to frown upon polyamory, haven't you noticed a lot of people tend to turn a blind eye if the quirks involved are a decent match to each other? She watched her mother nod, continuing. That's why it's tolerated just slightly more than a quirk marriage, because it's unintentional versus deliberate. Okay, but consider the potential quirks of the children. The three most likely outcomes are kid gets father's quirk, kid gets mother's quirk, or kid gets a combination of the two. Mrs. Yaorazu met her daughter's eyes in the mirror. What if one of Izuku's illegitimates gets his quirk, or a fusion of his and the mother's? Oh, I've thought about that. One side of Momo's mouth quirked up in a mischievous grin. Much as her self-confidence issues could interfere with her performance, her analytical mind could forge ahead and voice its thoughts. Something tells me that any child that got Izuku's quirk would be subject to the same testing he was. Let's say that he has a child with Mina, and that child gets a healing acid quirk. So instead of dissolving flesh, it restores it. The moment that was discovered, I suspect that child would be taken and have the powers of their quirk put to the test, along with seeing if it worked on the kid themselves. Now, let's say Izuku and I have a child and that they get my quirk but get Izuku's restorative and protective prowess. The biggest drawback to my quirk is that it runs off my fat reserves, and if I overdo it, I risk hurting myself. A child with Izuku's genetics and my quirk wouldn't have that problem. Izuku's quirk would negate the damage, allowing our child to, in theory, be an infinite creation machine. Momo idly picked up a powder puff and tapped at her face with it. While any child with some variant of Izuku's quirk would be valuable, ours would be the holy grail for anyone to get their hands on in this case. It's my hope that if Izuku did have an illegitimate child or two that everyone would go after them or focus on them, allowing our child to live in peace. It was cold. It was clinical. And it was the type of thinking her mother respected the most. The elder Yaorazu gave a nod, conceding defeat in a way. You've really thought all this out, haven't you? She stood up then, slightly adjusting her dress as the clock struck 1. Mother, they might get a fling, but I'm keeping my husband. In every sense of the words. Momo followed her mother's lead and did the same. Linking arms with the older woman, she allowed herself to be led out of her room and down to where the party was being held. May 6th, X41, 10:24 am Musutafu. The acceptance packet had come to the Ashido household with the morning paper her father insisted on subscribing to. while everyone else who received one probably ripped it open with all the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning. She had tossed hers onto the desk in her room. There was little doubt in her mind that she had made it in. She had done well in combat, using her acid to create pits to trap the robots and subsequently melt off their limbs. And she had saved more than a few civilians by melting the rubble on or around them, allowing Toru to pull them out. As such, she didn't see a need to open it just yet, especially when she had a bigger mission to undertake. Figure out who's been knocking her from the top spot on the Dance Dance Revolution game at her local mall's arcade. Mina, are you sure we'll be able to catch this? Mayday, was it? Toru asked, a slight bounce in her step as she walked with her friend. She had already opened her acceptance packet and was still riding that high. And is that really more important than making sure your future in heroics is secure? We virtually got the same score, so yeah. Mina grinned, and as for Mayday, yeah, I've figured out their schedule. It seems they can only make it to the arcade on Monday, which is why I find my scores knocked down on Tuesday when I have the chance to visit. Now if only you put this much effort into your study. Toru teased, causing Mina to turn pinker than normal. Izuku said the same thigh there. The pink girl's annoyance at her unseen friend seemed to vanish as she noticed a pink-haired girl with a pair of steampunk-esque goggles on her head standing just on the dance pad. Her attention seemed less focused on the machine, and more on whatever she was tinkering with the backpack she held in front of her. Hey you, if you're not going to play, step off the mat. Oh, I'm going to play. Got to take my spot back as number one. The pink-haired girl grinned and struck a Rosie the Riveter pose. Hatsume, inventor, baby maker. She extended a hand to Mina. And you are the baby maker, Toru sputtered, ignoring everything else. Ashido Mina, future succubus hero. Mina returned the grin with a sassy snap, unfazed by the introduction as she took Mei's hand in her own. What? Though Mina couldn't see it, she had a feeling Toru's eyes were barely hanging onto their sockets. What? I'm going to suck the life out of Izuku at some point. A wink and additional snap was sent Toru's way before she turned back to Mei. For the moment, however, I'm here to defend my title. Ah, so you're the legendary Pinky. I was hoping I'd get to meet you one day. A laugh escaped Mei, her eyes drifting to the floating clothes that marked where Toru was as she shouldered her backpack. And to answer your question, not question, I call my inventions my babies. What is wrong with you two? The invisible girl sighed, before introducing herself to Mei. Many things. Both the pink-haired girls chorused at the same time, before breaking out in laughter. Now that that's out of the way, let's play. Mina took charge and joined Mei on the dance pad and deposited her money and set her difficulty to heavy. She blinked as she watched Mei deposit her own money and choose the same difficulty. Any song preference? Just one with a good rhythm, Mei replied, stepping off the pad and moving to stand behind it. Confused, Mina watched as Mei's backpack deployed a set of robotic arms that snaked over the support bar to rest on the pad. Pulling down her goggles, she turned her attention back to Mina. What? DDR is the perfect game to test the coordination of baby number 35-12. So ... you haven't actually been dancing. The acid user frowned at the revelation, eyes looking back to the screen as she stopped on one of her favorite songs. Mina, you were worried and upset for nothing. Toru chuckled. She felt so certain you were stealing her thunder on the dance floor with sick moves. I can feel the air coming off those quotes. Mina narrowed her eyes at her friend, who continued to laugh. So wait, if you don't actually play the way it's supposed to be played, why did you want to meet me? Correct. And I wanted to meet you to see how a pro compares to my baby. Hatsume grinned again, a tablet now in her hands. She's been doing good, but she hasn't quite mastered the double quick stomps a few of the songs have. Hoping watching you gives me the way to improve it. At those words, a newfound determination flowed into Mina's veins. Alright then, let's see if your baby can keep up with me. With that, Mina slapped the button to signal the start of the match. As the bouncy pop music started to play, Mina found herself bouncing on her toes in time to the opening rhythm of the song. Once the first arrows started to appear, however, her bouncing turned into targeted strikes of the corresponding buttons. Her body flowed as smoothly as the acid it could secrete, and soon the combo points were piling up. Beside her, Hatsume's baby had come to life and was slapping the buttons in near-perfect time while Mei's hands typed away at the tablet she held. As the final notes of the song died away, and the scores showed, Mina was both impressed and annoyed that it was on par with hers. Okay, not gonna lie, that was actually pretty cool. Mina smiled as she noticed her fellow pinkhead doing the same. How did you do that? Were you playing along on your tablet? No, just taking notes and making adjustments. See, I can type quickly, but not nearly as fast as required. Mei looked up then. As for how it works, 35-12 here has a wireless link to the optics of my goggles. I see the arrows, and she registers the light signals and goes for the corresponding arrow. It's a simple system relying on, got it, science and mechanical mumbo-jumbo. Mina waved away any further explanation. Anyways, that's really cool. Want to pick the next song? Hell yeah I do. Mei took control of one of the arms and cycled through the songs, stopping on Rules of Nature. Got to practice those doubles. Once again, both girls laughed as the music started and they launched into a dance versus slap battle. As they continued to play, with Toru occasionally jumping into play as Mei made an alteration to her baby or Mina adjusted something on her outfit, they continued to talk and get to know each other. After one final round, the three of them had vacated the machine in favor of getting smoothies to recover. Somehow, the subject of higher education had popped up, and Mina and Toru were delighted to hear that Mei was going to be joining them at UA. Though their enthusiasm fell a little as she revealed she was going in the support course instead of heroics. Well, the support classes do occasionally work together with the heroics classes for costume designs and hero gear, so Mei smiled, and we'll probably still see each other during lunch, and we can hang out after school. Yeah, and I'm sure Izuku and the others would like to meet you. Mina gestured with her straw. Actually, Izuku would probably love to meet you. He'd be all over hearing any ideas you have for support gear for him. Mina, please. Toru shuddered, remembering the last time Izuku went on a tangent about possible gear ideas. Don't give either of them ideas. Too late. The smile on Mei's face grew, before dampening slightly. Though, do you really think your other friends will like me? I tend to scare people off with my babies. I'm sure of it, but even if they don't like you, I'm proud to call you my friend. Mina cheered, one hand grabbing Mei's hand and holding it high in triumph before letting it drop. Even if our new friend is a cheater who won't play games like the devs intended. Hey, there's nothing that says hands can be used. Mei started, but was cut off by Mina raising her hand. Section 3, paragraph 5 of the How to Play section states that the dance mat must be hit with the feet. Okay, Tenya. The barrettes in Toru's hair moved side to side, a laugh escaping her at Mina's indignant expression. What? You're rule lawyering like he does. I am nowhere near as bad as Engine Boy. Alright, so I'll change the hands into feet. Or maybe go for a quad set, hands and feet. Full mobile skelly of sorts. The tablet was back in Mei's hands, though. Who's this Engine Boy? An animalistic grin flashed on Mina's face, annoyance forgotten as her mind started to go full matchmaker mode. Much as she wanted a relationship herself, she rarely passed up the opportunity to help others find love. Well, he's one of our friends. May 6th, X41, 11:04 a.m. UA campus, teacher's dorm. Aizawa showed aside as he stepped into the apartment he had been granted in the dormitory reserved for teachers. Unlike the students who were given studio apartments with a half bath, teachers got an actual 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. Letting out a sigh, he swung his legs up onto the couch and got comfortable before taking out his laptop. He idly scrolled through his personal email, which was mostly filled with notifications of the latest cat videos and several social media alerts he was actively ignoring. Alright, let's see the headaches Nezu is giving me this year. He clicked on the email from his boss, ignoring Nezu's usual ramblings as he went straight to the attached file folder. The folder contained 21 individual files. The first was a short summary of the students containing basic information such as name, age, quirk, grades, etc. The other 20 were more detailed dossiers on the students, and went into far more details in regards to some aspects. Shota's usual order of operations was to look at the full roster, make a couple notes about each, then look at their individual files to further analyze the newest headaches to come his way. Shota clicked the summary file and began to read. Eirazu Momo, creation quirk, got in on recommendation. Though his own opinion mattered little against Nezu's class assignments, he found himself nodding in agreement. However, looking closer he started to feel that something was off with this year's roster. Of the 40 students that would be admitted to the hero course, 4 would come in on recommendation, while the other 36 would be from the public exam. Nezu's usual habit was to put the recommendation students at the top of the list, and then the rest in order of how they scored. From what he could see of his list, Yairazu was the only recommended student. Shrugging off the unease he felt, he continued reading under his breath. Ashido Mina, acid quirk. Hakagure Toru, invisibility quirk that she can't turn off. Both had gotten in on points during the public exam, and Shota found himself feeling like he had heard those names before. Ida Tenya, engine quirk. Another familiar name, though this one brought a rare grin to Shota's face. He and Tensei had been in the same class during their time at UA, and while he wasn't as close with the elder Ida as he was with Hisashi, he couldn't help but take a moment to drop a text to Tensei. Aizawa, hey, thought you'd like to know I've got baby Ida in my class. Ida, I'll give you 5,000 yen to call my baby brother that in front of the whole class. Aizawa, and here I thought you'd be asking me to go easy on him. Ida, I would never. Ida, in fact 10,000 yen to put him through the same hell Takemura sensei put me through once he realized who I was. Aizawa, no promises. Tensei's reply was a thumbs up emoji which Shota was content to leave on read. He looked back at the list, further muttering as he did. Iraraka Achako, zero gravity quirk. Todoroki Shoto, great, I get Endeavor's brat. That's not going to be awkward at all given the recommendation exam. Sunotori Pony ... The exchange student. Minta Minoru. Minta. Shit, isn't his mom part of the administration team? One hand idly rubbed at his temple as he continued on. The rest of the list was unremarkable. And soon the end of the list was in sight. Shota was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he read the last name. Midoriya Izuku. Shota's eyes went wider than he thought possible, quirk activating on some primal, subconscious self-defense instinct as he stared at the name. Impunity quirk. Accepted on recommendation. Confirmed on public exam. Those words caused him to blink, deactivating his quirk as his concentration shifted. Taking a deep breath, he closed his laptop and stood, eyes surveying his apartment a moment before he moved towards the door, stopping only to switch back to his boots. Shota made his way out of the dorms and across the campus until he came even with the door to Nezu's office. Right as he went to knock, he heard a faint click followed by a request. "Come in." Nezu's voice was as gratingly inviting as ever, and Shota opened the door to see Nezu at his desk. He was also surprised to see Vlad King sitting in one of the 2 chairs to rest before the desk, as well as a tea setting for 3. "Aizawa-san, so good to see you. I trust you got my email about your class roster this year." The knowing grin on the rat dog bear thing's face didn't falter as he reached for the tea set and poured 3 cups. "Indeed, Sekijiro-san and I were just talking about his. I've got a few promising ones. And a problem child or 2, Vlad offered, picking up one of the cups. "Ew, same." He took a seat as Nezu offered him one of the cups. "Thanks. Oh, it's no trouble. Tea is best shared in company." Nezu took a sip of his tea and smiled. "Now Sekijiro-san, I understand your concerns surrounding young Bakugo, but I think you should be able to keep him in check. Perhaps you can even use his explosive temper in training exercises to motivate the others." "That could work." He smiled, taking a drink. "We'll see what happens when the class is assembled and quirks are shown off. Of course, see how the class takes it before we go any further." Though speaking of classes, Nezu took another drink of his tea before looking at Shota. "Aizawa-san, any concerns or problems with your students?" "Sir, do I really need to have?" Shota took a deep breath. "The child in my class." Beside him, Vlad chuckled, knowing exactly who he was referring to. "The boy is a fan of yours. I thought you would appreciate it." Nezu grinned, taking a sip of his tea. "Not in the slightest," Shota groaned, leaning back slightly in his chair. "You know I don't care for being in the spotlight. And I feel Midoriya's presence in my class is just going to invite unwanted publicity. That's why I put all his little friends in your class as well." Suddenly, it clicked why several of the names had sounded familiar to him. As if understanding his revelation, the rodent pulled a tablet from the drawer at his side and showed Shota several articles about Izuku and his friends. The tabloids are so occupied with his relationships that they'll probably focus more on his interactions with them than with you. A wave of fatigue more powerful than All Might's United States of Smash washed over him then. And Shota wanted nothing more than to be wrapped in his sleeping bag and put into a medically induced coma, one that would last the entirety of the school year. He had to grudgingly admit Nezu's logic was solid. There was barely a paragraph's mention of the few interactions he had with Midoriya. Meanwhile, he felt there was a short story's worth of words out there relating to just one of his and the Yaoyorozu girls' outing. "I have to agree. Even if the student makes it big, the teacher is lucky to even get a passing interview." Vlad set down his now empty cup, declining a refill as Nezu reached for the pot. "They get all the credit while we watch from the shadows." "Oh wait, that's what you do anyways." Shota ignored the laugh to come from the gray-haired man, eyes narrowing as he realized he couldn't argue any of those facts. While he kept to the underground, Tensei and Hisashi enjoyed the limelight, and he could count on one hand the amount of times either one of them had mentioned their old heroics teachers since graduation. It was looking more and more likely that, for the moment at least, he was stuck. Unless, Supreme Chancellor Nezu. He invoked the title, hoping it would earn him a slightly wider margin of success. As Sekijiro pointed out, he has a student he's concerned about, and I have one. Would it be possible for us to trade them? Not in the slightest. Supreme Chancellor Nezu threw his words back at him with an adorably sadistic expression on his face. Not for the first time did Shota thank whatever higher powers that Nezu, at least, appeared to be on the side of the heroes. "Now, gentlemen, if you've nothing else to discuss, I think we can adjourn this meeting." "Yes." Vlad King gave a nod of agreement and stood, once again thanking Nezu for the tea before exiting the room. Draining the last of his own cup to draw whatever little caffeine the blend might have held, Shota returned the cup to the tray. His growing desire to retire from teaching begged him to ask for the paperwork, but that would have required spending more time with Nezu. Instead, he gave a bow of thanks and took his leave, steps heavy as he walked back to his apartment. Kicking off his boots, he let out a sigh before moving to his bedroom. Crawling into his sleeping bag that rested on the simple futon he had since first getting his own apartment, he let out a final groan before attempting to sleep the rest of the year away. IZU chat. Online, Izuku, Tenya, Toru, Momo. Offline, Mina, Achako. Momo has entered the chat. Momo, hey everyone, I'm trusting we've all gotten our acceptance letters by now. Tenya, yeah, Tensei will not shut up about it. Izuku, excuse me a moment. Izuku has added Tensei to the group, IZU chat. Tensei, my little brother's going to UA. I quote am so proud. The Ida family legacy goes on. Tensei, say hi to Yamada, Aizawa, Kayama, and Sekijiro for me. Tensei, tell me if they give you any trouble. Sure, they're your teachers, but they're also my friends. Tenya started a vote to kick Tensei from the chat. Tensei has been kicked from the chat. Izuku, sorry, he promised me an autographed Ingenium beach towel. Tenya, you sold me out for a towel. Betrayal. Toru, it's Izuku and Hero merch. Why did you expect different? Tenya, come on, I'm worth at least a t-shirt. Tenya, all jokes aside, have any of you started looking over the other information in the acceptance package, such as the courses being offered? Toru, I took a quick glance at some of the elective classes, but other than that, not really. Momo, same. I figure I'll look into that in a day or two. Wait for the rest of the euphoria of the situation to wear off. Izuku, well I did, and I'm annoyed. Toru, how so? Izuku, there's a distinct lack of what I'd call quality or smart classes for heroes to take. Sure, art is a fun course and it's nice to have something to unwind with. But come on, wouldn't something like a science or chemistry course help knowing how some quirks would interact with each other? Izuku, granted, I do see the basic science, math, and other subjects offered. But from what I can tell, they're all maybe just slightly above what's taught in high school. Izuku, look, I'll admit that given that most of the current top 10 are UA graduates, they have to be doing something right. Still, I can't help but feel that some of the required classes could be better than teaching punch villain, save civilian. Momo, sell merchandise. Tenya, sell merchandise. Toru, get merch deals. Izuku, haha. But I mean look, the first aid course credits aren't even required for graduation. Tenya, I noticed that too. You would think they'd require at least the basic course. Toru, well, it's on the highly recommended electives list, but maybe it's not required because that's the kind of course anyone can take. Toru, I have a cousin in Fukuoka and he says they're always offering first aid classes at the community center. Tenya, that's true, some of Tensei's sidekicks took the EMT course that's offered through the Red Shield organization. I was thinking of taking it myself if UA didn't have any decent first aid classes. Momo, Izu, do you even need that course? Izuku, I mean, kind of. Sure, I can just Izu pen someone back to health. And I've got quite a bit of medical knowledge and know-how under my belt. But I'm thinking about you guys and the rest of our classmates. You never know if or when you'll have to splint a bone, or staunch some bleeding, or hook up an IV bag or give an injection. Not to mention the best and safest way to go about handling bodily fluids. There's not always going to be someone with a medical quirk or the knowledge around, so we've got to make sure we know what we're doing. Toru, he's got a point. Doing so might help us better be able to deal with the darker side of heroics that they don't show. Didn't Tensei say that's why a lot of graduated pros don't make it past the first year? Tenya, yeah, apparently it's been referred to as the cut by various pros in the last few years. Most of the rookies quit within their first year because of starting out as an intern or sidekick. Translation, doing the paperwork and grunt work the seasoned pros don't want to do but are required to. Isn't what they thought heroics would be. Toru, face desk, I forgot about that. Tenya, be they're overwhelmed by some of the horrors that they'll see and quit because they can't handle it. Tenya, see, thanks to recklessness, inexperience, or bad luck, they take an injury that scares them out. Tenya, don't tell him I told you this, but that's why Tensei quit playing baseball, got smacked in the face by a pitch and it soured him from playing after the season ended. Toru, I suspect that is why we still have to do schoolwork despite the other aspects of heroics. Momo, all understandable reasons. Though I would think a lot of those could be prepared for during heroics training. Show students pictures of injuries both heroes and civilians have taken to not necessarily desensitize them to it, but to at least prepare for it. Izuku, they probably would be if, again, UA required them. Look at Ketsubutsu's heroics curriculum. First years focus on rescue and recovery the first half of the year, then on quirk control the second half. Then when they're second years, it's combat training the first half before the exams for the provisional hero license, and the second half is combining all three. Third year is split between work studies and the different training styles until graduation. Izuku, see for yourself, link, Ketsubutsu Heroics Curriculum. Izuku, not to mention they also require various academic subjects like math and science to graduate, even if you're in heroics. Momo, if I remember right, Shiksu has a similar curriculum. I was thinking of applying for them if I didn't get into UA. Izuku, exactly. Like I said earlier, UAS required classes could use a little refining. Tenya, perhaps, but do you think they might have set it up like that to cover all grounds and give the students the option to choose what type of hero they want to be? Sure, it's good for a combat hero to know first aid, but wouldn't a spot in that class be better reserved for someone working towards being a rescue hero? Toru, that's a good point, Tenya. It makes sense that they'd want to reserve spots for those looking for a dedicated field of heroics. Mina has entered the chat. Izuku, I guess. But come on. The best heroes aren't one-trick ponies. Look at Best Jeanist. Sure, the man is quite adept at combat, but I've seen him use his fibers to create safety nets to catch falling people or debris. Plus, I've also seen him manipulate fabric into tourniquets and other compression bandages. Mina, oh come on. I come back from dinner to this. Mina, can we please stop talking about classes or geeking out over heroes? We should be celebrating our acceptance. Mina, OMG. Mina, I just remembered. Mina, Toru. Mina, ma bestie. Mina, cutie. Mina, the only woman I would be gay for. Toru, what? Mina, I scored 2 more points than you. Toru, beach. Mina, anyhow, we should be talking of fun things like what we're wearing the first day. Tenya, the provided uniforms. Section 2-10. Article 5 states that all students must be in uniform on the first day unless they've been granted an exception due to having an heteromorphic body type or an always active quirk that prevents the wearing of the traditional uniform. Mina, ruin my fun. Toru, how about we talk about how we're going to decorate and furnish our dorms? The book says they're like micro apartments with a kitchenette with built-in mini fridge and microwave and half bathroom. And while we can't make any permanent modifications, we're free to decorate them as we wish. Momo, well, since they will hopefully be our home away from home for the next 3 years or so, it would make sense that they allow students that luxury. Momo, think I can fit a 4-post bed in there. Tenya, depending on the size of it. Maybe if you don't mind having to crawl over your bed to get anywhere in the room. Izuku, that's just what they want. Distract students from the important things with the frivolities. Momo, you're just mad because you'll probably only be able to bring half of your All Might merch to decorate with, aren't you? Izuku, excuse me. I'm going back to figuring out a smart lesson plan. Mina, was that a maybe? Momo, it wasn't a no. Izuku has left the chat. May 7th, X41, 10:14 am UA campus. Following several more treatments from Izuku's blood, Himiko's QIPD was deemed controlled enough to allow her to return to society, but under observation. She had been presented several options, all of which allowed her some level of freedom while ensuring there would be people on hand who could help if she lapsed back. The first had been helping at the hospital where she had been staying, working with the cleaning staff. She would receive minimum wage, and would be housed in a nearby hotel. Nice as everyone had been, Himiko wanted nothing more to do with the place. Her second option had been nearly the same. The only difference is that it had her working in a nursing home instead. The third option she was presented with was to pursue some form of higher education. She had been able to keep up with her education while undergoing treatment, and while she didn't fancy the thought of going back to school, she did wonder if it would be acceptable for her to work at a school. You know, serve as a teacher's aide, or maybe a student teacher. Look, I'll be honest and admit I just don't want to be a cleaning lady, she had argued with the caseworker assigned to her. Way I see it, find me a school with a dorm, like UA for example. I stay on campus and help the teachers or students with anything really. This way, I get a job and a place to stay, and there's plenty of people to keep an eye on me. Plus, don't most schools have a nurse on hand? Himiko had another reason for wanting to get involved with the educational scene, but kept that to herself. Over the next day or two, she had gone back and forth with the caseworker on the subject, before the man agreed to look into it for her. Nearly a week following their conversation, a letter had arrived to her from a SC Nezu. It had been printed on UA stationery, and invited her to come to the school for an interview. She grinned in delight, her idea having worked better than expected. Himiko's tongue licked her lips as she traced a finger over the embossed UA logo. It's common knowledge now that our delectable snack got into UA. Now we just need to do the same. She had been driven over to UA by her caseworker the next day. Wearing a button-up shirt and dress slacks that the forgettable Mook had provided her, she made her way through the halls of UA to Nezu's office. Come in, Miss Toga. A soft voice called to her as the lock on the door clicked open. Entering the room, she was surprised to see a white animal sitting behind the desk, a tea set and several pages before him. The creature stood up and offered a hand soon as she was in range. I am Supreme Chancellor Nezu, and I'm sure you are wondering, am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? Who knows anymore? Not really, she shrugged, accepting the handshake. I'm more curious about this interview. Getting right to the heart of the matter. Nezu reached for the teapot and poured himself a cup. Would you care for a cup? This one is a lovely blood orange herbal blend. Himiko wasn't the biggest fan of tea, but something in her instincts told her that would be very unwise to decline the offer. With a nod, she accepted the cup and took a sip. Not bad, not as sweet as I expected. Figured you would prefer something a bit more tart. Nezu took another sip of his own mug. Each tea has its own flavor, its own profile. Some teas appeal more to some than others. For example, I'm fond of white tea due to its gentle flavor on the palate. Green tea is nice, but some say it tastes too green, if that makes sense. Black tea is much more robust, but understandably because of that fact, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Himiko rolled her eyes at the horrible attempt at a pun. Isn't it like that with everything? It always seemed the nurses and everyone else had something, food, drinks, celebrities, that they could wax on for hours. Very true, Miss Toga. And I suppose listening to them wasn't the easiest. Or that they would give you strange looks when you wanted to talk about your interests. My interests? She blinked. My QIPD. Messed me up something fierce to wear if I wasn't amusing myself reading romance stories, that I was obsessing over getting more blood. She took another sip of tea, noticing the faintest hint of a smile on Nezu's face. What? Would you say that blood is to you what tea is to me? His head dipped down to indicate one of the file folders before him. Tilting her head, Himiko could see her name on the tab sticking out the side. Your file seems to confirm that, so I'm curious now. To me, blood has a sort of metallic taste, like copper. But to you, I'm sure it has a lot more body. Depends on the type, pun not intended. She took another sip of tea. Like A tends to be sweeter than B, and positive blood has better flavor than negative. Himiko closed her eyes a moment, thinking. Though O negative is rather savory while AB negative is a bit gamey. It's like a steak compared to a burger, you know. Nezu let out a tiny laugh, and what of a rare blood type? Like something from the Ressa's typing. Only had a taste once, her mouth salivating just slightly at the thought. Hits like almost all the right points of flavor. Ugh. Now I'm needing a drink like those preppy girls need their lattes. Apologies for my language. Her caseworker had told her to be professional, but old habits die hard, and as much as her QIPD was under control. It's all right, I understand where you're coming from. The rat man gave a reassuring nod, before pouring a little more tea into his cup and adding in a scoop of sugar. Tell me, Miss Toga, can you distinguish a person's blood type on taste alone? Yeah, the nurses at the hospital tested me on that a few times once my QIPD started getting better. They worked it into my treatment when I'd get my weekly allowance. She rolled her eyes at what the nurses had called it. At first, I would maybe get 2 or 3 right. Now, I usually get 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. She grinned proudly, though in the back of her mind she was cursing out those with AB-positive blood. It tasted just a little dissimilar to a positive. I don't really see why that's relevant to this conversation, but, oh, believe me, it is. Nezu took another sip of his tea. Something like that is a most useful skill. Though tell me, you mentioned the Ressa's typing, which is something less than 1% of the population here in Musutafu has. Do you think you could identify a person based on the taste of their blood? Doubtful, though there is one exception. Let me guess. Nezu took another sip of his tea. Midoriya's blood. Himiko couldn't stop the shiver that ran down her back. Memories of the crimson ambrosia causing a faint heat to rise to her face. Yes, it's the god MA5 Wagyu of blood types. A taste like no other that can't be replicated. She bobbed her head towards her file. It's probably in there, but Midoriya's blood was one of the primary things they used to treat me. For the first time, I was excited to receive treatments for my condition. Sure, I got my weekly allowances to maintain my body, but his. Ugh, it's so sweet, so decadent. You would think I'd have gotten tired of the taste, but no. Since they always gave such small amounts to treat me after the initial round, it was more of a tease than anything. She frowned, something which caused Nezu to laugh. You sound like me with original Da Hong Pao tea. It cost me well over 200,000 yen for just 2 grams of the finest. Sure, you can steep it 9 times and have it hold its flavor, but I digress. Himiko let out her own chuckle at his words, pleased to find someone else who understood the value of a rare drink. Now, I see a note in your file about your quirk granting you the power to transform into someone else after ingesting enough of their blood. Is that true? Yeah, though I haven't done that in a while. They never gave me enough blood to allow it. She frowned. Would have been fun running around as one of the nurses. Says here it takes roughly 1 cup, or 236 milliliter for you to be able to transform for a day. Maybe. I don't know. Only got that much blood once in the last few years ... and that was with the initial dose of Midori. She took a long sip of her tea, pretending it was the ambrosial liquid. I was so shocked it didn't even occur to me to try and transform again. Man, if I could just get another taste. Most interesting. Anyhow, I had my suspicions about your abilities and how I could apply them to our wonderful academy here. And now, our conversation of the last few minutes has only confirmed some of it. Sir, she tried to regain some level of professional composure. Your caseworker said you expressed an interest in working at a school in some aspect. The Chimera looked at another page on his desk. Well, it just so happened that I had been looking into adding to UAS faculty. Now, I'm not looking for more teachers, nor are any of them looking to have an aide. His mouth quirked up in a smile at some memory or another. Instead, I'm looking to fill other positions. And for someone of your talents, I think you would do quite well assisting Recovery Girl in her office with her patients. Work with the nurse. Himiko wrinkled her nose at the thought. Does she really get that many injured students or teachers coming to her that she needs an assistant? Truly injured? Not unless there's been a really rough training session. Though there's quite a few students who get sick just to get out of class for a spell. Once again, he took a sip of his tea. I figured your skills would be perfect for helping to treat students. You can sample their blood to get the typing and using your transformation powers, further diagnose their condition. For example, say a student comes in complaining they feel hot. You take a blood sample and transform into them. Upon doing so, you realize they've actually got a fire quirk and are using it to artificially elevate their core temperature, thus faking a fever. Nezu raised a paw. And before you argue that we could have discovered this information by other means, such as checking their student profile in the system and just taking their temperature. Sure, we could. But where's the fun in that? I do enjoy seeing just what students come up with to try and get out of class. The bloodsucker laughed at that. Okay, and while that is tempting, look man, I've been staring at medical equipment and facilities for like the last 10 or so years. She frowned, though it didn't seem to affect the glint in her eyes. Isn't there any other options for me? Oh, Miss Toga, you wouldn't just be working with Recovery Girl. She quirked an eyebrow, noticing the glint in Nezu's eyes. Helping Recovery Girl would be your primary job and the reason I am willing to employ you. Nezu reached for the teapot and topped off his cup, doing the same to hers unprompted. But there's another reason I would like to offer you a position here. He offered her a couple pages containing a headshot of each faculty member. As you can see, UA has a decent-sized staff. However, even in the era of quirks, everyone is still mostly only human. Plus, everyone has a life outside of UA and can't always be here. No shit. She decided to drop the false professionalism she had been trying to maintain. A lot of the nurses and doctors couldn't be around 24/7 either. I mean, sure that was great at some points in time, but also sucked when the ones I liked were gone. Himiko crossed her arms, seeming annoyed at the reality of life. Anyhow, I still don't quite see what that has to do with me. Simple. He took a sip of his tea, grinning. I want you to serve as a substitute for some staff members when they can't be here. Himiko's eyes widened, catching on to what Nezu was saying. Now that sounds way more fun than working with the nurse. I suspect it would. But don't misunderstand me, Miss Toga. He met her eyes over his cup. Helping Recovery Girl is your primary job and the reason I am willing to employ you. I see, thank you. She sipped at the tea, taking a moment to collect her thoughts. Got to admit, you drive a hard bargain, sir. Though do you mind if I ask a few questions about the benefits of the job? Not at all. He raised a paw hand, inviting her to continue. Will I get paid for this job? And will it be enough for me to afford a place to stay? You'll receive minimum wage in exchange for your services. As for where you'll stay, I'm prepared to give you one of the visiting guest apartments. They're full 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartments. You won't have to pay rent or utilities, but you're responsible for keeping it clean, buying your own food, and so on. The bloodsucker blinked back the urge to tear up that was tickling at her eyes. The thought of having a place of her own, something that always seemed so far-fetched, warmed her in a way she hadn't experienced in a long time. Don't look so surprised. It's a courtesy I extend to all my faculty. Nezu reached across his desk and gently patted her arm. Though I will admit the teachers do get larger apartments so they can live with their families or start one. Ah, of course, of course. She wiped at her eyes. The rat man's comment the perfect segue into her next question. You mentioned faculty members and family. What is UAS policy on fraternization? While teacher-student relationships are utterly forbidden, there's no rules against students dating students or faculty members dating each other. All that is requested is that public displays of affection, or PDAS as you kids like to call them, are kept to a minimum. We're not going to punish a male student for hugging his female friend to celebrate them passing a test, but we are going to punish those same students if they're caught having a rendezvous in a stairwell. He hid a smile behind his cup of tea. Same is true for faculty. Understandable. Though what about me? I'm young enough to be a student myself. She took a long swallow of her tea again, trying to think of the best way to voice her thoughts. Does that mean I wouldn't be able to flirt or even hang out with some of the students? Much as her goal of getting into UA was to get her hands on Midoriya, she was also looking forward to the chance to have a normal young adulthood. Not that she would ever admit it. In your case, I feel you are a sort of outside contractor we've called in. You're still subject to UAS rules, but there is a certain amount of leeway. Nezu set down his cup. For example, as she is his primary physician and due to his quirk, Midoriya often has to visit Recovery Girl for various reasons. As such, in working with her there's a high probability you might see him quite often. And it wouldn't be fair to him, or you for that matter, if either of you were punished for starting up a friendship. The pensive expression on Toga's face was broken as Nezu's words clicked, replaced instead with a Cheshire smile. From the start, she didn't know how she felt about Nezu, but with his most recent comment, she couldn't help but voice her opinion of the Chimera. I like you. I'm glad you do, Miss Toga. Does that mean you accept my offer to join us here at Ultra Academy? He returned her smile, standing up on his chair while holding out a paw hand. Yes, sir, thank you very much. She stood and accepted the handshake and was about to say more when the door to the office opened, revealing a frazzled-looking power loader. Supreme Chancellor Nezu. Hands still locked together, the pair turned to face him, both of their faces sporting a near-identical expression that would seem more at home on a demon yokai as opposed to a young adult and a chimera. I'll come back later. Power Loader bowed his head in apology and quickly backed out of the room. The experienced teacher knew the signs of Nezu's plotting and wanted to be far away from any of it. Only once the door closed with a click did the air in the office seem to lighten up a bit, releasing their grip. Both Nezu and Himiko sat back down and started on the paperwork that would officially grant her access to UA. May 7th, X41. 9:58 p.m. Uraraka Residence, Yakuchi, my prefecture. The package from UA arrived at the Uraraka house without much fanfare, but upon opening it and receiving the message that she had been accepted, her parents had screamed like they won the lottery. In a way, Ochako felt they had. She finally had the means to really help her family, and her parents now had something truly special to humble brag and discuss about their daughter. To celebrate, her father announced they were going to the local diner, a treat reserved only for special occasions. Ochako was going to protest the celebration, but her parents seemed just as happy, if not more so, over the news. Guess they're just as happy that their hard work paid off as much as mine, she reasoned as they were seated in one of the booths and given menus. Dinner had been a lighthearted occasion, and Ochako felt as if she had used her quirk on herself. She was so light. That feeling had faded, however, when she had taken the acceptance package to her bedroom to review before going to sleep. After getting ready for bed, she had replayed the audio message as if fearing she had misheard. After that, she took to focusing on the printout that contained the same information. Hearing it was one thing, but physically seeing it in black and white really drove a point home. The minimum passing score for the academic part of UAS entrance exam was 400 points. Reaching or exceeding this guaranteed you a spot in a general studies course regardless. Her score of 674 points sounded impressive, until you realized that was barely over a third of the possible 1,500 points. It was open knowledge that getting a perfect score was designed to be an impossible task. Still, she knew there were applicants out there who had scored lower than her. Imagine the person who opens their packet and sees a score of 401, knowing you were that close to failure. It was thoughts like that things could be worse, that made her thankful for what she had. Still, her eyes looked to her final scores in the practical section. Combat, 100 over 100. Support, 71 100th. Leadership, 26 100th. Rescue, 89 100th. Skill, 51 100th. Total score, 337 500th. Sure, it had landed her in the top spot on the leaderboard, and Ida Tensei had been right about it, guaranteeing her a spot in the hero course. But again, that's only because her combined test scores were just over the threshold to put her into the 34th spot. Her eyes drifted back to her scores from the practical. She hadn't really been paying attention to her score, but recalled at one point that most of her scores had been hovering around the low 20 seconds. She looked back on her performance in the exam. To her, it seemed it was only luck at times that allowed her to get a hit on a robot and slam it into the ground, or one of its fellows, that she was never quite as fast or as limber as her friends or other applicants in getting to the bots or to a civilian in need. During the exam, those thoughts had been pushed to the back of her mind, the adrenaline in her veins and everything else going on keeping them at bay. It was only when she took her big injury that they had briefly surged forward, before the pain forced them back. Ochako saw everything from that moment clearly again. Her bloodied hand, Izuku's concern as he jabbed her with the Izu pen, felt the faintest sensation of its contents flowing in her. She saw herself standing as every ache and pain retreated, remembered the feel of the concrete slab of a building underneath her fingers, saw it slam into the army of bots and render them to scrap, saw her fellow applicants move in to finish off the ones that had survived her attack, heard their cheers for her efforts, all of which, Ochako now realized, had only happened because of Izuku's doping her. If he hadn't been there, she probably would have been picked up by an ectoplasm clone and taken out on medical reasons like that other guy. There was no way her scores would have been high enough at that point to make it into heroics. A wave of doubt on her abilities suddenly washed over her. All the doubt she had at the train station, then again at the start of the written test, all the concerns over her abilities that had kept her awake the nights before the exam. Each one tried its best to take the forefront of her thoughts. One in particular got a foothold and refused to move. Do you even deserve to be in the heroics course? That one thought seemed to sum up everything, and Ochako found herself struggling to answer one way or the other. Letting out a groan, she returned the paper to its folder for safekeeping. There was no doubt in her mind that her mother was going to store them away in the disaster-proof safe that held the family's most important documents and valuable objects. She could almost hear her mother stating that they were something to be cherished. Could imagine her father nodding, stating his little girl's accomplishment needed to be preserved. The gravity-defying girl couldn't decide if their imagined actions were cute and endearing or cringe-worthy over-the-top feel-good movie moment. A heavy sigh left her mouth, body and mind officially feeling the fatigue of the day and her recent grappling match with her thoughts and reality. Flopping onto her bed, Achako's arms reached over to the small nightstand where a worn plush doll of the Hero 13 sat. The doll had been one of her favorite toys, and one of the few licensed pieces of Hero merchandise she owned. She held the doll slightly above her head, looking into the eyes that were painted on the dome of the helmet. More than once, Plush 13 had comforted young Achako after a nightmare or during times when their belts had to be just a little tighter. Achako had to admit she felt a little silly as she hugged the doll close. But heroes were supposed to offer comfort in time of turmoil, right? 13, where did you place in your exam? She asked the doll, deciding to act on the childish silliness she felt. I got a 94 in rescue and a 68 in support. Didn't do so well in the other categories. It was really only my score on the written that pushed me into the heroics class. Plush 13 answered Achako in her mind. In reality, she had no idea how the space hero had ranked, but somehow, it helped Achako to imagine that the heroine had gone through a similar case as herself. But did I let that stop me? Nope. I just worked harder to show everyone. You know, you're right. I should focus on what I know and refine what I need to. Plush 13 was once again hugged against her chest, even as her brain and body agreed it was time for sleep. Thanks 13. Maybe, letting out a yawn. Achako snuggled under the covers, doll still hugged to her chest. Maybe I'll actually get to meet you. Workers chat. Online, 4, Hotshot, Two-Faced, Marbles, +7. Offline, Fog Cloud, +20. The Handyman 41 has changed 40's name to Hotshot. Hotshot, really? Ugh, can't we use our names? Thought I heard the heroes use their names in chat. The Handyman 41. And make it easier to figure out who we are if this room is compromised by the Union. Come on, Online Safety 101, don't use your real information. Two-Faced, why the F are we here? Two-Faced, are you going to tell us what this is about? Marbles has entered the chat. Marbles, why are so many of you opting to be online but not show? The Handyman 41, because they're opting to be lurkers and hear what I have to say instead of interrupting me. Hotshot, well, let's hear it then. The Handyman 41, thank you. I've summoned you all here to this chat room to discuss an upcoming job. This job is a bit simple, but does come with a few risks. Two-Faced, no risk. Two-Faced, no reward. Hotshot, so what do you need us for, boss? The Handyman 41, it's a contracting job. You've all been hired to inspect security systems surrounding a few different targets for lack of a better word. The Handyman 41, the first is the famous Might Tower. While no one has seen All Might in a while now, him and his assets still remain a high-value target for many. Hotshot, understandable. The Handyman 41, second is the campus of UA. Over the last few years, Nezu and others have made various changes to the grounds. Higher walls, HD cameras capable of capturing audio and visual. Supposedly the school can even fly or levitate now. Two-Faced, sounds like we don't need to investigate. Two-Faced, sounds like we know a lot about it, but need to confirm. The Handyman 41, exactly. Now the third target is Kyoto Imperial Medical Center. The Handyman 41. Kyoto Medical has seen its security improve over the last 2 years. More guards have been added, and both new and old employees have more intensive background checks performed on them. The Handyman 41. It is also currently home to the largest cache of the miracle blood. Marbles, think they'd have made those improvements if it wasn't for that. Hotshot, who cares? Not like we could receive treatment there anyhow. Hotshot, speaking of, has anyone seen the good doctor lately? Fog Cloud has entered the chat. Two-Faced, no. Two-Faced, nope. Fog Cloud, the doctor is fine. He's been helping a few of the other workers with injuries sustained at the last inspection job. Marbles, you mean at the factory the goddess Osha had forsaken? Hotshot, XD my clothes were made with less asbestos than that place. The Handyman 41, indeed, but back to the topic at hand. The Handyman 41. Our final target is a little different than the other three, in that it is not a place but rather a person. Marbles, please tell me we're not talking about the Emperor or other super high-ranking politician. Two-Faced, I want to live. Two-Faced, I want to live, thank you. The Handyman 41. Sometimes, we might as well be with how they present him. The Handyman 41. I'm talking about Midoriya Izuku and his entourage. Marbles, I've heard his security detail be compared to the President of the United States. Marbles, reinforced vehicles, no less than 4 guards escorting him when walking with others hidden around the area. Kid's got 24/7 observation if memory serves. Hot shot. 24/7 observation? Must suck if he needs to take a shit or wants to have a wank. Fog cloud. From another report, it seems the guards are willing to wait outside to give him his privacy. Marbles, in what context? D Handyman 41, oi, focus. D Handyman 41. But if that is true, that means there's a window where Midoriya is potentially vulnerable. Hot shot, and that's what we have to find. Vulnerabilities in these systems, yes. D Handyman 41, exactly. Figure we can split into teams and everyone take a different location over the coming days. D Handyman 41, fog cloud. Think you can help us out and port us to and from these locations? Speed things up a little. Fog cloud. You know unlicensed quirk use is punishable by law, right? D Handyman 41. Thought you had one of those work quirk exemptions that the HPSC does but doesn't talk about because they'd rather have everyone get hero licenses so they can make more money. D Handyman 41. Come on, how else do you think so many people with medical quirks get the green light to use their quirks on the job? Fog cloud. Medicinal quirks are a bit of a gray area. Though a lot of medical colleges can grant a hero license of sorts that allows them to use their quirk when on hospital grounds or in case of an emergency. Fog cloud. My quirk is neither of those. D Handyman 41. Alright, I see your point. Then perhaps we would be better off having those closest to each target take care of observations. Marbles, it would make sense. Way I see it. Mite Tower will be easy enough. It gets enough tourists visiting it daily. And Kyoto Medical is much the same with the amount of people going in and out. Easy enough to claim you're there to visit a patient or bring someone their forgotten lunch. Two-faced, UA will probably be a beach and a half. Two-faced, Midoriya will also be a challenge. Hot shot. Isn't Midoriya going to UA? Might be able to get 2 birds with 1 stone if we can somehow get onto UAS grounds. D Handyman 41, perhaps. Though if we can learn about one or the other separately beforehand, it might be better. D Handyman 41. That way we can see flaws clearly with either one. Fog cloud. I have to agree with Handyman. Fog cloud. Excuse me, just heard a knock at the door. Think my pizza is here. Hot shot. You ordered a pizza. Two-faced, and you didn't invite us. Two-faced, Beach didn't invite us. D Handyman 41. It is rather late. Perhaps we should break for dinner and discuss this later. D Handyman 41. Can I join you for dinner? Fog. Fog cloud. Sure, you live close enough. Fog cloud. Same goes for you. Hot shot. Two-faced. And Marbles. Sorry everyone else, you're on your own. Marbles has left the chat. Hot shot has left the chat. Two-faced has left the chat. D Handyman 41 has left the chat. Natent, X41, 8:28 p.m. Musutafu, Yamada residence. Sasaki Murai was no stranger to press conferences, public appearances, and interviews on various TV and radio shows. Still, the man had to admit that appearing as the guest for Put Your Hands Up Radio's Friday Night Hero Chat segment was probably one of the smaller, less flashy interviews. He sat opposite Present Mike in the small recording studio the man had set up in his off-campus apartment, going over the details of the segment while his listeners were kept occupied with his playing of the latest hits from some K-pop artist or another. Remember, we try to keep it simple. Introduce you, talk a little about your quirk and your work in heroics before we open the lines for callers to ask questions. To Sasaki, Mike seemed more nervous about this segment than he was. You are under no obligation to answer every question that might get asked, so don't be afraid to say no comment or decline to answer if someone asks you something that makes you uncomfortable. Though you probably already know how this is going to go, don't you? I try not to abuse my quirk for trivial matters. The Ocular Oracle smiled knowingly. Though somehow I think this will be less about me and more about All Might. A fair point given your history with the man. Mike gave a nod. How is he doing, by the way? I think I'm with my listeners when I say I haven't heard much about the main man in recent time. Guess they've really been keeping things hush-hush if other pros are lacking in updates too. He kept the thought to himself, shifting his focus to answer Mike's question with the same response he's given to everyone. He's All Might, you know how busy he is. Of course. Oh, it's almost time for your interview. Mike gestured to the countdown timer that was ticking down in time to the song. Ready? Sasaki gave a nod as the last notes of the song died and Mike went full throttle to address the listening populace. Hey listeners. It's once again time for our weekly hero chat. Despite the fact it was only Sasaki in the room with him, Mike couldn't help but strike a pose that only seemed to increase the energy he was broadcasting with. Tonight's guest is an amazing man and longtime veteran in the world of heroics. He's got an eye for details, and while I can't predict how the show will go tonight, he can. That's right, listeners. I'm talking about the legendary Sir Night-Eye himself. Once again, Mike gestured to him. Introduce yourself to our listeners, sir. Much as he wanted to maintain his serious demeanor, Mike's energy was just slightly infectious, and Sasaki couldn't stop the small smile that graced his face as the two took a moment to discuss his quirk, hero stats, and a few other details about his life. You've certainly lead an exciting life, sir. What with being All Might's sidekick alongside your own work in heroics. Mike's eye flicked over to the communications screen, which had started lighting up with calls the moment he had introduced his guests. We're going to open up the lines now to let our loyal listeners ask you a few questions of their own. The hero-turned-DJ pressed a button on the keyboard to rest before the screen. Caller 1, you're on the air. Thanks for taking my call. Just want to say that I am a huge fan of both yours and Sir Night Eyes. The voice was that of a younger child, probably around 7 or 8 if they had to guess. I hope when I'm older I can work alongside great heroes like the two of you and Mr. All Might. I'm sure if you study and train hard, you can. Thank you for your support. Sasaki noticed Mike giving him a thumbs up as the man thanked the caller himself before switching to the next one. 2 more calls that came in offered praise for the man, but the third, Sir, what can you tell us about All Might? Was he a fair boss to work with? The third caller asked after offering her initial praise. All Might is a good man to work for. He's always treated me fairly. And the same goes for other heroes he's worked with. Sasaki kept his voice level. Sure, he could be a bit difficult at times, but we've all had our good and bad days. Cool, thank you, sir. The caller hung up on her own, but that simple question seemed to be what opened the floodgates that started to shift the focus of the show. The next few questions further looked for information on his working with All Might, before they took to asking about the man himself. Thanks for taking my call. I recently got accepted into UA. That's amazing. Congratulations. Mike interrupted the caller to offer his praise, before apologizing. Thank you, as I was saying. I heard that All Might was scheduled to speak at UA in the coming year. However, given the man's recent lack of public appearances, I was wondering if you knew if these talks would still be occurring. There was no missing the curious concern in the caller's voice. Far as I am aware, All Might still intends to hold these talks. However, I have no idea just when that might be. Sasaki answered after a moment. Guess I'll have to make sure I don't miss a day of school then. Thank you. Study hard. Plus ultra. Mike gave thumbs up as the call disconnected. Next caller. The calls continued to come in, all of them asking similar questions which Sasaki was quick to respond to in various styles. Those asking about All Might's lack of public appearances in recent times received the simple reply that the man was incredibly busy. The callers who questioned All Might's health following various rumors they heard got the textbook replies about respecting a hero's right to privacy, the sensitivity of medical information, or a combination of the two. Again, per various laws and regulations regarding medical information, I cannot disclose that information. He pinched the bridge of his nose. On the one hand, he was thankful for all the questions Mike's fans were calling in with. While he didn't know exactly how popular Mike's show was, he hoped at least some of the higher-ups were listening, that it would show them just how much the people wanted answers and potentially force their hands. On the other, he was getting tired of giving the same answer multiple times in a row, and wondered just how All Might had been able to stand doing so for years during interviews. He turned his attention towards present Micah's once again. A question about the number 1 hero's lack of appearances came in. Sir, the annual Heroes Gala is coming up. Do you know if All Might will be in attendance? He wasn't there last year or the year before, and I could have sworn the number 1 hero always received an invitation. Actually, it's always the current top 10 heroes at the start of the year who are guaranteed an invitation to the annual Heroes Gala. He smiled, partially enjoying putting that aspect of the HPSC's Heroes Gala out there. At this time, I don't know if All Might has any desire to attend, but I would like to point out that though he is guaranteed an invite, All Might has just as much right to decline the invitation for any reason as do Endeavor or Ryukyu or Wash does. At that, Sir noticed Mike flinch at his reply. The pro DJ frowned slightly, though whether it was out of annoyance at the slight bias towards who got invited or something else, he couldn't say. Hear that, my fellow pros. Mike cut in before the caller could respond. Rise through the ranks if you want to get invited to the most prestigious hero party in Japan. Again, though no one could see, Mike placed a hand to the side of his mouth and yelled to an imaginary assistant. Nice-chan, check my current ranking. Would you? Sasaki rubbed his temple, getting a headache from Mike's occasional input. But that was because of the sheer volume of the man's voice, even with the filters and buffers he had in place to prevent deafening his listeners or blowing out their speakers. Still, he was thankful for the man's efforts to try and keep things light, even as the questions turned more and more prying. Still, Sasaki could tell Mike was starting to feel awkward with the subject as the interview continued. If he's uncomfortable, I wonder how the listeners are feeling. Maybe my show isn't as popular as I thought it was if you're all still asking the same question. Mike laughed, showing he meant no real disrespect to his listeners as he took a brief pause on taking calls, eyes glancing to the small stopwatch clock he had going to time the segment. Though I'm also surprised no one has asked Sir Night Eye here to use his quirk to give them winning lottery numbers or something. My quirk doesn't work like that. Wanting to keep the segment rolling, Sir gestured for Mike to take the next call. Ugh, shatter my hopes and dreams of easy money. Mike laughed, but complied. Alright, you're on the air. Since you want a different question, I'll make this quick and skip the pleasantries. It was a man's voice and sounded a little gruff. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of you pro heroes and the special treatment you've just admitted to sometimes receiving, but Mike made to comment, but Sasaki raised a hand to stop him before he could interrupt. He had been waiting for a call like this and was hoping it was going in the right direction. By now, we've all heard of the miracle that is Midoriya's blood. Yes, let's say hypothetically that All Might was badly injured due to an attack. Now I know there's been a ton of regulations put in place to safeguard Midoriya's blood and who gets it, but would these be overlooked in favor of saving the #1 pro hero? Sasaki couldn't help the small smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Mike raised an eyebrow, concern mixed with curiosity as to where this might go. All Might, though he may be the world's symbol of peace and Japan's #1 pro hero, is still subject to all of the rules and regulations surrounding medical care in an emergency situation. He sighed, taking a brief moment to collect his thoughts. It is possible that, if he had a severe enough injury, that he might receive priority treatment over someone else, but the reverse is also true. It's All Might, for crying out loud. Who but a villain would want his death on their hands? The caller argued, growing more annoyed with the response. As much as I respect those in the medical field, I don't envy those who have to make decisions like that. Sasaki placed a hand to his heart, though no one but Mike could see the gesture. It would be up to the doctor, nurse, EMT, whomever is there at the time to make the call. Though in that hypothetical, if he was able to speak at such a time, there's no doubt in my mind that my old mentor and friend would tell them to heal someone else first, much as any hero, All Might included, hates to admit that you can't save everyone. I know he would do what it takes to save just one more person. There was a long moment of silence and dead air from the caller's side before the man on the other end mumbled a thank you and hung up. Glancing to the communications screen, both Mike and Night Eye noticed that a majority of the callers had hung up after the awkward heaviness his answer had left. Even Mike had fallen silent, one finger idly tapping at the table his equipment rested on. Understanding the man's discomfort, Sasaki made a chopping motion to his wrist, a signal Mike understood at once meant to cut the interview short. Mouthing a thank you, Mike smiled and addressed the masses. I asked for different and I got it. Though I must apologize to all of my lovely listeners, but I'm getting a call from one of my sponsors that I'll need to take if you all want to continue hearing my wonderful voice. The grin on Mike's face grew wider, and he pointed at himself, seeming to forget again that no one but Sir Night Eye could see him. Sir Night Eye, I would once again like to thank you for joining us tonight on Hero Chat and for your insightful responses to all of our listeners. It was my pleasure, Present Mike. Thank you for having me. He gave a tiny bow. And thank you to everyone for your kind words. I really appreciate it. Good night, ever the gentleman. Now let's kick it back up, listeners, with the latest hit from Japan's newest rising star. Mike tapped a few keys on the console before him, starting up a song and closing the broadcast for the moment. Removing his headphones, he gestured for Sasaki to do the same before motioning for the man to follow him out of the studio. Sir, I feel I should apologize for the questions going the way they did. Though we both knew that was what was going to happen, eh? Mirai nodded. Happens almost every time I'm invited to speak when they don't bother to screen the questions in advance. Maybe I should have invited you to be a part of Monday's Put You on the Spot segment. Though the questions are anonymous, they're submitted by email so I can screen them a little before asking them. Thank you, but no thank you. Sasaki blinked, feeling a vibration coming from his pocket. Taking out his phone, he raised an eyebrow at the caller ID before looking to Mike. Excuse me, I have to take this. Present Mike nodded his understanding and vanished back into his studio as Sasaki hit the accept button. Tashinori called to thank you for what you said, though his words came out haltingly. He could feel the gratitude in Tashinori's voice. Also, how's your head feeling after spending a good half hour with Mike? Thank you, sir. A fond smile snaked its way onto his face. Trust his old mentor to also be concerned about him despite his own situation. And I've just got a headache is all. He noticed then that Midnight and Eraserhead were sitting on a nearby couch, waiting for their friend. How does everyone around him stand it? Earplugs. Though it didn't show on his face, Sasaki could see a smile in Eraser's eyes. Prescription-strength migraine medicine. Midnight grinned, surmising who he was talking about as she shook a small bottle of pills. Want some? He gently waved away her offer, wincing slightly at the pained laugh that came over the phone. Not listening to his show, usually. Tashinori coughed. But the doctor said you were his guest tonight, so I felt it right. Thank you, your support is appreciated. He quickly moved away from the other two pros, not wanting them to hear his conversation. Though shouldn't you rest now? Just then, Mirai felt his phone vibrate again. Looking at the screen, he noticed another call trying to come through. Nezu, he read the ID aloud. You might want to take that. A yawn escaped Tashinori, both men familiar with the name. Yeah, excuse me. The ocular oracle let out a sigh as he switched contacts. Hello, Sasaki Murai speaking. Mike was right, you are ever the formal one. Nezu's voice held just the faintest hint of amusement. Anyhow, I just want to congratulate you for your wonderful performance tonight. You've really started quite the avalanche of conspiracy theories with it. Sir, social media and other similar sites are positively flooding with posts about your interview. Sasaki could swear he heard the sound of a teacup rattling. No offense, but I'm finding that much more entertaining than your radio appearance. None taken. And personally, I'm glad to hear it. He smiled. I don't think our opposition will be able to keep this under wraps anymore. Most likely not. There was an odd tone in Nezu's voice, one that matched his own. Let us, as the kids say, cut to the brass tacks. Get our favorite hero on campus and I'll ensure he gets a dose. With or without permission. Sasaki's smile turned into a grin. Even with his power of foresight, he couldn't begin to fathom how Nezu did some of the stuff he did. Despite that, the Chimera was one of the few people that Sasaki trusted to keep their mouths shut. Consider it done. When's the next batch of students due to arrive? Just under 2 weeks from now. The faint sound of typing came over the phone. Though I could always bring a couple of them on early. Make some excuse or another. 2 weeks should be fine. That will give us enough time to prepare for the move. Of course, the typing ceased. Do let me know if there's anything else you require, sir. I will, thank you. He gave a nod as the call disconnected, clicking back to his other conversation. Sorry about that. It's all right. Gave me a chance to rest. A yawn came over the phone. So what did Nezu want? He wants to move you to UAS campus so you can receive treatment. He took a deep breath. And also so you can settle into life at UA before giving your talks. Heh, Nezu must. The sound of coughing came over the phone. Have some plan? Yes. You and I both know it's Nezu. A tiny wheeze of a laugh left Sasaki's nose as Toshinori suffered another small coughing fit. Though whatever his plan is, I think right now we should follow the doctor's plan and let you get some rest. True. Thank you, Murai. You're welcome, Toshinori. Get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow. The faintest grunt of acknowledgement came from the man on the other end before the call disconnected. Glancing at the date on his watch, Sasaki closed his eyes and went through a small breathing exercise to collect his thoughts. 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks and all our problems will hopefully be solved. Hero Chat, UA Alumni. Online, Midnight, Present Mike, Vlad King, Endeavor, Edshot, Best Genist, 13, Ingenium. Offline, Eraserhead, Snipe, Cementos, Power Loader, Mandalay, plus 10 others. Midnight. So are we all ready for the influx of new hero hopefuls in the next few years? Edshot, do you mean your new students? Or the graduates that just joined the forces in the last few months? Midnight, yes. Best Genist. Personally, I'm pleased with some of the newest acquisitions to my agency. Though I've definitely got my eye on a few of the third years this year. 13, you and like 20 other agencies. But what about the newest batch of students that have been added? 13, I know quite a few of you are in the guest viewing area for the public exam. Edshot? Not really, but they're still very green, so we'll see as time goes on. Best Genist, there's a few. That explosive kid, Bakugo was it? And Todoroki caught my eye. Endeavor, Hakamada-san, if Shoto doesn't want to intern with me, I'd appreciate you taking him on. Endeavor, on the subject of my son, Sekijiro, does he have you or Aizawa as his teacher? Vlad King, Aizawa. Endeavor, can't be helped I guess. Endeavor, Class A has always been the better of the two classes. Edshot, wait, the Class A versus B rivalry has been around since you went to UA Endeavor. Ingenium, A for awesome. Best Genist, more like A for annoying. Best Genist, Class B for best has always been how it goes. Endeavor, yeah, at this point in time I think it's tradition. Midnight, I thought the B stood for beaches. Present Mike, good one Nems. 13, all right. Let's not get into an argument over which class is better. 13, instead let's focus back on the newest influx of students. Think the majority of them will go combat like always. Midnight, possibly, though there's a few that would probably do well in rescue. That Zero Gravity girl, Uraraka and Siro, the boy with the tape elbows. 13, agreed. That Vine girl Shizaki is another one I'd consider. I can imagine both her and Siro using their quirks to create nets or zip lines of sorts to catch and move people. And Uraraka showed great skill in moving heavy objects to reach trapped victims. Ingenium. I'm not sure if I should be proud or disappointed, but I heard Tenya talking with his friends about taking more of a support role instead of combative. Ingenium, serve as a runner to relay messages or supplies, or to get people out of harm's way fast as possible. Vlad King, I can see him doing that. FYI, he's in Aizawa's class as well. Ingenium, I know. Shota texted me about it already. Eraserhead has entered the chat. Ingenium, well, speak of the devil. Endeavor, about time you got here. Doesn't look good if one of the heroics teachers isn't involved in discussions about their students. Eraserhead, forgive me, I fell asleep. Midnight, tell us something we don't know show. 13, to be fair, we really weren't discussing students per se. Endeavor, well, word on the street is you're my Shoto's teacher this year. You better not be late for class. Eraserhead, don't worry, I'm always on time for class. Present Mike. That's because you sleep behind your desk. Headshot, and Amuri is perfectly acceptable. Frankly, Eraser, I wish I could do like you do and sleep anywhere. Eraserhead, you try teaching a bunch of hero hopefuls. You'll see how exhausting it is and why I can do so, and want to do so. 13. Don't like your class this year, Aizawa. Vlad King, he's got the child in his class this year. Midnight, XD. Present Mike, XD. Best Genist, the child. Vlad King, Midoriya Izuku. Ingenium, F. Ingenium, okay, now I will concede that's rough. Least you've got my baby brother to help keep a leash on him. Headshot, think this is the first time in a while that we've some celebrity hopefuls attending UA. Vlad King, place your bets. How long before Aizawa expels one of his new class? Present Mike, 500Y on Midoriya being expelled day 1. Present Mike, you still haven't forgiven him, have you? Midnight, 1000Y if Eraser has more than 10 students left by the end of the first month. Best Genist, is expelling Midoriya even possible? Eraserhead, define forgive. Eraserhead, and it's perfectly logical to cull the weaker members of the pack. Endeavor, long as you don't expel my son, we're good. Eraserhead, Todoroki and Midoriya are not subject to special treatment just because they're legacy and national treasure. Ingenium, 50000Y if you expel my brother and film it for me. 13. Ida, that's cold. If he does it, share the video. Eraserhead, sure. Midnight, Shota, are you okay? You're never this active in group convos. Eraserhead, given this year's batch of students, it seemed only logical to discuss them with everyone. Eraserhead, and if this is the only way you're all willing to go about that, so be it. Midnight, excuse me a moment. I need to make a phone call. Endeavor, that's why I like you, Eraser. You're old-fashioned at times. Best Genist, I think it's less he's old-fashioned and more bright screens hurt his eyes. That's why. Headshot, to be fair, that is a valid reason for anyone to dislike chat rooms or spending long hours on a computer. Midnight has added a mess joke to the chat. Best Genist, Midnight, why'd you add joke? She didn't go to UA. Best Genist, hi joke, how are you doing anyways? Midnight, what do you think joke? MS joke, hi Genie, and I'm fine. Also, you're right. Midnight, me or him? MS joke, Genie. Personally, Midnight, I think you're mistaken, but I feel Eraser should take me out on a date to make sure. Eraserhead, I appreciate the offer, but have to decline. MS joke, what is it the kids say now? MS joke, Eraser is sus. Ingenium, reason. MS joke, too many words. Vlad King, what? Present Mike, wait a minute. BRB, 13, too many words. Endeavor, joke, what are you talking about? Midnight, Zashi. Endeavor, what's going on? Vlad King, you don't think. Headshot, I do. Best Genist, no, there's no way. 13, don't tell me he's here. Present Mike, shoes still passed out in his apartment. Eraserhead, oh dear. Midnight has kicked Eraserhead. Midnight, Adjeffing rat. Present Mike, NEZU. Headshot, again. Vlad King, ugh, how does he keep doing that? Endeavor, still a sneaky rat like always. Ingenium, what the hell? MS joke, you're welcome. Oh, Ingenium. She wouldn't know about the mole that lurks in UA chats. MS joke, the mole. Excuse me, but is this some UA joke that Ketsubutsu graduates aren't prestigious enough to understand? Midnight, Supreme Chancellor Nezu. He does this every time we make a new chat. Masters to weasel his way in by posing as one of us. Midnight, usually Eraser for some reason. Inside his office, Nezu just grinned and took a sip of his tea. And yet, you all keep falling for the same trick. Let's see, who else on staff isn't so fond of chat rooms? He set the cup down and opened up a second chat window and logged in. Snipe has joined the chat. May 11th, X41, 9:41 a.m. Midoriya residence. Izuku was in his room, making a list and starting to pack up some of the items he would be bringing with him to UA in the near future. So far, those items consisted of several posters, collectible figures, and other decorative hero memorabilia. Sure, it was 95% All Might merchandise, and would probably have all his new classmates ragging on him for having such a childish taste in decor, but he didn't care. In fact, Izuku felt his childlike interest in heroes would be beneficial when it came to comforting hurt or lost children. Besides, quite a few heroes have no qualms about not acting their age. He chuckled, remembering a recent video of Fatcom getting stuck on a slide at a local park after some kids insisted he play with them. The BGMI hero had laughed it off, before running off to spin some kids on the merry-go-round. Why should I have to give in to society's view of? Izuku's inner monologue was cut off as his phone started to ring. While the majority of his contacts still used the All Might ringtone, a small handful had been granted custom ones so he could know without looking who was calling. Current ringtone, Healing Vision, Desire. Contact, Shuzenji Chio. Good morning, Dr. Shuzenji. I trust that you are well. Izuku answered the call, a faint smile on his face. Most people hated hearing from their doctor, but Izuku had grown to enjoy speaking with the woman. I am fine, thank you. There was the faintest chuckle to come from the woman on the other end. Are you busy at the moment? Not really, just starting to pack up some stuff that I want to bring to UA with me. He took a seat on his bed. But I can put a pin in that if you need me for more tests or donations. Well, I don't need you at this moment, but after some discussion, myself and the other doctors assigned to you did come up with some other tests we'd like to run. Oh sure, what are they? Izuku was all ears even as he reached for the small notebook to rest at his bedside. How can I put this? There was a moment's pause on Shuzenji's end. We would like a sample of your genetic material. Izuku's cheeks took on the faintest hint of pink as his brain started to veer towards the gutter. Trying to distract himself a little, he opened the book to a blank page, ready to write. Don't you already have several samples of my DNA from my blood and other sources? Yes, but that's not what I mean. He heard her sigh. What is it you kids are calling it nowadays? I'm talking about your seed. Izuku's face started to cycle, though every known shade of red at hearing a sweet old lady say such a thing. The fact that she said it so calmly, as if it was routine, oh wait, sometimes it was in the medical field, didn't help either. After a moment's silence, Izuku said the first thing that came to his mind. I need an adult. Izuku dear, you're 18 now. There was condescending care in Shuzenji's voice. You are an adult. A chill of dread passed down Izuku's spine at those words, and all he could do was let out an airy squeak as a response. I know, it's a lot to take in. Shuzenji's voice was back to its usual gentle tone, though Izuku was no longer certain what thought her words were meant to comfort. But this means you can now fully consent to any further tests we want to run. Wait, didn't I already have the power to consent to or deny testing? Her words brought him back to the current situation. Sort of. You had carte blanche to approve or deny us from running any of the tests. The gentle tone was still there, though now it had taken on the doctor tone, as Izuku liked to call it. However, because of your age at the time we started testing, there were certain tests that you could not consent to. Oh, suddenly it clicked, knowing what tests she was referring to. Oh, yes Izuku, I'm talking about those tests. The golden child couldn't decide if he was thankful or not that the healing heroine didn't refer to any of them by name. When would these tests be conducted? He looked to the small calendar hanging on his wall, noticing how open his schedule currently was. Whenever you're available. He heard the familiar sound of a candy being unwrapped come over the line. While I will admit it would be better if we can get these tests done sooner rather than later, I know you've got a lot on your plate with classes starting soon. You could say that. He agreed. So, what would these tests entail? Standard fertility tests. Shuzenji went off on a minor tangent, explaining the process as Izuku's face continued to cycle through shades of red. Again, you do have the option to refuse this test if you don't want to take it. As gung-ho as he had been about testing his quirk, this was the first test to make him hesitate. Understandable. Izuku's skin settled on being the same color and temperature as a cinnamon imperial candy as Recovery Girl finished her explanation. Probably best to just get it over with. I mean, that is the one aspect of my quirk we've yet to test. The bone marrow test seemed promising with what little you were able to get before my body said no. And the saline property of my tears. I mean, this test is only natural, common enough in the medical field, and only slightly less awkward than the urinary test. Izuku, there's nothing really awkward about any of the tests we've done on your bodily fluids. Recovery Girl sighed. It's all routine, and nothing to be embarrassed about. I know, but... Izuku crossed his legs, free hand moving to offer an additional layer of protection. Meanwhile, his mind was going a mile a minute, considering things he had yet to voice aloud. Izuku, are you still there? Oh yeah, sorry, was looking at my schedule and thinking. He audibly shuffled the pages of the notebook in his hand, deciding to bite the bullet and get the testing done and over with. Does this coming Monday work for you? That's fine, gives us time to prepare everything. Izuku let out an involuntary whimper at her words. Again, Izuku. There's nothing to be embarrassed, ashamed, or to feel awkward about with these tests. You will be given complete privacy. You will also be given access to anything you need to make the process as easy and comfortable as possible. This includes everything from music, visual aids, companionship, marital aid. I get it. Izuku didn't think his blood could actually reach a boiling point, but he swore he could feel steam coming out his ears. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but I know, dear. Recovery Girl's voice had taken on one of the most gentle tones he had ever heard. It's hard growing up, isn't it? Making your own appointments, going to your own tests. It's only natural that you feel as you do. She's right. This is all part of wanting to grow up and be a hero. Wanting to change the subject. He kept the thought to himself and instead went for a distraction that never failed when dealing with Recovery Girl. You're right, Dr. Shuzenji. Though I'm just wondering when you got your credentials to be a therapist. Youthful as Shuzenji claimed to be, she could still easily fall prey to a youngster asking her about her past. Well before you were born. I had been a surgeon for about 3 years at that point, and Izuku let the woman ramble even as he made a note on his calendar. He had hoped that hearing some of her life story would have brought his temperature down and restore his face to its normal color. His plan worked, though as ended the call, he once again caught sight of the note he wrote and undid all his efforts. Just make it to and through Monday. Do this one test, then refuse any additional of the same nature. May 18th, X41, 11:35 am UA Faculty Lounge. It was a week before classes were due to officially start at UA, and though most of the second and third year students were still away, there was plenty of activity coming from the first years. Currently, several of UA's teachers were gathered in the faculty lounge, watching as the first years who would be staying on campus were starting to move into the dorms. Other teachers, as well as some student volunteers, were outside, helping to direct traffic. Has observation testing started yet? Cementos asked, watching as a student with multiple arms took a couple bags from another student who was struggling to carry them. Yes, Midnight replied, taking a sip of her coffee. Nezu started the clock maybe half an hour after the gates opened. I would say he's late this year, but Vlad King shrugged as he joined Cementos at the window. Seen any problems yet? Nothing I'd consider noteworthy. There's been the usual rounds of students laughing at others who have dropped stuff. An occasional dirty look between what I can only assume are rival students. Oh, one student did steal another one's hat, but given that the two were laughing as a game of chase ensued, the cement man shrugged. No fights yet. Snipe smiled as he entered the lounge, hoping we don't have a repeat of last year. You've got to be more specific. Kanagawa, one of the business studies teachers, laughed. A few of the others joined in, each mentioning a past incident during welcome week while Recovery Girl just sighed. If the worst thing I have to deal with this week is just a few thrown out backs or torn muscle, I'll consider this week a quiet one. The youthful heroine shook her head, eyes going out the window in time to see another student improperly lifting a box from one of the cars parked outside the gates. In a rare show of frustration, she knocked a fist on the glass. Ugh, lift with your knees, kid. 13. Don't you teach proper lifting during rescue training? One of the general studies teachers asked, watching the same student Recovery Girl had been. To an extent. I mean, sure, I'll teach them how to properly carry an injured person or move a large chunk of debris, but she shrugged. Every lift is different. Nods came from around the room as the teachers continued to observe the new arrivals, more than one making an observation or comment about something they could see. Eraserhead had mastered to sneak in unseen and refill his travel cup of coffee, though Midnight caught sight of him as he tried to sneak back out. How's patrol going? She asked, placing a hand to hold her longtime friend in place a moment. Thanks to his quirk, Eraser was always one of the teachers sent outside to supervise the new arrivals. His job was twofold. 1. Break up any fights that may break out. 2. Stop anyone using their quirks for any purpose other than helping each other move in. In his first year, his order had been to stop any quirk usage. However, after several students were injured when he erased a weight-altering quirk affecting the mattress they were carrying, Nezu made an exception. No issues, though we've only been at this the last. He took a sip of his coffee, eyes looking to the clock. 2 hours now. Fair. Vlad smiled, deciding to have some fun with his fellow first-year heroics teacher. So, have you seen the child yet? Midoriya's arrival has been delayed. Recovery Girl answered, before Eraser could respond. He'd got a call at 4 in the morning about a collapse at a construction site not too far from where he lives. Thanks to him and the paramedics that responded, no lives were lost. Though it did get a bit dicey when the foreman suffered a heart attack shortly after they treated him for an asthma attack caused by the amount of dust in the air. Right place, right time, I guess, Midnight offered, ignoring the small sigh of relief that came from Eraser as he slipped out of the room to return to patrolling. Hey, what's everyone looking at? The voice came from the newest addition to UAS faculty, a science teacher for the general studies courses by the name of Kanda Asuna. Just watching the new students coming in, Cementos answered, turning to face the newcomer. It's always fun to see the first years trying to figure out where everything is in the time before school starts. Just out of curiosity, why hasn't UA started classes yet? She took a seat at one of the tables, eyes looking to the calendar on her phone. Most other schools started classes at the beginning of April and were already into May. Elementary, junior high, senior high, and many other universities and the like operate on the usual schedule. Midnight answered, joining her. Given that UA is more a private institution than some of the other schools, Nezu was able to make a few changes when he took office. You mean seized power? She had long since heard and seen the stories about UAS changes in administration. We don't put it like that. The R-rated hero gently placed a hand on Kanda's shoulder as the other teachers nodded in agreement. A silent understanding to drop the subject passing between the teachers. May 19th, X41, 7:48 p.m. Heights Alliance, Class 1 a dormitory. When it came to a child moving out to be on their own, parents often fell into one of three categories. The first were the indifferent parents. These were the ones who often didn't have the best relationship with their kid, and were more than happy to drive the kid to their new place, drop their stuff on the curb, then return home without looking back. The second were the stereotypical family sitcom parents. These were the parents who helped their child pack, helped them unload and bring everything in. Some might have even stayed to help the kid set up, before maybe having one more meal together before the child went to their place, and the parents returned home to either cry or celebrate. The third kind were the overly caring parents. Parents in this category were similar to the second type, except they went a little overboard in helping their children settle in. It was these parents that were often described as suffering from empty nest syndrome ... and it was in this category that Midoriya and Co. found herself. It was nearing the end of visitors' hours at UA, and tonight was going to be Izuku's first night in the dorms ... and Inko's first night alone in their house. When Inko had first arrived at Heights Alliance with Izuku, she didn't know what to expect. Sure, the information packet about the dorms described them as 1R, or one-room style apartments, but that could have meant anything from them being a 3-mat Kokori brand apartment to each apartment taking up a full floor on its own. It turned out the Heights Alliance apartments were closer to being 1 Kelvin style apartments. Entering the room put you in the main living space, with the closet on right-hand side. Beside the closet rested the bathroom, which contained a standing shower, toilet, and sink. And while not a truly separate section, the kitchenette took up the last part of the right-hand side and was divided from the rest of the room by a half wall. It had been furnished with a microwave, mini fridge, and 1-burner range. While not the best, there was still a good countertop and a half's worth of space to prepare food on. The back wall of the room had a sliding glass door that led to a small balcony. It was barely wide enough to put a standard lawn chair on it, but would be a great way to get some fresh air. The mother and son had spent the better part of the day unpacking and setting up everything Izuku had brought with him. Now late into the evening, Izuku was putting the finishing touches on his decorations, while Inko was doing what she did best, making sure her baby was well taken care of before she left. Okay, now remember, I put your dishes in the cabinet over the sink like we had back at our old apartment, and your cutlery in the drawer beside the sink. Your pots and pans are underneath that drawer. All your cleaning supplies are under the sink. Inko pointed to the spots in question, before tapping the mini fridge, and filled your fridge with some bottles of water and those sports drinks you like. There's also some fruit cups and fresh vegetables. Oh, I also brought some non-perishables that I put in the cabinet over the microwave. She opened the cabinet, revealing an impressive collection of canned and boxed goods. Izuku could see that some of them were microwavable, while the others would need to be cooked on the stove. Mom, that's too much stuff. I don't think I need all that. Then use it to cook for your friends. I saw that kitchen down in the common area. I'm sure Momo and all your other little friends won't say no to a home-cooked meal. Izuku couldn't argue against her logic. That's true. We've already discussed taking turns cooking every once in a while for everyone. We're hoping we can get other members of our class on board too. I hope you can. I'll feel better knowing my little Zuzu isn't subsisting on a diet of instant ramen. She moved over to Izuku's dresser and started poking through it. Now, are you sure you have enough everyday clothes? Enough underwear? She moved a couple items around in their drawers, as if counting how many of each he had. And where are your uniforms? Mom, you helped me pack. I have enough everyday clothes to wear a different combination every day for a month before I even need to think about repeating something, Izuku said with a fond roll of his eyes. And my uniforms are hanging in the closet. They won't get as wrinkled hanging up as opposed to being folded in a dresser. Alright, though, do you have enough hangers? Those plastic ones may hold better than the metal wire ones, but they break so easily. She moved to Izuku's closet, seeing the uniforms hanging neatly, along with a couple dozen empty hangers. I can get you more if... Mom, I still have plenty of hangers, and that's after I gave Ochako 2 of the 12 packs you got me. If you say so. Oh, what about toiletries then? Toilet paper, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Inko moved away from the dresser then, steps taking her into Izuku's bathroom. She nodded at the package of toilet paper and bathroom cleaners she could see in the cabinet under the sink before looking in the medicine cabinet to rest above the sink. Oh good, you bought a first aid kit. And I put a laminated list of emergency contacts on your fridge. Extra toothpaste, floss. Oh, you don't have any condoms, do you? Mom, it didn't matter how old he was. Izuku felt certain he would never feel comfortable with his mother saying stuff like that. No, but I can always be by them if I need, I suppose. Then again, I wouldn't mind being a grandmother. Inko laughed as Izuku groaned and dropped to his knees. Holding his head, she dropped with him, one hand resting on his shoulder comfortingly. Relax, I'm only joking right now. I know you want to focus on your studies first. Thanks. He looked to the guard who was stationed at the door, seeing the man holding back a laugh at the antics of mother and son. Are all moms like this? That depends. Why my mo? The guard got no further, a nervous whimper escaping Inko as she looked at the man. Oh dear, I just remembered. You're not going to have your guards with you while you're on campus once school starts. After talking with the HPSC, Nezu, and several members of UAS faculty, it had been decided that UAS security was high enough to where Izuku wouldn't need his guards while anywhere on UAS grounds. However, the moment he was off campus for any reason, grocery shopping, out with friends, etc., the guards would be in attendance as they were now. Mom, I'll be fine. UAS faculty has at least. His fingers started tapping at his side. 7 pro heroes I can think of off the top of my head here. Not to mention all of Nezu's security protocols. I mean, once school starts you have to scan an ID just to get back on campus or into some of the buildings. And don't even get me started on the number of cameras around. I guess you're right. Tears started to appear at the corner of Inko's eyes. It's just, Mom, don't cry. Izuku embraced his mother as her tears started to flow. I can't help but worry about you. She returned the hug. Ever since your father left, it's just been the two of us. And now you're all grown up. Out on your own. Attention, UAS visiting hours are now over. A robotic voice announced over the intercom system that all of the buildings of UA had been outfitted with. Limiting outside visitation was just another one of UAS security protocols, and while Izuku felt it was a little silly, given that they were adults, he could understand where Nezu was coming from with that rule. I know. He rubbed her back, feeling his own eyes tear up just a little. I'll miss you too, Mom. Promise that you'll call or text me every day with updates. Inko pulled away from the hug, hands moving to hold Izuku's head level with her own so she could hold her son's eyes. I will. Your speed dial contact number 1. Izuku took out his phone and hit the corresponding number, calling Mom displayed on the screen, followed by Inko's phone ringing. See, good. Inko couldn't help but smile through her tears as Izuku ended the call. Letting out a sigh, she started rising to her feet, Izuku following her. As soon as they were both standing, however, she pulled her son back into a hug. A fond rolling of his eyes and a fake exasperated sigh came from Izuku as he returned the hug, once again promising to keep in touch. Mrs. Midoriya, we need to get going. The guard had come to the pair's side, his voice gentle as he addressed Inko. He's right, Mom. Izuku gave her a gentle squeeze. And don't worry, I'll be fine. I know. She returned the hug with a bit more force before sighing and releasing her son. In response, Izuku let out a comically relieved sigh at being free from her crushing embrace. But I just can't help but worry. After all, I'm your mother. Izuku had chorused the last part with her, causing the two of them to laugh as they moved to follow the guard out of the dorms and back to the entrance to UA where a security detail waited for Inko. Hers wasn't as big as Izuku's, but they treated her with the same level of respect and duty. Remember, Izuku, you can call me at any time if you need anything. Money for food, help with laundry. Inko reminded him for the dozenth time, pulling him in for another hug. This time, Izuku didn't complain and returned the gesture. Even when you're a certified pro hero and topping the charts, I'll still be your mother and be here for you. I know. The tears Izuku had been holding back returned, a few of them falling onto her shoulder. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome. Inko wiped away her tears before, in a last act of motherly love, took out a tissue and dried Izuku's tears. Now get back inside. It's cold out and you're not wearing a jacket. At that, Izuku chuckled, ignoring the fact that it was actually quite nice out, in favor of nodding and agreeing. All right, take care, Mom. I love you. Love you too, baby. Inko had a watery smile on her face as Izuku turned and made his way back into the dorms. Only once she saw Izuku step into his dorm building did Inko get into the car and allow the guards to drive her home. May 21st X41, 9 AM UA Security Room D. Ugh, I hate observation testing. Eraser's inner monologue grumbled as he reviewed some security footage of 1A's dorm from the night before. Why does Nezu have to have such odd requirements for students before classes even start? He sighed, seeing yet another pair of his students. Tsunotori and Todoroki exchanged nothing more than polite nods as she held the door to the stairs open for him before they split off to their respective rooms. Geez, even I would verbally acknowledge my old coworkers at the agency when they did something like that. Taking a drink from his travel mug of coffee, he mentally cursed Nezu for not allowing additional electronics in the security room as he scribbled down his observations on a pad of paper, mumbling them aloud as he did. Tsunotori held door open for Todoroki, didn't receive proper thanks, neither offered a good night wish. Oh, they've already learned from you and classes haven't even started yet. The laugh came from Vlad King as he entered the room, 2 large cups of coffee in his hands. Eraser shot him a death glare and Vlad's laughter died. Giving a small bow, he held one of the cups out to Aizawa. Sorry, peace offering. His gaze softened slightly as he accepted the cup and took an appraising sip. Dark roast, no cream, 3 sugar, just the way you like it. Offering accepted. He gestured to the chair next to him, which Vlad was quick to take. Seen anything interesting yet on your side? The white-haired man asked, calling up the footage of his own class dorm. Nope. So far my kids have been keeping to themselves. Once or twice, I've seen them exchange words in the halls or common room. And a few times they've helped each other out with moving stuff, but beyond that. Eraser rubbed his eyes and took a long swallow of coffee. Yours? About the same. Though a small group of them did get together in the common room last night to watch some TV special. He chuckled, taking a sip of his own coffee. One of them made popcorn and another brought some sodas down from their room. Every now and then, someone would laugh or comment on something that happened. Pretty standard hangout. Not too different from when we'd have boys' night with Ida and Yamada from what I saw. And what about what you didn't see? Eraser tapped a few buttons on the keyboard before him, switching to the live camera view of 1A's common room. Well, this was less what was seen and more what was heard. Vlad hid a small smile behind his cup. According to Midnight, who had grounds patrol last night, security got a noise complaint that was called in from 1B's dorm around 10 o'clock. About 1B, his face broke out into an amused grin. Apparently, Bakugo, you know, the explosive student. Eraser nodded. Well, he took offense to his classmates deciding to stay up past his bedtime and having fun doing so. The Erasure hero couldn't help the bark of a laugh he let out. You're kidding, right? On my honor. The other man held a hand over his heart. That's going to be one for the books. Still though, I'm glad to see my class making a small effort to make new friends as opposed to hanging out with old. Eraser let out a non-committal grunt as he looked at the monitors. The Izu crew, as Mike had dubbed them, had made an appearance. The 6 of them were sitting around one of the tables, a couple boxes of donuts and a box of coffee being shared between them. Off to the side, he could see 2 other students, Minda and Kaminari, both of whom apparently knew each other from middle or high school. The 2 were carrying some bags of groceries up to their rooms, making small talk as they went. Well, at least my students who know each other are still maintaining those friendships. That's something, right? He added those observations to his notes. May 21st X41, 12 p.m. Heights Alliance, Class 1 a dormitory. The last couple days had been nothing short of slightly chaotic for the 20 students who found themselves assigned to Heroics Class 1. UA was a little different than some other universities in that it sorted students into their dorms based on their major and year. This allowed the faculty and administration to easily keep track of its students. The only thing that would change throughout their time at UA would be what year was assigned to the dorm. Come next year, the 1A dorm would be referred to as 2A. 2A would become 3A, and 3A's building would become 1A. These 20 students would also stay together for the entirety of the 3 years the hero course entailed. And it was this fact that Mina found herself musing about as she sat on Toru's bed, watching her finish hanging up a couple posters. Well, with all the chaos of everyone moving everything, I doubt getting to know one another was high on the priority list. The invisible girl set down the roll of tape she was holding. I mean, I know I wasn't thinking about anything but getting my bed set up so I had a place to sleep the first day. True, but I'm just saying. I suspect we're all pretty much settled into our rooms by now. She grinned. Personally, I think it's time for a little meet and greet session. Mina, what are you thinking? For starters, I'm thinking we go introduce ourselves to our neighbors. We're the only 2 in this wing of the building. Toru crossed her arms. Or are you talking about the boys in the other wing? The boys, and those on the floors above and below us. The pink-haired girl hopped off the bed. Come on, Toru. Grab your gloves so they can easily see and shake your hand. Toru complied, taking a moment to fix herself up before putting on her gloves. Giving a thumbs up, she followed Mina out the door and over to the left wing where 3 of their classmates had their rooms. While Toru held back, Mina moved to each of the doors and knocked. Hey, come on out and meet your neighbors, she called each time she knocked on the doors. After a moment, all 3 of them had opened and their occupants had stepped into the hall. One was a blonde-haired man with a tail, another had black hair and oddly circular elbows, and the final one had gray hair and multiple arms. Can I help you? The tailed man asked, taking in the sight before him. Yeah, we wanted to meet our neighbors. Mina grinned, seeing the confused expressions on the 3. Isn't as customary to greet a new neighbor within a day or 2 of them moving in. Also, we're going to be living together for the foreseeable future, so I think it makes sense we get to know each other beyond being the guy I live next door to. I guess. The black-haired man looked to his tailed floor mate. Actually thinking about it. You helped me carry my dresser down the hall, and I don't even know your name. Ajiro Mashurao. The blonde held out a hand. Zero Hanta. Zero returned the smile as he shook Ajiro's hand. The pink girl grinned at the interaction. Oh wait, I know. A party would be a great way for us all to come together and get to know one another. Couldn't hurt. The tallest member on their floor shrugged. I mean, as you said, we're going to be living and working alongside each other for the next 3 years or so. Isn't that right, neighbor whose name I just learned? The 4 of them laughed at that, with Toru moving to place a hand on his shoulder. You're right, mister. Toru made a rolling gesture with her free hand, inviting him to introduce himself. Shoji Mizo, Hagakure Toru. She offered a hand, which Shoji was quick to shake. Ashido Mina. A pink hand fell on top of the glove and bare hand, causing all 5 of them to laugh. They spent a moment just sharing some basic information about themselves before the subject of having a party came up again. Well, Ashido, this is your idea. How do you want to go about doing this? Shiro asked, looking to the pink girl. In reply, Mina raised a finger and took out her phone and sent a group text to the Izu crew, throwing a party in the common room for everyone to get to know each other. Achako, Momo, can you tell everyone on your floor? Tenya, Izuku, can you guys get some snacks and paper party goods? After a few moments, Mina's phone started pinging with replies. Momo, I'll let the 5th floor know, then I'll meet you in the common room to help decorate. Achako, same for the 2nd. Tenya, I'm almost to the konbini to get a few things for my room at the moment. I'll get the stuff for the party too. Tenya, can someone let the 4th floor know? I don't think any of us are on that floor. Izuku, I'll let them know. Hang on, Tenya, let me pay Mo you some money for the stuff. And I was going to hit the store myself. Hang out there and I'll pick you up. Alright, I've got my crew working on the preparations. She gave the group a thumbs up. Come on, Toru, let's get a jump on decorating. We'll come get you and the others once everything's ready, okay? Nods came from the 3 guys as the girls took their leave to start decorating. Tenya and Izuku arrived just as the girls were finishing hanging the decorations, arms full of various bags. The 4 offered to help him set up, but he waved them away, stating he and Izuku had it covered. Alright then, I'm going to go freshen up, get my portable speaker, and summon everyone while you finish setting up. The girls took their leave, leaving Izuku and Tenya to finish everything. Less than 20 minutes later, Mina got a text from Tenya saying that everything was good to go. Letting out a cheer, she wasted no time in running between floors to summon everyone to the common room. Class 1 moved as a group, all stopping at the entrance of the common room to take in the scene before them. Streamers and air-filled balloons in UAS colors decorated the walls, while a large banner proclaimed "Welcome Class 1A." Nods and other sounds of approval came from the gathered students as everyone moved in and started looking at the selection of snacks that had been laid out on one of the tables. A neat pile of disposable cups, plates, and cutlery were on the counter for easy access. Bottles of soda and water, cans of tea and coffee, and even a few juice boxes were available for drinks. Packages of store-bought matcha and other cookies rested beside bags of chips. However, the item that caught the eye of most was the bowl in the center of the table. It was a large party bowl that had been filled to just below the rim with nothing but whole pickles. Okay, I can understand everything else on the table, but the pickles? A short boy with purple ball-like hair questioned, looking to his fellows. Who doesn't like pickles? A tall, red-headed guy looked at his classmates. Several hands went up at the question, causing a few others in the class to scoff or roll their eyes. Mina was one of the students to raise her hand. How can you not like pickles? A blonde man with a lightning bolt-like pattern in his hair asked. They're too acidic. Mina crossed her arms, ignoring the looks coming from her friends. What? My body produces acid, so I don't exactly crave or enjoy things with a high acidic content. Pickles are a healthy snack. They're low in calories, and a good source of antioxidants, Tenya argued, almost seeming offended. Though they can be high in sodium, so you shouldn't eat too many in one go. Pickles taste like vinegar and grass. A girl with short, dark hair and what appeared to be audio jacks hanging from her ears shook her head. Nearby, a man with short dark brown hair and a muscular build nodded in agreement. How do you know what grass tastes like, Kiro? A frog girl asked, head tilted in curiosity. Ever beef it while running and land with your mouth open? The muscle man questioned, getting a few nods or sounds of understanding in reply. What's wrong with grass? A girl with horns on her head answered, her accent identifying her as being an exchange student. Somehow, that question sent the whole of the class into a fit of laughter. Whatever tension the group might have been feeling dissipated as their laughter died down, and everyone started mingling and making new friends or reconnecting with old. Childish as it was, everyone agreed to the usual icebreaker of stating their name and quirk. Momo ended up going first after she used her quirk to create the numbered cards that everyone drew to determine the order. Yaoyorozu Momo. My quirk lets me create items out of my body fat, provided I understand its composition as I just demonstrated. She looked at the card in her hand, noticing a 20 on it. Alright, who is number 1? That would be moi. Aoyama Yuga. My quirk lets me fire a laser out of my stomach. A blonde man with a French accent spoke up. However, I won't demonstrate it at this time as it hurts me to use it sometimes. Ashido Mina. Your party host extraordinaire. My quirk allows me to create acid. She demonstrated her powers by melting one of the pickles. Asui Tsuyu. Please call me Tsu. Kiro. A girl with frog-like features smiled. My quirk is frog, Kiro. Ida Tenya. My quirk is engine. Tenya showed them one of his legs, before bowing. I look forward to working with all of you. Uraraka Achako. and my quirk is zero gravity. Ochako smiled and let go of her cup, which was now floating in the air. Ajiro Mashurao. My quirk is tail. Ajiro smiled, moving his tail to grab Ochako's drink out of the air. Kaminari Denki. The blonde with the lightning bolt design in his hair made to say more, but Izuku interrupted him. Wait, Kaminari. Izuku blinked. Aren't you the guy who fried himself at the public exam? Hey, you saw that? He rubbed the back of his head as Izuku, Tenya, and Ochako nodded. Yeah, that was me. My quirk is electrification. And while powerful, my brain gets a little fried if I overuse it and I get loopy. He struck the same double thumbs up pose he had after frying himself, bringing laughs from the group. Next, Kirishima Ijiru. The redhead grinned and flexed an arm. My quirk is hardening and makes my body super tough. My name is Kota Koji. The soft voice came from a pink, rock-like man who was looking at the ground. My quirk is Anavoice and lets me talk and command animals through speech. The last part of his introduction was so soft. No one would have heard it if they weren't focusing on him. Sorry, I'm a little shy. Nods of understanding came from around the group as the next person introduced themselves. My name is Sato Rikido. The muscle man from before smiled. My quirk is Sugar Rush. The more sugar I eat, the stronger I get. I am Shoji Mizo, and my quirk is Dupli Arms. Shoji held out his arms, a mouth forming on one of them. I can also replicate other parts of my body. Neat. The reply came from the girl with the audio jacks. Anyhow, my name is Jiro Kyoka and my quirk is Earphone Jacks. I can amplify sound to deafening levels and have advanced hearing. Shiro Hanta, the last occupant for the boys of the third floor, stepped forth. My quirk is called tape. I produce tape from my elbows which can be used for a variety of purposes. Remind me to find you when it's time for us to move out. A man with a crow-like head grinned. I could use some help taping up boxes. Once again, everyone laughed as Shiro gave a thumbs up and agreed. That's fair, though you're on your own for carrying your stuff out. Fair enough. You don't mind schlepping some boxes again, do you, Dark Shadow? The crow turned his head slightly as a bird-like shadow emerged from behind him. Not at all, Ka. Dark Shadow replied as everyone stared in shock. Sorry, we should have introduced ourselves first. I am Takoyami Fumikage and this is Dark Shadow. Both Crow and Shadow gave a bow. If you weren't able to guess, my quirk is Shadow. Pleased to meet you all, Ka. Dark Shadow grinned. Who haven't we met yet? Todoroki Shoto. A man with two-toned hair spoke. My quirk is half cold, half hot. Unlike the others, he didn't bother to demonstrate and instead focused his attention back on his bottle of water. Well, I am Hagakure Toru and my quirk is invisibility. Toru struck a pose and threw up a peace sign. Unfortunately, I can't turn it off, so please don't mistake me for a pile of clothes someone left behind. I will try. The girl with horns spoke up. I am Pony Tsunotori. Wait, you guys do it backwards here. Tsunotori Pony. She smiled, seeming proud of herself for remembering that. My quirk is Horn Cannon. At that, she sent a couple shots flying and popped a few balloons. Forgive me if my Japanese isn't good. I'm from America. You seem to be doing very well from what I can hear. Momo gave her a thumbs up as several others nodded and offered their own compliments. She's right. Don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. Izuku added, Oh. My name is Midoriya Izuku and my quirk is impunity. Several of his dorm mates started muttering at the confirmation that he was indeed the golden child. Please don't make a big deal out of me being here. Wasn't planning on it. The shortest member of the class spoke up, several others voicing a similar opinion. And last but not least, I am Maita Minoru. My quirk is called Pop-Off and lets me produce sticky orbs that can be used to create traps. He reached up to his head and plucked one of the spheres off, a new one instantly growing in its place. Taking aim, he threw it at the wall where it adhered itself to the surface solidly. And that concludes the introductory phase, Mina proclaimed, pulling the string on a party popper. Now let's take some time to mingle and make new friends and rekindle old relationships. At the command, everyone moved to various parts of the room and began to talk. Sue, Pony, and Kyoka were instantly welcomed into Mina's circle of girlfriends. After a short discussion, they agreed to hold monthly girls' night where they would all get together in one of their rooms to hang out without the boys. Meanwhile, the boys were being boys and bonding over various things. Everyone thought it was cool that Tenya and Todoroki were related to pro heroes, though Todoroki was quick to request that everyone not ask about his family. Tenya, however, went off on a 10-minute tangent about his brother, and spent another 5 minutes talking about his family's heroics history. Izuku was just thankful that after an initial barrage of questions that they let his status as a celebrity drop and instead turned to other subjects. So what made you want to become a hero? Kirishima eventually asked as the girls joined the guys' group. I just want to help people in more ways than I am currently able. Izuku answered, several others nodding in agreement. Family legacy. Tenya and Todoroki said at nearly the same time. Is it bad I'm mostly doing it for the money? Ochako scratched the back of her head. Not really. I mean, don't most people do jobs to earn money anyhow? Sato offered. Enjoying the job is just a bonus, I feel. Well, I'm doing it to become famous. Minta grinned, striking what he perceived as a heroic pose. So famous that women will fight for the honor to be with me. Though there's really no reason to fight, I'll welcome all of you with open arms. At the confession, most of the girls let out a scoff and did their best to shuffle away from him, most adding in some comment or another about his less than altruistic intentions. A few of the boys scoffed, though Shiro and Kaminari both grinned and admitted that getting the girl was a nice perk to the job. Perverts. Kyoka shook her head, that one word seeming to cause a cloud of awkwardness to descend on the room. The only sounds breaking it up the occasional sip of a drink or crunch of a snack while the radio played some song or another. After a few moments, however, the silence proved too much and Kirishima took it upon himself to break it. Grabbing another pickle from the bowl, he deliberately bit it with a loud crunch, drawing focus to himself. Hey, I've been wondering, whose idea was the bowl of pickles? Kirishima took a few more, once again crunching one loudly. These are really good and I want to know the brand. I don't know. Ask Izuku or Tenya. They're the ones who bought the snacks. Mina replied, opening up an app on her phone. Though speaking of food, I'm thinking of ordering some pizzas so we have more than just snacks. You all fine getting something from Menkala's Pizza? Do it. I'll pick up the tab if you want. Momo smiled, moving to Mina's side, a credit card in her hands. Somehow, this seemed to help alleviate the tension, and discussions and good-natured arguments over what types of pizza to get started to flow. Get some buffalo wings, Kirishima called over his shoulder as he moved to where the duo in question was standing and asked them about the pickles. Tenya took a moment to remember before answering the question. Kyoto Tsukumono brand. He glanced over at the trash can. The jar should still be in there if you want to double check. I'll take your word for it. Thanks, man. Kirishima wandered back over to Mina, once again asking if she got buffalo wings. Say, Tenya. Izuku wandered over to the trash can and looked inside, seeing the jar in question. Why did you buy an industrial-sized jar of pickles anyways? To add a healthy snack to our otherwise unhealthy selection, he replied, voice lacking its usual conviction. A doubting hum came from Izuku as he looked at the packaging still on the other items. All of them had labels saying they were party size or family size. So, it's not that you panicked trying to find enough items that were large enough to feed 20 hungry college students. In response, Tenya took a long swallow of his soda, steps taking him towards the crowd that had formed around Mina. Hey Mina, if you haven't already, can you add some cheesy breadsticks to the order? Don't change the subject. Izuku frowned, but followed him over and put in his own request for some of their garlic knots. May 21st X41, 2:30 p.m. Ultra Academy Testing Facility E, Supreme Chancellor Nezu's office. New students are always so fascinating, Nezu smiled as he sipped his latest blend, Fuji Apple Green Tea. His other hand was typing a mile a minute, making notes here and there on various student files from what he could see of Class 1B. So far, they've been rather amicable towards each other. More than one student had helped each other with moving in, and several even helped each other with setting up their rooms or building furniture. There was even one student who was going around, offering house blessings on her classmates' rooms if they wished. Shizaki Ibara, religious but not imposing her beliefs on anyone. Tetsu and Kendo Itsuka have both shown a desire to get along and help others. He clicked through files. Oasiosu and Monoma Nito both expressed interest in meeting 1A. And while Awase wants to do so to be friendly, Monoma seems to want to kick off the AB rivalry early. He clicked another file. Bakugo Katsuki is proving to be quite the firecracker. He's already lost his temper with a few of his classmates and called in a complaint against them. Has also insulted them on multiple occasions. Nezu sighed, turning his monitor's feed to that of Class 1A. Currently, they were indulging in what he would describe as a very impressive pizza party. Everyone seemed to be laughing and enjoying each other's company. Here and there, little party games were going on. He clicked a button on his keyboard, activating the audio for the room. Sure enough, laughing and joking and sounds of a jovial atmosphere met his ears. However, one conversation in particular caught his attention and he smiled. Interesting. He reached into his pocket and took out his cell phone and sent a quick message to someone. Hearing his phone ping in reply, the Supreme Chancellor turned off the audio and locked his computer before putting it to sleep. Taking the final swallow of his tea, Nezu made his way out of his office towards his destination. May 21st X41, 3 p.m. Heights Alliance, Class 1 A dormitory. Sometime after food had arrived and everyone continued talking over pizza, wings, pasta, and breadsticks, the subject of their new lives in the dorms had come up. From this, Toru got the brilliant idea that everyone should show off their room. This way, we get a little more insight into each other's likes and dislikes, she proclaimed, wiggling in excitement. Of course, if someone doesn't want to show their room, they don't have to. Not a bad idea. Shiro gave a nod. It'll also allow us to know where everyone lives in case there's a problem. Don't we have nameplates on our doors? Kyoka questioned, twirling one of her jacks around a finger. We do, but in an emergency I think knowing, for example, that I'm the first room on the left of the second floor would make it easier to guide rescue workers if someone was trapped, Tenya answered, seeing a few of the others nod. All right then, and with that in mind, let's start with your room. Toru laughed, slinging an arm around his shoulders. Tenya wanted to protest, but the cheers that came from the other members of WANA silenced him. Instead, he let out a sigh and followed along as everyone moved to the stairs to start the tour. Heights Alliance's floor plan was simple, 8 rooms per floor, boys in the left wing, girls in the right. While this meant a total of 32 rooms were available, only 20 of them would be occupied by 1A. The remaining rooms would remain empty and be used to house visitors from other schools or other UA students if there was an issue in their own building. To keep things simple and organized, everyone agreed they would just go floor by floor and check everyone's room in order. Afterwards, they would return to the common room to continue the party. I think you will find that my room is that of a model student. Tenya smiled as he opened the door to his room. Everything was neat and organized, and there wasn't even a speck of dust on the bookcases and shelves he had brought along. Dude, the library is less organized than your room. Kirishima laughed as he ran a finger along one of the shelves. No one could argue with his assessment, though Kaminari couldn't help but laugh at the small collection of die-cast cars to rest on one of the lowest shelves. A few laughs were also shared over the incredibly well-polished Ingenium figurine to rest on his desk. What? If you keep your property in good repair, it lasts longer, he argued, blocking the figure with a hand as Kaminari went to poke it. The next room they visited was Kirishima Ijiro's, the redhead grinning as he opened his door and struck a muscle man pose. Welcome to the Chapel of Manliness. His room seemed more a home gym, with fitness equipment littering the floor and motivational posters on the wall. You're all welcome to visit and use my equipment if you wish. While most of the boys nodded and thanked him for the offer, the girls all laughed with as Momo made a comment about gifting him an air freshener. Though Ijiro feigned being hurt, it didn't stop him from requesting it to be balsam pine or cut grass scented. Nothing manlier than the smell of a forest or a fresh mowed lawn. Takoyami Fumicage's room was next. Apologies for the lack of light. Dark shadow and I prefer it this way. He gave a tiny bow as he opened the door and stepped inside. The electric ultraviolet candelabras provided a small amount of illumination to the dark room. From what little they could see, the furniture seemed to be of good quality. Though the presence of a large sword and shield resting at the foot of the bed in the dark, occult-style posters on the wall unsettled more than a few of the more sensitive members of the class. Well, for a creature of the night, this is very fitting, Sato commented. The darkness is my ally, Ka. Dark Shadow popped out, with what passed for a smile on his shadowy face. Several students jumped at the sudden appearance of him, before laughing as they moved to the next room. After the dimness of Takoyami's room, Yamayuga's room was an assault on the eyes. Mirrors with polished frames reflected the vanity lights that studded the walls. The wallpaper, carpet, and bed sheets all sparkled like someone had dumped industrial bag sequins on them. The presence of a disco ball only further turned the room into what was best described as an explosion at the glitter factory. It is dazzling like me, no. Yuga struck a dancer's pose, as if challenging his classmates to say otherwise. Too bright. Dark Shadow and Takoyami exclaimed, retreating to their room. A few of the other guys joined the pair as they retreated into the darkness of their room, with Kirishima commenting how unmanly it was. Personally, I think it's very nice. Nina grinned, posing in front of one of the mirrors. Can I use your room for fashion photo shoots? Only if I may join you. Yuga bowed, striking another pose as he opened his closet, revealing an assortment of outfits. A thumbs up and equally ridiculous pose was Mina's reply as the remaining members of the class laughed and moved from the room. Given that boys outnumbered the girls nearly 2-1, only 2 of the 4 rooms in the girls' wing of the second floor were occupied. The first door led to Uraraka Achako's room. It's not much, but it's home for the next 3 years. She seemed embarrassed as she opened the door, revealing a pretty normal room. While everything was in good repair, there were obvious signs that most of what was in her room had been picked up secondhand. I like it. Very budget-friendly, Sato offered, giving her a thumbs up. Agreed. The tone of Toru's voice told Achako she was smiling. Your ability to budget will really come in handy when we're out of school and struggling as interns and sidekicks. She threw an arm around her shoulders, many of their classmates agreeing with the sentiment. Thank you. Achako returned the smile, once again thankful that everyone was so understanding and didn't seem to care about her social class. The final occupied room on the second floor belonged to a Suitsuyu. Everything was natural shades of green, blue, or brown. The walls were decorated with various pictures of ponds and lakes, while a small battery-powered waterfall added natural ambience to the room. The biggest thing the group noticed, however, was what appeared to be a sensory deprivation tank tucked in the corner, with the lid removed. Why do you have that? Shoji gestured to the tank. My skin dries out easily, Kiro. Sue moved over to the tank and ran a hand along the surface. It helps to be able to soak every once in a while. And this way I don't have to hog one of the showers. Good idea. Momo nodded. I don't know how sensitive your skin is, but I can recommend some quality moisturizing creams. I'd appreciate that, Kiro. Ajiro Meshurao's room was the first stop on the 3rd floor. Similar to Achako's, his room was furnished with the basics. Some simple posters decorated the walls, but nothing else about the room really struck out. I'd say my room is pretty average. Ajiro rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed after the spectacle that was the 2nd floor boys' rooms. It's nice to see some simplicity nowadays, Tenya offered, nodding his approval. I'll agree. Kyoka gestured to the room as a whole. Normalcy can be a good thing. Shiro Hanta's room had what everyone could only describe as an East Asian style to it. Everything was finely patterned and of a higher quality than they expected. Very stylish, Mina commented, running a hand over the woven rug that covered most of the floor. Agreed. Tenya nodded. Though why do you have a hammock in your room? Maximum comfort, Shiro replied, opting to sit in it. Plus, having an extra place to sleep comes in handy when you've got friends over. Aren't we a little old for sleepovers? Shoji questioned, seeing the others shake their heads. Not really, Izuku answered. Think about if we weren't in school and had a boys' night but got a little too drunk to make it home. I'd rather sleep it off at a friend's place and be safe than risk public transportation or walking. No one argued with Izuku's logic even as Kirishima and Kaminari wordlessly decided to flip Shiro out of the hammock. In retaliation, Shiro deployed some of his tape around their legs and tripped them as they tried to leave. Just for that. You don't get to use the hammock if you're crashing in my room for some reason. Shoji Mizo was the last room on the boys' side. Opening the door revealed the main part of the room to only have a simple futon and low desk with a pillow to sit on. A curtain covered the door that led to the balcony, but every other part of the room looked like he had just gotten there. I mean no offense, but are you still moving in your stuff? Kaminari asked, noticing the emptiness. No, this is really all I need. Shoji smiled behind his mask. I'm a bit of a minimalist when it comes to tangible goods. All I need are my desk, futon, and cooking goods. He gestured to his kitchen, where they could see a single frying pan, cooking pot, and the most basic utensils. Remind me to call you if I ever need to learn to travel light. Kirishima smiled, gently punching Shoji's arm. Of course, I will be glad to help you. Shoji returned the gesture, both of them smiling as they moved to the next room. Opening the first door on the girls' side of the 3rd floor revealed Ashido Mina's room. Everything from the curtains, bedding, even the furniture was in various shades of pink and accentuated with black. Here and there, splashes of purple served to break up the sheer pinkness of everything. I never knew there were so many different shades of pink. Minta blinked, getting nods from the guys. There is roughly 29,000 shades of pink. Aoyama smiled, the expression mirrored on the girls. You have done a wonderful job integrating so many of them, Mademoiselle Ashido. Thank you, Mina grinned, pleased with Aoyama's assessment. Though if you think I did a good job with balancing the various shades, wait until you see Toru's room. Hagakure Toru occupied the room next to Mina's, and if Kirishima's room embodied manliness, then Toru's room was a personification of girliness. Most of the furniture was in soft shades of pink, with accents of light blue and purple. A collection of small plush toys sat on a shelf above her dresser, while a quarter of her bed was taken up by a large pale blue bear. It's so girly, Kiro, Sue exclaimed, eyes sparkling as she looked around. I tried. Toru's clothing shrugged. Since I really can't do much for my own appearance, I focused on my room instead. At the admission, the girls all moved to embrace their invisible companion, each one telling her she did great or some other compliment. As you said, seeing each other's rooms serves to help us get to know each other better, Ajiro offered, gently patting Toru's shoulder as the girls stepped back. And I think your room perfectly shows what a sweet personality you have. In a rare moment, Toru was grateful for her inability to be seen as it perfectly hid the blush on her face. This is my room. Please be careful and keep your voices down. Kota Koji opened the door with a level of care that seemed out of place for one of his size. Similar to Ajiro and Achako's rooms, it was simply decorated with a couple pictures and a few stuffed animals. What set it apart from the other rooms, however, was the food in water bowls, litter box, and small pet bed to rest at the foot of his own bed. A small white rabbit hopped out from under the table upon hearing him enter the room, bringing soft ahs from all the girls and a few of the guys. Oh, there you are, Ui-chan. Kota's voice was soft as he picked up the bunny and held her close. Should have named her Kawaii-chan, Toru commented, wiggling with delight. May we pet her? Achako asked, copying Toru's actions. Sure. Just, be gentle. He held Ui-chan out slightly, taking care to support her as the girls all took turns stroking her soft fur. Most of the guys laughed, while Tenya frowned once he realized what he was seeing. Forgive me, Kota-san, but UA has strict rules for the dorms, and one of those is no pets allowed. Tenya kept his voice even, gesturing to the assortment of supplies for the creature. She's a quirk support animal, Kota squeaked out, holding the rabbit close for comfort. Quirk support and service animals are exempt from that rule. The new voice came from just outside the door, and everyone turned to see their homeroom and heroics teacher standing in the door frame. Ah, forgive me, Kota-san. That is most understandable, Aizawa-sensei. Tenya's gave a bow of apology to his classmate, who simply nodded his acceptance. Though Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here? Just checking in. When I saw signs of a party, but didn't see anyone in the common room, I started searching, he answered, looking over his new class of headaches. So is everything okay? Yes, sir. Tenya somehow took it upon himself to represent the class. We were having a welcoming party, and Toru had the idea of taking a tour and seeing where everyone is going to live for the next few years. Capital idea. The voice came from Aizawa's back. A small, white animal dressed in a waistcoat and pants popped up over his shoulder. Shoji's eyes narrowed as they looked at the creature on Aizawa's back. Forgive me, but I don't recall any pro hero having a weasel companion. At that, Momo, Tenya, and Izuku grimaced while Todoroki stared at him with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Aizawa's face broke into a smile that clearly communicated the thought of you just effed up. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? Who knows? What's certain, however, is that I am Supreme Chancellor Nezu. The rat jumped from Aizawa's back and landed before Shoji with his paw held out. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shoji Mizo. Everyone in the room was either staring at the Supreme Chancellor or Shoji, waiting to see what would happen. Shoji, meanwhile, had turned whiter than Nezu and looked ready to pass out. After a brief moment, he dropped into a doji-style bow and took Nezu's paw in his hands. Forgive me my disrespect, sir. He raised his head, though kept his gaze on the floor. It is an honor to meet the esteemed Supreme Chancellor of Ultra Academy. Class, show the Supreme Chancellor the proper respect. Tenya kept his role as representative, everyone complying with the request. Kota even made Ui-chan give a little bow, bringing another round of awas from the girls. No worries, Shoji-san. Nezu took his hand back as the rest of the class rose, only Shoji remaining bowed. To err is human, after all. The rat man laughed at his own comment before giving a nod to the gathered class. Anyhow, as Aizawa said, we're just stopping by to see how everyone is settling in. And you all seem to be doing just fine. Excuse me. With that, Nezu turned and exited the room, leaving Aizawa alone with his students. Shoji. Aizawa's voice brought Shoji's head up, the man slowly rising to his feet though he seemed rooted to where he stood. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. I just want to caution you, actually, all of you, against calling. He let out an annoyed sigh. Supreme Chancellor Nezu a weasel. He doesn't mind people calling him a mouse, rat, dog, or bear, but for some reason, hates being called a weasel. It's because he's a stoat, right? Kota offered after a moment, getting thousand-mile stares from his classmates and teacher. Down the hall, Nezu just grinned as he summoned the elevator. After a moment, Aizawa recovered from the question and shrugged, telling them to stay out of trouble before taking his leave. The rest of the class, minus Kota and Shoji, followed his lead. Hey Shoji. Shoji turned his head to look at his classmate. Do you want to hold Ui-chan a moment? She's great at helping people relax. In reply, Shoji nodded his head and opened his arms. The little rabbit didn't hesitate and jumped right into them and nuzzled against his chest. Awa, she likes you. Kota smiled. You can hold her as long as you want. Just put her in her bed when you're done. I'm going to catch up with the others. If you asked Kaminari Denki to describe his room in one word, funky. Various neoplasticism-style artwork decorated the walls, along with a few posters and other collectibles. The furniture in the room was various shades of black or blue, though his bed sheets were of a thick striped pattern of black and yellow. Well, what do you all think of my funky abode? Not what I expected from you, Ochako answered, Tenya and Izuku nodding as they remembered the exam. Yeah, I expected your room to be just as messed up as your brain after you fry yourself. Kyoka sent a teasing smile his way as the others laughed. Oh come on Kyoka, you know I'm not a total dunce. He shrugged, sending his best puppy dog eyes her way. True, you did pass the written exam. Sure, it was only by 1 point, but... She shrugged, pointing one of her jacks at him. Credit where credit's due, I guess. In reply, Kaminari just grinned and gave a thumbs up before letting out his trademark cry. Opening the door to Sato Rikito's room sent a vanilla-scented cloud into the hallway. While the furniture in his room was of basic quality, he had added a few more things to the room to expand the kitchen. Baking pans and cooking utensils of various types rested on hooks or were neatly organized on shelves. An additional table had been set up and contained a countertop oven and additional baking supplies. Smells heavenly, Momo commented, sniffing the air. Do you have one of those expensive rebel candles burning? Mina asked, glancing around the room. What? Oh no, that's probably just the lingering aroma of the last batch of sugar cookies I baked. Sato moved over to the counter and lifted up the small towel that rested there. Underneath was a large tray of sugar cookies that looked freshly baked. When I heard there was a party, I whipped up a batch for everyone to share. However, they weren't cool enough by the time I was done to bring down, so he picked up the tray. I decided to let them cool a bit. They looked delicious. May I? Toru held out a hand, and Sato was quick to offer her the platter. Ooh, still warm. A clean towel is the trick to covering warm baked goods for storage until fully cooled. It absorbs the steam, preventing them from getting soggy due to the moisture. He gently jostled the tray before the others. Would anyone else like one? Words of thanks came from all around as everyone helped themselves to Sato's creation. There was an odd moment of silence as everyone took a bite and contemplated the flavors. Just the right amount of crunch. Kirishima commented, taking another cookie. Such a light, yet dense flavor. Takoyami commented, dark shadow nodding in agreement. And not overly sweet, Kiro. Sue smiled. Any chance of getting a tea cookie variant of this recipe at some point? I'm glad you all like them. I do a lot of baking to make sure I've got a variety of things to help my quirk. He grinned, seeing more than half the tray was missing. And sure, I can make a tea cookie batch for you, Sue. Sato looked at his friends. Any other requests? Peanut butter. Kirishima grinned, seeing Kota nod in agreement. Blueberry muffins. Minta, Siro and Kaminari all said as one. Cinnamon rolls. Achako, Mina, Izuku and Momo all chorused. Chocolate croissants. Pony cheered, getting a few nods of agreement. It's pronounced croissant. Aoyama glared, though the expression didn't fully cover his face. Though I will agree that would be a lovely option. Let me get a pen and write these down. Sato shuffled into his kitchen and took down the small notepad he had attached to the fridge and started writing. Note to self, never offer free food to college kids. As the only girl on the third floor, Kyoka Jiru was free from competition and decorating. Still, that didn't stop her from making her room look more like a recording studio than an apartment. A checkerboard carpet covered the floor, providing a soft mat for the various instruments that dotted the floor. A guitar and a bass rested against her desk, while a keyboard and drum set dominated the back wall. Several framed albums hung on the wall, along with a very large poster of the logo for the band Deep Dope. This room rocks, Kirishima exclaimed, pleased with the black, red, and white decorations. I see a keyboard back there. Momo tossed her head towards it. Do you play? Yeah, I can play all of these instruments, though the bass is my favorite. Kyoka picked up the instrument in question and strummed a few chords. If I didn't get into heroics, I was going to see if I could get into some music program. Why not both? Mina had her phone in her hands, searching something. Wasn't there a pre-Quirk era show that had them being heroes by day and musicians by night? Not exactly being heroes, but both Josie and Pussycats and Jem had problems to solve in between performances. Izuku offered, getting a few looks from his friends. Izuku, is there any hero show, or spin-off you don't know something about? Tenya pinched the bridge of his nose, a sigh escaping him as Izuku shrugged. That's true. Kyoka tapped her jacks together. I know a lot of heroes who work another job. I mean, look at Present Mike. The man teaches here at UA during the day, does his radio show at night, with patrols in between. Ooh, we should totally get you on our ViewTube channel. Toru placed a hand on her shoulder. A live-action music segment would do wonders for our ratings, and probably earn you some popularity too. Sure, I'd like that. If Zero's room could be summed up as East Asian style, then Todoroki Shoto's would be described as traditional Japanese. Tatami mats lined the floor, while the furniture was of finely crafted mahogany or other dark wood. Unlike the other rooms, however, most of the furniture was against the walls, leaving the central floor open for easy navigation. Very traditional. Tenya adjusted his glasses as he placed a hand on one of the shoji lamps. Not what I was expecting from you, to be honest. MMHM. Momo nodded, gesturing to the open floor. Though she remembered how distant he seemed during the recommended exams, she tried again to make conversation with him. I'm getting a sort of dojo vibe from all this. Do you do tai chi or other forms of meditative martial arts? A nod was Todoroki's answer. It helps me stay focused and calm. I've always wanted to learn that. Momo smiled. Would you be willing to teach me some basics? Perhaps, he replied, his tone flat and not indicative one way or the other if he would actually assist her. Following his admission in the welcoming party that he was hoping becoming a hero would make him more popular with the girls, and thanks to his failed attempts at flirting and impressing them, there was an odd hesitance from nearly all the girls when they arrived at his room. It's not bad, I promise. Minta gave them all his best puppy dog eyes. I only have a few swimsuit edition posters hanging up. Nothing too lewd. You asked us if we'd be willing to do a swimsuit edition magazine once we're officially pros. Jiru frowned, while Momo, Achako, and Mina gave similar expressions. Toru's posture indicated her disapproval, while Pony seemed a little confused by the situation. Only Tsu seemed willing to give the boy the benefit of the doubt. I want to trust you, but... Tsu shrugged, looking to Takoyami, who seemed to be conversing with Dark Shadow on something. Good idea. The crow-headed man gave a nod before looking at Sue and the girls. How about this? Us guys will look first, and if we feel it's alright, we'll let you see. Takoyami offered, seeing the hesitance of his female classmates. That would be nice, Kiro. Sue gave a thumbs up. This way, no one is left out. Much to everyone's shock, Minta Minoru's room was rather ordinary. The furniture was of decent quality, and true to his word, the swimsuit edition posters that hung on his wall were more akin to pin-up posters you'd see on warships from the pre-Quirk era times. Check it out, Ka. Dark Shadow left Takoyami's side and returned to the girls. It's not the den of debauchery you'd expect, Ka. Trusting the Shadow's opinion, the girls all took a look inside. While everyone agreed it was nice, only Izuku, Shiro, and Kaminari noticed the handful of external storage drives next to the computer. So, how many terabytes of that is porn? Shiro gestured to the stack as everyone started to leave, speaking so only the 4 of them could hear. Only 4, maybe 5. There was a slight hesitance in the short boy's voice. Though, I recognize that model. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That's a 4 terabyte model. 16. Minta answered after a moment. Head bowed in shame, but the rest of his posture showed an air of pride. Dude, as a man of culture, that's an impressive collection. Kaminari gave a thumbs up before frowning. However, as your friend and since we're no longer in high school, I think you have a problem. Come on man, I have a QIPD. The purple gremlin frowned with self-shame. My quirk is affected by libido. It's not as strong if I'm not worked up. A libido-based quirk probably feeds off the desires of the user. Izuku opened up his notebook and started adding notes to the page he started for pop-off. Open displays make people uncomfortable. Need something more private. Man, Tenya wasn't kidding when he said Izuku does that. Shiro gestured to Izuku, who was still mumbling despite the fact he was now chewing on the end of the pen. I've got it. The green-headed man grinned, pointing the pen at Minta. Come visit me in my room after we're done partying. I think I've an idea that will help both with your quirk and your QIPD. Thank you Midoriya. Minta gave a bow, thankful that someone was willing to try and help him. Hey, isn't your room the next one we're seeing? Oh yeah. You're my neighbor. One hand moved to rest behind Izuku's head. Might need to refine my idea a little now. Izuku's room was just as his friends expected it to be, neat, organized, and decorated with enough hero merch that his room could be mistaken for a hero store. Laughs came from all around, but there was a friendly camaraderie to the chuckles. Pony, who had been silent for the majority of the tour, had a small smile on her face, her eyes appraising everything she could see of Izuku's collection. It's a nice room, Pony offered, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's very you. Agreed. Nice poster by the way, Minta commented, looking at the back of Izuku's door. His actions instantly had everyone jockeying to see just what the poster in question was. It was a poster of Midnight in her original costume, the one that caused the HPSC to pass the various acts on costume regulation. Ugh, why did you have to find that? Izuku whined, holding his head in his hands in pseudo-shame as the other male members of his class chuckled or gave him a thumbs up. Come on, we've only got a couple rooms left to see. Momo's room was a picture of elegance. Fine oak bookshelves, solid mahogany desk, and a 4-post canopy bed that took up roughly 85% of the room's usable floor space that wasn't allocated to the kitchenette. There was just enough room on either side of the bed to allow passage around it, and to pull the chair out from the desk. Rich people, more than one of Momo's classmates had that thought, but kept it to themselves. How did you get that bed in here? Kyoka questioned, eyes going from the door to the bed and back. The movers must have brought it in piece by piece. Takoyami offered. Hang on. Mina somehow squeezed by her classmates and vaulted onto the bed, eyes going to the left front post. You made this yourself, didn't you? Maybe. How could you tell if I did though? Momo ignored the curious looks and mutterings from her peers. While they had all discussed and showed off their quirks at the party, none thought Momo would actually be capable of making something so big. The acid stain from when I sneezed is gone. Mina tapped a spot on the post. So either A, you bought a new bed, B, you made a new bed, or C, you had the bed repaired. And given the size, shape, and just how perfectly placed it is, I'm going with B. There wasn't a rental truck big enough or with proper shock supports to transport the bed in my room. She answered after a moment. This was easier. Well, I think you get the award for most cramped room. Sato gave a thumbs up as several of his larger classmates nodded in agreement. Agreed. Todoroki gave a nod. Though Yaoyorozu, I must commend you on the quality of your furniture. Thank you. She gave a tiny bow, seeming shocked that Todoroki acknowledged her. Maybe he's just doing it to be polite given what I said about his room. The last room on the top floor belonged to Pony. The nameplate on her door was unique in that she had the traditional Japanese tag in the holder, but a secondary one in English just below. That was just until I learned where my room was, she offered, reaching for the doorknob. Opening her door revealed a simple setup similar to the other girls. Bed near the window, desk against the wall. However, her choice of decor had everyone blinking. Posters, figurines, even some hung-up t-shirts bore the likeness of various pro heroes. The only thing that made her room different than Izuku's was the fact her collection was mostly of American heroes. Oh my god, is that? Izuku charged into her room, looking at a picture of a brown-haired man sporting the traditional clothing of someone who practiced English discipline and equitation. A first-edition autographed poster of Equestria. F yeah. She punched the air, channeling the energy of his American fans and their shit-lording cry. He's one of my favorite heroes. I actually got to meet him when I first came to Japan. She punched the air. He's so cool. And you have a Stronghold poster too. Oh, and the details on this major America figure. The green-haired boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at it. Honey, this collection is amazing. Why didn't you tell me you were such a hero fan? Everyone laughs at me for it. She grinned, but when I saw your room, I knew I had a kindred spirit. Am I correct in that I saw a 2nd edition star and stripe figure on your desk? If it wasn't for the fact it was probably impossible for anyone, all of one have felt Izuku would have died from happiness. As the cinnamon roll and the American settled into a discussion on heroes, the other 18 students took their leave, all suffering from different levels of cringe by proxy. Come on, let's get back to the party. Mina threw a final look over her shoulder, seeing Izuku and Pony get into a discussion over hero stats. I'll come get them when it's time for dinner. May 22nd X41, 3:47 p.m. Heights Alliance, Class 1 a dormitory. As much fun as the party had been, as much as Momo had enjoyed meeting her new classmates and roommates for the next 3 years, the Yaorazu heiress found herself feeling a bit of nostalgia for the days when it was just her, Izuku, and Tenya. She had voiced her thoughts to the two, who instantly agreed to having a relaxing day. Translation: spend the day just hanging out and goofing around with her. They had set up in the common room, playing video games and eating leftover snacks from the party. Surprisingly, no one really paid much attention to them. Then again, nearly half their classmates were sleeping off the party. It had gone on until roughly 1 in the morning, or had gone out to take care of some last-minute things before classes would start. The only ones they had seen were Todoroki, who simply gave them a nod before he went out on a run, and Koda, who had come down with Yui-chan in his arms, taking Yui-chan out for some air. Momo asked, grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge as Koda did the same. Oh yeah, it's nice out, he answered, nuzzling the fluff ball. Do you let her hop free? Or do you have a pen for her? Free, but she doesn't go far from me. Koda shifted Yui-chan so he could look her in the eyes. She knows to stay close, don't you, girl? Yui-chan's nose twitched in reply, and she let out a tiny sniff, causing Momo to squeal softly. Well, enjoy the weather while it lasts. Tenya tossed his head towards the window. Heard it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Oh Momo, could you grab me a water too? Koda gave a nod of agreement, excusing himself as Momo returned to her friends. Handing a bottle to Tenya, she opened her own and returned to spot next to Izuku. Taking a drink, she nodded her thanks as Izuku handed her a controller. So what game are we playing now? Stumble Pals, the green-haired boy replied, starting up the game. Supposedly there's a UA server. Hang on, let me put in the code. Izuku opened his phone and started typing in the server IP he had been given, along with the password. There we go, UA Stumble Pals server. Wow, more people on this than I thought there would be. Tensei said some UA alumni are also on the server, not just current students. Tenya smiled as the screen split into 3, allowing them to customize their characters. Oh, don't tell him I unlocked the speedster costume before him, he added, selecting a costume akin to a Formula 1 racer's jumpsuit. Nah, that's all you. Izuku scrolled through the options, stopping on the broccoli costume. Yeah, who would we be to break up this sibling rivalry? Momo let out a snort, settling on the pineapple costume. Leaning over towards Izuku, she lowered her voice just slightly, kind of glad I'm an only child and don't have to deal with this. Agreed. Izuku smiled as Tenya shot them both a disapproving look. What? It's true. Momo and I don't know the joys of being the younger or older sibling. Momo completed the sentence, the two breaking out into laughter and high-fiving. Ugh, focus you two. The match is about to start. The engine boy turned his attention back to the screen as a counter started to tick down, signaling the start of the match. The 3 of them played through a few rounds, before agreeing to take a break and have something to eat for dinner. Using the practice mode, the 3 of them agreed the first one to lose had to pay for dinner picked from the winner's choice. Second place would be in charge of cleaning up. After a tense 3 minutes of competition, Izuku was the first to fall, with Tenya being taken out a few seconds later. Hope you brought your wallet, Izuku. Momo grinned, taking out her phone and selecting one of the contacts. Hello, is this Lebyspoxia? The grin grew as she watched Izuku cringe as she walked out of the room. While she knew money really wasn't an issue for him, she could tell he knew this order was meant to hurt. About an hour later, an order of imported arancini, Italian fried rice balls, and various flavors was delivered to the gates of UA where Izuku had to retrieve it from. the healing hero to be walked back into the common room, grumbling all the while as he placed the insulated delivery bag on the counter. So how much was all this? Tenya asked, watching as Momo started to remove the containers. 75,000 yen ... and no. That didn't include the delivery charge or tip to the driver. Momo chuckled, ignoring the glare Izuku was sending her way. I hope you at least tipped 15%. Tenya let out a similar laugh, increasing Izuku's annoyance. You're lucky my credit card has virtually no limit. He grumbled. Also, I never tip less than 20%. Come on, let's eat. I'm hungry. The three of them took over one of the smaller tables, each trying one of each flavor before taking more of their favorite. Eventually, there was only one rice ball left, one of the beef and onion variants, the one that proved to be the favorite of both boys. Why don't we let Momo have it? Izuku pushed the container towards her, but she shook her head. No thank you, I am full. She patted her stomach, pushing it back at Izuku. Why don't you two just split it? Because half of one is not enough, they're that good. Tenya replied, eyes locked on Izuku's arm. Holding his own out for a moment, he proposed an offer. Want to arm wrestle for it? You've got it. Izuku clasped his hand in Tenya's, eyes looking to Momo. Momo, you're the judge and can set the rules. Standard rules. Elbow stays on the table, other hand stays to the side. First one to have the back of their hand touch the table or opts to submit loses. She placed her hands over the two of theirs as both men took to adjusting their posture. Ready, go. She released their hands, and instantly could see both of them doing their damnedest to take down the other. Tenya seemed to get an early lead, but Izuku was quick to start pushing back. The muscles in their arms twitched and flexed as the two went back and forth, neither willing to submit. While the two were focused on fighting each other, and Momo's eyes focused on keeping the match fair, several other members of Wanna had started entering the common room. Quickly, they formed a circle around the table, each picking someone to cheer for. You've got this, Ida. Sato gave him a thumbs up as he once again gained the upper hand. Come on, Midoriya. Show him what an underdog can do, Kiro. Sue cheered as Izuku pushed back. Hiroshima grinned at the display. This is so manly, I can taste it. How can you taste manliness? Kyoka asked, eyes going between the two combatants and Kirishima. Blowjobs, probably. The words left Mina's mouth so smoothly that everyone was caught off guard. Mina, why? Izuku's focus faltered for just a second, allowing Tenya to make a final push and hit Izuku's hand on the table. I win. Tenya punched the air, breaking the awkward silence as cheers erupted from his fans. The last rice ball is my weight. Where did it go? Momo, Tenya, and Izuku all looked at the plate, noticing it was empty. Nearly as one, the three of them looked at their classmates, eventually seeing Kaminari with his cheeks puffed out. Bits of rice were on his shirt, and they could see the half-eaten ball still sitting in his hand. Oh, sorry. Did you want this? He held up the remains of the arancini, somehow looking both innocent and guilty at the same time. That's what we were fighting for. Izuku sighed, head hitting the table over the whole situation. Across from him, Tenya had done the same, a single tear falling from his eye. My trophy. Ah well, least I won the final round. Though now if you'll excuse me. Tenya did an emotional 180 and grinned as he got up from the table, steps taking him towards the hall. Somehow, that broke through Izuku's own emotional funk and he shot up. Oh no, you get back here. You agreed to clean up the mess since you came in second in the original rounds. Izuku gave chase, causing more laughs to come from his classmates as they heard Tenya call back that he was just going to the bathroom. May 24 HX41, 6:47 p.m. UA Faculty Lounge. It was 2 days before classes were due to start, and Eraserhead had found himself pulled into an informal dinner meeting with several of his fellow teachers and faculty over their observations of the latest batch of students. Much as he loathed any and all staff meetings, he could admit he preferred the informal ones more than any other type. Nezu was always kind enough to provide catering from some restaurant for them, and allowed them access to some alcoholic drinks in addition to non-alcoholic options. Currently, he was nibbling at some yakitori, an open beer within arm's reach, while Nezu was gathering reports from his fellow teachers about the first-year hero students. Midnight. I understand you had the pleasure of meeting up with the girls of both Class A and B recently. Nezu smiled at her. How did that go? Apparently Ashido and Kendo both got the similar idea that the hero course females should meet each other. They're outnumbered 2-1 by the males, so it made sense to them that they should get to know one another. Midnight returned the smile. Apparently Yaoyorozu passed along a warning about Minta, while Kendo apologized for Monoma's bragging that. She flipped through a couple pages of the notebook before her. Quote, Class B girls are better in every way than Class A. No catfights between any of them? Ectoplasm asked, taking a few bites of his dinner. Surprisingly, no. The dark-haired woman ignored the grunt of disappointment that came from the man as he handed a couple bills across the table to present Mike. They've all agreed to an open-door policy for each other, and to keep a communal supply of feminine hygiene products in both dorms. There was an audible sigh of relief from present Mike, while Eraser gave a tiny nod of approval. while he did, at Midnight's insistence, keep a small collection of feminine hygiene products in his desk and on his utility belt. And while he was glad that a lot of his students grew to trust him enough to ask for stuff like that, it didn't make it any less awkward at times. Splendid. Nezu gave a nod. Now, didn't I also hear something about Class B offering to help us set up a communal vegetable garden like they're doing? Yes, Komori and Shizaki both offered to help Class A with that if they wish, Vlad answered, seeing Eraser nod. From what I saw of that exchange, Tsunotori and Kota seemed thrilled at the idea and agreed to help build raised garden beds. You know, communal food gardens could benefit the entire school. Hound Dog gestured to the table where the buffet had been set up. They would be something all students can access and work on. Plus, I think it would help the morale of those students who may be dealing with food insecurity. That will be something to look into a little later. Nezu smiled, making a note of the suggestion. Now, has anyone been caught abusing their quirk? If we don't count having used them to help move furniture, I had to remind the child. Eraser ignored the chuckles to come from his other teachers, that the rules about quirk usage outside of training apply to him as well. Though the fact that he had reached out to help an injured classmate to begin with kind of nullified that strike. Bit of a gray area. But I had to mention that to Ida as well after I caught him using his quirk in a race against someone from the support course in their rocket skates. Vlad sighed. One could argue he was training his quirk and helping. He flipped through his notes. Hatsume with her project, but I'll defer final judgment on both to their teachers. Hatsume, Power Loader questioned, seeing Vlad nod. That's one of mine. If no one was hurt and no harm done, I'll let it go. As long as you reminded him, I'll agree with Power Loader and say let it go ... for now. Vlad, please tell me you texted Ida that you had to reprimand his brother before classes even started. Mike shot him his best puppy eyes. I was going to text him if Aizawa decided that was worth a mark. Vlad shrugged. I might still say something, but don't bother. Ida will probably just send back a huge wall of text that's both approving yet condescending about his brother. Several members of the faculty, including Nezu, chuckled at that. I will agree that those are just minor cases, not really worthy of marks. The rat man nodded, somehow calling the group back to order. Now, I noticed more than a few students from all sides seeming impressed with Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Midoriya. He looked at his notes. Have any of them abused this? Not that I know of. Cementos shook his head. I did find a group of boys from the General Studies course discussing Miss Yaoyorozu's assets. When you say assets, Midnight interrupted, arms gently pushing her chest together. Her financial assets. The stone man glared at her, though there wasn't any real threat behind it, and with ectoplasm's help figured out how much the order from Mankalas and Lebysboxia cost. Answer, not cheap. However, I wouldn't exactly say she's flaunting her wealth given that everything she's done has been given freely of her own volition. Todoroki has actually been getting mad at people asking him about his family. Mike looked at his own notes. He's mostly ignored questions about his dad, or given one-word answers. The only time I saw him say more than 2 words about his family was when someone asked if he was related to a Todoroki Fayumi. And is he? Yes, apparently she's his sister and teaches at one of the elementary schools. Nezu answered the question. And what of Midoriya? Seems there's been a bit of a split on that among the UA populace. The racer drained the remains of his beer. Those who went to Saume with him have kept the same polite distance they had there. It would seem the majority of other students have been following their lead. There's another smaller group who I've seen go out of their way in an attempt to meet him and shake his hand for one reason or another. Internet points probably, Mike offered, ignoring his friend's suffering sigh. Then there's a handful who seem to resent him being here at UA. The Erasure hero rubbed at his temple. 95% of this crowd apparently attended Aldera or earlier schools with Midoriya. It would seem they're not quite over the humiliation and ostracizing they've endured since their transgressions against Midoriya when he was quirkless were brought to light. And the other 5%? Vlad asked, getting up to get a drink for himself and to toss Eraser another. The other 5% is your usual mix of the jealous and envious students. He accepted the drink and cracked it open. Midoriya himself, however, hasn't really reacted to most of the fan club antics, and he seems content to leave those of the resentment group alone provided they do the same. Personally, I think he's looking forward to having a normal life here on campus. At least, as normal a life as living here can be. Mike chuckled, seeing nods of agreement come from the others. Good. Though Eraser, you mentioned some students harboring resentment against Midoriya. Nezu's bright and alert eyes met his tired and sleep-deprived ones. Have any of them shown any level of that bigotry towards others? Not that I've heard. I had one student from General Studies make a derogatory comment towards a group of heteromorphic students, all who appeared to have sea-life quirks, who were relaxing in the courtyard. 13, who had been sitting quietly most of the meeting, spoke up. I confronted her about it, gave the more scientific variant of the can't help the quirk they were born with speech and asked her again what she thought about those with heteromorphic quirks. And what did she say to that? She apologized to me and explained she had a dislike of sea creatures ever since her sister was lost in a villain attack at a marine life park. And did you believe her? I gave her the benefit of the doubt at the time and let her off with a warning. Later, I looked into her story. 13 sighed. I checked international and local parks and could only find one from a little over 15 years ago that happened at Captain King's, the water park / marine life park. The space hero saw her fellow teachers nod before continuing. And while there were injuries sustained by a few of the employees, no civilians were injured and no human lives were lost. When you say human lives, Hound Dog raised an eye, curious. One of the touch tanks got destroyed, along with the animals in it. She replied, a frustrated sigh escaping her. So unless her sister was a horseshoe crab, sea urchin, or similar creature. Ah yes, I saw your report on that student and your research into the matter. Nezu had an evil glint in his eyes as he looked at the gathered teachers. You'll be pleased to know she has been expelled from UA as she made a comment against Kiyomizu-sensei, the business teacher with the octopus quirk. Midnight looked shocked. He's such a sweetheart. He's such a good dad too. I ran into him and his kids at the park when walking my dog one day. Vlad smiled. They were so polite, asking if they could pet Dalv instead of just running up to him. Still can't believe he named the dog that. Cementos muttered to Midnight, who grinned. Did she or any of her family complain? Power Loader asked, or fight you on it? Not as much as I thought they might, Nezu answered. While Ikazuchi herself was pissed, her parents seemed to respect my judgment. They also appreciated the fact I mastered to negotiate getting her into Sei's general course, which is closer to their home ... and less expensive tuition-wise. Speaking of expulsions due to bigotry, the racer looked at Vlad. What of your explosive student, Bakugo Katsuki? He's been on thin ice since day one. It was Vlad's turn to sigh. Doesn't he have a QIPD? Mike asked, recognizing the name as one of the students he had for his English class. Yes, so there are some elements we can't exactly fault him for. Midnight sighed. Much as I hate to say it, he's like that other QIPD kid in a racer's class. Minta Minoru. Both of their quirks are tied to this in such a way that certain elements can't be fully curtailed without impacting their quirk. Indeed, another sigh escaped Vlad as he took a drink. Anyhow, Bakugo kept himself clean for his last few years of high school, but his record wasn't the cleanest when he came here. During the exam, he did show impressive skill and combat powers, but his rescue and support scores were lacking. I thought that might have just been because he's not sure how to use his quirk for other means besides combat, but the man flipped through his notes. Anyhow, he's insulted more than one of his classmates, calling them extras and feeling they're beneath him. Still, that's nothing new as we've all had that one student who thinks they're hot stuff. Nods came from around, though no one interrupted him. However, as usual, something happens to the student that causes them to change their ways. Vlad shook his head. Be it they lose spectacularly in a fight to someone, they bomb a test, someone or something they care about is lost, or so on so forth. And did that happen? Nezu asked, his expression slightly more unreadable than normal. I'm not 100% certain what happened. The blood hero slowly shook his head, mystified. All I know is that something had to have happened to the kid off of school grounds between him arriving to now. He's not calmer, but I can see something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Understandable. I think it would be in our best interest if we continue to monitor both him and Minta and their QIPD. Nezu caged his hands together, regarding those before him. Anyhow, I think we'll have one more day of observation testing tomorrow, then leave the kids to their own devices the day before classes start. Does that work for everybody? Hear, hear. Midnight raised her drink and toast. 13 doing the same. No complaints. Mike matched her gesture. Works for me. Vlad, Power Loader and Cementos cheered as one. If it lets me get some sleep before dealing with them all in person. The racer sighed, raising his own drink with the rest. Sure. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.